and time keeps going on, RNA is a little bit unstable, DNA is a lot more stable, so that it eventually through evolutionary processes, the RNA and proteins would develop DNA, and that would take over from then on as like genetics 2.0.
Interesting.
RNA is unstable how?
Well, so the D in DNA means deoxyribose, whereas RNA is just ribonucleic acid, right? So what that means is that DNA is missing a hydroxyl group on the 2' carbon of the sugar of the ribose. And because RNA has that hydroxyl group, which is an oxygen, it's an OH, it's an oxygen and a hydrogen bound together. This hydroxyl group on the RNA is very reactive. It will react with other chemicals quite easily. So that makes the RNA unstable because when it reacts, that breaks the RNA apart. Whereas DNA is missing that 2' hydroxyl group, thus it doesn't participate in these chemical reactions like RNA does, and thus it's much more stable. Those chemical reactions don't break it down because it doesn't participate in them.
I'm going to pretend like I understood all that.
Same.
Yeah, there's some atoms on the RNA that are reactive, whereas DNA doesn't have those atoms, which makes it more stable.
So would RNA have been some sort of compound that was in like continuous formation, so that it or like if it's unstable, how does it not just break down at every stage? I don't know if that question even made sense, honestly. I guess yeah, it's a bit.
I think he muted himself.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Oh, can now.
Yeah.
Okay, well, so what I was saying is every chemical, every molecule that biology uses is unstable in some sort of way because the biology is using them to participate in chemical reactions. It's trying to build something or catalyze something or do something with the chemical. So it's unstable in some sort of way. But RNA is much more unstable. Like if we were to assign quantitative values, like on a scale, say 0 to 10, 0 being never breaks down versus 10 highly unstable, DNA would be at like a 1 or a 2, whereas RNA is like a 7 or an 8. But that doesn't mean that it just falls apart instantly, right? There's very specific conditions that it's quite sensitive to. But under normal conditions for biology, it'll stay around for quite a while and be rather stable.
Okay.
Wouldn't that mean that the RNA would have some bigger rate of mutation?
Yeah. That's a good question. I don't know if the like if you were to just compare like DNA mutation rates versus RNA, if they would be more if there would be more mutations in the RNA, that could be. But what it means is DNA it doesn't react. It won't like if you bring certain chemicals near RNA, it will react with those chemicals or catalyze a reaction using the chemicals, whereas DNA doesn't have those same electrostatic attractions to certain chemicals that RNA would have because it's missing the certain atom from that group I was talking about. So RNA is more sensitive to participating in reactions, catalyzing things, whereas DNA just won't do that. But just because the RNA catalyze, what a catalyst means is that it performs a reaction without degrading itself. So at the end of the reaction, you're left still with the catalyst, with the RNA. So you've made new molecules, but you haven't destroyed the RNA that was used in the process to make them. So RNA is in that stability range where it acts very well as a catalyst, and DNA just isn't. It doesn't. It's missing the key atom that's needed to perform these reactions.
So hypothetically, if life evolved based on RNA instead of DNA, would it be too unstable that it would kind of collapse?
No. It's actually quite the opposite. The instability leads to it catalyzing reactions, building more and more structures, biological structures, whereas DNA just can't do that because it's so stable in this sense. It just won't perform those reactions, whereas RNA will. It'll perform chemical reactions that complexify the cell, make it more and more complex, allow it to do more and more biological things, including RNA will catalyze the replication of itself and of other RNA molecules, whereas DNA just doesn't do that. So when you have life arising through these RNA processes, right, the RNA can replicate itself to like make a new cell or a new protocell, whereas DNA can't do that. But eventually RNA will break down, right? So as the RNA builds these more and more structures and time goes on, likely proteins come about right around the same time, if not made originally by RNA. But eventually proteins come about, and the concert of RNA and proteins leads to the development of DNA, which is much more stable, which is why evolution, that won out the evolutionary process of being the main genetic storage molecule. Because the protocells that were using RNA, they just couldn't adapt. And once DNA came about in biology, the cells that were using RNA were just outcompeted by the DNA as a main genetic storage molecule. RNA is still used in the modern day in cells for a bunch of other things, but in terms of storing your genetic code, once DNA came about, the cells that were using DNA to store the genetic code just outcompeted. They were able to adapt to the environment and not be destroyed, whereas most of the ones that were using RNA, they didn't have that adaptability.
J.A., so you said that RNA just came about. How did it do that?
Well, no, right? So I have gone into great detail about how it came about, right? Because that wasn't like the brunt of his question. I was just kind of just saying that they came about.
Oh, that was my question.
Yeah. Well,
It just
like
came about with what
about
you
that.
said. So I was just asking you to clarify how it just came about. Thank you.
Yeah. So, the process, right, that's been demonstrated both in natural conditions in the field and in the lab is that you have inorganic precursors either under a prebiotic oxidative or reductive kind of environment or atmosphere, and these inorganic precursors are performing chemistry. The next step in the chain is that they become just organic molecules. Then the organic molecules continue reacting, and there's parts of the environment that have roles to play in this that have been shown. But just to keep it simple, it's just like they're moving up a ladder. There's inorganic molecules, they're participating in chemistry, then organic molecules, they participate in chemistry, they become biomolecules, and then the biomolecules actually lead to protocells, and then so the biomolecules would be like RNA. So RNA comes about through these reactions with inorganic precursors, turned into RNA through things like the Formose reaction and the Butyl reaction and other reactions that turn these organic molecules into RNA and then are into RNA monomers. And then basically there's things like pressure cycling, hot or wet dry cycling, hot cold cycling, and also like mineral surfaces that will catalyze the polymerization. So now you don't just have one RNA monomer, you have a whole RNA chain, a whole strand of RNA. And when those are in water, lipids naturally form vesicles in water just by thermodynamic energy properties. So if the RNA is in the water and lipids get introduced to the water, the lipids will encapsulate the RNA. So now it's protected from the environment in this lipid vesicle, and the RNA will catalyze it because RNA can perform biological functions that DNA cannot. It will catalyze both the replication of itself and of the vesicle. And this has been demonstrated under prebiotic conditions, both in the laboratory and in the field, this process. And so at that point, when you have RNA that's self-replicating, encapsulated in a vesicle, that's a protocell, basically. The big question that a lot of people had earlier in the weekend of like, well, when is it life, right? So I looked into that. A lot of people in the field consider the transition from protocell. Now, this isn't an agreed upon standard. It's just what a lot of people think in the field currently. But they think once the protocells can have a proton pump, like a proton gradient, when they're able to move protons across membranes, that's basically when you can really say that they are now a living organism, because now they have a self-sustaining metabolism. They can get their own energy. So that basically marks like the beginning of a living organism for a lot of people in the field. Quite interesting. And David Demers showed out in natural conditions in the field, when you have these inorganic precursors that turn into RNA and get encapsulated by lipid vesicles, and they start self-replicating, they actually start undergoing processes akin to biological evolution, where the ones they replicate with mutations and with errors, and incorporating other molecules in the environment into the lipid as well. And the ones that, like, if say they're in a pool or a water source that's slightly basic, the ones that have the RNA sequence or some molecule from the environment they've incorporated that can neutralize the base will propagate. Whereas the ones that don't have that ability, they can't neutralize the base, they get destroyed. So now we have generations where changes are happening and these protocells are adapting to their environment and becoming more complex. So this is literally biological evolution within chemicals. And Lee Cronin actually showed that both for RNA and for proteins, that you actually don't need RNA or a protein to replicate a different RNA or protein. He literally got RNA and proteins to copy themselves using rust, like a molybdenum-based rust or an iron-based rust. He discovered that even simple things like that, simple minerals, were able to catalyze the replication of biomolecules. So it was quite interesting. It's much more, the coming about of life is a lot easier than we originally thought. It can happen with a lot more range of chemicals than we originally thought. It's quite interesting.
You still need a god for all that.
Well, the only place that God can really be shoved in is like at the t=0 moment of the Big Bang, right? Cosmologists don't claim to know what's happening at the what's it called, infinity at the t=0 moment of the Big Bang. So that's like the last place that you could really shove the God into.
Yeah, exactly. That's God.
Yeah, I think that our universe being created is actually more probable, much more probable than it just being like the first thing in entire existence. Because if you grant the existence of some higher universe, then given enough time, there would be a point where a civilization would reach enough technological advancement to be able to create simulations that are as advanced or almost as advanced as their own universe. And then inside of that simulation, you would have the same thing and all over again. So there's actually a much greater probability that our universe is the one that's simulated than the one that's kind of the original one.
I guess that's one way to get there, yeah.
Is this a theory, or do you have some sort of documentation?
Me?
Well, in science, you can't really have a theory without documentation. You have to have measurements, observations, data to have a theory.
That's a simulation theory. Regression. It's not.
When did you start? When did you last self-replicate? Dawn.
What do you mean?
You were saying that the other day, weren't you? You've been self-replicated. You started off with like a single cell, and now you're 2 cells.
No, that wasn't me.
I wasn't. I just made it up then.
I'm sorry if I disrespect biogeneticists, but I just hate how creationists kind of equivocate that with evolution, and when they talk about evolution, they actually talk about the origin of life, because even though there is some evidence to support it, it's just not on the same level, because evolution is just a fact that we can observe right now happening.
Well, yeah, it's just there's much more. There's billions upon billions of organisms in the fossil records, and there's millions upon millions alive today. So there's much more of a broad thing to study, and a lot more people have been studying that for a much longer time. Whereas origin of life, the idea that life could come about without an act of creation is a relatively new idea. It's much newer than when the time point at which people started studying evolution. So of course, the field of evolution is is more, there's a lot more data and experiments and substantiation that's been done. The origin of life is catching up. These last 20 years, a lot of stuff has been done.
Maybe one day it will be as well supported.
Well, it
What's the
already is. I told you, bro. People have made protocells both in the lab and in natural conditions in the field. They've showed multiple prebiotic ways that these protocells come about. So it's a done deal already. We're just trying to understand it more now, get our understanding up to the level of like something like evolution.
Yeah, but in evolution, we have a demonstration of all of the steps in evolution, of the natural selection, of mutations, and stuff like that. But in abiogenesis, even if they created those protocells, then you would still have to get from those protocells to actual DNA and the modern type of cells. In evolution, you don't have
Yeah,
to.
but you use evolution
demonst-
to figure that. That's not a biogenesis, and like I said, that's already been figured out. It was RNA and protein brought about the catalysis of DNA, but that's an evolutionary process, and that's studied in evolution. You can look up like the phylogeny of like basic DNA, like what Luca would have had, the DNA Luca would have had, the last universal common ancestor. The phylogeny of that going to protocells has been worked out. So like the stuff is known.
Okay, I will look it up.
What do you think
what's
about?
the biggest
Go on, you
what's
first.
the biggest thing? What's evolved?
Not a
The
bad
biggest
question.
thing.
Yeah, because everyone's always talking about the evolution of yeast, or like I can't see a yeast being, well, I don't know, just kind of. They were talking about this snowflake thing the other day, and they said it replicated, but then when you read further, I read a paper and it just said it don't, it's just replicating the same thing what it already has. So it's not evolving, it's not changing, it's just producing the same thing. And one of them was actually, is it apophagy or something, where it's like a death destruction thing. So it was producing that, so it was killing itself anyway, so that the cells that it reproduced.
Oh, wait. You started off talking about snowflakes, which
Yeah,
aren't
it was like
alive.
a yeast. I can ping
Okay.
you the paper if you want.
But
The bottom line, what?
I'll answer the
The
question.
bottom
See,
line.
you know those big fat
Huh?
dinosaurs? Those big fat dinosaurs from the ocean in the books?
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing was ever evolved. On
No, what about
There's
the
like
we know of.
elephants
what about the
nowadays. I think elephants are like the biggest land mammal. But yeah, if you go to like the Mesozoic era with the dinosaurs, both in the ocean and on land, there was quite big animals.
what about
But
the
the blue
California
whales-
redwood?
Dinosaurs
They're
to
over
believe
100
that.
feet tall.
The
And
blue
then you
whale
got
is still the biggest animal in history, regardless of what era you want to take.
Yeah, the blue whale.
You ever seen a dinosaur?
Well, I have tons of their fossils in their bones and stuff in my lab. So yeah, like we haven't seen living
What's
ones,
the
but
best find you've got then? What's the best dinosaur find in your lab?
well, I don't hunt for dinosaurs and their bones and fossils and stuff. I'm a molecular biologist, biochemist. I got these specimens from museums and other universities, me and some colleagues, because we're doing a project right now where we're looking for DNA in dinosaur bones or fossils, because currently the link between dinosaurs and birds is a morphological link, meaning through their bone structure, basically. Whereas a lot of evolution is a dual nested hierarchy. We have two major lines of evidence being morphology, their bones, and genetics. So we're looking to find that second part, that genetic aspect to link dinosaurs and birds, or to disprove the link. That would be even more groundbreaking. If we could show genetically that birds actually don't descend from dinosaurs, that would be huge.
So you've got these relics of dinosaurs, and how do they appear? To be like petrified, stone looking? I don't know.
Yeah. Some of them are lithified. They're basically, they're not the biological material anymore. They're minerals
No.
or rocks, basically, that are imprinted from the biological material. But we have other specimens that are the bones. They're mineralized. They're not totally 100% what the animal, the molecules that were in the bones when the animal was alive. But there's still a lot of that left with some minerals that have preserved the bone. So there's like two different kinds of specimens.
See, what destroyed me was when they said that they had a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was put in the like a natural history museum, and then apparently that there was no bones. It was a tooth. They devised from the tooth of the look of what it was going to be like, and it kind of like just left me a little bit stunned. It's like you have a tooth, and then you can assume what that thing looks like from a tooth, and it was only a fragment of a tooth. It wasn't a whole intact tooth.
Well, more teeth are the most diagnostic part of any animal that you can get, but I actually think you are thinking of something different involving anthropology, human evolution, where they found in Nebraska, it was called Nebraska Man, a farmer found a tooth, a pretty fossilized tooth, and he didn't realize that it had been weathered, and it had just been really beaten up by the elements and made to look like a hominin tooth, where it actually was the tooth of a pig, a kind of peccary, a type of pig, of extinct pig. But this one scientist and like some museum curator, right, they were really the only ones who thought that this was actually a hominin, this tooth they found. And so they made like out of whatever kind of casting material, they like made up the rest of the body for this ape that they're claiming they found the tooth of. And then eventually it was shown conclusively that this isn't a hominin tooth, it's a tooth of an extinct pig. And the guy recanted, like a good scientist. He admitted that he was wrong, he made a mistake. But creationists bring that up and pretend like in the modern day, we still think that Nebraska Man is an actual ape tooth and represents a human ancestor. We don't, but they still bring that up all the time like we do.
That's why it doesn't make any sense to me that creationists say that there's some grand conspiracy that scientists are kind of making up those fossils to prove evolution because they want there to be no God. But every time those fake fossils get exposed, they are getting exposed not by creationists but by other scientists who also believe in evolution.
Yeah, same thing with Piltdown Man, right? Like some lawyer basically claimed he found these bones that belonged to some ape, but really he put them there. And then eventually other scientists came along with fluorine dating technology and showed that no, this is it's a part of it is from a modern day chimpanzee that has just been chemically treated to make it look like it's a fossil, and the rest is like just regular human bones. And but that was done by other scientists. Creationists act like they're the ones who discovered Piltdown Man was a fake, but no, it was other scientists who were doing fluorine dating and showed conclusively that this is a modern day specimen.
Oh, this was like by those two characters. I think they were the I can't remember. Well, I'm sure it was like I don't know, can't remember. I think it was Martian someone where they was like sort of competing against each other in the 1800s. You know, like I think it was documented as like it was called something. But I think it was like the dinosaur wars or the bone wars,
Oh yeah,
whatever. Like,
yeah.
it was attributed to one of them. It was something that they found. The one in the. Let me find it. Let me make sure. I might got confused about something else, but I'm pretty sure that derived
Yeah,
from.
I haven't heard about. I mean, I know what the Bone Wars were and stuff, but I haven't like heard creationists really like
So what's your
claim
take
that
on
there
that?
were fake dino fossils because they typically stick to the anthropologic fossils like apes and stuff because they don't want to admit that we're a type of ape and that our ancestors were apes and things like that. So they try to discredit the anthropologic fossils usually. I haven't really seen them do that for dinosaur fossils because we're not claiming that we're a type of dinosaur or that our ancestors were dinosaurs or anything, so they wouldn't really have a reason to do that.
They don't really negate the existence of them, but they are usually lying because the birds evolving from dinosaurs is also a problem for them because birds are described as being created as a distinct group in Genesis. So they usually try to make some sharp boundary, a border between what is a dinosaur and what's a bird, and they fail every time because you have specimens like Archaeopteryx, who are basically like dinosaur but with feathers, and feathers are for creation is already two bird-like features, so they classify Archaeopteryx as a bird. But because Archaeopteryx is anatomically basically the same as other dinosaurs, which would be, even they would consider dinosaurs like Utahraptor or Velociraptor or like any other theropod, then they have to lie about how those fossils look like, because if they admitted that they are the same as, let's say, Archaeopteryx, then they would agree that birds are dinosaurs because there's no difference.
Yeah, they certainly have done that, and it's not even just like Archaeopteryx was just one of the first ones that was found. There's also specimens like Microraptor. There's even been T-Rex, Tyrannosaurus Rex, bones and specimens, fossils found with feathers or feather imprints. So, like, they're just totally shot to hell with that.
But you must admit, a bird with no
not,
feathers is not going to be able to fly. That's a fact.
Well, there's different kinds of feathers, right? And so the feathers that modern birds use to fly have a very distinct record in the fossil record. But there's also other kinds of feathers, some that aren't around anymore today. The organisms that had them have gone extinct, and some that are. And there's, you could see these things in the fossil records, how the development of feathers from dinosaurs to birds.
So when they do this, like what do they use? Like carbon dating for sure, I would imagine. Yeah.
No. Carbon dating is used typically for archaeology because the half-life of carbon is so short. With like a ACMS, like we have an accelerated mass spectrometer, which is like one of the top line instruments for doing carbon dating, right? You can date reliably. We could date something probably around about 75,000 years ago. Anything older than that, our instrument just can't distinguish between a signal from the sample versus background noise. So you can't use carbon past that, at least we can't, to get a reliable date. So then you use there's non-radiometric ways, but other radiometric isotopes can be used, like uranium, potassium, lead, argon, calcium, things like that, which have much longer half-lives, where you could date things billions of years old.
So
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask for a clarification, because you said previously that T-Rex was found with feather imprints, and I'm not sure if that's true, because I was kind of deep into this topic about feathered dinosaurs, and I've never heard about a case like that, which I believe, if it was true, would get quite popular on the internet.
Yeah. I'll look. I mean, I'm not up to date on all the details, because that's not really, like I said, I don't go out hunting for dinosaur fossils. But it's definitely like the people who do those kind of things, I've certainly heard them state that. So I'll look for like a primary source about that. Give me a second.
So when something's petrified, what would you give? Say like just a scale of average. There must be an average. What is what is their date on the minimum amount of years it takes to petrify something?
Hang on, give me 1 second.
Okay.
You said petrified, but do you mean fossilize?
You like, if you're gonna like, it could be anything which can be petrified. Am I correct in saying that? Like it could be a piece of wood, it could be, because we have pieces of wood which have been petrified.
Yeah.
So
Petrification is a little bit different than like fossilization or lithification. Lithification or fossilization is where you have like the biological material begins to decay and minerals replace it. Inorganic chemicals that don't decay replace it. So that typically happens with animals and stuff, whereas petrification is a slightly different process that happens with things like wood and other materials. But you can get fossils. It's condition dependent. You can get the lithification process to happen rather quickly under the right conditions. Like within a few years, you can lithify something if you're doing it in the right conditions. But in nature, it's typically it's typically because of the way when an organism dies, it's usually scavenged upon, or it just decays. Bacteria break it down, right? So the reason why a lot of fossils are old, usually they're thousands, if not millions or billions of years old, is because they have to be there has to be some kind of substrate that buries them, right? So that the biological material can actually remain around long enough for the minerals to replace it, rather than just decay rapidly and be gone. So you can simulate that process in the lab rather quickly, but in nature isn't our laboratory, right? Nature takes a long time to do this thing.
I think that's why a lot of stuff has been found in peat bogs and things like that, because it kind of maintains them in it, isn't it?
Yeah, because the peat deposit buries the organism that dies, and thus it can't be scavenged or broken down by bacteria, and thus it remains in that deposit long enough for minerals to start replacing that biological material, and it will become a fossil at that point.
Peat peat stymies oxidization as well by its chemical composition.
Yep.
I'm guessing it's high up in mountainous areas where it's like dry, and you can get that. You see a lot of people where they've buried their people high, because it's and then mummifications, is not to, you know, obviously they've like prepped them to so they don't rot, taking the organs out, but then kind of quickly mummify. No, high altitudes with like dry, no, you know, humidity or nothing like that.
I wanted to ask something. So when you said that we can actually speed up fossilization in more extreme conditions in the lab, would you agree with creationists that hypothetical conditions of the Noah's flood would be able to fossilize those fossils in a matter of a year, or would that still be not enough?
No, because the way it's done in the lab, right? We're right. You have to isolate the specimen from any kind of breakdown process in nature. Like I said, that happens by it getting buried in some kind of deposit quickly after death. But in the lab, we can just, we can isolate it, whatever method we use. But then we're using unnatural concentrations of the minerals. We're using like concentrations of minerals that would never be found at that level, at that amount in nature, because that's what speeds up the process. When you raise the concentration, you increase the rate constant of the exchange between the biological material and the mineral material. But in nature, these minerals are found nowhere even close to these concentrations that are done in these processes.
That makes sense. The creationists, when they talk about stuff like that, they usually operate on kind of generalized statements, which would sound probable to someone who isn't very familiar with the topic, like isn't actual scientist, but would be quickly debunked if an actual scientist deconstructed that. Like they say that there are very extreme conditions, very immense pressures, very extreme temperatures, and that sounds intimidating, but that doesn't give you some actual quantifiable numbers that you could test.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, pressure could help in a way just because it'd be holding the materials in close contact, but that's a minor variable in the big picture of things. Really, the important thing is the concentration, right? And just out in the field, you just don't find these minerals in that kind of concentration. Even in floods, people have measured concentrations of different chemicals when flooding is happening and stuff, and it's just nowhere close to the level that's needed.
Yeah. Another good example of this kind of logic, of this kind of kindergarten logic that sounds good on paper, but then turns out to be a very strong simplification of reality, is that they say before the flood, the Earth had a very warm climate with very high concentration of oxygen, because there were some big animals back then. Like you had dinosaurs, you had Titanoboa, like this big snake, and other kind of examples of gigantism in animals. And then after the flood, these animals became less. So it's like basically kindergarten logic, where you just connect some singular dots. That's higher concentration, bigger animals, and then you ignore all of the rest of the variables. You ignore how much climate has changed throughout the Earth's history, and you can kind of create this simplified model.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting because that it's not even really correct. It would be correct for arthropods, for like insects, because they absorb oxygen just straight through their skin is like permeable, or their exoskeleton is semi-permeable. So the higher the concentration of oxygen, the more they can absorb, and so the bigger they can get. But for dinosaurs, they're not big, and land mammals, well, let's just stick with dinosaurs for now. Dinosaurs didn't get the size that they did because of a high oxygen concentration. They that size because they have pneumatic bones. Their bones are like hollow, and they have these sacs that can store a lot more oxygen, no matter what the concentration is, than a mammal can. So, like they would be correct, kind of, if they were talking about insects, but certainly not for dinosaurs. The pneumatic bone structure is what led to their gigantic size.
Yeah, and is that why modern birds also have hollow bones because they are dinosaurs?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that would be one data point, one piece of evidence, right? It doesn't really. If birds didn't have pneumatic bones, then you could say, and you could show that that they didn't and stuff, then they would have a case for maybe birds not being related to dinosaurs. But they do have pneumatic bones.
When
So
you say
it's just
hollow
another.
bones, when you say hollow bones, do you mean they don't have marrow inside them?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure if it necessarily pertains to the marrow. It's just our like mammal bones have there's different types of bone. You have like the outer part of the bone, but then inside there's like compact bone and spongy bone that runs inside the bone, connecting it all together. Dinosaurs don't have that. Their bones are hollow, and they have structures for storing oxygen, metabolizing oxygen, basically inside the bones. So rather than just us who does it in just our regular body cells, they also do it in their bones. So they have this much more capacity for energy, for having. They have a much higher energetic capacity than a mammal does.
You honestly believe all this?
Well, there's nothing to believe. I have bones in my lab with these structures.
There is some arguments to suggest that some of these, no one's seen the bones. The ones in the museums are under lock and key and not allowed to be seen.
What are you talking about?
Some of the I live in UK. You cannot see dinosaur. You cannot see any dinosaur bones. They're all like Plastroparaus replica molds. There's nothing on display which is real.
I don't know about that. I mean, some of our
No,
specimens
it's
were sent.
100%.
Some of our specimens were sent from like the British Museum and stuff. I believe that's in the UK, and those are real bones.
Yeah, there's nothing on
but
display. 100%.
you're not going to be able to see the holotype. Like a normal person, you can go to a museum, and if you act the proper way, you can ask them if you could see a real bone. As long as they're not going to risk taking out a holotype, because that's the type specimen for the species, and they don't want to destroy that. But as long as there's plentiful other bones of that species, I don't see why they would have a problem showing you one if you just asked. But there's tons of museums in America where there's real bones on display from dinosaurs. So I don't know why the UK doesn't do that. Because they use the bones to make those casts, right? The cast of the animal that is on display, most of it is made from the bones that they have. So and then they put the bones away. Once they have the cast, they put the bones away in storage for whoever wants to study them or whatever. So if you just ask, you could likely see some.
I don't know if you heard about this, but Answers in Genesis, which is like the biggest creationist organization, recently updated their lore about dinosaurs because they concluded that some theropods, like Velociraptor, are too similar to birds, so they basically switched them from dinosaurs to being birds because they think a bird and then dinosaurs is two completely different things. And it's funny to me because there's nothing more convincing of the fact that dinosaurs are birds. I mean that birds are dinosaurs than people who literally are motivated to debunk this idea, firstly thinking they are dinosaurs and then thinking they are birds.
Yeah, right. I've seen some of the creationist flip flop. Like one talk, I've seen a few guys where they give one talk about Archaeopteryx where they call it a dinosaur, and then they'll have a separate talk, another YouTube video where they're talking to an audience, and they say that Archaeopteryx is a bird. So it's like it doesn't get any better than that when these creationists are even confusing themselves about which lineage it belongs to.
On Answers in Genesis website, two creationists, I don't know if they already deleted that, but once two creationists wrote articles about Tiktaalik. And one wrote an article about how it's an animal perfectly designed to walk only on land, and another one wrote an article about how it's perfectly designed by God to live in water.
That's funny because it would have been not very good. It would have been like a mud skipper. That's like Tiktaalik, Eustenopteron, those kind of early Ichthyostega, or not Ichthyostega. Yeah, Ichthyostega, Cantostega. Those kind of early tetrapodomorphs would have been, their limb functions would have been similar to like a mud skipper than something like they wouldn't be like a lizard. They'd be more like a mud skipper than a lizard. The big thing about Tiktaalik is not that it's the one of the first tetrapodomorph fossils found. It's that the person who found it used like evolutionary biogeography modeling and like plate tectonic modeling to discover where to go to find it, right? Like they had no clue where to go to find these tetrapodomorph fossils. And so this guy used all these evolutionary data points to discover that we should be going to places like the north of Canada, the South Arctic Circle, Greenland, Iceland. These are the areas where you're going to find these tetrapodomorph fossils. And then little do we know, they go there and they find over the years a bunch of early tetrapodomorph fossils.
So they have that prediction power.
Yep. Yep.
I can see why creationists try to invent their own version of the scientific method if the actual scientific method based on predictions kind of proves evolution.
Yeah. I mean, the whole point, right? It's the predictions, they're not falsified, right? So they would have been trying to falsify it, same way we're doing with the genetics with the birds, right? The goal isn't to find DNA and link the bird or the dinosaurs to the birds genetically. The what we really would like, what would be the best for us, would be if we could just show that it's actually falsified, that they're not really. The genetics shows that the hypothesis that dinosaurs are that would be the whole best case, right? The whole idea of science is you make hypotheses and then you perform tests, experiments, measurements, observations, and you see which hypotheses don't survive, which ones are falsified, and which ones haven't been falsified yet, and that predict accurately and can move forward to the next study. Is basically kind of what you're doing.
Correct, and that's why it's so flawed, because why would you create hypothesis before you make an observation so as to create a bias going into the observation? Just flip it. No.
If you're serious, then you have no idea what you're talking about. If you're joking, it's a bad joke.
Yeah.
Science
come on
is
and
so.
get with me and don't talk about what I'm saying. I'm saying specifically that
Hang
the
on,
reverse
man.
is how you actually do science. Hang on, I'm explaining it to you.
Science is so aware of biases that we literally we do statistical analyses on our statistical analyses to make sure that there's no biases. Like we take such precautions to sit here and say that making a prediction is bias is just absurd.
It's not upset. It's a fair.
This is why science can't have any knowledge claim other than just guesstimating what something is. Because if you create an assumption before an hypothesis, an interpretation, an idea about something before you actually go into observing the thing in of itself, then you're obviously just inducing yourself with a bias before you do any observation.
What are you talking about?
To do any actual rigorous study of anything that's evidently clear is to actually first go in without any bias, just going into observation and then, noting down what you are observing and then create an hypothesis if you're so dissociated.
That's exactly what we do. That's exactly what we
just hates
do.
human intellect.
You said you went the other way around. You create first an hypothesis, then you go into direct observation.
Thank you, QE.
You just said that.
Thank you, QE.
He just hates human intellect that can figure shit out.
We observe a phenomena, right? Step one, we observe a phenomena. Step
two, now you're correcting yourself.
Step two.
Shut up, QE.
Step two.
You stated it's flawed earlier.
Why do you keep interrupting me?
There's no step process.
Way too many people interrupting right now. Way too many people interrupting. Right? Step one is you observe a phenomena. Step two, you create. Step two, you develop multiple different mechanisms for how that phenomena is occurring. Right? Step three, so each separate mechanism has a value for some kind of quantitative measure that you can do, right? So you have 8 different mechanisms for how this phenomena occurs, right? So then you do the measurement of a phenomena, right? And so now you have your 8 different hypotheses, right? And say one has value 5, one has value 10, another has value 15, et cetera, et cetera. You take a measurement and the quantitative value that comes out is 15. So hypothesis 4 had value 15. All the other hypotheses do not have value 15. So they have been falsified and do not move forward. The one that has value 15 has not yet been falsified and thus moves forward to the next study.
Thank you for over-explaining it. So, first, you said that you make an hypothesis, and then you go into
there's no method. It's a circular method.
How you do it.
I'm not
going to start anywhere else.
With all the
numbers. I'm not going to let this guy. Hey, you're not gonna talk like that to me, bro. You're not gonna put this mocking tone on. I'm not gonna.
Hold on.
Not gonna stand for that.
Hold on. People may in fact talk in a mocking way to you. It can still happen. So go ahead and finish.
I'm not gonna let that happen.
Well,
phenomenal.
I think
if he wants to talk like a normal person to me, I'd be more than glad to. But if he's going to put this mocking tone on, I'm just not going to stand for that. Sorry.
All right,
likewise, dude, if you could talk in a way that doesn't sound like you're in constant agony, we might have a decent conversation to begin with. Because I don't know why you intonate your voice in such a way that just it sounds like you're in pain, dude. Like I'm wondering, are you okay? This is not.
So you don't like
Do you
so you don't like his voice?
anything
It sounds
but
like you're in pain.
personal attacks? Do you have
This
anything
is
but
not a
personal
personal attack. I'm
attacks?
asking you curiously, are you in pain? Because
It's
apparently
irrelevant.
by your voice, sounds like you're in pain.
Stick to the topic. Quit talking about each other.
Yeah, we were having a great convo until this guy has to start mocking and asking me if I'm in pain. So silly, dude. Just have a normal convo. Be a normal person.
Yeah, a normal convo is not about a make-believe realm of dinosaurs having ever existed.
Dude, you can
Not
come
a
to my
normal convo.
lab. You can come to
It's
my lab and see the fossils, the
great.
bones
Give me
yourself.
your address. Give me your address
Oh
to
yeah,
your lab.
there's an
I'll
open.
come by.
I have an open invitation out. If you get yourself to JFK Airport, I'll come pick you up and we'll go to my lab. You could stay for a few days, a few weeks, whatever you got to do. And you can come with me to work every day and we'll do whatever you want to do.
Sounds great. Yeah.
Yeah,
let's do that.
JFK Airport. It's in Queens, New York, in America. Just get yourself there. Let me know so that I can come pick you up, and we'll do the thing.
Okay, I'll save up some money.
Can't argue with that.
That's pretty generous of you.
Just
Yeah, thank you.
PM. Make sure you let me know ahead of time. Don't just be like, hey, I'm at JFK. Let me know that you're gonna be coming.
Just as long as you bring the drugs, I'm there.
Right.
But I'm glad you went back and corrected yourself that you don't step one first make an hypothesis, but scratch that step one. Instead, you go into observation. And then after observing, I mean, if you want to make an hypothesis, I mean, you can go ahead. And that's how you actually do science. You don't begin with the hypothesis. Although, of course, yes.
That's
there are many.
I was talking to another. I was talking to another guy who I felt had the intellect to understand that like that's assumed. I'm just skipping to the important part rather than having to break down the scientific method like I'm talking to 4-year-olds, right? Like that's what I was doing, bro. But then you came in, and so I had to give the more minute detail and really break it down because for some reason you didn't understand.
As if you don't think you're already talking to people in a way as if they're 4-year-olds, dude.
No, only at times. Like if I'm just talking to a regular person, I just talk to them when I talk to people. But there's some people in these forums that demonstrate that the normal way that I would talk to someone isn't sufficient for them. So I have to change the style.
Well, your style, again, kind of.
But nonetheless, like let's not talk about each other personally. Do you have some kind of topic other than dinosaurs just don't exist because I say so?
I'm a professionally educated theater and drama pedagogue, so communication is my expertise. Now I'm talking about you through the actual field of how you intonate your voice, because it just.
You don't need to get on with it, man. Talk about topic. You're still talking about his voice.
Oh, here we go. Why can't you see that it's actually a science to talk about intonation? It's called theater semiotics. It exists.
We're not in theater class. We're talking about science. Go ahead.
Great. Well, if we don't just want to keep spiraling and
we'll just sit back and listen.
I mean, I'm saying that it
Zanik, I had
would
a
be
question for you,
very
Zanik.
pleasant. It would be very pleasant to listen to this conversation if it doesn't make me feel sad for you, you know?
That's a you problem. That's a you problem, dude.
I know.
No, it's not a me problem.
So I was talking with some people before about DNA and like why RNA is more unstable than DNA is, right? And so in the beginning of that, I gave the technical terms, and they politely said that the technical terms they didn't know. So, I didn't have to make any kind of underhanded statement, right? I just changed the verbiage for them to help with their understanding. And at the time, we didn't even have to note that because they were just acting like normal people, right? Like, why do you have to put this act on where we have to like point these things out to you?
Zanuck, just out of curiosity, do you believe in the theory of evolution and abiogenesis? What are your thoughts, Zanuck? Do you have any issues with it, or do you have any questions? Or I don't personally believe it, but what do you think?
I obviously don't believe in ideas about what reality is. I believe not at all.
Well, if it's a theory, right? If it's a theory of evolution, what that means by definition is that there's data, observations, measurements, hypotheses, and conclusions, right? So what's there to believe? Like, you don't believe that the measurement was 6. The measurement is just 6, right? So if you said the hypothesis of evolution, then maybe you could say you believe it. But in the modern day, evolution is a theory. There's data, measurements, observations. There's nothing to believe. It's just experimentally measurements and observations.
That's where you're completely somewhat correct and also wrong, which is this. You cannot conflate something that is made to be highly logical, that being math, within or together with making qualitative claims about why the quantitative data works in the way that it does. Overt,
Phylogeny
just own
quantitative.
logic. Bro, you're making a qualitative claim in a science you have no expertise in making. You can only make a quantitative claim.
Except
Why
this
are
is
you
what I
going on to
do.
assert qualitative claims?
Except this is what I've been trained in and do every day for the last 5 to 10 years. But yeah, I have no expertise or anything. But nonetheless, phylogeny is quantitative, not qualitative. So you're just wrong straight off the bat.
No,
so,
no.
And that doesn't
No,
even make
I'm not
sense.
wrong.
How can you
I would be the
qualitatively
expert of how
quantitate
you enact-
something? You can't
I would be the expert of
qualitatively
how you enact your
quantitate
role and
something.
function, dude.
They're literally
That's my claim.
antonyms. They're antonyms in that context.
Yeah, you keep talking. Great. So you see, I would be the expert of how you roll and function yourself going into your study. So when you go into your expertise, no matter which one it is, you take on a role and a function. You see,
You're
my
an expert
expertise
in
reflects
expertise.
your expertise at the meta. So
he's an expert in expertise.
So I'm talking about theater and drama. I'm talking about role and function. The role and function is in the domain of theater and drama. So when you go into your science and you talk about, going into this, I assume this title and this degree, and you're actually impersonating a character who has a certain limits, and obviously it's a characterization of how it works. Just
Sounds more
simply
like
role and function.
Sounds more like pseudo philosophy than theater
And you
to
even
me.
have
But
a costume, bro. You even have a costume for your role. So, bro, my field
what
studies
costume?
your
What
field
the
and
hell are
every
you
other
talking
field
about?
that assumes a role and function simply. So I can talk about the actions that you do without actually having studied your field itself, because I can just look at your field and see it as a drama, and look at you as a character and study your action and your behavior, your assumptions, your attitude, and just your general way of engaging with the world. So,
well, we get it, bro.
doing
We understand you have made up a justification for why you deny science. We got that, bro. But we're not talking about make-believe, play pretend theater and pseudo-philosophy. We're talking about
kinda what you're doing.
science, empiricism. Right, so I
Okay,
know this
so
is how you justify denying science. I got that, but we don't want to hear it. We don't really care. Do you have a scientific topic to bring up? Or are you just going to explain more of how you justify denying
is
science?
a number empiricistic? When you observe your number and you have a quantitative claim, suddenly now you're also doing empiricism. When you assume numerology onto a number and you assert a qualitative claim to numbers you observe or measure, and like you through your concepts, what you
We're
do
qualitating.
what you
We're
simply do, man,
qualitating
is
the
that,
quantitative.
bro,
We're
He doesn't like.
qualitating the quantitative.
I'm not
He
finished.
doesn't even like
I know
geodesy.
you're impatient. I know you're impatient, although I give you your space to speak and finish. I obviously can tell you can't respect me in the same manner. Oh, now it's quiet. Okay, great. So, you see, math is simply a language, one of logic. It's self-evidently self-referential. 1 is 1, 2 is 2, and you just have created a language where you can make some counts, multiplication, and all that stuff, subtraction, etc., etc. I don't need to explain
There's
more
pure
year old.
math.
Hold on. We've totally gotten off the topic talking about this bullshit. Let's get back on the topic of interesting stuff.
This is very interesting.
There's
No, it's
pure.
not.
There's
No,
pure
it's very
math.
interesting, but because I actually just expose how little he knows of his own degree.
It makes me want to kick a puppy.
I
Yes,
think
he
I
kinda
don't
does.
think he I don't think he
Sadly for
likes
you.
geodetic. I don't think he likes geodetic measurement to prove the Earth is round.
Stop
Doesn't prove
eating
anything, dude.
puppies,
Just
left
because,
leg.
just because you made a language that is self-referentially logical, you know, here's 1, there it is, la la la, and you now you observe something and you don't actually see a curve, and then you know here's my fantasy about how this happens, and then you use some numbers to make it make sense, because obviously math just works for itself if you just
Yeah,
like
geometry
create
does.
a
Yes,
logical
geometry.
system for it. Here you go. You know, I can also if I have an idea about how something looks, I could also induce geometrical shapes and start to explain how it would make sense. But the thing is that what I am doing is I'm just creating fantasy or just fiction, or just simply I'm building more ideas upon my main idea, and I'm just making a whole lot of stuff out of my imagination.
I
So
think he just made my point.
I have this ultra logical language where
Yeah, I think
before we can count stuff quantitatively in reality.
Take a break. Okay, so you have a problem with measurement. That's your
No,
point.
I don't have a problem with measurement. Like, are you dense?
No, well, okay, okay. I
No,
have
he's
my
cheating.
measurements. I have my measurements, and they construct into a sphere. So what am I supposed to do about that?
Stop it, Sherbill.
Just because you are executing upon something like hitting play on a music box, and the song that is on the CD already just fucking automatically plays, and you're like, oh, I'm hearing the music, doesn't
I think you
mean
just
that
made my point. You just
created
made my
that
point.
song, dude.
You reinforce my point.
No, I don't.
Well, you don't know what my point is.
You have no point. That's what it is.
You reinforce my point. Let's hear your point, dude. What, like, if you even have one? Like, okay, here you go. Stage is yours. Lights are on you, bro. Here's the microphone. What's your
Okay,
point? Let's hear your intelligence.
much like the empirical data that the other guy was talking about with paleontology, I have geodesy, and these are measurements. They're quantified. They're repeatable. This is science, and yet you say, "Oh, it's an autoplay button," and you make shit up. Yeah, right.
Bro, you're not making shit up. You're just executing commands. If it's made to make sense. It's like you're just executing 1 + 1 = 2 over and over in just a little more advanced way. It's not any intelligent. You're just repeating something that's already fundamentally self-referentially logical. Like, there's nothing more to it, dude. It's like you taking your car every morning driving to work, and that's just it. Like, you didn't make the car.
Zynak, I have a question for you.
Like, what the fuck,
What the
dude?
fuck is he on about? He just hates human intellect and accomplishment. That's what I see.
Let me ask you a
No.
question. I want to ask a question, Zynak. Can you describe the measurements that Shubil is talking about? I can. I know what measurements he's referring to. Do you?
And we're talking repeatable measurements that anybody can make that have been made that have been made for centuries.
He gave me a question, Shubil, be patient. So, Omnivore, your question is like asking me if I know all the names of the hobbits in Lord of the Rings. And if I don't understand how Lord of the Rings is a fictional work.
Right. So, okay. So, you know, we got Frodo, we got Bilbo, we got Merry, we got Pippin, and then we've got some other ones around the Shire, right? So I can name some of the hobbits there, and I am familiar with Lord of the Rings. So I'm asking you again, can you describe the measurements? You don't have to. I'm not asking for the numbers or the locations or anything like that. Just the kinds of measurements he's talking about.
I don't need to know Frodo's love story in order to know that Frodo is a fictional character.
So you know that Shubil is talking about fictional measurements without knowing anything about what he did or anything like that. Is that right?
In comparison, Shubil is more like Frodo, living and doing what he's doing when the movie rolls, and I'm the one looking at the movie and like, this is a great movie. It's every time I hit play, pause, rewind, and go over again.
Okay, so I have a question. So you can't tell Shubil what he did wrong. Is that right? With his measurement?
I'm actually doing that. It depends on what he's doing. No, he's still asking me. So I could answer that very easily.
Can I add something?
Oh my God.
Okay, so let's see. So Zynak,
yeah.
I don't think this is going to be productive unless you can tell him specifically what he did wrong, and I mean specifically. So let's take the reciprocal zenith angle measurement that he did. Do you know what a reciprocal zenith angle is?
My whole expertise relies on speaking about the actions he does in of themselves, not the specific things.
So the answer is no. You don't know what that measurement is, right?
This action.
You don't know what that measurement is. Is that correct?
What did you ask me if I don't know
what a reciprocal zenith measurement angle is? What is a reciprocal zenith angle? What kind of measurement is that?
Bro, this is not the point I'm making.
I know it's not the point you're making, but if you try to make the point you are making, that he's doing, just a minute, I'm not moving the goalpost. If you want to make it, the point that you're trying to make is that he's doing something philosophically wrong. Nobody here is going to follow that. You're just waving your hand saying you're doing something philosophically wrong with your whole approach to reality, which is what you do in text, which nobody gets anything out of, okay?
Some do.
Well, maybe some do. I would ask the people who say they do, I'd ask them for them to skill man your position, and I bet they couldn't.
They can't, obviously, because I'm the forefront of my position.
Sure. Okay.
I would like to add something if it's okay.
Go ahead.
When it's free to do that. I don't want to.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I mean,
I just wanted to say to like, I know that Shubil is always going to say about his theodolite, but a theodolite does not measure curvature, it measures angles. And I just want to, to make sure that everyone understands that.
Okay, so that's not meaningful, but okay.
Well, it is, because you're using a tool.
Okay, let's talk about that.
Hold on, let me finish. You're using a tool and claiming curvature. The curvature is inferred by you.
You broke up. You just dropped out.
Okay, well, good, because he wasn't making much sense anyway. So
Yeah, when you
Zynak,
take when you take a body of measurements, not just one, oh, I think I see this, body of measurements, empirical
Clearly,
data
the
over a long
owner
period
of
of
the
time.
server was clearly talking, Shubil, and you just run
No,
it.
he dropped out. He dropped out.
He dropped out. We couldn't hear him. Could you hear him?
No, Omnivore was talking.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
then Schlitzie was talking, and then Schlitzie dropped out. So then I embellished
and then Omnivore was
on.
talking again.
Zynak, if you can't tell him, if you can't explain to him specifically what he did wrong, then we're not going. The conversation is not going to be useful.
The thing is that I've been doing that a lot. The problem is that, you know, it's difficult to be self-conscious of what one is doing.
Well, I think you're not very self-conscious of what you're doing here, so I guess I will agree with that. But okay,
Really not. When you project that assumption onto me, you're not actually going to be able to listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
Because you reduce me.
I reduce you. Okay.
Yeah. In your own mind.
Okay.
And you see, that's intellectually dishonest.
Okay.
Because you create a fake hierarchy that's not necessarily existing. So, bro.
Okay.
Could be the reversed as well. But let's not start on that.
Let's not.
You know. Anyhow. Again. It's a great thing to be aware of what one is doing. Like what you just were doing. So you just proved my point. It is a difficult thing to be self-conscious of one's actions. Okay. Isn't it?
Well, I mean,
unfortunately,
you can say that, but I don't know. I don't even know what actions you're referring to here. Unfortunately, I don't know what
thing.
your position is.
Interpretation, observation, assumption, etc., 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 etc. They are actions. They are doings. Meaning, this is my expertise.
Well, so you don't know what he did wrong with his measurements. You don't know how he interpreted them wrong. You just feel that he did do something wrong, interpret something wrong somehow. Is that right?
What I am saying very clearly now that we are actually coming to this place is that those actions, interpretation, assumption, creating an hypothesis, ideating, imagining, all actions studied in theater and drama, you know, human behavior. At least that's what the category of the identity of the now is. Anyhow, those are actions. They are studied someplace in the theater. So
if all science is like theater, then what?
1 second. I am the person who stands and looks at Shubil doing his thing and analyzing whether he's actually doing it correctly in the way that he should. And being the person who stands outside and observes him, because I am the one who observes human behavior, you know?
So I know you think that. I
discern.
totally get that you think that you have that capability, but why would I believe you have that capability?
I don't ask for your belief.
Well,
it's just
you are asking for our belief by being in this conversation.
No, I don't. I just state.
I have a question.
My being. I don't even ask you to even believe me. I'm just
well,
giving information of what I'm doing, who I am, what constitutes my expertise, and you are open to do whatever you want with it. You can trust or do not trust me, believe or not believe me.
I don't think what you're saying is useful. I don't think that what you're saying has any merit or bearing. So
because you're likely highly ignorant to my expertise.
Your expertise is
That's why, I guess.
self-appropriated. Nobody gave you the expertise. You just say you have it.
No, I used my entire life to build that expertise.
And I
But
used
thank
my
you
entire
for,
life, and
thank
I
you for
used my entire.
assuming the worst and
And
projecting
I
that as an somehow you are entered my mind, and like obviously that's not at all ludicrous at all.
Oh God,
okay.
how
Well,
far are we gonna go?
I used my entire life in a professional career, so I guess I'm in the same boat you are. My measurements are in comport
I used
with
my
two.
entire life to study human behavior, so I guess human actions and intonation and human behavior and what people are doing is, I guess, my line of work and expertise. I measure what humans do because that's what I use my life on.
It doesn't have anything to do with you, Bill, knowing how to survey. I don't even know why we're going there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. He just threw out a bunch of words. It's really bizarre that he
I'm a
can
word
deny
salad
that they can.
because
Well, I
I
was
can't
talking.
move to
That I was
the
talking. I
boundary.
was talking. Okay, I'll
You
keep
sure
talking
were.
anyway.
You were stuttering. You were not talking. You were stuttering.
No, he was talking.
This guy. Okay. In the past couple hundred years of geodetic sciences, these things are
Oh,
well
great.
known, and I work in that science, and I generate my own data sets, and I evaluate my own data sets, and I find that I agree with previous works by academics in every industrial country for the past couple of centuries. Okay, is that good enough for you? Purpose-built instruments.
It is exactly reasonable as to your education, because that's how you're conditioned to execute your stuff. So obviously it's going to make sense upon what is already established, and you are just learning what is making sense within the own framework of interpretation. That's great. All good for you. I'm glad you are learning and developing your ability to understand a specific interpretive framework or conceptual field. Just
Which
great. But,
which returns the radius of the Earth.
Great. So I also learned to calculate 1 + 1, and if I went into learning so much about maps that I could also calculate the curvature of the Earth, I guess I could just learn that, I guess, probably in a week or something. I don't know. But anyhow, doing that, I would also get the results of curvature, because that's how it works. Yeah.
Good.
It's like turning on the engine of a car and establishing that, oh, this car that I drove 80 years now, if that's even possible, but 8 years, it's still running. Wow, great. The thing here is that someone has been driving that car already for some time before you, and you are the second owner. And you're just turning on the engine for the first time, and you're like establishing that, oh my God, this shit is working, bro.
What kind of bizarre analogy is this?
Gonna die,
Nobody is following what you're talking about.
You just made a bizarre non sequitur analogy. That's how stupid you are.
Oh yeah, suddenly I need to talk you down because I think I'm highly intelligent. So who wasn't following what I said in here, or who was following what I was saying in here? Because no one apparently was following what I said. So let's see if there was anyone actually apparently, I guess,
You're just
following what I said.
You're just blowing smoke.
No, I don't smoke. I don't actually smoke at all.
All
Thank
right.
you for another
who is
wild
following
claim
that?
projected onto me. You're so scientific.
Who is following that? Who can explain to us what he was talking about there?
Okay, the question stands. The question stands. The curvature and radius and dimension of the planet can be measured, correct?
Inside the conceptual framework, yes, it can. Correct.
So it has been measured. So the Earth, it does have a radius. The sun does rise and set due to the rotation of the planet. South Pole exists. All that good shit, right?
Not with
No,
the theodolite.
you have a conceptual thing that within the thing you can establish these things, and that's it. And then
okay, so we've established the.
What does that mean?
So we've established the planet as being spherical with a radius and two poles and it rotates. Good.
How did you do that, though?
No, that's not what I'm saying, bro. It's like you are not even able to hear what I'm saying. I'm saying that, I'll do the experiment in front of myself. I'm now sitting down, moved some pencils. Here is one pencil. It even fell on the floor. Let's take another one. Here it is. Great. So I looked at the sun, dude. Looked fucking round. Now I'm drawing a round circle. Great. So I have on the paper now made the simplest shape. Like I Occam rastered the sun. And here I have now a shape. And I could point at it and like point at the sun. And I can start saying that this circle here signifies the sun. Great, amazing. And then suddenly, that's very functional. It works. It's the same with math. So I could start now applying a number. Here we have one sun. I haven't seen it
Nobody
anywhere
is
else.
following you. Nobody is following
no
you.
one's following. This is
Total
like
non
what I would
sequitur.
explain to a kindergarten, and they would
Can
follow
you-
it, dude.
Okay, well, I'm
Complete
not
non
following you.
sequitur.
Can you explain what Schubill should be doing differently without using an analogy?
Okay, but before I do that, I'll just make this simple comment. I work in kindergartens and in the school. This is how I would explain it in the school, and they can follow along just fine. I mean,
Okay.
it
So,
doesn't require
let's
high
see.
intelligence.
Yeah,
Let children
that's
can do that.
concerning.
You got it.
That's
You got it.
concerning.
Yes, you could explain it to kindergarten. So, Slitzy, let's talk about measuring angles versus measuring curvature.
Okay.
So I have a question. Wait, I have a question, Slitzy. Do you know about what measurement we're talking about here? Are you familiar with the measurement that's under discussion?
Right. Are you using a theodolite?
It's a reciprocal zenith angle. So yes.
My theodolite. Yeah. Purpose-built instrument.
So what exactly is wrong with that measurement?
First and foremost, it's called instrumentalism.
See,
So
it's
I'm asking
non
Slitzy.
sequitur.
I'm asking
No,
Slitzy.
it's not a non sequitur.
I'm asking Slitzy. Your answers, Zynak, your answers are not useful. I'm sorry. I'm trying to give
really?
you
No,
feedback. It's not useful. So Slitzy, what exactly is wrong with that measurement?
Well, you're assuming you're on a globe because it's a geodetic.
So nobody is assuming a globe. No.
Yeah, well, you're.
The tool itself assumes a model, dude. It's
So
you
what?
got it.
Where do you think the assumption of the globe comes into play?
No, because what it is like you're trying to say you're finding curvature. You're trying to come up with this reciprocal zenith angle as though like you're about to find out if there's curvature. But with the maths you're using, you've already assumed you're on a ball, and of course your workings out are going to go, oh look, it all works out. We're on a globe, but you're not.
Okay, so
like,
nobody.
It's misleading. That's what it is. It's misleading, and you cannot. I don't care what you say, how you want to word it. You cannot use a fucking theodolite to measure, which only measures angles. It got zero about the curvature. It cannot detect curvature, regardless of how you want to dress it up. You cannot do that.
Okay, so nobody understands. Nobody is following. Nobody's going to be able to follow what you're saying.
Of course not.
If you can tell us specifically what you think you did wrong, that would be useful.
So before we continue, I would like to point out that what Slitzy is saying initially is sound. What Slitzy is concluding with, that he can't tell if there's curvature, is wrong. Because within the concept itself, where you just add in the numbers to make the maths, that's where you do get actually a curve. But that doesn't mean, which is where I intervene, and I'm saying that doesn't mean because the tool itself, the concept itself, just because you just follow the rules and put in the numbers and there you go, obviously there it is, because that's how it works, doesn't mean that you now project that outward, because that
nobody can follow this. This is not.
This is not. You cannot follow this. This is so basic.
This
I
is not
think
useful. Zach. I'm sorry, it's not useful. So
okay, I think I've dumbed it
For
down.
you, I guess.
think I dumbed it down. I think I've dumbed it down. Yeah.
Well, I don't think you've dumbed it down. I think you may have dumbed it, but I don't know if you've dumbed it down. So
Well, so people can follow. Yeah.
well,
So
no. So I do understand the measurement he's talking about.
So
You know,
is it one or two? Is it
to a
just
degree.
one, or it's got to be two, isn't it? Because you've got to compare, haven't you?
No, okay. So I understand that the process that we're discussing here. So my question to you then is, do you understand the process that we're discussing here? The process of taking reciprocal zenith measurements. Can you explain that process? Can you steelman that
is it
process?
just one? I know you're using more than one theodolite, because that's what I want to.
This is
You
no
using
problem.
two theodolites, or are you using two more than?
All right, so
This is
you're
where
using
this gets
okay. So
really
2 points.
unintelligent.
That's all I want to ask. That's what I would like to ask, because like I know what it is. You're going to say like, oh, if they come to more than 180, and it proves that I don't know.
But you don't know why. You don't know why it
He
shows
stated
that.
he doesn't know. Omni, he said he doesn't know.
Right. Okay.
Great.
So why should I believe? What reason should I believe that you are capable of critiquing this measurement?
Well, he just said he doesn't know. So you already have that answer.
So if I was telling you I am critiquing, I'm going to critique you on this, and then you ask me to, well, what exactly do you think I did that was, did in the first place, much less what I did wrong? And I said, well, I can't explain what you did. I just know you did it wrong. Okay.
Okay. So
does that sound to you? So let's see, like a valid position to have?
Well,
okay. Does anybody here think it's a valid position?
And yet again, my point resurfaces, which is this: to start talking about the fantasy now being Alice in Wonderland and asking Schlitzy if he knows.
I'm talking to Schlitzy.
Alice crawled through to get to the other side is what you're doing right now.
Zynak, I need you to try to figure out if you understand what the critique here is. If you don't understand it, then
it's very simple. It's very simple. He doesn't understand how the measurement, you do the thing that you do. He doesn't understand. Well,
I understand it because
how to do the measurement, but I guess he doesn't understand how to do the maths and get the result you're getting, and why you're getting the result that you're getting in some specific way.
No, I do understand it because it's
really?
geared up. It's geared up to make. They say like they're trying to do a line of sight, and they'll say it's more than 180, and if you add those two up together, it's not a direct triangle, and that's the curvature which is doing that, and that's not true.
It sounds like it would be very good for you, Schlitzy.
Kind of.
If this is what you want to be doing, I mean, you should really learn what they're doing.
Yeah, it's just a facade to make out you're on a globe.
So
that's the
belief. So that's your belief. If I don't believe that, I don't think that that's the case. So how do we know?
Your belief about the matter doesn't matter, Omni.
Well, I don't. I'm not talking to you. So let's see. I don't know what matters to you, but I'm telling. I'm sorry. Zynak. I don't know what matters to you, but I'm telling Schlitzy that the fact that you believe that there's some fuckery going on in his measurement, it doesn't. There's nothing that I can do with that. I can't take any action based on that belief because you can't tell me what was actually wrong.
Right.
This is like speaking about why your wife is nagging at you, but you don't get to why your wife is nagging at you. Then he's attempting to explain what you're doing, and then it's like, but I don't believe that's correct. So I won't go into reflecting upon why my wife is still nagging.
Whatever. Sure.
No, it's not whatever. That's really the greatest
Short,
metaphor.
man. You got wires crossed, man. You're shorted out.
It's really what's going on. So Schlitz is partially, at least, I can tell, getting what I'm saying, but he's not fully able to parse it. But he does understand the actions here in a certain way, but he doesn't have the ability to vocalize and communicate the doings.
Yeah, I don't think anybody understands what you're saying here.
Yeah, maybe if you maybe if you instead of using analogies, if you just spoke plainly about what you mean.
I've been doing everything here. Like I'm testing out like new things all the time here with you guys. Like I have endless of things to test out and metaphors to make, but and allegories and even literal things too. But like it doesn't commune. Like it's like really as if self-awareness is not even possible.
Well, I feel for you. You're a genius in your own mind, and nobody is.
You don't need to add on me.
Well,
I am speaking a basic observation that I am making. You don't need to go on.
You're not making any sense though.
Really, you see, if I am observing your human behavior. And,
yes, we know that you think
it.
you're making you're saying something profound.
You guys, the problem here is that if I was the psychiatrist and you were the patient, for some reason you imagine yourself already understanding why you're going to the psychiatrist to begin with, other than perhaps that you're depressed. But it's like you think you know why you are depressed, and then I'm like looking at you and listening
Fucking
to
hell,
you.
man.
Like,
come
wow,
on.
fucking hell, man. Yeah, exactly. And then you're asserting that I don't believe that you know how to help me because of stuff. And then I'm
you
sitting
can't
there
explain
like,
yourself.
Okay.
Great. If you
I can explain myself. It's the only thing I'm doing. The thing that is not actually happening is you comprehending the explanations that I'm giving.
Yeah, those are analogies. You keep giving weird analogies.
You imagine yourself so highly intelligent, so you have to conflate everything that I'm saying because you can't
This
give
is
it
not
a chance.
behavioral. This is not behavioral classroom. We don't care about the behavioral aspect of it.
Yeah, that's the problem. You don't care, whereas I care, and so my position is more intellectually
in a room
honest.
where
because
people
I do
care.
care.
You need to find
Not
somebody
caring
who
is
does
not
care.
an honest argument or a position to speak from,
You're
bro.
talking to a wall, dude.
I definitely am, and you just self-evidently pointed what I just said.
Yes, I've listened. I've listened long enough to understand that you're just kind of blabbering about human behavior and try to draw analogies to making measurements
Bro, if
of
you want
the
to
shape of the
reduce
earth.
yourself to a
That's
mineral
stupid.
wall without a fucking awareness of yourself, I mean, be my guest. Be a brick wall. I'll walk around you, dude. I'll even climb over you, or I'll just
have a good
be a
trip.
brick in the wall. Great. Should I sing now? Brick in the wall.
You just call me Wally. Have a good trip.
Do you hope you have memory of how you're a brick in the wall? Keep being in a brick in the wall, dude. Unmovable, unshakable until I just come with my sledgehammer or something. Or just leave you and you can just stand there for like until you just erode by nature itself at some point. Great.
Yeah.
You're very good at analogies. I will say that.
Great intellectual position that you just wanted to have, like be a brick in unmovable force.
I do like myself some Floyd, but you know, I don't. I look.
If you did, then you would respect more everything of what I'm saying.
Well, then what is your comment? Instrumentalism. What the fuck is that?
Oh, I'm glad you're now, instead of just saying ad homing that I am doing that stuff. without even actually being knowledgeable about what instrumentalism is. Do you know what it is?
No, I don't. That's a word I've never heard before.
Great.
Oh,
So
wow.
now finally we are witnessing becoming self-conscious of one's own philosophy. So what is instrumentalism? Let's just
make up a word.
I'll find you the page so you can see that it actually exists, and I'm just not speaking fantasies because I don't appeal to fantasies. So instrumentalism, I'll put it in the chat here for you. Instrument.
This is now officially boring.
You know when you
It
take
sure
these
is. But no,
Jabez.
it's not officially boring. He's becoming self-conscious.
No,
His
this
philosophy.
is
This is
boring.
great. No, it's actually very, very educational because now we are
Showbiz.
together going
Synax.
into something and
Synax,
studying it.
you're painful.
No, I'm being what I'm educated to be, a pedagogue. Holy shit, this is also my expertise. So let's look at this.
You made it sound like
Instrumentalism.
something completely different.
Philosophy of science and in epistemology, instrumentalism is a methodological view that ideas are useful instruments and that the worth of an idea is based on, hold on, how effective it is in explaining and predicting natural phenomena. According to instrumentalism, a successful scientific theory reveals nothing known, either true or false, about nature's unobservable objects, properties, or processes. Did you get that? According to instrumentalists, a successful scientific theory reveals nothing known, either true or false. Oh, great.
You
About
can play with my
nature's
instruments.
unobservable objects, properties, or processes. Amazing! Amazing! You gotta use the instrument. I cannot use my eyes. I have no sight to see the invisible thing. It's great acting, right? No problem.
Okay. Well,
Comedy hour. It's free, Omni. Take it or leave it.
You know when you take these reciprocal zenith angles, Shubil.
Can we talk about something different because this is boring?
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna move on.
Let's talk about cross dressing. I like to dress up in the mornings. Okay.
We're not going to
Jake.
cross dressing. We're not going to cross dressing. So,
wait, I have a genuine question. What about not thinking that your eyes can be used? Is it that you like? How do I even put this question into a question? Let's see. So, why do you need to always cater to a machine? Because you're studying something invisible, at least, you know. Why?
No, it's not. It's not invisible. It's not invisible. We're just using, instruments to get precision values instead of subjective opinions.
I think you're using the wrong.
I think that's what you believe it does, and you're forgetting the main point.
Yeah, forgetting
that's
the main
what you
point.
trust you are doing.
Objective instrumentation yielding repeatable results that others have done for centuries.
Bro, that sure is a good thing. I mean, I have a ruler too, and we have publicly agreed upon what a centimeter is. And I sure do love to measure my dick sometimes. But hey, it's definitely repeatable, although it grows. Although, here's the thing. Sure, I can get a value of how long my dick is by doing that. That's great.
We're moving on. We're moving on. If he's going to talk about that, fuck this.
So that's it, Zynax. You can't do that.
No, like you have no humor. He's gonna talk about measuring penis. I have no humor. I feel intelligently reduced. Oh.
Zynax.
That's his expertise. That's his expertise.
Moderately, if we can't have a moderately good conversation, then I don't know how you're part of it. So let's see. Did you want to talk to Shubel about reciprocal zenith angles and maybe?
Yeah. reciprocal zenith angles. What's happening with the light when you take these?
What do you mean? What's happening with the light?
Yeah, is it traveling straight? Is it bending anything?
Well, there is the well-known, well-documented phenomena of refraction. Yes, that does occur, and the refraction is a minor component, but a very real component. Yeah, we take that in consideration. But even if you did not, you would still end up with an arc of the radius of the Earth, which is inflated by 15%.
Yeah, so basically, that's what I'm trying to say. That you've got a standard for refraction, which you'll apply, and then you'll account for that with a measurement, with a calculation. But it's all assumed that you're on a ball.
Nope, no assumptions. Sorry.
It is.
Nope.
Look, you're using a tool, and you've got to admit this. You're using a theodolite, yeah? A theodolite does not measure curvature, period. It measures angles, straight lines. Even when that's calibrated, even when that machine is calibrated, it's measured like on a level surface. It has to be, otherwise it will not work. You cannot put that on a curve.
Well, the angles are measured from zenith, and we're not talking about a singular measurement. We're talking about a large body of measurements, and the radius of the Earth, and using theodolite, measuring the radius of the Earth against the celestial sphere. Yeah, that's without refraction because of the high vertical angle. So doing both with and without refraction returns the 15% of refraction, and in my case, I've measured 15.4%.
So when you try to add these to these various angles, and you're trying to make a triangle, and then you're going to say like, oh, they add up to more than 180, and then you're going to assume that is curvature. That's not curvature. That's refraction.
Well, no, it's not. Refraction is a very small component. It's still evident that vertical at any one location is radial to the planet.
You cannot assume right. Look, you have to agree, right? Refraction is a natural phenomena. Yeah, phenomena. Yeah. Right. So it's a natural phenomena. You cannot.
And you'll have to agree.
Put a cap on that.
Hold on. You'll have to agree. If I have to agree to one thing, you're going to have to agree to something else.
Okay.
Refraction at high vertical angle is nearly zero.
So, well, I don't know that. I haven't really.
No, you'll have to agree.
Well, I can't. I'm not going to agree, and I'm not going to disagree. What I will do, though, is actually I'm looking into it as we talk. So I'm hoping to come back to say something about that, because I don't understand. If I live by the sea, damn it. I mean, Shoebill. So you have to appreciate that some days I go down to the beach, I can see long distances, and another day I can't even see. It looks like 100 yards because there's so much happening over the water. It's just insane. So I can't see how you could then tell me I've got a thing for refraction, because that's not going to happen. Because some days are absolutely intense, and some days are there's nothing there.
Very good, very good. We'll go with that example. You have you have an example where you just described it varies. So you have an ambiguous scenario. So that is not an environment which you can tell anything, and that's why geodesy does not take place in that environment. We don't go down to the beach and see how far away we can see something. We measure in the clear air across terrain like mountain to mountain, mountain to valley, ridge to valley. In that environment, the ambiguity is nearly zero.
Well, I don't think that is the case.
Well, then you need to look into the science of it.
No, that's what I'm actually doing, because like really and truly, there has to be an amount of refraction, and you're saying it's curvature. I think I'm calling that curvature, assumed curvature, as refraction. That is just standard. That is just what's happening.
And
But
that's
you're
why
saying it's curvature, because don't forget the light's not coming in, it's bending things. So like when you're doing your angles, it's going to put that out. So when you're trying to measure up, oh look, it's more than 180, so that's curvature. That's not. That's the refraction causing that variation, and it's sort of conveniently falls in the category that's curvature.
But
But I
that's why
don't
I mentioned the high vertical angle where refraction is nearly zero. So we do both, and we find a difference, and the difference is a scant 15%. And through a large body of data over centuries by every industrialized country in the world, maps and navigation has been completely sorted.
Yes, but I'm still I'm still saying that you've got to put a calculation in to, for whatever, for your refraction or your, or your curvature, whatever you want to call it. And that is an assumption that you're on a ball, regardless of what you're now saying that, oh no, it isn't. Why would you have to put a calculation in?
Oh no, the determination of the shape of the Earth doesn't require any measurement.
But you can't use a theodolite to determine any shape other than a straight line angle.
Yeah, but shape doesn't require measurement. Shape, we have sunrise, sunset, eclipses, tides, and there's a South Pole, a North Pole, and a South Pole. So there we have shape right there. Sunrise, sunset, eclipses, tides, North and South Pole, 24-hour sunlight in the North Pole during the summer, 24-hour sunlight in the South Pole during its summer. Yeah, we have shape. Didn't even use map.
Why have you got Jesse, path of lies, running around doing these silly measurements if you can't measure the shape of the Earth?
We've determined the shape. We moved on to dimension.
So what's he doing? Because you can't, yourself, you can't use the theodolite to. It's never going to measure curvature. You know that. There's straight line angles. There's angles.
Yeah, and take a whole bunch of those angles, put them together, and see what it constructs.
What so like if I had 500, say I had 500 triangles, and I put all the triangles together, you think I'm going to build a circle?
I'm saying it would construct, if properly done over a large enough area, the portion of sphere would be evident. Yes.
But I'm good. How many triangles would I need to make a sphere?
Oh, it depends on the accuracy you're looking for. Depends on the integrity of the instrumentation you're using. And yeah, it's hard. It's hard with horizontal triangles, but with zenith angles, it's easy, and you don't need that many.
Zenith angles.
Yeah.
But you're
the easy one.
Triangles, aren't you? You're going to be more than 180.
No, he's gonna no, you didn't catch that? He's gonna look at the lights in the sky and then therefore sphere Earth.
No, he's not looking at the lights in the sky, Rob. He didn't say that, and that's not what he meant.
He just said zenith angles. Don't fucking lie.
I know what
zenith angles. Zenith angles.
If you learn what a zenith angle is, you wouldn't say that.
Yeah, okay? Zenith angles are not dependent on looking at anything in the sky.
They're looking at the lights in the sky. Yeah, they are. Because you're.
No,
yeah, you are.
You can just say that's not the definition. That's not the definition of a zenith angle.
Yeah, what is that, Rob? What is a zenith angle? Can you tell us?
What do you think it is?
Does it use straight lines?
Yes.
On a sphere. Good job.
So Rob, you came parachuting in here to jump in and yell something out, and
yes, I did, because that's what everybody does around here. So let's not worry about that part of it.
And it was pretty stupid. So now I want to ask you, do you know what the fuck you're talking about? The answer is no. You do not know what you're talking about. So try again.
South
When you
Pole
take
exists.
these, when you take these,
The South Pole exists, therefore sphere. How
when
about
you
that?
take these, how about this? When you take these zenith angles, yeah, is it just you, or is it like you, or you like got other people and you're taking all different? You're taking various measurements from various locations.
Well, we do. I've done both. I have done simultaneous where another operator with another instrument, and we're doing things at the same time. And I've done it with singular observations, but a large array of them to a stationary point in the distance over great distances, significant distances, not big distances, only 20, 25 miles, 15 miles, 10 miles, no, not big distances, medium sort of distances.
Mediocres.
Yeah, there's nothing heroic about a 20-mile measurement, no.
With the theodolite, yeah? Just to clear that up.
Yeah, purpose-built geodetic theodolite, which everybody uses, has, every industrialized country for the past couple of centuries, yeah.
Yeah. Listen, I've seen several drawings.
The best example was the determination of the elevation of Mount Everest. We use the same procedures.
Yeah, but I've got a problem with Mount Everest. Yeah.
Well, if you have a problem with Mount Everest, that's going to make this discussion real hard.
Well, no, because look, let's look at it factual and logical, right? So when
is this
was it
Schlitzky
first?
talking about being logical and factual? I'm sorry, I might be in. Are we in
Let him
the
go,
Twilight Zone?
NASA. Let him go.
Is that
let him go. Let Schlitzky go. He's got a problem with Mount Everest, and I'd like to hear what the problem is.
Yeah, I've tried to put a call into them Himalayans. They just ain't picking up. Yeah, what it was is when was it first surveyed, and when was the historical moment? Voila, Mount Everest measures this much.
About 1860, 1870.
1860. Did they use the theodolite, or did he walk up there with a tape or one of those roller things?
That was the point. That's why I brought that up. In 1860,
I know you did.
Okay, let me finish then. In 1860, or through a course of a couple of decades, because it was a long survey, they did observe Mount Everest by theodolite from about 100 miles away many times, and then they came to the realization it was 29,000 feet above sea level. And then in 1950, they did the survey again and still came up with 29,000. And then in 2003 or something, they went up there with China and India combined, went up there, measured it again with theodolites and GPS, and still came up with 29,000 feet.
So there's a discrepancy. You know why I'm asking this? Because there has been a discrepancy in the elevate or
in a couple of feet.
There hasn't been a discrepancy.
It doesn't matter if it's a couple of feet.
Yeah, it does matter if it's a couple of feet.
Oh, look.
Do you understand?
Okay, so
do you understand?
Hold on. So they came up with 29,000 feet in 1860, and they came up with 29,030 feet in 1950. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you.
Oh,
yeah,
30 whole feet.
So 30 feet, 10 meters,
so
10
you're
meters.
100 miles away. Look, you're
10 meters from 100 miles away. That's pretty good.
Oh,
yeah.
Listen, I can't. Listen, NASA show, could you please put a sock in it just for a minute?
No, for 10 meters. 10 meters from 100 miles away isn't bad.
Oh, look, come on, you've got a really super annoying voice, and I'm like,
you've got super annoying facts.
Okay, Schlitzy, hold on, Schlitzy, back to your issue where an improvement in precision of a tiny percent is a problem.
No, I tell you what the problem is. From 100 miles away, that's fucking insane, and you know that.
Nope.
Using a theodolite, yes, you do.
It was
if
verified,
you put your hand
though.
on your heart, and you're absolutely honest. It's just fucking beggars belief that you can say that's all right.
So we have an incredulity problem. No,
Schlitzy, hold on.
Shut up, you.
Yeah, Schlitzy, if it hadn't been secondarily verified and triple verified, then I would say, oh, in 1860, if they were like 5,000 feet off, 1,000 feet off, that'd be one thing. But they weren't.
Yeah, obviously, that would be,
Yeah, so there were so a revision of 10 meters. A revision of 10 meters. The snow might have moved 10 meters. It doesn't matter. That's too small. That's too small a value to call bullshit on the 1860 measurement when it compares so favorably with the 2003 measurement.
Right. Look,
that is vindication.
Look, just to show you, I'm not making comparisons. I'm just going to put it out there that, look, I work on levels. So I've got a kit, and I'll go up on the kit, and if I'm out, say like 10 mil, I'll guarantee on the next level I'll be at 25 mil because it will amplify as I go up. And this is what I'm trying to say, because if it's a couple of feet out, I don't see how they got an accurate measurement from 100 miles up. No, because the tool's limited, you fucking dimlo.
No, not.
It's not about
very
that.
accurate tool.
It's about the tool is limited.
Then they did it a second time.
Measure over long distances.
Then they did it a second time. And then they
guy is an absolute imbecile.
Then they took GPS
We're
up
talking
there.
Oh, GPS now. Oh,
yeah. And guess what? 3 different methods, and they
now
all
we're
agree.
understanding GPS.
And they all
we forgot
agree.
to mention
Amazing.
GPS, didn't we?
Amazing how they all fucking agree to the same number. And you say no because
No, because I'm not, you imbecile. It's a fucking stated fact.
Incredulity. I know you have an incredulity.
Hold on. Schlitzy.
Tell me the tool. Tell me the tool they used. Tell me the theodolite they used. I'll pull up the theodolite right now.
Is it possible to hear one person at a time around here?
I already posted it there, Schlitzy.
Okay.
I already posted it. If you go up,
I'm gonna get the instructions.
Hold on, Schlitzy. Go up to 26 minutes after, and you will see all kinds of instruments. Both instruments that were used, all 3 instruments that were used.
Okay. Well, I'm now going to go and laboriously look for the fact sheets about these machines and their limitations. So if I come back and it says it's not very accurate over 100 miles, what do we say then? How do we go about that?
If you come back with that, I will yield. I will give you a PayPal of $100.
I don't want a PayPal. I would rather you give that to some people who need it. Yeah.
Okay. The point is, these things. Polaris is not too far away.
Right. Look, I'm gonna look at these things. I'm gonna, this is what I want to do because
back to looking at lights in the sky. We're not looking at lights in the sky.
One quick favor. Scroll up to 26 minutes after and look at the instruments used.
I don't know if anybody's ever mentioned it, but the whole the lights in the sky, you can't, that's not a way to think about things. That's a thought terminating cliche if you're looking for like what something like that's called.
Well, it's a fallacy, right? It's special pleading because every other case of light on Earth where we have something that's giving off light, right? It's coming from a source of matter. So if you're saying that the objects in space that give off light are a case where it's not from matter, that would be special pleading because every case that we can demonstrate light is emitted from some form of matter. So you would have to find some form of matter or some light here on Earth that is not emitted by a form of matter for that statement to have any shot of not being fallacious.
This is just another incredulity alert. This is just another nuh-uh, this time on Mount Everest.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that the special pleading thing gets done a lot in these forums.
And I'm using the same instruments that was used in 1955.
Yeah, I would say it's more about the method, right? Surveying. If you're trying to distinguish how accurate the survey was, you have to look at the method that was used. The tools are a part of it, but the method is really the important aspect.
See,
Yeah, that's
I
what.
don't.
Which is why we deal with redundant measurements, so we do have a statistic.
See, I don't have a problem with any measurements.
Sure, are
I just have a problem with the limitation of the tool making that measurement, where I think it could be open to ambiguity.
Well, that's because you're using construction grade tools on a construction site.
No, I understand the tool. The tool that there's no way those theodolites are meant to measure 100 miles. They just ain't gonna do that.
That's an assertion on your part, which is completely unsupported. These are purpose-built instruments for specifically that function.
Okay. Right, I'm at 26, yeah? I've got purpose-built instrument, the evolution. Oh, that's just rude as well, the evolution. What, they evolved? What, they were, first of all, they were compasses, and then they just evolved into theodolites.
Yeah, Equipment evolves. Yeah, equipment evolves. We build one piece of equipment. We find its limitations. And we build better equipment, and then manufacturing techniques improve, and they build better equipment. And then manufacturing equipment improves, and they build even better equipment. Yeah.
Okay, don't blow a blood vessel. We
Well, you didn't like the word evolution.
Right, look, I'm still.
Yeah, but Schlitzie, he's still using the one from 50 years ago.
I would imagine it's more accurate than the ones of today.
No, actually, but that's okay.
Actually, my 19.
No one's listening. Is anyone
actually,
listening?
that instrument from
if you're
1950.
listening to Nasha Shield, raise a hand. I don't see no hands.
I don't care.
one's
I don't care what
listening.
you think, Slutsky. I don't see
By
any
the way-
hands. All
by
I
the
see
way,
is
the-
you just being annoyed because I'm coming here with
Not
facts.
your
and you're just
national
gonna-
beer. You
You're just coming in
can't
and
pronounce your national beer.
And
You can't
newer
pronounce your
equipment.
national beer.
You're not going to
No.
find an instrument better than a Wild T3.
Yeah, that's.
I was thinking
I
they've
give you
hauled
your
it.
dues there,
They've
Bill.
hauled,
I will
they've hauled a
say
really good.
that's a
One of the guys hauled up a
seriously
really good.
accurate tool, regardless of what NASA Shield says.
One of the guys hauled up a real good GPS receiver to confirm that.
Did it have you?
Yeah,
did it have your eyes?
multiple technologies. Multiple technologies over the years have done nothing but reaffirm the surveys that were done in 1870.
Right.
Is
It's
that
amazing
you?
how.
Is that you?
It's amazing how we've measured it.
Theodolite?
It's amazing how we've measured it 2-3 different ways, and Slitsky still says no.
Oh, shut up! Who's listening to you?
Okay, Schlitzie, you did make a comment. Oh, Schlitzie, you did make a comment. You said, did somebody actually go up there and measure it? Well, yes, they did. In 2003 or whatever, they took GPS equipment up to the top and put the instrument right on top of it.
You know when? Right. You know when they was like 100 miles away? Yeah.
That was 1860, 1955.
Oh,
and,
shut up!
In the 2010s, they hauled a GPS up to the top.
Please mute
They
this
hauled
guy.
a
He absolutely
GPS
just-
to the top, Schlitsky. Totally
Stop
different device.
sucking on
Totally
the
different.
But Schlitzie,
Go ahead, talk
yeah,
over me
hold
for a
on.
while. I'm
Yeah,
just
but
as stubborn as
Schlitzie,
you, Schlitsky.
it's exactly what you asked for. Did you asked
No,
did
look,
somebody actually go to
I'm
the top?
trying to have a conversation with you, Shoebill, because I think, like, you know, even though you're very hardcore, you do, you know, like, when things are right, you say, yes, that's correct. Even though then you go into globe theory and everything's like,
Just tell me when you've said something right, Schlitsky, and I'll tell you you're right. Till now, you've said nothing right.
That's your shit. Can you just stop? No one's talking to you. I'm having a word.
Shitsky.
I'm having a word with
Shitsky.
Sherbet. Yeah?
Shitsky.
Me and Sherbet
Say
are
something right.
speaking.
Something moderate, Omni.
Yes. Omnivore, this is how your server's gonna go down every day. You're gonna lose people.
I just wanted a conversation with Shoebill because he's the only one talking sense now, and Mr. Shield is just being
Well,
his
Shitsky. In the
usual self.
meantime, I'm telling you the truth, and you're saying no the entire
Like,
time.
come on, man. This is fucking ridiculous. We're trying to have a conversation. We don't need NASA Shield being a fucking dickhead.
Guys, please don't do this. Don't have
Yes,
to do these
please.
petty insults. Let's go one at a time. Be nice. Look at the room. Title, it
But
says
we
be
don't
nice,
need NASA
please.
Shield. I'm having a conversation with
All right, so
Shield.
let's have Schlitzy and NASA go. I'm Schlitzy and Shubil go back and forth a bit.
Yeah, I'm only getting some details from Shubil because like I don't need NASA Shield keep commenting on everything because there's nothing to comment at the moment. So
why do you keep bringing me
yeah,
up in this? I'm trying to be quiet, and you keep bringing my name up.
Well, stay
I'm
quiet.
I'm rent free inside your head.
Oh, stay quiet. Could you, NASA? You'll have your turn.
Please?
Yeah. So they didn't use the theodolite you had, did they? Not
correct.
Not on the first one. What was their model on the first one?
That picture was also displayed.
Yeah, I got sorry, I just ain't got my glasses. I'm somewhere and I'm not like with my glasses, so I couldn't really see.
It was custom built for the job. In 1860 and 1840, they had instruments manufactured for that survey because they were at the cutting edge of the most monumental survey undertaken in the 19th century.
Okay. Did it say give the company who built that?
I'd have to look up the name, but I think Troughton and Sims is one of them. And there's several British, predominantly British manufacturers.
I was going to say it's going to be British. So like, if it's British, then I've got no problem. I can.
Well, yeah, it was the East India
take that up.
Company. It was the East India Company that did the survey, and yeah, it was definitely. The UK is the geodesist of record for like the whole fucking Earth.
The old East India. Do you know about the East India? I'll come back with when I get all my information. I'll come back with it. You have a brilliant.
Well, the East India Company. The East India Company was the organization that executed the survey, and that survey went on for like 50, 60 years.
Yeah, I got some good stories about them. That'll make it toast cold. So look, I'm gonna like quietly sign off, do a little bit of research about these theodolites, and then we can come back. Then if NASA Shield wants to say something, he can join right in. But when I haven't got all the information,
NASA Shield is really annoying.
Yeah, I know he is, but like, do you know what it is? When people have like got nothing about them, you sometimes have to include them because something might just.
Let's change something that's not again like a concealed personal attack. It appears
no, it's not
that
a personal attack. I just want him to be
a vehicle
included. I want him to be included. Then he can be nicer.
Sure. It appears that
it can be nicer.
A vehicle in Liverpool has run over a bunch of people. We still don't know if it was on purpose or an accident.
Oh, you're joking, no?
Liverpool, UK.
I can. Let me have a look. I'll look at it right now. I've got my friend up there. I'll ask him directly.
The BBC reported on it.
Man detained after car collides with several pedestrians.
Yep.
Do you know what that was? There was there was something going on in Liverpool today. I think it was because they won the Premier, the football. So it was most probably the streets were at their busiest because they have a parade where they have the cup that they win for the football. They won the top of the Premiership. So they this week they've had them in London as well. Tottenham had one. Crystal Palace had one yesterday. Or Crystal Palace had one today. They won the FA Cup. It's like a well-known thing, so it's a good time to cause havoc. Hopefully, no one's seriously hurt.
About how many people were involved in that car assault?
It just said several people. I just clicked the. Don't say how many
A
people were hurt.
53-year-old man was arrested.
Yeah, but did he run over like 3 or 4 people, or like run down the sidewalk and take down 30?
Is a 53-year-old man. Who knows? He may have had a heart attack.
I
Details are
wasn't
not
talking
clear
about
yet.
why. I just wondered the scope.
Not sure. I haven't found any victim numbers yet. Just posting what I've found so far. You're welcome.
It says a number of people, car struck fans. It could even be a rival. Because you have Liverpool and Everton. There could be a rival. I don't know. The ultimate. Let me see what the ultimate is. It was 3 hours ago. I know that much. Maybe even longer. No. 9 hours ago. No. 8 hours ago. 3.
Who said the N word? Who was that?
You can definitely see the attack on Twitter.
Stop using the F word. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh my god.
Why is everyone sleeping, man? What is this, like, sleep
I
together?
think they're waiting for a subject.
Is this like, let's sleep together room? Like, what the fuck is
So,
this?
you guys heard of the new video game coming that came out called Chad versus Gay Nazis?
Have you guys heard that, like, 15% of the population causes 128% of the crime?
Yeah, but seriously, Chad versus Gay Nazis. Anybody heard of that shit?
No.
It's hilarious.
Fascists need to be re-educated and possibly expelled from every nation they're found in.
Yeah, but then the fascists, they unite in one nation and then they take over your, like,
No,
soy
they'd
boy
kill each
nation.
other.
No, they will unite and take over your soy boy nation.
But are you a fascist?
No, nobody will fight. Like, you know that the left, nobody wants to fight. The only one who fight are fascists.
That's not true. Are you a fascist?
It is true, according to the Bible.
Oh, can you post your biceps, please, in the chat? Let's see how strong you are.
Me? I'm 5 feet
Yeah.
2 tall, and I weigh around about 300 pounds. I'm massive.
Okay.
Wow.
Like,
Jesus.
will
That is massive.
I would
I mean,
scare
that's
you
massive.
just
It
by
could be massive
looking
in
at you.
one of two ways.
It's like a
Just
I guess
by
we're not having
looking at you,
serious
you're gonna run.
conversations around here.
You're gonna run. Like, the second I walk on the same road as you, you're gonna, like, swap, not just the road, you're gonna swap the block. Because I have a big cock.
Well,
Okay.
when you say big, you mean like
submission. You heard it, everybody.
100 pounds?
She
That
said
big?
okay.
Or...
She said okay. She submitted. I accept your submission. Next.
Hey, Omnivore, you want to maybe get a good subject going on here? This is fucking
I
ridiculous.
agree, it's ridiculous. What subject do we want to do?
Do you want to talk about the East India Company? Let's talk
If
about
a
that.
civil war would break out between the right and the
I
left.
don't know that we want to talk about the East India Company. I'm fairly familiar, and I'm not sure that's a good,
The greatest, one of the greatest evils of capitalist modernity, the East India
It's
Company.
super corrupt.
Yeah,
If
they
you
were
guys are under
a
the
great
impression-
example of capitalism in action.
If you guys are under the impression that Christianity is the true religion, right? I only have one question. A Muslim told me this, and it's a good point. He said, if Christianity is true, why does Islam say Christianity is false, but Christianity does say Islam is false anywhere in the Bible?
I'm not going to engage with
It's
that, man.
almost like linear time travels in one direction. It's crazy.
There you go. The Christians can never answer this question. They can call you Christophobic, but they
I
can't
just
call
told
you
you linear
wrong.
time travels in one direction.
It doesn't. You're just
Linear
wrong.
time doesn't travel in one direction. Travels in multiple.
Time doesn't exist. Are you like low IQ? Are you like entry-level physicist? Like, what's wrong with you?
Oh, sorry. This is Artie trolling. Never mind. Who cares?
Mr. Soylent, you need to consume more soy so you can keep up with the
Eridan, what is going on with you?
What's going on with you, man? How you doing?
No, I'm asking you. You're in here. You're saying stuff that it just seems to be, I don't know, generally hostile. So I'm wondering if
He's a noise troll. What do you think?
It's called antagonistic.
There you go. He
Thank
told
you,
it to you.
Mr. Dictionary.
Yeah, he said it to you because you didn't know the word.
Yeah, funny that the flat earther is one of the smartest people in here. You guys are
Of course
fucking
you are.
ridiculous.
Please,
Childs.
please,
Go on,
Rob.
Robbie.
There
You're a
was a
potato.
study that flat earthers have more testosterone than globers on average. This is true, by
Robbie's
the way.
no robot.
What the fuck?
Yeah, this is true. You guys
Rob is
like
not a
like
robot.
cope?
He's a potato.
Cope? Flat earthers are like more masculine. It's just a fact.
Well,
Male
I'm not
and
worried
female.
about that.
Or
Also, low IQ is in fact correlated with having more children, right? Just so you know, like you high IQ individuals, you think it's like a flex, but women don't want high IQ. Women want chads that rule out of their mouth. I'll cope.
Are you a Chad?
That's crazy.
Yes, I told you already.
Okay,
I'm
show.
5'5".
I want to see. I want to see. If you're attractive, you have to show me.
I'm.
Because I'm a
You
woman
don't
on the
understand
internet.
that I'm so chad. If I will show you just.
Did you say you're a woman on the internet or alone?
I'm a woman on the internet. You have to show. You have to face
I
reveal
don't.
to
I'm
me.
not
I
here
have
to
to. I
impress
have to
you.
give the evaluation.
She's
Yeah, but this is the difference between chads and non-chads. A chad doesn't care about the opinion of a woman, so unlucky.
I'm so
Chads
confused.
are about getting women.
What's happening?
You're trolling so poorly, honestly, Arden. You can do better than this.
You can go back to silent. Silent.
Oh, hilarious! No one's ever thought of that before.
So, who is anyone here pro-Israel other than NASA Shell?
I'll be pro-Israel.
Pro-Israel.
I'm not going to engage with you, Arden.
Why has anyone got to be pro anything? You don't even live there unless you're gonna go there and spend a year.
I live in Tel Aviv. Here in Tel Aviv, we
Okay,
have
let's
the
do
gayest
this.
community
Red
on
tape.
earth.
I'm doing this honestly. I'm not doing this in bad faith. I'm not doing a devil's advocate. I hold this belief honestly. I am for the state of Israel to exist.
I
Because
am
I think
for
people
the state
need
of Israel to take over Palestine because they have Hamas.
They have
and
Hamas?
Hamas needs to be destroyed. Here in Tel Aviv, we have gays. In Gaza, gays.
I'm not going to engage with Arden, man.
I think we should forget that. No one, there might be a couple of people.
Nobody
from
gets it. Yeah, exactly.
Israel.
This is exactly what we need to do.
No, I'm perfectly willing to give. Look, it's safer in America for Jews than Israel. Let's just move
wrong.
the Israelis to New Jersey. They can have New Jersey.
All of them.
That's wrong. According to the ADL, anti-Semitism is on the rise in America.
Okay, I don't care, man. I'm not engaging you, Arden. I already know you're a troll.
It doesn't
Let's
matter.
not do
You can
politics,
only call me a troll, but you can't.
we're doing
call me
politics.
wrong.
It's a bad idea.
Politics is based.
They only call you a troll. They cannot call you
This
wrong.
is OmniTalk. We can talk about anything as long as it's in good nature.
Yes.
They have more
people who are
argument.
pro-Israel at this point.
It has to be. It has to be like. Yeah, we have to have content, not just scratch our tongues.
Shall we swerve political nonsense and some religion for a day, just for one day?
Nobody even has control over what they're
Religion
doing.
Conversations are boring, bro. Y'all
It's a
just
puppet show.
cycle the same shit from 2003.
Silent, can you come up, bring something up, please?
No,
I only brought up the
he's
gossip
the
thing because I couldn't
toy
think of anything.
producer. He's like a woman. He's never satisfied, but talks the most. You know.
Wow.
Because I don't want to talk about flat Earth. It's boring.
Well, I mean, I mentioned something in the news. A car in Liverpool ran over a bunch of people. We don't know if it's a terrorist act or an accident. Yeah.
No, they said it's a white guy, so I'd imagine it's, they don't release that. And
White guys cannot be terrorists?
Wow.
I know the heroic IRA would have something to
Well,
talk
imagine
to you
if
about.
it was like a cross-dressing black.
Oh, stop it. I posted a video at 18 after. It looks pretty bad.
Let's see. Come on, man. Like, okay, this British son of a bitch.
Let's see if
Are
I
you
can
saying
call
that
him.
like?
Let's have
Would you say that the IRA was bad?
So
me.
So a lot of people were claiming that Trump is gonna like.
Do you know what the
establish
IRA
peace.
were? Do you know what the IRA were?
Yeah,
Yeah.
heroic
Right.
liberation
What were
movement.
they? What were they?
Resistance fighters.
Resistant fighters. You know nothing.
They were
you know
heroes.
fucking zero.
They were heroes.
You know
They were heroes
nothing.
without
You
faith.
know nothing. You
Well,
know
okay,
nothing.
then
What
what's
the
so
hell
wrong
is
with them?
happening, man? Shit's again.
Because they're the same people who are fucking destroying the country now. So they were freedom for what? The
Well, no,
socialists.
they're not destroying the country. They're not in
socialist
charge. The
commie
IRA is not in
scum.
charge of Ireland, very sadly.
This the political arm of the IRA, the RA. It's called Sinn Féin. And
Yeah,
these are
yeah,
the
those were
people.
the right-wing
These are the people who
deviationists.
are
The
opening
only
their doors. These are the
true.
people who are opening their doors to fucking destroy the country. So don't tell me about the IRA. They're fucking heroic.
Well,
You
no,
ask
the
any
biggest
fucking
threat to
decent,
Ireland
ask any
is, of
decent Irish
course,
person
the
today.
disgusting,
Ask
smelly
any
Anglos.
decent Irish person today. I'm Irish myself, so I think I've got precedence on this. So you know nothing.
I don't know, man. You're speaking
You
English.
don't know anything. Zero.
You're not
You've
Irish
been
anymore. I
colonized, man.
revoke it from
You
you.
don't know
You're no
nothing.
longer Irish.
You've been colonized, dude. You're speaking English.
Oh, mate,
Yeah,
I was born in London,
colonized
actually. I was
themselves,
born in
bro.
London. I consider myself a Londoner, even though all my family are Irish. So there you go.
And what's wrong with Irish liberation? There's only a few counties left that need to be liberated from the disgusting rule of the British.
Yeah, so Africa can take the Africans can take over. The third world can take not even the Africans. I'm going to say the third world can take over.
There we go there.
The third world.
Hold on.
Wait,
If
the Irish
Northern
are third
Ireland
world,
is if Northern Ireland is annexed by
No,
Republic
it's not
of
Northern
Ireland,
Ireland. It's Ireland.
that's gonna
as a
allow
whole,
African
yeah?
people to
Whole.
what?
It's Ireland as a whole. They're not half a nation. It's just like you
They're
have
kind of
the
like a half nation.
yeah. Well, Northern Ireland they just use the only difference is the currency. They have the the Irish pound, and in the south they have the euro. But it's not two different countries. You've got Northern Ireland and Southern Ireland. There's no border. So it's just Ireland, but half of like the northern part is they use the English money, and it's like got English rule, like government rule. So that's the only difference.
Okay.
It's not two different
So
countries.
Red Tape, would you say the same thing for Scotland and Wales?
Wales is English. There's no borders. They use the pound. Scotland, there's no borders. You use the pound. Scottish pound. Wales use the English pound. So I don't understand what is your point.
Nothing. I was just asking.
Yeah, there's part there's Wales, even Ireland, Northern Ireland. It's all part of Great Britain. That's what you got. You've got Great Britain, then you've got England, Scotland, and Wales. Then you have Ireland. But as they are part of Great Britain, but they're not English and they're not part of England. But they're not when you say England. England just means on the, in England, excluding Wales and Scotland.
Anyways. So here's an interesting topic. If I pick a point in Canada and I draw on the Mercator map a straight line to a point in Texas, and I get my theodolite, and I start walking from the point in Canada, northern Canada, to the point in Texas, and every 69 miles, I measure my angle to the sun with a theodolite, and then put all of the data I've recorded on the list
What? Why would you measure 69 miles? Why wouldn't you measure 60?
1 degree.
Well, why wouldn't you measure 60?
But let's see, wait. I'm not done with the proposition.
60 nautical miles, 69 statute miles.
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on.
60 nautical miles,
You're already
69
establishing
statute
that you're
miles.
on a globe. You're
Oh my
already
God, man.
establishing that you're on a globe. It's a very telltale sign. Sorry.
60 nautical miles.
I'd measure
interference.
I would stop every 20 miles to measure the angle. Why not measure 20 miles increments the whole way? That'd be better.
Even better. Perfect.
You do it in nautical miles then, because he's stuck on 60.
Let's do it in plane trigonometry. Even better, wouldn't you?
Not
reckon?
plane trigonometry doesn't work on the globe.
Sorry, I don't understand you.
But to be fair, using the sun would be a little complicating. Using Polaris would be better.
So I just want to be clear that the 69 statute or 60 nautical miles is the observation. It's not the assumption of a sphere. That's just
It is. If you're going to use plane trigonometry, let's use 60. 60.
You can use whatever distance you want, and when you take the measurements,
I just want to know if you
take the
know how we
measurements.
came up with 60 nautical miles. How do you think we came up with that?
Because you're assuming you're on a ball. That's why you do it.
No.
1 degree every 69 miles. It's not because you have to do that to keep the illusion that you're on a ball.
No, that's not true.
However, that's why the other day, look, ask your mate who came on to do the thing about celestial navigation. Ask him why he hasn't answered my couple of messages I sent him. I sent him a couple of messages. You heard me say it, innit? I'm sorry. I'd like to participate, but I'm only getting half the sentence. I've sent you a couple of things. Could you have a look at them? Yeah, I got them in the DM. Didn't even answer me.
Well, let's just do this. Let's just measure some random distance. Let's go like 19 miles and then do that incrementally and then plot it all out and see what the mileage would be for 1 degree.
It's fine. I think we could just use plain trigonometry. Why not use this? Why can't we use the sun?
Because it doesn't work. That's why we don't use plane trigonometry.
What? It doesn't work on your assumption.
It doesn't work, period.
No. Yes, it does work.
It doesn't work. No, it doesn't work. When you measure the globe.
And Shubu will tell you.
When
if
you start
use
measuring
plain trigonometry, assuming that you're on a flat plane, where we've got the North Pole in the center, and we use one of those maps. Yeah, it does work.
No, it doesn't
works.
work.
No, it doesn't.
Absolutely fine. Yes, it does.
Nope, doesn't work. Sorry.
That's a crazy assertion. That's an extraordinary assertion. It's going to need extraordinary evidence.
Well, I'll send you what I sent that guy. Yeah. And you can do it. And
Have
you
you
can do
actually
it,
done
work
this?
it
I
out.
bet you've never done it.
You can work it out, and I know 100% it works out. So
you've done it.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to send it
No, you
to
haven't done
Shubil.
it. You
I
lying
can
sack
send
of
it to
shit.
Shubil.
Shubil's done
I
it.
can
You
send
haven't.
it to Shubil.
You haven't
Yeah,
done it.
send it. Now let him send it. I want to see what he's talking about.
I want to see it too. Now I'm intrigued.
Okay, you want me to send it?
You could post it. You could just post it to the chat.
No, I send it to you. I DM you. my
Okay,
fuzzy little
DM me if
friend.
you're fine, and I'll read it first before I decide if I make it, to go on with it. But
Okay, let me just. I've got to do something, so I'm going to be 5 minutes. I just have to send something to someone. Yeah.
very good. I got time. 5 minutes is.
Yeah, it's fine.
5 minutes is great.
I'm only going to copy and paste. I send it to the guy.
That's
so,
okay.
I'm
That's
only going
okay.
to copy and paste it.
Yeah, but you've never heard of spherical excess, have you?
Yeah, your head's spherical and it's got some access.
My head is spherical, unlike yours that is flat, along with your brain lines, apparently.
But Schlitzy, you have to admit, you have to agree, the stars do go around Sigmontantis in the southern hemisphere because there's a South Pole. You have to agree.
Did you see that crazy lady from Australia where she posted? How come star trails with the, like one they're going one way and one they're going the other?
He's not Australian.
Star trails, they're actually going over the bush. I goes, how are they going over the bush?
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Are you Australian?
He's talking about Trouble About, and he's trying to make fun of her star trails. But Trouble About has some really good star trails.
Oh, insane! It's just some. Yeah, I don't know what she was trying.
Okay, there's plenty of star trails in the southern hemisphere.
Well,
Plenty of those.
Her star trails were just some kind of like, I don't know what she was trying to do.
Okay, well, there's plenty of them. We don't even have to pick any one person. There's plenty of them, including one taken at the exact geographic South Pole, looking straight up, and they make a nice little perfect circle. Yeah, because the geographic South Pole exists. Okay, so once you have a North Pole and a South Pole, we have shape. Now we're going to talk dimension.
Yeah.
So
Lights in the sky
incredulity
means
alert.
fear. Yay!
I know this is an incredulity alert on Rob's behalf. Is this also on Schlitzky's behalf that southern stars don't exist, or?
Oh, stop it!
You're not. You're an Englishman, right? Somewhere up
No,
there.
I'm gay.
No, it's good. It's cool. NASA shield, lights in the sky prove you live on a sphere. Good job.
That's correct. Very good. Welcome to the globe.
Welcome to the globe. NASA, I want to be like you.
Oh, you do? Well, then go to school.
Well,
and study
one thing's for certain. The southern hemisphere stars definitely make flat impossible.
You don't want to be like NASA Shield and nobody likes him. Everybody's mean to him, jumps on him all the time.
I don't really
I
care if
would
anybody
like
likes me.
to.
I actually like the fact that flat earthers don't like me.
Well, I like you. I think you're all right, dude. But I mean, every time you're in the damn room, it seems like somebody's jumping on you over something.
You got to because I just want facts. That's all.
Got is you keep sending me silly DMs saying you want to dress up in girls' clothing.
I never sent you anything like that. You lying sack of shit.
You did.
You
Don't
lying sack of
lie.
shit.
Don't get
Lying sack of shit.
embarrassed.
I know.
Don't get embarrassed.
I know. You're a flat earther. You have to lie.
Don't get embarrassed.
You have to lie in order to be a flat earther.
Schlitzy, don't go there, Schlitzy. Don't do it.
You already went full research.
Don't do it, Schlitzy.
That's a steal. Where'd you come up with that, you geek?
Because everyone called everybody NASA shills about 5 years ago, so I thought it would be funny.
Right, hold on. Now I've got to find DM. Right, done that. So DM. Where's the little guy? What's his name? Photo Fred, isn't it? Yeah, here we go. Dun, dun, dun. Right, let's do a.
The hell is going on here?
Right. Gonna get the message. Copy that. If there's anything missing, I don't know because I've just obviously I've just copied this. Oh, maybe I can do it on here. I think I've done it to a note, so let me just go through it. Navigating using the sun.
You know what's pretty neat? You know what's pretty neat? On one of my instruments, a couple of my instruments, they actually come with solar filters so I can measure the sun directly.
No way.
Well, yeah, that's a standard. It's a standard accessory to a good theodolite is a sun filter, so you can just measure the sun directly for azimuth and or latitude. I use the sun all the time. Make hundreds of sun observations for azimuth.
I just want to go through this formula just so I just know it's all right. 1 second.
I just want to know why they include filters to observe the sun with theodolite. If some people want to tell me that's not what theodolites are made for. In every survey textbook I have, they talk about celestial observations with theodolite. I wonder why that is.
It's most probably, you know, lost in the science, Shubil.
And what are you lost in?
Cocaine.
The non-science?
I just do the cocaine. First you get the power.
If you wanna get down, down on the ground, cocaine.
That's too much information, man. I'll be your dog.
What's up here?
Okay. Yeah. Right, I'm going to send it to you now. One sec. To the little Schubert. You're going to read it first, Schubert. You can read it out loud if you want. If I've made a mistake, you can fucking tell me I'm gay. I'm not going to cry about it.
Are you a lumberjack? Are you okay?
I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. I dress in Nasha Shields skirt and come out to play. Get on the ground and I do my cocaine.
No singing. No
Oh, sorry.
singing.
I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. Yeah, that's what you can imagine. Can you imagine Nasha Shields doing that? I reckon he's a big guy. but
No,
he
you
sounds
not
like
knock it
a
off.
big
Knock
guy.
it off.
He's a big guy. You know that. You know that sketch, innit? You're laughing. You've had to mute yourself because you're laughing. Right, I'm going to post it. Here we go. Sherbet. I got you under sherbet. Using the sun, yeah? Shoe?
I quite often do.
Okay.
Sometimes I
There,
use stars, sometimes I use the sun. I compare them. I get very, very high integrity results.
there you go. My gosh.
Let me know if you post it. I don't know what it is, but
No, I posted it. I just
Okay.
DM'd it.
Yeah. It's very straightforward, very basic. Doesn't describe
Yeah.
anything about being flat. It's describing the three circles of equal altitude, and that's all it says.
Yeah, but I can still do my thing, me. I can still navigate with that.
Yeah, because when you draw your circle of equal altitude, you are not going to do that on the AE map.
Yeah, I'm going to do it with, you know, like the map with the North Pole. I would imagine it's
well, no, you see, and that's where, and that's
azimuthal,
yeah, but that's
equidistant.
Well, that's where you're going to run into trouble.
I don't think so.
Well, okay, you may not think so, but you're being told that you are incorrect. Now, if you think you know better, then you're going to have to somehow.
I'll give you the map that I need you to look at. I can give you that map if you want.
You see, this is exactly what he just described.
But I can give you the map if you need. If you're thinking of some other map, I'm not thinking of like. Don't get me wrong. It's not.
There you go.
Not,
That's what Schlitzie described. No big damn whoop. Draw the circles on a globe, and you're good to go. Draw the circles on an AE map. You're going to have a problem because
no, I'm not on an AE. I don't know what AE map.
You know, you did say a flat map with the north at the center.
Yes.
Okay, that I know of no other description other than an azimuthal equidistant map. If you have some other map, you're going to if you have some other map, you're going to have to include that.
No, yeah, that's what I'm going to azimuthal.
Yeah, include the map.
Equidistant map.
Yeah, conclude the map. You drew the circle on, and I dare you to draw a circle on it.
Why wouldn't I draw a circle on that?
Because it won't be a circle.
I've even given you an example. I've even given you an example.
Yeah, the example was circles of equal altitude.
Mm-hmm.
And at no point does it describe anything about being flat.
No, you don't. I would imagine this, you know, this is just plane trig to work on a flat plane. It has to be plane trigonometry, otherwise it's not going to work.
Well, and that's where you're wrong.
That's why I said you have to use 60 rather than 69, because if you use 69, you're going to get yourself into problems. And you're
No, you'll be exactly the same because you'll be using 69 miles per degree or 60 nautical miles per degree.
Well, you can see
they're equivalent. They're equivalent.
50 degrees above me, so you'd minus that from 90, which leaves 40, which I'd be timing by 60 to give me that 2,400. Then I'd draw my circle at 2,400.
Yeah, that'd be nautical miles.
Yeah.
And if you use 69, you would get you would get the same mileage in statute miles.
You'd be different.
You get the same radius. Yeah, 69 statute equals 60 nautical. It's like feet and meters. It's no big damn deal.
I'll still go with the.
You can go with either one. It doesn't fucking matter. You don't have a map.
Okay, keep your hair on. Keep your hair on. For thousands of years, people done this, yeah? And regardless of how they got lost, some people did. Listen, they people get lost all the time, even with all the shit they got now, so it's no excuse.
So what do you think is going on here? So let's see. I still don't understand.
Well, I'll just prove to you that you can use plane trigonometry.
No, you did not prove
to
that.
navigate. And you're
You did
telling
not
me
prove
I
that.
can't because I'm going to run into trouble. Well, you actually, right? Have you got a flat map? Because I haven't got a flat map around me where I can draw that. You got a flat map? An azimuth equidistant map? So I'll give you the equation. You write the map and tell me what I've done wrong. If you're telling me it's wrong, so you tell me why it's wrong. Prove to me why it's wrong. I'm just saying that's how you can navigate using plane trigonometry on a flat map, on an azimuth equidistant map. You're telling me it's wrong, so like I would imagine the burden's on you to bring the proof that I'm wrong.
The difficulty would be plotting that circle of equal altitude. And actually, it could be plotted, but you would be using a transformation, and you would end up drawing some crazy looking elliptical shape because the Earth is a globe.
No, you're assuming we're on a globe. I'm not.
Oh no.
Globe.
There's no assumption. No. The shape of the Earth is incontrovertible. We have sunrise, sunset. The South Pole exists. You don't have a South
It
Pole in a
doesn't
flat.
matter. I'm not going to get. I'm not getting into the semantics of what shape we're on. I just want to go from A to B. You're right. Look, for 100%, you do not travel in a curve. You do not.
So let's see.
You go from
okay,
A
100%.
to B. It's a straight line.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
100%. 100%. A cargo ship traveling in a great circle route is the equivalent of a straight line because it's confined to the surface of the earth and it doesn't make any turns.
So where do you? What's that? Just following a latitude line.
No, a portion of great circle. Who would follow a latitude line? If you're going to go from I don't know, Buenos Aires to Dakar, you're not going to follow a latitude. You're going to navigate along the surface of the earth in a constant arc of the surface of the earth, which we're going to call the straight line because you're not making any turns.
So if I'm wrong, put that on a map and show me where I've gone wrong. Then you can do that, surely.
You haven't put anything on a map, so I don't know what to do.
I've given you the equation. I've given you the equation.
Well, then why don't you plot it on whatever map you don't have?
If I had the map, I'd do it.
Yeah, but I know. You brought nothing to a gunfight.
I have. I've given you like look. What more do you want? What more do you want? Tell me what more do you want?
I know what the problem here is. Let's see. I got what the issue is. Okay.
You seen it? What I sent?
Yeah, you sent the circle of well, he posted it in the thing. So I know what I know what the problem is.
Go on then. Tell me what the problem is.
All right. So the problem is this: what you think is going on is hold on a second. Yeah, what you think is going on is that it's just drawing circles around the ground position. That is not what you actually.
Well, that's before all the shenanigans came into play. Yeah, before even the almanac came into. That's how people navigated. Yeah, so for thousands of years, I don't understand what's wrong with it.
No, for thousands of years they just hugged the coastline.
No. How are you gonna? Right. So how am I gonna get from Africa to Peninsula Spain or anywhere in Europe by hugging the coastline? How am I going to do
exactly by hugging the coastline? That's exactly what they did.
How are you going to do that? How are you going to do that?
You hug the coastline.
Yeah, where are you gonna hug the coastline?
Slitzy, hold on. Let me explain it to you. Then you can.
There's evidence of Phoenicians not hugging the coastline because they're
Phoenicians.
They're in the
You said African. You talked about Africa. Now, Phoenicians island hopping amongst their own little group of islands is one thing, but the Phoenicians.
It's not island hopping. You can't see the island. You can't see.
Okay, let me explain this, Slitzy. Hold on. This is how they island hopped. I've watched the whole thing on this. I've talked to a bunch of people on this. Those people, when they would leave, they listen. Just listen. They would get a big boat together. They put all their supplies on it, and they get a group of people on it. Women, children, men, whoever is going to go on this journey, and they would use the stars at night, and they would sail with the stars in a certain way behind them or ahead of them, but they would use the same stars to go by. If they didn't hit an island in the amount of time that they allotted before they could turn around and come home, then they just had to accept they didn't find a new island. They would turn around, follow that same path using the same stars in the opposite direction this time to get home, resupply, take off in a different direction. But they never just sailed off into the blue and without any plan on what they would do if they didn't find an island. There was always you always made sure you stayed absolutely close to land so you could get there. It wasn't until we invented what's those things called, those big compasses on ships and stuff that they come up with in like the 1500s. Wasn't until that we could actually start sailing across large oceans.
I think that's a compass.
It's a gyro compass or something they call it. That's on the ship.
The gyro compass was invented in 1900. But
it wasn't that. It was earlier than that. Then it
yeah.
was the thing that allowed them to sail across the large oceans.
That's called a
You'd have
sextant.
compass, and you'd have maybe a timepiece.
The sextant, and then the sextant accompanied with a chronometer, which was like the middle of the 18th century.
Yeah, yeah, have a sextant.
Well, it was the astrolabe.
Well, they were sailing in the 16th century though across the big oceans though with those big wooden ships.
Yeah, and there was a kind of a crapshoot, but
What
they
about
were just
Columbus in the Pinto.
yeah, and it was difficult. They used mostly dead reckoning.
1650.
What was the name of that when that king put that ransom up?
Wait. Did you just say Columbus was in 1650?
Okay, no, I just made it up.
Serious, bro?
And the longitude prize was issued about 1720, and it went
That's
on
what I
for
was
like,
talking about.
and it went on for like 40 years before they finally coughed up and paid Harris's money.
Yeah, that invention right there though, wasn't that important to sailing or something though? Like really?
That was absolutely that was monumental. But and Cook carried a chronometer. Captain Cook carried a chronometer to point out how good it is, and the longitude board still didn't want to pay Harris's money.
That was they didn't those criminals eat him, Captain Cook? Didn't he go? Where did he go to? Devil's Island? No, what island did he get
Captain
shipwrecked
Cook,
on?
I say.
I thought they ate him. They were. Let's eat him. He looks a bit fat and majestic. We're eating. We can only get stronger by eating the things that can't kill us. Right.
And I don't think Magellan. I don't think Magellan had a chronometer. And he pretty much hugged. He crossed the Atlantic and then hugged the coastline. But then over the Pacific, he was a hurting pup. But of course, he was already dead by then.
So what happened to Christopher Columbus? Because that's a lot earlier. So
1492. Yeah, dead reckoning.
14. Even I said 16. I was giving him a couple of 100 years on. So how do you think he went across there then?
Dead reckoning.
Because he didn't just like get in a boat and say like.
And that's why when he got to South America, he thought he was in India.
Well, I heard he thought he was in Turkey because he bought some lira, thinking that the Italian lira was the same as the Turkish lira.
He was such a horrible person that even his rough and rowdy and very sinful crew ended up mutiny against him, arresting him, tying him up, and bringing him back and making him stand trial for how horrible of a person he was to the natives while he was over here. He literally, his own men took him back and had him arrested because he was
He's
so
a character
bad.
anyway. It's just that made up nonsense. He's on a statue in the bottom of the Rambla in Spain. He's not even Spanish. He's Italian. Got beach. So, yeah, I think there was 3 boats sailed with him. I'm sure they didn't hug the coastline. Well,
So you only needed the chronometer to find longitude. If you could also sail, as my understanding, just by following a line of latitude. So if you know that an island is on a line of latitude, then stay on it and just keep sailing west or east, and then you don't need your longitude as much. It's not the most efficient way to sail, but it's still relatively safe.
I think Chris did sail on a few lines. I can't be certain which ones they were.
Christopher Columbus mostly dead reckoned, and he was pretty damn lucky.
Yeah, but come on, how did he dead reckon?
Look up the word dead reckoning. He had his
Yeah,
compass.
but, like, come on. So you reckon he just he had a galleon? Yeah. Do you know what a galleon is? Yeah.
I thought they were caravels. Caravels.
It hasn't got a motor, so
I know.
he had
It's a
to have
sailing fucking ship. Yeah, 1492, no motor, sailing ships. Yeah, got it.
Yeah, so he had to know how to fucking sail. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like dead reckoning. And, oh look, yeah, we're dead reckoning. There's no
Dude
wind.
thought he was in India.
The dude thought he was in India.
Who says that?
They're called Indians for a reason.
So
And
where?
it's also called
Right.
the East Indies.
So he went to America. He saw some Indians, confused them with fucking.
No.
Oh, these are red
thought,
Indians. Oh, I thought they
he
were brown
thought,
Indians.
based on the maps that he had, that he was in fucking India.
Well, they most probably said
He
"Look,
didn't
we're
navigate
Indians,"
for
and he's
shit.
gone,
He
"You
just
know what?"
went west.
You imagine this, right? He's got off the boat. He's met some fucking Indians. He's going, "You mate." He's going, "Yeah, I'm Indian." He's going, "Fuck, I've gone to India." He's going, "No, don't worry. We're red. We're in America."
Okay, now we're in a complete comedy.
Yeah, but we're not, are we? Because like what you're now saying is he thought he was in India. Where's the record
and they
of
did.
him saying he's in India?
Yeah, he really believed that. That was the whole point. That was the whole point. That was the whole. That was the whole point when selling the mission to Isabella, Queen Isabella, was he was going to go to India, the shortwave, by going west, and then come back with all the stuff that you didn't have to go around Cape Horn with.
So he didn't go to India. So right, look, he set off thinking he was going to go to India. He didn't go to India, so he went to fucking America. So what?
No, he went until he hit land and called it and thought it was India.
Yeah, he didn't navigate so much as he went west.
Hold on.
He simply went west. That's it. That's all he did.
Right.
Went
So
west.
He's the first person to go to America, and he thought it was India. So why didn't he call it fucking India?
He didn't get the naming
right. It's not called India because he's the one who fucking found it.
Yeah, you know
So
why
that's
they didn't call it
bullshit.
India?
That's
You know why they didn't
fucking
call it India?
bullshit.
They didn't call it India because there already was a country called India, and that wasn't where he was.
How do you know?
I thought he did
How
call
do you
it
know?
India.
Fuck off.
That's why the
No,
Native
how do you
Americans are called
fucking
Indians.
know there was a place called fucking India and he didn't arrive? He's the 1400s. How do you know?
He thought he was going to India because there's a country called India. He went west, hit land, and thought he was at that other country.
Schlitzy, even back in 1492, all ships the captains were required to keep meticulous documents, sailing documents. They all kept journals. They wrote notes. These people wrote a lot, and we have all of that stuff.
Where?
We still have it all in museums and stuff.
Where?
Around the world.
Show me the museum.
No, look it up. It exists. Look it up. I'm not showing it to you. I drew you the picture, and you can color it in.
Yeah, show me.
I'm pretty sure the story he just heard 20 minutes ago is wrong.
Well, you're just, mate, I'm not being funny. You're not fucking leading a historian, just a couple of cunts off the internet going, "Oh, we've got all the information." It's like me saying, "I got all the information to say the fucking contrary." How about
What
that?
information was wrong?
Your fucking information was wrong.
No, I ain't talking to you. I'm talking to the other dude. He said something about some information was wrong. I was asking him what was it. Because if I said something wrong, I'll correct it. Or if I thought something was different than what it was, I'll learn. But
You may have been making fun of Schlitzy.
Oh.
I don't remember making fun of you, Schlitzy. So but maybe I did. I don't know.
My guts
the
are
other
falling
guy.
out.
Anyway.
Oh, okay.
My guts are on the ground. You can actually step upon them and slip and slide.
I don't
want to
do you that way, bud. We don't. I don't want to be mean to you. We don't want to be mean to you. We just want you to
I'm not being mean. You're
understand
not being-
that there
Listen,
are
look.
ways that we do know what happened. I mean,
The funniest-
I guess I understand what you're saying. You have to sort of take it with a grain of salt because it is just writings in an old ass book. I get it, but still, you have to understand that those writings did come from humans, and unless you're just willing to think that everything in the world you find is a lie, that's what happened.
If you know the story of Columbus, he is kind of deemed as a bit of a character. You know that.
Yeah, he's
on the fictional side.
I want to try to explain to Sutzi why why he can't draw those circles on a flat Earth map.
He doesn't have a map.
Well,
I don't have a map. If I had a map, I'd do it.
Well,
I would send it. I would have sent it with the thing.
Yes,
and give
yes.
you the coordinates.
And what it wouldn't have done is it wouldn't have described the circle of equal elevation to the star.
I don't need. I'm not. Don't need your mathematics. I'm on a a
Okay,
flat
so
plane, innit? I'm assuming I'm on a flat plane. I don't need that kind of nonsense.
so let me let's try this.
You're using a different trigonometry when
No,
you're
I'm
doing
not.
on the
I'm
globe.
not.
To
I'm not.
me,
No,
it
I'm
is.
not doing it.
If you use this trigonometry, what I've just given you, and you use that on a globe, you're not going to get to where you're going.
Yes, you
That's
will.
for sure.
So
You're going to be out.
So you were not around for the celestial navigation thing.
Well,
So
I was trying to. This is what I sent your mate.
I'm okay. Well, look, I can explain it to you, but I can't explain it to you if you're just going to talk over me. So let me know.
Sorry, I'll shut up. I'll put myself on
Okay.
mute. How about that?
That would be fine. So the reason why we draw that circle around the GP. So first off, what you're doing with the globe, drawing it on the GP, is not generally what ships captains do, because they're not using a globe to specifically draw it, but that's effectively what they're doing. If they do it on a flat map, they have to calculate for the sphericity. But if you have a globe and you put the middle of your circle at the ground position of the star, and you draw the circle around it based on whatever elevation you're seeing the star as, it will be a circle of the same direction, of the same elevation at any point along the perimeter of that circle. So that gives you one point of reference as to how far you are from the ground position of that star, because you've gone and analyzed the where you see the angle for it, and so you know how far you are from that ground position. You just don't know where on the perimeter of that circle you are. So your method will not work. It won't give you your distance to the ground position on your flat map. So there's no point in drawing that circle. So that's why that's reason number one why it won't work on a flat map, on a flat Earth.
And when using a circle equal altitude, you deal with a dead reckoning position. So you don't draw the whole fucking circle. You draw what's called a line of position. And they have worksheets set up for the different latitudes that have the different scalings for east, west, and north, south. So they have made a bunch of shortcuts to replicate the globe in singular worksheets, which have the different scalings based on latitude. Yeah, Schlitzy, this is well-trod science. Flat is not just improbable, it's implausible. There's no assumption of the globe.
Well,
it's incontrovertible.
You have the map, yeah? You have the map. You're telling me it's wrong. Put that on a map and then tell me it's wrong. Put that on a map and then tell me and
you
show
put it
me
on a map.
See,
you find a map to put it on. You find a map to do it.
I told you I don't have a map.
Yeah, but you have to find the map to do it.
Whoa, hold this space before you're like accusing anyone. Let's put it into play, yeah?
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay,
Do you know what? I can most probably if I ask
okay, at 47 after, I even put a video to show you.
Can I do something? If I ask AI to put that on a map, are you going to accept it?
Well, we'll see if it stands up to scrutiny.
Well, it's not me. I'm going to ask a friend. I'm asking a friend because, can you help me out?
Okay, just find one. Okay, find one. I don't care if you do it or if you can source it. Please.
AI it, yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me think.
Oh, you'll AI it. Yeah, there you go. That's your partner.
I just said, have you got an issue with that? I haven't got a map, have I?
You know what I thought was pretty interesting was when the other day when Dave Weiss was having that argument with AI about flat Earth, and then Bob the Science Guy,
Who's Dave Weiss?
he had a discussion with AI about the shape of the Earth and his globe.
Go on, what?
Tis globe. Tis
What
globe.
happened? Did Dave Wise have a fight with whoever?
Yeah.
Did they fight each other?
Well, AI tried his darndest, and Dave Weiss damn near rage quit.
If you try and put a circle on a map, Schlitzy, you'll be able to draw that.
I haven't got a fucking map.
It's not about having a map. It's that you can draw a circle on a map and go, look, I drew a circle, but that circle will not be a perimeter of equal elevation to the star that has a GP in the center.
Bingo. If you try to do it, if you try to do a line of equal elevation,
I'm doing 2D. I'm 2D. I'm not 3D.
I know you're not 3D. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's not. It's your problem. You're on your globe, innit? You're globalizing, and I'm not.
Well, I want to ask you a good question. Do we see in 2D or 3D? Does our vision see in 2D or 3D? What do you think? It's a real question. I mean, answer it on whatever you think.
Right, look. This is a good fucking question, really, because this is what I want to tell you. Yeah, we obviously, I would imagine we see not in 2D, but a good question because we don't fucking see. We don't have a calculation to, explain what's happening in reality. That's for sure. So when you're going, oh yeah, we've got the maps, we've done the measurements. That's an assumption, and you're assuming. Yeah, that's fine. You can assume as much as you want. That's not a big deal. I don't care. Like if you want to assume you're on a globe, that's fine. That's your prerogative.
So you're just misunderstanding what's going on. I mean,
I'm not.
You are.
You're misunderstanding because you cannot get the fact that you believe you're on a spinning, out of control, gyrating, I don't know, wobbling, zizzling spheroid. Or a sphere, or a spear. If some people like to say spear, if they're angry, because they're not thinking about their speech.
Still can't believe this guy thought.
I've heard a few people say that, are you on a spear? And I've said that, did you just say, am I on a spear or a sphere? But that's all joking aside. Look, at the end of the day, I get it. You don't want to understand. You can't wrap your head around.
This is boring,
that
dude.
You can do stuff, and you don't have to assume you're on a ball. The same with the theodolite stuff.
So let's see. No, I know. I understand what you think, and I understand why you're wrong. However, I don't.
But you don't bring nothing to the table. You're telling me I'm just going to draw a circle. How do you know I'm going to draw a circle? Maybe I take a few measurements. There's 57 or 58 stars to choose from.
So let's see. The methodology that we're talking about to get a fix on your location, which is how celestial navigation works. So you take your elevation to the elevation.
I know how it works on a globe. I know how it works on a globe, and I give you that. You're not going to tell me. You're not going to tell me anything I don't know.
I'm not trying to teach you how it works. I'm telling you why your method won't work. So you take your elevation angle or a zenith angle to the star. Now, when you plot that circle, that will give you that circle is a circle of equal distance to the ground position on a globe. That's part of figuring out where the fuck you are. So if your method is not going to tell you where you are, then why are you trying to navigate? What's the point?
Because I didn't start in the middle of the ocean, did I? I set off from a point. So I know where I set off.
Okay,
that's my point too. I know, I'm not in the middle of the ocean.
I got it. Yeah. So what you're saying is you're not going to do cell nav. You're just going to do some other thing that is, that is some other technique that you have come up with that you think will get you there?
Right, look, let me get the map. Then I'll do the thing.
What are you going to do?
And then, because I know if I post something with AI, you're just all going to laugh. So I might as well just do it with the map. So give me some time. Do it with the map. You can see yourself. Then you can upgrade the critique, yeah? Or maybe you say, oh, do you know what? That's actually right.
Problem is, it's going to be not a circle. Or if you draw a circle, that won't represent where you see that star from.
Yeah, that's your understanding, and you have your opinion. Unless you can put it on a map and show where I'm going wrong, I'm happy to watch that. Huh?
I can put it on a globe. If you
Yeah, but why are you putting it on a globe? I'm not assuming I'm on a globe. I'm not assuming I'm on a globe. So maybe that's your difference. You think that I should be putting it on a globe when I shouldn't be putting it on a globe because you think I'm on a globe.
You just crack-addled again, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you put it on a globe, you get circles, and those circles accurately represent what they're meant to, which is everybody anywhere along that line would see that star at that same angle. And then you're split on that choice when you try to do that on flat, where you can draw a circle. Sure, you just get a compass and draw a circle wherever you want on a flat piece of paper.
It's not just about drawing a circle. It's not just about drawing a circle.
That won't represent where you see that star from that elevation. You can do it for some stars, like Polaris's lines of equal altitude, you'll get pretty much right, up to the equator.
You're confused. I think you're confused. That's why you don't want to put it on a map. You'd rather me put it on a map, think that I'm going to make a mistake, when I'm just going to show you how to put it on the map.
It will be impossible for you to do it. That's why people challenge you to do it. It's an unanswerable request.
People did it for thousands of years, yeah, before the almanac,
Not using your method, evidently.
Before globe theory. They
Not
just
using
use
your method,
plain trigonometry, 2D trig. That simple.
Well, that's your claim. But all we've got is waffle and promises that you'll use AI.
No, all you've got is, oh, you're wrong, with no proof. The burden's on you, innit? If you're telling me it's wrong, bring the proof. But you're just going, all right, sure. I'm not doing it for you. Listen, if you're going to critique something,
for your results, so we can show you where they're wrong.
Put your money where your mouth is. Put your money where your mouth is. If I'm wrong, the burden's on you, innit? Surely, the burden's on you.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Yeah, show us the circle, show you what's wrong.
So the method that we're talking about is one that we know works. So
yeah, listen, I don't. I'm not critiquing your globe nonsense. That's fine. Absolutely, geometry. You're assuming you're on a globe. That's fine. I'm not saying anything. I'm saying you can do this assuming you're on a flat plane, and there's the maths to do it. There's the equation to do it.
And we're saying,
and you're saying no, but no one wants to put it on a map and tell me I'm wrong. There you go. You can't do it.
So let me ask you why why would somebody want to do this? What's the purpose?
To prove me wrong, that my workings out are wrong.
Well,
why don't you try proof?
At all is to figure out where you are.
No, here we go. Look.
Yeah, try proving yourself right.
Now it's 10 against 1. 10 against 1.
No, try proving yourself right.
No one's even had the decency to put it on a map to say, like, do you know what, Mark?
That's including you.
You're wrong.
Including you. You didn't put it on a map.
I haven't got the facility to do that, Shoebill.
Well then we'll wait.
I was sitting there in my theatrical office, I could have got the zenith angle to the bookcase to get the book down.
Yes.
I'm on a very limited. I'm on a 4-year smartphone, which isn't that smart.
Like its owner. If
so don't don't start attacking people, and you can't help yourself. What is your problem? If you've got a problem with me, why don't you just come right out and say it, rather than your snide little fucking babyish remarks?
Oh, no, I don't come out and say it. I don't think
Well,
you're
what
blaming
have
the
you
full
got
debt.
then? What's the problem? What's your problem?
Why don't we use Bacon's website where he's already done this? Is what I'm saying.
What's your problem? What's your problem?
Bacon has done this. Bacon did a really good job with it. Yes.
I don't know Bacon. The only Bacon I know is, but I better not say it because I got banned last time. You can't say that. Bacon Bonds.
Nobody
It
cares about
rhymes
your
with something
unfailing
begins with
ability
N.
to avoid the discussion.
No, there's no discussion. I don't know fucking who Bacon is. Yeah, I know Francis Bacon. I know Bacon Sandwich. I know Little Bacon, the pig who lives down the road, who will become a Bacon Buddy soon. I don't know Bacon. Sorry.
Nobody gives a shit. Nobody asked you if you did. The question was if anybody else here knows Bacon's website.
I don't know his website, but I know that he did a really good job of showing how this doesn't work on a flat map. So
yeah, he's posted that on his site, so you can just pick a star, and it will show and its angle, and it will show the line of position or the line of equal altitude, and then show it on a bunch of other projections that are flat. And as expected, turns into a sine wave. Or giant, weird, misshapen circles on the AE map.
Yeah, all I'm going to claim, and I'm going to, I'll stake anything on it. 2D trigonometry. It does work. 2D does work.
So what does it work for? To find your location or what?
If you want to navigate, yeah. So you want to navigate.
Yeah.
You can use 2D to navigate where you're going and where you want to go. It's not navigating for anything other than you can plot your course where you're going, yeah? It's as simple as that.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know what you mean. So
You don't know what I mean? Oh,
nope.
Hello? I've just told you.
Now there is a caveat to that.
I'm going to be using a sextant.
Hold on. There is a caveat.
Timepiece, maybe my Rolex GMT.
There is a caveat that if you're only going 100 miles, it don't matter. But if you're going to go transocean, it matters.
Oh, so in that, you're now telling me there's a caveat if you go 100 miles. So if I then travelled 100 miles, then chose to travel another 100 miles, I'm absolutely fine, yeah? Is that what you're now saying?
Yeah, because it won't matter if you're only.
There you go.
Yeah, because if you're only off a quarter mile and you can see your destination, who gives a fuck?
I think he's saying if he goes 100 miles, then goes 100 more.
So now, all of a sudden, you've had a little thought. You've had a little thought because it will come to the push, comes to the shove, and I have to put this on the map. And then when you put it on the map, you'll be going, oh yeah. So now you're coming around that we can travel 100 miles. Not taking into curvature. I don't know how much curvature should be on 100 miles, but I'm assuming quite a fucking lot. So you're now telling me that I can travel 100 miles, stop my fucking boat. Bosun, calculate another 100 miles, and we can go 100 mile without no.
Yeah, if you're going 100 miles and you get halfway there and you do the method you just suggested, you would think you're 1,000 miles off course. So no, you can just like dead reckon 100 miles and not worry about much. But if you're going to use what you suggested as a sextant position, then you will think you're way far off
but
course.
like, come on, it's like I'm just putting that as an example. Maybe after 50 miles, I recalculate because I want to know that I'm on course. I'm not one of these.
Yeah,
like,
and if you
come on,
keep
I'm going to
doing
be on the
that,
high seas. I'm not going to be
well,
like,
yeah, if you
I'm
go
just
50 miles, you go 50 miles and you do a sextant position by what you described, you'll think you're hundreds of miles off course.
No, I don't think so. 100%. I know that's not the case. I know
Okay,
that's
yeah,
not.
you're trying to deal with a GP that's 2,400 miles away. Yeah, and you're going to draw that on some sort of chart that you don't have. Yeah, good luck.
Okay, yeah, good luck with that. People have done it for thousands of years. So, like, what did you say to them?
You say thousands of years. You're going to have to back that up. Thousands
not
of years.
Thousands, but hundreds for sure.
Okay, hundreds of years. What did they do? What did they do? 500.
Come into position. When did it come into play?
What, the almanac?
Yeah,
the almanac came. Yeah, the almanac dates way
17
back.
something, 1750. Say, let's call it happy 1750. So, what was that done for? Oh, people kept getting lost. Did they kept getting lost? You know, the seas were quite new. People were
there's no point
running
if you have.
aground.
Since
don't go
every
that
other
way
question
because,
every other question you have is what happened in history. You don't know history. There's no point in talking to you.
well, you don't know history. Where was it all? Where was it all done then? It was all done in the UK. So if you're telling me I don't know history, I don't know. Have to know it word by word. I'm not like, waking up in the morning.
what's wrong
I
with
need
you,
to know my history. But at the end of the day, you're telling me something. You're telling me no, you can't do it, and now all of a sudden you're telling me I can do it up to 100 miles. It's just fucking bizarre. You gotta listen. You need to listen to yourself. You can do it. You can't do it. 100 miles, okay. Anything over, it doesn't make any sense what you're saying.
No, you said everything's 2D. I said, well, if you're going 100 miles, yeah, you can just dead reckon. Yeah, or but you cannot.
Yeah, in your opinion,
you cannot. You can't. If you take a start position to figure out where you are when you're halfway along, you will think you're hundreds of miles off course.
No, you won't.
And the star almanacs started to appear about the middle of the 15th century.
So I'm not using an almanac. Come on, you can.
If you're not using an almanac, if you're not using an almanac, you got nothing.
Listen, you can.
He's not using anything. He's just dreaming up alternate history.
No, you can
right?
use the almanac as well. You can use the almanac as well. You know that. That's for sure. That's one thing I do know.
Nothing you say is for sure.
You can use that in 2D trigonometry. You know
it's for sure. You know it's also for sure. Earth is a planet. It's spherical. That's for sure.
What? And and because you said so.
No, because there's a South Pole.
Yeah, what the fuck is the South Pole? Who cares? What do you think? Like,
well, that defines the shape.
You're telling me there was there was a group of Globers and a couple of, I don't know what they were. I don't care. You went down to the South Pole and pretended to do what they think is it. They done an observation.
I wasn't talking about that TFE trip.
Listen,
I'm not talking about the TFE trip.
Can I just say something?
No, you can't, because I'm not talking about the TFE trip.
Okay, then don't worry about that. But I want to just tell you something. You get up in the morning, you open your door, you walk out, you look up in the sky. You don't even know what the fuck you're looking at. You think you know, but you don't. Hand on heart, you don't know what that thing up in the sky is. So to go down, fucking some silly place, freezing your nuts off. Well, apparently they weren't, but and you think you're gonna all figured out. You're absolutely mental.
But
You don't
you've
even
got
know
to
if
do
it's. You don't even know if it's physical. Is it apparent? I don't know. It's a ball of gas. Yeah. It's come on, man. It's fucking 200 zillion billion light years away. You can get there in a TARDIS. You don't know, man.
The South
The
Pole's on Earth.
hand on heart, you do not know what that is. You can assume with all the nonsense, oh yeah, it's this, it's that, but you don't know. You don't know.
It's a spot on
You
Earth.
can conclude with that. It's all right to
Not
say
know
you
what the South
don't
Pole
know.
is?
I don't know. I don't know what the moon is. I don't know what the sun is.
You don't know shit.
I've got an
You're
idea,
not a flat earther, and you don't know shit. I can't even have a
but that's
conversation with you.
subjective. That's not,
Well, you've reinforced. Well,
you've
you've
got a
reinforced
theory.
the
You've got a
flat
theory, and you're defending it like a
Okay, you've been rambling for a while now. You've reinforced the
Rambling.
flat Earth paradigm of not knowing most things.
Yeah, because we're not so much of a prick that it's all right to say you don't know, because we haven't had the endless money to go and find out what it is. We haven't.
But you
had
should
all
know
the-
some
we,
things.
We ain't getting fucking stacks of cash in our pocket and just fucking pissing on your back and telling you it's raining, and you're going, oh look, it's raining. I love it. No, you can taste
Oh, this
it.
is
It's
fucked
so
up.
salty.
This is so boring, Schlitzy. Can you just drink less?
Here's what I do know.
Do you know
that
what, Eggs?
Mark
You're a
Sargent,
fucking
David
absolute
Weiss,
cunt.
Eric Dubay
Really and truly,
aren't
you're
helping
a
me.
prick.
They're not
man.
helping Flat
Honestly.
Earth at all.
If you got a problem, why don't you
We need just
say?
one person at a
Really
time,
that
please.
simple.
Well, this guy needs to be
The
shut
guy's
down.
a fucking idiot. Just chimes in for the sake of it. No one likes you. No one wants to hear
Schlitzy, do
your-
you have Dan turned down? Schlitzy, can you hear Dan?
I'm
Yeah,
really
Dan, you're a
hungry.
little bit low.
Listening to
Hey,
this.
maybe Dan hasn't spoke yet. Let's maybe let Dan speak for a bit.
I mean, these are awful accusations he's making of individuals whom he doesn't know. You don't know shit. You don't know what you're looking at. So let's say Larry doesn't know shit, but let's say others do.
Yeah, let's not talk
Boswell's
about
classic for saying the words preponderance of evidence, but in fact, the preponderance of evidence is on the globe side. So what are you going to
So
do?
I've got
with that? Let's see. He ran away.
I've got a random question for you, Dan. Has anyone told you you look pretty much exactly like the Secretary of Commerce?
Yeah, it's on my yeah, I've seen the guy's face. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
I just saw it in our article. I was like, hey, that's Dan.
Yeah, it's not even Photoshop. The image I have, what looks like me standing beside the guy.
So what I'm hearing is that you're a part of the deep state
Not
now.
just that, Dan. Did you know that you're in the new GTA 6 game?
No, I didn't know that.
I'll show you a picture. You must look like a lot of people, apparently.
But I'm really hurting now listening to this kind of flat Earth rant, and I don't know how you guys let it get this bad by bantering with people like that. But I mean, ask him to prove anything.
We have been for years.
I have to disagree. I have to disagree. I'm going to tell you again, McToon and Duffy will not, have not go over Nat Geo with me or anyone else. They have not watched it. They're as bad as flat earthers in terms of tuning out what they don't want to deal with. So, I mean, I'm not strong as a flat earther anymore because I don't have anyone to work with. But the work that we did is still valid.
Well, you were awarded settlement of $1 trillion when we took it to Globe Court.
Yeah, but because it's easy. I mean, they're just, let's stick to facts. So if flat earthers are going to stick to facts, they have to stick to their questions. They don't have answers. The fact is that they have good questions, or some good questions, and it inspired a lot of people to get involved in understanding, our world. Particularly, the confusion that we got in was the term theory. We were convinced that a theory becomes a fact when proven, but it doesn't. It stays a theory. So we were wrong about that equation, that a theory becomes a fact.
Yeah, and even if Nat Geo people lied, we've this is old news anymore, and everybody recognized they lied or whatever. The helicopter was fake with who was the astrophysicist, the physicist? I always forget his name now. Jesus. The famous physicist that had a show about flat Earth. Well, did an episode about flat Earth.
You talking about NDT, Neil deGrasse Tyson?
No, the one who was disabled. They were in
Stephen Hawking.
Stephen Hawking, yes, correct. So we recognize the Stephen Hawking thing for flat Earth was bad and fake. The Nat Geo one was bad and fake.
Well,
so
what? Is
that, that means
the
nothing.
demonstration of bottom-up obstruction has not happened. When we went to test it, we didn't find it, and we were lied to, and the public was lied to about the fact that they've seen that. And so the simplicity of an 8-inch drop, two people could walk away from each other, not be able to see their feet a mile away. Surprised they didn't try that in Antarctica. But there's
from
no
observer's height. Flat Earthers always do this. It's 8 inches per mile squared, including taking into consideration the observer's height. Though.
So what? Nobody did anything. Nobody did anything. Hey, Larry, why do you think that thing is so magnified? If it's further away, it should be smaller, yet it's larger than the original. Answer that, and we could talk about those pictures. Because it's not, of course, it's not moving, and it is quite questionable why it's bigger in the distance. So we should discuss that one day.
No,
proportionality
remains, though.
Yeah, it's zoomed in without a doubt. Yeah, it's zoomed in. So what? It's still cutting. It's still missing. It's still missing the hull.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. If it's
I know I don't understand what you're saying.
It should be smaller.
Yes, it is smaller, and then it's zoomed in.
Okay, so stop doing that. Just show something actually happening. Stop zooming, stop going far away. Let's just go a mile away, then take it maybe 2 miles away. But let's somebody on either side actually do something that makes sense. Bottom-up obstruction should happen all day, every day.
So then, we had a sorry, go.
I was just going to ask Dan, what exactly? So you're looking at 4 images, presumably that someone has taken from a video that basically shows the ship slowly getting cut, like going over the curve, as it were. Basically, you have increasing bottom-up obstruction. What is your problem with those 4 images?
Okay, so let's see if I can put this into English for you. The confusion from my position in flat Earth is the 6-foot observer. So my expectation at 1, 2, and 3 miles for action has to do with a 6-foot observer or a 1-foot observer. Most observations are at 18 to 20 feet, either on a pier or on a road. When you're looking at something like this from 18 and 20 feet, it won't have the same expectation. The obstruction is going to be mathematically at 7 and 8 and 9 miles, not at 1, 2, and 3. Plus, the steep drop at that point, because it's further over, is going to have a more dramatic effect than it would in the foreground at 1, 2, and 3 miles. So my mistake is expecting the same thing in the distance. In the meantime, what you're calling now bottom-up obstruction is not proven to be the curvature of the Earth. It's going to be atmospheric conditions on top of that. So if we just work a lot closer, stop bringing up this garbage, and show an actual 8-inch drop somewhere, we could get into gear. In fact, what you need to see at Nat Geo is the 1-foot observer and the 6-foot observer saw the same thing. And as it moved progressively across the globe, they continued to see the same thing. So at all heights and all distances, they saw the same thing, much unlike this.
So, I appreciate that you want more observations, but I'm looking at this specific observation. Now, you may have made the claim almost offhand that this is simply refraction, that this bottom-up obstruction is simply due to atmospheric refraction. Can you show me a ray trace diagram or any kind of optics that will actually show a fairly in-focused tower with without being seen, without visibility on the lower decks. Because from an optic standpoint, I do not see how the light bends such that the upper portion of the boat stays relatively in focus where the rest of the boat disappears entirely.
Well, it's not relatively in focus. It's completely stretched. Look at the length of the white stripe. Look at the, like I said, the size. It makes no sense.
When I say relatively, I can still see the shape. I can still see the white line. I can still even see the red on the side.
Okay, so having no idea what height or what distance, just guess. What do you think the difference is in distance, in miles, between picture number 1 and picture number 4? Just guess.
No idea. Probably less than a mile. I don't know, a mile or two.
Sir. with the drop between them being only 8 inches per mile, you're quite mistaken.
Well,
taken into consideration observer's height. Stop doing this. 8 inches from now is a parabola.
Well, what I'm not taking into consideration is the relationship between them is
keep in mind,
not relative to my observer position.
Keep in mind the difference between 20 miles and 21 miles is 16 feet.
Sure, that's what I've been saying, is that the flat earthers expected the same behavior in the distance that they would get from a 6-foot observer leaving shore. But the fact is that any toy boat of any kind, anything on the water should be able to disappear 8 inches per mile, correct? I mean, this is simple. It hasn't been demonstrated on your side. I believe that we have a well-documented example on our side.
Let me steelman you. Try to understand what you are actually wanting. So you are wanting an observation of an object, in front of you. You see, basically, you can measure the height of the boat above the waterline. You put it at a mile, and you're wanting to see 8 inches of obstruction, and then at 2 miles, 16 inches of.
Not only that, your different observer, the guy at 1 foot and the guy at 6 foot, are going to see different things. So we're gonna demonstrate the globe this way. This is the whole purpose of it, is that the progressive nature of the globe has to appear.
Well, you do realize that 8 inches at a mile is a pretty small value, particularly if you're trying to get a precise measurement of it.
Well, no, it's not, because we have a 12-inch marker out there called a stripe on a flag. So it's not as ridiculously difficult as you're making it seem. Have you watched the Nat Geo stuff?
I've only watched bits of it, enough to realize that they're full of shit.
Well, the observation.
If you guys all think that the water curves, that makes the water level tool useless, right?
No.
Hey, if we're in bent space, everything's useless, right? You're in bent space. It's the bending of space-time puts you in bent space. Good luck with that.
Not at. Okay, that's ridiculous. At this scale, the bending of space-time is negligible.
Negligible. It causes a
okay.
force.
All right,
it causes a force, but
Dan,
it's
if you're going to laugh at me, I'm not having this conversation with you.
Okay, well, it's not negligible. It's powerful force. To call it negligible is ridiculous.
He's not laughing at you. He's just.
I am saying that the space-time curvature over a mile is negligible. The change in space-time curvature over a mile is negligible. I'll even go so far as to say, in comparison to a flat metric, it is pretty damn small.
But you're the same guy that told me we couldn't measure 8 inches in a mile.
Because of the
Because of your imagination, Rob. Because of your imagination. Now you're making a bad argument, and I like you, so don't do this. Yes, you're wrong. You're fucking wrong, dude. I put a 12-inch thing out there, and 2/3 of it are covered. That's your 8 inches. Sorry, man. It's really fucking easy.
Okay, I could be very wrong. I just trying to measure the difference or the spacing of 8 inches over a mile, given an average video camera. I Like I just don't. I have my doubts as to how precise you can actually make that instrument or measurement, particularly given the error bars. Like if you can give me the error on that.
Yeah, particularly since you'd have to zoom in, and Dan just had a problem with zooming in.
No, I had a problem with you comparing shots that were some were zoomed and some weren't. That's the problem I really had.
So what is the precision of the measurement that you did with the 12-inch? Like how?
It was an observation. It wasn't a measurement. It was an observation.
Okay.
And had we been able to see any curvature, we would have measured that.
So the problem with that statement is that unless you actually do measurements, you really can't say that because the measurements will come with error.
Okay, so what do you want to go out and do it now? I mean, yeah, in other words, anybody has to do is demonstrate the claim of bottom-up obstruction due to the curvature of the Earth. When we get further away, it's due to other things.
So I would argue that the example that Shoebill posted is actually a better way of demonstrating this effect than the one you're describing. Because the one you're describing, you're talking about a very, very small effect over the course of a mile. Whereas this is obviously a much larger effect as the boat is going over the curvature. I mean, I understand your point that you want to see this mapped out at 1 mile, 2 mile, and 3 miles. But I would also like to see the experimental design where you're actually able to measure, you know, the obstruction to within an inch.
Okay, just understand this. The 1 foot guy and the 5 foot guy or 6 foot, the tripod guy and the on the tummy guy have to see different things. And as it moves to 1, 2, and 3 miles, it also has to see different things. If the globe exists, this is very simple. Regardless of what they measure, they have to see different things. We have multiple observers, multiple cameras, multiple heights, and they all saw the same thing. The claim is that the stripes were disappearing one at a time, and it never happened.
So I agree. They lied. Let's please put that past us. What I'm saying is that what I saw with those observations, they were not measurements. So if your observing tool is only good to plus or minus 8 inches, you cannot do that experiment at 1 mile. You say they look the same.
Why would they lie?
If they look the same, that's completely subjective metric. If you truly want this done, then you need measurements with error.
Okay,
that way you can.
It is the gauge that we put out to sea. That was the gauge. That was the measurement. The gauge.
A measurement is a number, Dan.
No, it is. Yes, it's graduated into 6 pieces. So we took it out there, and however much portion of those 6 pieces is obstructed, we're going to attribute that to the curvature of the Earth long before we talk about refraction or anything else.
So the thing is graduated to 12 inches, and you're expecting to see 8-inch obstruction, and you don't. Again, you have to measure how much. I mean, basically what that's telling me is that you do not know obstruction better than 6 inches, plus or minus 6 inches.
Rob, what about when we took it from 1 to 3 miles and it didn't change? So regardless of the minutia or the slop, or your margin of error, it didn't behave like a globe.
See, this is the issue: is that what you refer to as minutia or slop is very much important. Is very important in determining what something does.
Okay,
or
so
how to
now
measure
now we're
something.
at 3 miles, and you're looking for 32 inches. What are you going to do now?
Again, you're right. I have not looked at it closely enough, but again, if I were to really take it seriously, I need to know. Well, I guess I do know it's plus or minus 6 inches.
No curveball here. You like the Braves?
Why would not Geo lie? Either they're incompetent or deceitful.
I think they were incompetent.
They're not alone. PBS did the same thing. They were both caught. PBS and Nat Geo.
I can't get sleep starting back with the box.
I've been in. Is someone's mic leaking?
Nobody is quoting Nat Geo in a white paper.
Yeah, you'd have to
I
find
wouldn't
someone
either.
defending. No one's defending that Geo. I don't know why y'all keep bringing them up.
Okay,
Well,
well, that's
PBS
not
is,
true. Nat Geo is continuing. I mean, first of all, it's not Nat Geo. Nat Geo documented it. It's not them that did the experiments, but you have to understand that it just recently came up again where the blue shirt guys are absolutely doubling down. Absolutely.
Who are these people? Who are the blue shirt guys?
IIG West or International Opinion Group. They got two names. CFI is the other name. Fuck, I forget what that stands for.
Whoever it is that is in part of that or part of that organization or did that experiment or whatever, no one is defending them.
Well, that's
they're full
not
of
true.
shit.
I just posted it. I just got through telling you that it just got brought up again when Jaron went to go talk to them, and Jaron did a talk about flat Earth to them, and they doubled down. Not only did they double down and claim that they had the footage, they have their own documentary of which they did not show it. So they're claiming to have proof that it was an editing issue, and it's not.
Okay, Dan. Sorry. I apologize. I didn't realize that Jaron did this. Let me make it very clear about my opinion of Jaron. I do not give a flying fuck up a running squirrel's ass what that lying piece of shit has to say about anything.
I didn't quote him at all.
Well, you were talking, Jaron. You're showing me a video where Jaron is talking to these people. I could give a fuck.
Wait.
Okay, well, I can't agree with you because they admitted that they don't believe it to be lies like you do, that they believe it was an editing problem, and they believe that they have the footage to show that.
Okay.
But yet they put out their own documentary and didn't show it. And when challenged today, they won't show it to me.
Challenge. Okay. Then I don't know. But what I do know is that you keep bringing this up. No one is suggesting that these people are credible. The fact that Jaron talked to them actually makes me think they're even less credible. So I don't know what you want from us in terms of this. We have talked about flat Earth proof or globe evidence in a number of variety of different ways, but you keep coming back to this, which we all here agree was bullshit.
So why isn't the documentation, the footage of any value? Because you're saying it's got too much margin of error. That's enough for you?
No, I'm not saying the footage is not worth looking at. What I'm saying is whatever these CFI people have to say and whoever they say it to, I don't care. Apparently they are incompetent. That would be my my viewpoint. And they probably do not want to admit that they were incompetent, so that is why they are doubling down.
Is somebody hot micing in the background?
I think it's PhD. Rumham.
But there wasn't.
Rumham.
It was just a narrative.
Hey, my bad. I'm driving. Hold up.
In other words, the observation is valid on the way in and on the way out. It's the narrative that's wrong.
Yes, I agree. And
the observation.
The observations need to be done. Need to be looked at with a bit more care than CFI actually looked at them. Apparently.
I know, so I'm bummed. You won't look at it. McToon won't look at it, and fucking Duffy won't look at it. A year ago, I told Duffy, "You better get off his ass and look at it."
Dan, there's a difference between Duffy and Toon and I, in that I don't have the time. I don't have the time to do this. You have brought this up, and I honestly have forgotten about you telling me or you asking me to look into the footage and see and giving my reasoned opinion on it. And I do apologize for that, particularly since I think I told you that I would. But for the other two individuals, I have guesses as to why they are refusing to look at it. But please do not lump me in with either of those two individuals.
Which two? Oh,
Kuhn, and Duffy.
well, I'm lumping all of the globe proponents. Is that the word? You know, they come to talk to flat earthers to have an explanation for the observation. Forget the narrative, because there was enough people on board with the planning and the setup and the observation that it's not in doubt that it was a good try done in a good place in a good way with good equipment and good cameras. It's just the narration that lied. So
I agree, and none of us agree with that their narrative.
Professor Parks, have you heard about the PBS debacle? Season 1, Episode 6, Genius with Stephen Hawking's?
With the fake
No,
helicopter.
I have not heard about that. I don't think. When was this?
This one's even worse. I forgot the year, but it's Season 1, Episode 6. You can take a look at it for yourself, but people
It's
have
another one of
found
those
that,
editing. One of those editing things for TV that nobody's quoting.
yeah, isn't that a shame that they would take Stephen Hawking's name, who arguably was the most, I guess, the smartest man in the world at the time, and then they would deceive the public with deceptive editing? I don't want to make.
What is the situation? What did they make him say?
Essentially,
what
they
it
used
is
his name. Oh, go ahead.
they used a shot where they're trying to show that a chopper lands on the opposite side of a lake and is fully disappears from view, and then the chopper's got to be 30 foot in the air before people can see it. But in order to show that, they doubled up some footage of the lake bed with some birds flying across it and superimposed that over a chopper raising up, clearly using manipulation of the footage to show one of the money shots.
Oh, lovely. Okay.
I can certainly tell you why, though, because as the heat of the
Thank you,
day
Ed.
would come in, they were no longer seeing what they'd seen earlier. So they were trying to get the shot of what they had seen earlier, and they know what they saw earlier because you can see across the lake. I mean, I've been there. You can see. You know,
Theory.
it's not,
Yeah.
So, and just so you guys know, they threw out when we replicated that flat earthers. We did it with balloons instead of a helicopter for cost effectiveness, and the balloons were spotted on the ground before liftoff.
Yeah,
So
it looks like they didn't factor in refraction, but to me it makes sense. I've been in a bunch of documentaries, and every time they will lie. Every time, it's really, really hard to capture reality just as it appears. At the minimal end, they will just ask you to redo a reaction. They'll be like, "Oh, can you give that to him again?" You know, because they didn't quite get the handoff properly. So you hand it one person to the other, and then the person receiving it's meant to be like, "Oh, wow, thank you." But at the egregious ends, I've been in ones where like what they show in order to make the whole point of that episode is an egregious lie. It's an obvious lie. Like in one of them, it was about I was in an actor and they changed my life around. They followed me for 3 years and they switched the last year for a middle year to make it look like I ran out of work and left. It's just the way documentarians work. If they can't make a narrative out of what they've got, they'll chop it up to make a narrative out of it anyway.
Thank you for sharing. That's awesome, but very interesting.
Like I think the one in PBS is particularly weird because with Dan's, they're just clearly lying or being a little bit deceptive about what they see. In terms of the voiceover is the only thing that paints the Nat Geo one as a lie, whereas the PBS one, some editors actually done digital compositing to fake it, which is quite serious, I think.
Yes, and they also hired Kate Bobanu. She supposedly had a YouTube channel claiming to be a scientist, but in that particular video, she said she was not a scientist. They found that she was a scientist prior to that video. Jaren confirmed, supposedly.
And that's not going to change the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, it looks bad.
Speaks to credibility.
We don't care about TV shows.
Well, we do because we watched. Here's their release, the Blue Shirts released, and they included the balloons. But Nat Geo heard us yelling and screaming at the producers, so Nat Geo took it out. But these idiots continue to not only say that they could say that they had full success, and they're showing the video, and of course there's heavy mirroring. The balloons are mirrored, so you can't see the surface area that they're even claiming that it rose above. But you know, and
Dan, do you think that lasers across the lake is equivalent to a 24-hour sun in the significance of evidence provided?
oh, hi Rob. You don't belong.
Hey, Dan
in-
Waterman.
You actually don't deserve to be in this conversation. So you should have someone else ask me things.
Okay.
Because you'd have to be nice for a hell of a lot longer than a moment for me to pay attention to you.
How about now?
What about an apology?
You've threatened me. You've lied
you gotta
about
work
me.
to get in his good
threatened,
books,
you've
Rob.
Gone off on me, dude.
I love you, Dan. I love you, Dan.
I know. You never should have gone off on me, and I'm going to make you pay.
Well,
Would
you
you like
should
an
have sent that
apology,
picture. No, you sent a picture of him on a date with his wife. I said, you don't go on dates, dude.
What are we going to do about a satellite that is polar orbiting, goes from the North Pole to the South Pole in 45 minutes, back up to the North Pole in another 45 minutes? What are we going to do with that?
You need to take it to the Salton Sea, put it in a boat.
Oh. We must go to the Salton Sea.
Yeah, it's the unified theory of everything.
Well,
I sent you a DM, Dan. Check it out.
yeah. The Fram 2 polar orbit. Yep. Larry's right. Fram 2
Cool.
polar orbit.
And there's still currently navigation satellites that are at 90 degrees declination, still orbiting, still tracked.
Mm-hmm.
They were launched in the late 60s, all the way up into the early 80s.
Oh yeah, there's all kinds of recorded flights I have written down. You have Qantas. One second.
Yeah. The shape of the Earth is never going to be resolved with a 6-foot observer. It's not going to be all of GPS is a bullshit because the 6-foot observer at the beach saw too much.
I'm just
Yeah, I have a
asking
question.
proof of bottom-up obstruction due to the curvature of the Earth, because I see
You-
it due to
you
all kinds
provided
of
it.
other things.
You provided
I have
it
a
before,
question.
Dan, with the white sail, the white thing marker out there with the red line. You provided it already.
Okay,
I'm trying
guys.
to explain to you.
Oh, go ahead, Rob. Sorry.
No, I'm done.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I have a question for you guys. Let's say in the future I'm a billionaire, or you guys are billionaires, and you guys set up a space company, setting up free rides to citizens to take a look at the shape of the Earth. Would you guys want to go if it was free?
Absolutely.
Yes.
If my kids are grown, I don't care. As long as my kids are grown, they're already good to go. I'll do anything. Dude. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I'd go too.
I would even extend that to the moon, and I would probably go to Mars.
Really? I used to think I'd go to Mars, but that's your whole life. That's like that's a one-way trip.
Well, yeah, that's why I would think about it. I mean, it's Mars.
No,
Well,
I've
there
been
isn't
there.
any evidence that they can survive the radiation in space. We waited 8 years for the Orion capsule while they claimed they were going to make it radiation proof. They did nothing. They put a smock on them and told them to hide behind the water. In May, they gutted the entire Orion program. They gutted Gateway and they gutted SLS. That's how much disarray space program prior to Musk really was. It has no direction.
That's what I kind of expect though from a government.
So I don't know how you're going to get to Mars unless you go in a military vehicle.
What about Artemis?
Artemis? Frankenstein?
So
Artemis is the latest and greatest.
No, it's
So
not.
if-
It was leftover stuff from Antares and the shuttle. It's not the latest and greatest. See,
So if Trump's budget-
Congress was onto them. Congress says, hey, man, you got plenty of money. You got the CIA. You got all this military action. We're trying to defend the people. Don't spend the people's money on this military bullshit. So use the fucking shit that you said you were gonna fucking use that was reusable, which is the shuttle boosters and the leftover Antares stuff that kept blowing up because they used 40-year-old Russian engines.
If the Trump budget passes the Senate, then what is going to happen is that NASA, for the purpose of lunar exploration, is going to get $6 billion. SLS after Artemis 3 is going, the SLS after Artemis 3 is going to be retired and replaced by something supplied by commercial space. We all know it's going to be Elon Musk, but they say commercial space. The Lunar Gateway space station has also been axed, but the Trump administration is certainly putting in billions of dollars in order to go back to the moon. And I believe the number is around 1.4 to go back to Mars. Again, if the current budget passes the Senate.
Gateway was the only smart way to deal with the moon.
I agree.
And so if they scrapped it, they're not really going to the moon.
Well, I wouldn't go so far, but I do definitely agree that scrapping Gateway was a horrible mistake, but this is the Trump administration. So there's that.
And the mystery still is United Launch Alliance, who no longer has any contracts. I don't know what rocket they're claiming to use, Falcon something, or not Falcon, one of those other names we rarely hear, but they're dead in the water with no contracts. So really, space is really
Man,
so...
you got a lot of inside information, Dan.
Well, you should look up the lawsuit in 2014. And it made me think that all the mergers and settlements are the way of fixing budgets that are under the table that they need to fix above board with real money. You know, like ongoing issues that are, you know, that they'll fix later. I have a great letter from the CIA to the NASA saying at that time that they wanted NASA to launch their satellite, which was called a weather satellite, over the time frame of the TV one that was going up. When the CIA weather one, they wanted theirs up first, and they said in the letter, they're like, "Don't worry about it. We'll get the funding later. Like, we'll pay for it, and we'll get paid back by some other program." Basically, the CIA was offering to cover any of the expenses, and that was just to put up a spy satellite back in '61, I think. The whole subversive nature of space is weird, and the military stronghold.
Isn't that what you'd expect? Isn't that what you'd expect if it's real, though? That it yields a big tactical advantage, so you want to be up there, so you know, push your budgets around, do what you can to be the first with spy satellites?
Sure, that's what you would want to do, but the fact that the Cold War and the subsequent war and the current war is still going on is ridiculous.
So actually, Dan, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, having spy satellites doesn't make that less likely, though. Right? You could not like war and then say they still have spy satellites.
The very nature of the word spy, I think, corrects that. Pretty sure.
So, Dan, what is your opinion of the Golden Dome?
Of the what?
Golden Dome.
I don't know what that is.
You seriously?
Never heard of it.
It's the defense for North America, I suppose, right?
So it's basically Trump's Star Wars. It is a strategic defense initiative to defend the continental United States against all ballistic and hypersonic missiles, using ground-based munitions and space-based lasers.
Okay, both of which ignore the only known technology I know of is the 747s that are mounted with laser weapons. We really haven't heard shit about, are those patrolling the skies, or have they retired it, and did it really work? I understand the targeting is, like 4 different systems, and how it targets, and it was supposedly completely successful. And now you're saying they're using anything but that, and I thought that was our main replacement weapon for the carrier, because the aircraft carriers become an incredible antique all of a sudden. We can't
That's a great
afford that
idea.
kind of
They
loss
probably
per
have
ship.
several. Yeah, they probably have some high altitude, right, that are unmanned, just flying circuits with maybe that laser based weapon.
Yeah, so
Sounds like
it
a great
was
idea.
not weapon of any value. I remember back in the Gulf War, the Patriot and Raytheon was supposedly very successful, but it wasn't true. It was slightly successful because they fired 10 missiles for every one target. So it looked like a success rate, but it wasn't. I think it was a 10% success rate, but they just fired 10 missiles at something. So you have to be careful. I don't know that any of these systems even work, is my answer.
A laser pointing downward. I wonder how safe that is.
I was just curious because Trump is going to be is wanting to spend, I think it's $168 billion on this, and I thought this would be right up your alley because a good portion of it is going to be infrastructure in space.
All right. Well, remember the Star Wars program with Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
First of all, it was spoken openly about. It never happened, I don't think. Maybe the XB-37 has something to do with that. I don't know. But as far as I know, space isn't weaponized publicly. And so those words are interesting because let's say that he announced a bunch of monies and put up a rocket with a plastic replica squirt gun, a toy that we played with when we were kids. And as far as the public campaign and the Cold War and the same kind of bullshit we pull, the Soviets would have been deep into matching any dummy technology we put up at that time. Or I forget what they call those distractions in warfare, but it's a big part of warfare, the deception. So if they're saying they're doing it, it doesn't mean they are. And if they commit a bunch of monies, who knows what they're doing with that money, but it may not be doing any of that except trying to generate a drain on the other side. Now, I don't know if there's still really a Soviet Union to drain. See, that's the other thing. Soviet Union's gone. And if anyone's going to pay attention, they're going to get rid of the United States because it's the only way to kill off the debt. And it's the only way to get anything normal again. The United States as a corporation, has to go. It's in debt and it's garbage. And it's playing with money laundering and wars and weapons and all. There's no state supporting that shit. So I think you're going to find that that's what happened. What's going to happen. That plan's been in play since the Rodney King riots, because they brought in at that time when you used to call the National Guard when you were a kid, it used to be your brother, ex-military guys who were on weekends and stuff. It was your brother. It was people you knew. National Guard were local people. It's not that way anymore. When they call in the National Guard, they bring in foreign troops because they found out in 88 and 89 that
That ain't true.
Ivan wouldn't shoot Igor. And guess what? Joe won't shoot Steve.
Yeah, I got a bunch of my buddies are National Guard.
That's probably why they're transitioning from war, because war was an economic driver, right, for the U.S. economy and other nations. But getting away from war, they need to transition into something like, right, self-defense, space weapons. That way, in the future, when alien contact happens, they'll already be in a position, right? So it's going to be great for the economy for the next 20 years while they build that infrastructure.
What?
Okay.
All that was just said is insane. I just got here and everything that was just said is completely fucking bonkers. I'm sorry.
Welcome to the party.
Well, this is the plan by, what's her name, Dr. Caroline Rosalind. She was secretary to Werner von Braun. She said pretty much everything that she said so far has come to pass. She mentioned the Russian, and then I think she mentioned terrorists. After that, it would be.
This sounds not real, Eden. I'm gonna have to.
No, I have her testimony. I have her testimony. She laid it all out.
Can you post
She actually. essentially, she was saying her name is Dr. Caroline Roslin. She was the personal secretary to Werner von Braun. So she's like a whistleblower. So essentially, she said there's a game plan, right? And it went from terrorists, and now it's going to be an asteroid, close asteroid, and then after that, alien contact. So it makes sense.
I'm going to stop you there. I can't find anything on this person that they exist. They are who they claim that they are.
You've seen her speak. You've seen her speak. She talks exactly. It's everything but Bluebeam has come true in terms of their world agenda.
What's this woman's name?
Dr. Caroline Roslin.
I'll get it for you. I have her testimony.
Yeah, but my point is I can't verify that this person is who she claims to be, or that anything about the testimony means anything. Like, could just be some random person, for all I can tell. Like, a video of someone talking without verification doesn't mean anything.
Mod 1. Speculation Sunday.
But it's Monday.
Yeah, Monday. Is it?
Don't do that to me. Freak me out.
It is Monday, right? Memorial Day? Okay.
Anyways, speculation time. Keep the stories about aliens alive. So what was it? Project Blue Balls?
Oh my god! Sorry, what's the what's the topic? Is it
Project Blue Balls, which is AKA my dating life.
Oh yeah.
AKA each time that you need to talk about something in the sky.
There's two testimonies in there. There's the one episode from
Joe
Rogan Experience where he interviewed Snowden.
Eden, you're over talking. Eden, you're over talking.
Who's he over talking?
Unmute people that you have muted.
Yeah, Project Bluebeam is where you need to talk about something in the sky that you don't understand. Then you call it Project Bluebeam.
We're not going to talk about Mordwin's love life? Oh, damn.
Well, they were talking about some lady, and he was telling who it was. I'd like to know what we find out about this lady.
Reflections are going to be important here. We're going to have MH keep deflecting so we don't get to that part. Left flank. Thank you.
Was it the lady that kept him blue-balled?
So Mord,
why
have you? Who stopped?
Who stopped Eden from
talking to rip about blue balls?
Yeah. That's why we stopped Eden from talking so that M Agent can come poison the well some more.
Her name is Carol Rosin. I put the link to her Wikipedia page in the.
Thank you. I typed it in wrong, so that's why I couldn't find anything. Carol Roslin. Okay. Thank you. I'll look into it. But
rosin, like you rosin your bow.
Thank you.
Yeah, can somebody give it the blow by blow?
Back to poisoning the well, Agent.
So essentially, I was researching
her money. What was she test? Was she like in a hearing or what was that?
I think she was being interviewed by a journalist investigator. I think she's a whistleblower. So essentially, I did believe in aliens at one point, but in that journey of research, I found that interesting outliers. Like you've got Edward Snowden when he was interviewed by Joe Rogan, and he mentioned that he had access to all the networks while working for the U.S. military and the U.S. government, and there was nothing on alien contact. And then we had Carolyn Roslin. She said the final card was going to be alien contact, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh shit!
So was that the frizzy-haired white-haired lady?
Yes.
In that video?
Yeah.
Yes.
Ah, okay. Just to be clear, we do not have space-based asteroid weapons. We do not have a space-based program for destroying asteroids. Just to be clear.
Of course we do.
No, that's in the budget, right?
We also have aliens beyond the dome. They're just hiding behind the dome.
Yeah, keep poisoning the well.
Yeah, did you guys ever see that interview with Buzz Aldrin where he said that on the dark side of the moon there might have been aliens? I'm not sure if anyone's actually seen that. That was pretty interesting. But it looks like the U.S. military did a soft rollout of alien, right? At the testimony of that one gentleman. It seems like that's something that they might want to use in the future to bring the governments of the world all together in harmony.
Right. I think I
Right.
think you may have been. I think I saw a documentary or read a documentary about it from Alan Moore, where there was some group of vigilantes, and one of them decided that there's too much violence, and so he dropped a big squiddy alien onto New York and killed a whole bunch of people.
I saw that movie.
Did you? It's a great documentary. The book is better. The book is better.
Yeah, the book is definitely a lot better.
I still want to hear who this woman really was. Like, was she Kissinger or whoever's
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
secretary? And who was she testifying to?
So that's what I kind of wonder, Eggs, is because like you can label yourself as something and it could be like technically true, but not what you imply it to be. So when she says she's the spokesperson for Werner von Braun, what is that? Did she get hired as a PR person for him? Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's so little detail to her qualifications that, from what I can tell, that it's hard for me to evaluate her testimony. Because, like, and that's the irony, is that there needs to be a certain amount of deference to expertise in a lot of these conspiracy theories. And usually the expertise is not valid. Like,
what about Wesley Clark then? Wesley Clark said exactly what's happening. He goes, America's gone to war with countries for no reason. He has no fucking idea why. Right? And I mean, that's, from the Pentagon.
Which war, though? Which war is not obvious what the cause of it was?
Going to war with the Middle East over.
Yeah, well, that one's obvious. That was because of Israel. Like, duh. I mean, that's like that's an easy one.
Not when you hear the plan laid out as he discusses it. I mean, have you listened to what he said?
George space lasers.
That sounds like a psyop to distract us from the fact that the U.S. is weakening Israel's neighbors, so that it doesn't have to deal with strong Arab neighbors and pan-Arab nationalism.
And blue balls.
I think you should listen to.
Sure, Dan, I will listen to it if you post it, but I'm just kind of grandstanding as well.
But why is anyone questioning this? This all sounds like. I mean, why even question this woman? She is the foremost authority on this specific conspiracy theory.
She's the
What
foremost
conspiracy theory?
authority.
What have I missed? What did she do?
He apparently was a spokesperson for Dr. von Braun.
Oh.
All I can find is a picture of her with him standing in front of a telescope of some sort.
Is that a euphemism? Spokesperson?
I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Perhaps she was involved in bicycle wheel assembly.
Yeah, Andy, it's like how Monica Lewinsky was a spokesperson. Exactly. She had a particular manner of speaking, if you catch my drift.
Oh yeah. I thought it was pretty obvious with I don't know much about Project Bluebeam, but it sounded to me a lot like War of the Worlds. It was the same sort of thing. To scare the shit out of people. They definitely did that. And it's like that thing of a sort of common enemy, isn't it? This is what you hear about a lot, where we need an enemy outside. They even admit it. They put it out on Front Street. They're not hiding it. To bring everyone together. It's always the same bullshit. No, what are you actually saying, though? Is somebody saying that aliens are actually real, and that's just a cover story, or...?
No, aliens aren't real. Aliens are actually the modern iteration of demons, and they're being sent as the revelation of the first seal prior to the return of Christ to the world.
Ooh, I mean, that's
somebody said demons?
According to whom?
Me. According to me. Personally.
Yeah, Andy, I don't believe in aliens any longer.
And how do you come to that conclusion?
Because he's a demon.
Mostly
because
ketamine.
he's a demon.
Let Eden
he's
get
a
in.
demon.
Let Eden get in. What were you going to say?
Oh, thank you. Before I got into Flat Earth, actually, I was into aliens. I did a little research, and there was even one guy from the military who claims that his superior told him he was half alien. I kind of fell for it initially. Then I listened to him speak a little bit longer, and then the more he spoke, it seemed so vague. He was essentially saying that they would put him in a room, and he would have to look at the computer and try to control it with his mind. And when people are asking him questions, the answers were really vague. So, but then eventually I looked into it a little bit further. I've even been to Roswell, New Mexico, alien capital of the world, but I no longer believe it after looking into it. There's personally because of the firmament and the dome. But yes, supposedly the government can use
There's
that.
so many questions.
But Eden, hold up. What if?
I mean, none
what
of
if
this
aliens?
makes any sense.
What if aliens are, the reason that they're seeming to be extraterrestrial is that they're actually the legions of Satan, and that deception is designed to turn us away from God's flat Earth? Did you ever consider that?
Yes.
So maybe aliens are real in the mind, but not in actuality.
So we need aliens.
That would be the
that
would be the snowman. That would be
Way
the
too
snowman.
sober for this conversation.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, me
You
too.
sure, Rob?
This is brain rot.
Are you sure?
So Eden, do you think
I'm
about
just
the guy
amazed
who
at what the limits are for Eden.
I can't even have fun with this.
I found the lady.
Yeah, Eggs had a question. Eggs, I know you're genuine. What's going on, brother?
I was wondering what you think now about the testimony of the people who were talking about aliens, when if we compare it to this spokeswoman for Werner von Braun.
Yeah, I used to believe in that. Like they would recount that they were kidnapped and assaulted, sometimes even sexually. I think primarily women. I've listened to one woman, maybe one or two, where they said they were abducted by aliens. I have.
Wait,
I
was
believe
that some?
I could ramble on about how hamburgers can tell the future for 14 minutes, and it
I
would
guess
be
no one's
as
seen these
equally productive
testimonies.
and as
That's
equally
okay.
stupid as this.
Yeah, it's okay. Maybe you guys haven't seen the testimony of women claiming that they've been abducted
And
by
the
aliens.
reason why hamburgers can tell the future is because I think so, and therefore it is real.
Who's the fuck we're talking about ambergris? Why would you filibuster?
Yeah,
to
somebody
say
just
something
poisoning the well.
Yeah, I know.
Typical Globers. You just want to poison the well
You
instead
need
of
to
having an
grow
actual
up and stop
conversation.
saying poisoning the
Yeah,
well
AM
is not
agent,
an
come in
actual
and poison
thing.
the well some more.
Relax.
Can't we have an actual
Relax.
conversation
People,
with people
I know
in
this
here?
woman. I know
people
this
are
woman.
entitled for opinions.
So, Evan
Relax.
Agent,
McKinnon.
you said you found the woman?
Her name is McKinnon. Yeah, her name is McKinnon.
Yes,
I've seen her
I
testimony.
found a show on Apple TV that she did about aliens.
Okay.
Yeah, she smokes a cigarette. Her name is McKinnon. She's great. She tells a really, really compelling story.
Typical quack.
This
You
is
mean
the same
compelling
woman
stories
who
like
was
Bigfoot?
meant to be Werner von Braun's spokesperson has a different name. Is that what it sounds like?
No, I think this is
did
another
find out-
testimony of
No,
someone
she-
that was abducted
no.
by an alien.
According to Wikipedia, she worked with him on one film in the 40s, but now she is 80 and delusional, so she makes UFO movies.
I found where Rosin was actually a spokesperson for von Braun. Apparently, she spoke for him because he was too ill to attend at the National Education Association conference in 1974, demonstrating live, LIVE, how, capitalized for some reason, how satellites can be used as teaching tools worldwide. So
How old was
apparently,
it? Okay.
in that regard,
Yeah.
she was his
Yeah.
spokesperson.
Okay, but what
There
about the
is-
photo with him? Was he ill at that time, or was that later in his life? Because there's photos of them together, right?
So this was in 1974. Von Braun died in 77.
She's a spokesperson on deweaponizing space. She's not a spokesperson on.
She helped create training programs or something like that. You can read the Wikipedia page.
She feels that she was pursuing his interest in making sure that space didn't become.
Maybe.
I'm gonna call it Wikipedia.
Yeah, because
from now on.
everything you read on Wikipedia is true.
Wikipedia. Come on, get it right.
But why, how is that not poisoning the
Why
well?
not?
Well, Wikipedia themselves admitted they're going to be putting out a load of shit. Anyway, I want to ask Eden about. Yeah, they did. There's a video of the literal heads of it saying we're going to be putting out a load of shit. Where's Eden? Eden, what? What was Area 51? Did you say you went to Area 51 or something like that?
No,
Did I-
I went to Roswell.
Roswell, New
Roswell.
Mexico. I was living
What?
in New Mexico. It's a beautiful state. I recommend everyone go there, especially if you're interested in stargazing. But yeah,
Right.
just traveling,
What's
visiting.
what's actually there? Like nothing, or
It's great. It's a large state with only last time I was there, I think it was about 2.7 million people, and it's about a mile above sea level. I think it has the highest capital in the United States, Santa Fe. But yeah, it's a beautiful state.
no?
And,
What I meant is there like loads? Is it like very touristy for aliens and shit like that?
No, it was actually used because by the U.S. military because it's already high altitude, right? So if you just need to, launch, you're already up above a mile above sea level, and they
Right.
have the research lab there. I forgot what it's called now, but yeah, state of the art stuff.
White Sands.
In
I
fact,
just
you guys-
imagine
you
it's
guys won't
like
even
Area
believe it.
51. Sorry, as
You
very
guys won't believe
touristy
it.
sort
Yeah.
of places.
When I flew in to New Mexico from Canada, I don't even know if it was real anymore. But when I was sitting by the wing on the right hand side, when we entered New Mexico, I remember something woke me up, and I had the urge to look out the window, and I did look, and it looked like there was this black missile flying beside us, and it had like a stream of smoke behind it. And back then, I only had the flip phones, and I kind of made a loud noise. I was like, "Whoa, what's that?" Right? And I think the other people around me saw, but no one was sitting beside me. But when I went to look again, I remember it wasn't there. So this was after 9/11. But yeah, United States is pretty advanced stuff, military.
I mean, also the mind is very powerful, right? It can trick
Yeah.
you sometimes.
Yeah, it seems so vivid, but anyways.
So folks, our poll, what was the best NASA invention, has closed. The answer was the moon landing. Carry on.
It wasn't freeze dried ice cream.
Sorry.
Tang. Velcro Tang.
Yeah,
Velcro
Velcro, what a ripoff. I thought somebody
Yeah,
was
Dan,
gonna
I know you really like Velcro, right?
So what would you guys say if people claim they were kidnapped by aliens? I guess they're just confused.
You know,
No, I think they were kidnapped by aliens.
You know what? It would be interesting. I've thought about they could give them like DMT or something like that, right? Because people go, they're like, oh, we talk to the machine elves.
Easy there, Geo.
So yeah,
Andy,
why
there
not?
are-
Why?
Sorry.
Go on, Lush. You trying to get in?
Oh, I was just gonna mention the obvious that they're already on DMT. Sorry, just kind of joking around.
I mean, also they could be just like wanting publicity. I mean, there's a plethora of reasons, really, isn't there? But
By the way,
maybe one of them
this
did get
Wednesday-
kidnapped by aliens.
Real quick, this Wednesday we're going to have another Planet Peterson event. We're going to try the stage for it, I think.
Well,
That
make
sounds
sure
good.
SE's there for it.
Yeah, SE's got to be on stage.
Yeah.
Cool. What time is that going to be, Omni?
9 o'clock Eastern time. If you go up and look at events, it should have your time zone in the description.
Oh, also, if I could make a self-promotion announcement, if I may. Looks like Friday the 6th, I will be debating Shane on his maps thing. So I think that's going to be going down on Aether Cosmology, in which case they'll have to unban me. So we'll see where it ends up. But
You guys should debate on who has blue and gold.
Make sure he doesn't lose.
You are a
I
better
gotta be there
person
to
than I
see
am.
that. I want to see you tear Shane's ass up.
You know,
But is
I'm
Shane
not into Shane.
doing
I'm
his
not
map
into
or
Shane
somebody
like
else?
that. I'm not into Shane like that. I like twinks, not bears. So
You know what
Sorry,
I
You
mean?
did find that? Do I have to
Can-
look
can
up
you-
the- I thought they were all twinks. What am I missing?
So a bear is like you, Dan. A bear is like an older, typically a little bit bigger, like hairy, bearded.
God
gay
damn
man.
it.
Hairier, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm
Hey,
offended.
Because young,
Mold one.
thin.
Mod one, can you do us a favor and actually in the beginning of the discussion name the topic of the debate, because you forget, Ellen forgets, everyone forgets, stating the obvious.
What is the map? What is his map thing? I don't think I've seen it.
Maps project coordinate systems, not the globe. But Alan fixed the topic to make it more fair. In fairness to Alan, because
make him
is dumb.
Make him make a positive claim about something.
This was the topic that Alan has written, so I'll post it in the chat. What is it?
But it's Shane that's gonna debate it.
Yes.
Who did he steal his idea from in this case?
Oh, I don't know. I think this.
There is Shane GPT.
He may not have stolen this one. He may have bought it from Gleam, like his Horizon one. I'm not sure.
All right.
Maybe Ken Will or something.
I just think
Ken
that
Wheeler
Shane.
thinks Flat Earth is dumb.
I just think Shane's one of them people that I don't know. I just enjoy people who are intelligent and know what they're talking about, telling him how wrong he is. He's just that type of person.
Unfortunately, he's gatekept by Flat Earth. He's gatekept by the idea, and
So wait, do you want
it is what
Shane?
it
Matt,
is.
Shane, yeah, Shane would be perfect for the.
Shane's stupid grin is hilarious.
Gate kept.
Yeah, gate kept, bro.
Yeah, Shane's got to get with concave.
Concave, you can debate him.
Yeah,
I
debate.
don't debate
Concave
debates
versus
with guys
flat.
like you.
Why can't we see that debate?
There has been one of those debates. It was on MDD,
okay.
right? What?
Oh, I don't watch MDD much.
Was it? Glory was which? I remember there was a concave versus flat debate. Was it on MDD or which? What platform was it on?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember either. But there was one, right? Am I like? Or is this my brain tumor talking?
Was it unicorns? It sounds like unicorns versus bears. Same topic.
But thinking of maps, Mordwan, I'd like your opinion. Have you heard of I just heard of this recently, the orthograph map? Supposedly the world's most... Yeah, the world's most accurate map. It was created in 1999.
No, it's the globe. It was created a long time before that.
I don't know about. I don't know much about cartography. But if you
Okay, I'm gonna drop it. I want you to take a look at it. It's really I think it's interesting, anyways.
Yeah, I mean, interesting, I guess, but like, it doesn't really change anything. Like in the sense that like it's still not usable for global navigation in and of itself. It's only a display. It's only a projection of, either lat long typically or like the ellipsoid, but typically we just use lat long and we accept the error of the ellipsoid, right, Shugal? Am I saying
I'm pretty sure the map he's going to bring up, none of the longitude lines are straight. None of the latitude lines are straight. I think it's just it preserves square mileage or scale of size of continents. But it looks like if the Earth was a raw egg and you dropped it, that's what it would look like.
Yeah. I mean the thing is that there's still distortion, right? Like if you look at there's still distortion. Like it minimizes the look at Alaska. Alaska is not that.
I know, eh?
So I mean,
hold up just the orthographic projection to like check out how it lays out.
Well, the Waterman projection I particularly like, but then you also have the Buckminster Fuller's Dymaxion. I mean, there's lots of different maps. Anytime you show in the entire planet, you're going to have problems. But as opposed to the proper way of using projection maps, flat maps, anything is in map sheets of only showing like a province.
Let me tell you the secret behind that. Let me tell you the secret behind this so-called distortion. It's actually not a distortion. This is what this quote distortion is. If you imagine you hold a sphere in front of your face, the sphere, the face of the sphere relevant to your eyes, the spatial distance to your eyes changes. So the middle front part of the sphere is of the globe, okay, is gonna be the closest to your eyes, and from there going away towards the edges, gets further and further away from your eyes. This spatial difference is visualized via the difference in size of these little so-called squares you see in these map projections. That's what they say is, oh, there is a distortion. The distortion is how it appears visually based on that concept of the globe towards your eyes, spatially towards the edges. It's called a longitudinal convergence. Becomes more and more longitudinally converged towards the edges. But that longitudinal convergence, that whole dynamic in that system is a visual system based on you holding that globe in front of the observer's face. That's it.
Or it's a mathematical projection, which has nothing to do with an eyeball or an observer's
you're so
location.
arrogant, bud. You could have learned something. That's the secret behind it.
Don't know how.
Mathematical projection, which does not yield an intuitive visual. Because, it's just like the AE map is a perfectly valid projection. It is just not visually intuitive. However, it does have a use. And AE projections of limited areas, like of just a state, is a perfectly reasonable map. Now, you've got to understand, anytime you project an entire globe, be it, Mercator or Lambert or Peters or Waterman, it doesn't, once you show the whole planet on one flat sheet, it is visually unappealing and it takes interpretation.
Yeah, and that visual unappealingness, ultimately the root of it is that spatial difference by looking at this so-called sphere.
Incorrect.
Hey, if you didn't know, you guys will now, whether now or later. It's not a counter against the globe. It's you guys are anti-knowledge, anti-information. Anytime some truth gets revealed in here, you guys tighten your fucking assholes. You don't want to learn it.
Oh my god, you wouldn't know truth if it bit you in the ass, Glory.
Glory, your whole concave map
has nothing to do with concave.
You've said the whole.
Shoebill, you're muted, bud. Do better. Don't waste my bandwidth.
Okay, I'll just talk anyway. You can mute me. You don't have to hear this. He just says straight up, concave is just a pretty thing to do with graphics.
Sure.
Does D-Mock deserve getting an promotion to D-Mod? Or maybe unmuting?
No. Have you heard that guy talk?
Oh, D-Mock's here? Awesome.
I'm not saying it's not entertaining, but it isn't fruitful.
It's been in the past. Maybe it's different going forward.
I shared some real information related to cartography, and none of you guys, it just flew over your fucking heads. You know what you guys need? You know what you guys need? Some elementary ass vegetated conversations over straight lines.
Yeah,
that's what you guys need. The same shit debated on over again and again and again.
Yeah, I think the only guy.
Any new thought, new information cripples your fucking minds.
The only worst mod that Daymok would be Glory.
Hey, I liked his idea about talking about the straight lines because concave and globe both don't have any straight lines.
Where's the flat Earth map?
Concave and flat Earth have no reason.
I'll
why
work
things
on that,
fall
Shoebill.
to the Earth. That's an issue. Unless concave, you want to tell me why things fall to your concave Earth? That'd be great.
I can't really explain anything in here. You guys, your minds cripple and break fucking down.
Like usual. Reasons.
I can't explain.
Reasons.
I can't even explain simple, truthful shit in here. You guys are so divided mentally. You guys are so on and in your sides and unwilling to fucking do anything. There's no point in me telling you anything. Just stay in your little corners, hold on to the shoulders of your fucking comrades, and go to war Inquisition style against the other sides. I'm not gonna get involved with you.
Are you competing with D-Mock?
M-Agent, you already destroyed yesterday, bud. Don't even address me, bud.
Are you competing with D-Mock, who is more loose?
He's muted. Shubil, you're unmuted.
Nobody cares about your muting. You understand that? We can talk. We don't ask you if you muted us. You're not in charge of anything.
I'm kind of
In
hoping
case
I'm
you-
muted for Buddy over there.
I do think sometimes though, when somebody comes in here with alternative beliefs, people don't need to tear them down as bad. I mean, that makes a lot of people afraid to come in here.
That's fair, but we could ask questions, and when the questions don't come, like there's no coherent answer, or the answer is you just don't understand. It's like that's why we're asking questions.
There were no questions. It was scoffing and denial.
If you get too extreme with it, you end up in an echo chamber.
Well, what's
it
the
is an echo
horizon on a
chamber.
concave Earth? What stops me from seeing, like my neighbors are like a neighboring continent on concave?
Hey, Cole, notice how we weren't talking about concave Earth. What I shared wasn't about concave Earth. You guys are so dumb and down in your fucking religions.
Yeah, this is productive.
Go back to debating each other. I'm not here to talk about concave Earth with you. Go back to debating each other.
The point that Cole's making, I think, is being missed.
Go back to debating shit that's already been beaten for the past 10 years.
Well, we don't need any of that either. You know, like don't.
All right, then move on. Then move on. Then
there. It's a good point. Good to go.
Now I want to hear more about how you're a victim, dude. Just keep crying. Just come on, dude. Keep crying. It's so I love listening to crying.
I have a question for the globe defenders here. Are there any globe defenders here that don't believe the moon landings happened during Richard Nixon?
No, dude. Please don't poison the well with an actual conversation. We want to hear this guy complain, cry, and just cry more and complain.
I want to hear about Bluebeam. You have something about Bluebeam?
Yeah. Anyone here believe in aliens?
Yeah.
I said I believe in aliens. Who
And they
said I
believe in me.
believe in aliens?
Are they ever going to contact or reach Earth, in your opinion?
No, they're too advanced to talk with me, Mark.
Conversations, guys.
Hold on, one at a time. One at a time.
Wait.
Who wants to go first?
Yeah, I was saying something to talk in Eden. Please don't talk while I talk, okay? That's it. You asked me a question I didn't hear.
Yeah, thank you. I believe you stated you believe in aliens. So do you think they'll ever have the ability to contact, or have they contacted us, or will they ever reach us, in your opinion? Thank you.
If there is aliens and they have the technology, then they choose not to communicate with us.
Thank you for exposing your view of humanity. This sure is a test.
Which is
how do you solve the Fermi
Indirect
paradox?
assessment of the human beings by assuming alien view of them.
What were you saying, Professor Parks?
This is ultimately the question of how to solve the Fermi paradox.
Or the Drake equation.
Well, the Fermi
No,
paradox is specifically.
We gotta hear more about his dire view of humanity exposed through the metaphorical allegory.
Fucking hell.
Nice,
Yeah, Professor Parks asked a question, I think.
Well, I was just saying that the Fermi paradox is given the strong likelihood of planets and so forth and so on. Why is it that we have not been contacted or found evidence for alien life?
Because they don't like our Bluebeam.
So I don't know. You think about if they're in, like, I don't know, the nearest galaxy. You know, if they send a signal to us trying to contact us, you know, that would, you know, according to the speed of light and how long ago that was, things like that. I think about those things, and then I can't even fathom traveling. I mean, it would take generations of a group of astronauts, you know, to travel there.
Well,
even if we could, you know, it's like it's mind blowing.
You are thinking too organically, actually. So there was a thought experiment. There was a thought experiment. Are you familiar with what a von Neumann machine is? Von Neumann machine is a self-replicating machine. So effectively, all you would really need is a sophisticated 3D printer, an AI that can operate that printer, and some mechanism via which to collect the materials to reproduce itself. If you could come up with that, it's actually fairly trivial to demonstrate that every planet in the galaxy could be contacted within 1 to 10 million years. And considering the galaxy is only 12 billion years, it would seem to be like effectively why haven't we been contacted by Klaatu or whatever that robot was and
Why
when
are
the
you
Earth stood still?
suggesting we haven't been? There's all kinds of documentation of things going on in the sky prior to mechanization in the sky, and you have to understand that most depictions of angels would be for the same mistake. If I told you my great grandmother spoke to the people that flew down from the sky, when you painted that, they would have wings. So therefore, the depiction of angels is probably a logical mistaken depiction of people that flew down and flew away.
Interesting you say that because Carl Sagan actually in his book Demon Haunted World, he shows that the stories of abductees are almost identical to stories of people being basically visited by demons during the Renaissance and the Enlightenment.
Yeah,
Sure,
I was
make
just
a
talking
good
about this a
point
moment
there.
ago.
I think you guys should continue talking about aliens. It's like one of the only topics that a glober and a flat earther can talk about and actually have a, without starting to immediately ad hom each other, because it's a great fantasy land to visit. It sure
So
is.
actually, if I can, I don't see how it was a holy grail for me to find a flat earther who actually believed in aliens, because typically flat earthers don't think space is a thing. So where do the aliens come from?
Professor
aliens,
The outer ponds.
Extraterrestrials.
Yeah, there's the outer pond theory.
Can I ask you something? Did you see the movie Level with Me with Dave Weiss explaining where aliens come from?
No, the only explanation I've heard is from Sleeping Warrior, and he basically gave the other pond theory.
So the third movie of Level, done by Whitsett and many more, is actually talking about aliens on flat Earth coming from the walls behind the ice wall, and the big map with the 187 planets, I think, but they're not planets because it's flat. I recommend for the entertainment.
All right,
I agree with that.
I'll check it out.
I don't know
But
if
there's plenty of evidence of things unexplained throughout history that I think are easily explained by visitation. As opposed
Such as?
Well, what was that 1516 thing in Germany? You know, it was in all the newspapers where they had a war in the sky. There was some Indian folklore about wars in the sky. Gotta imagine if everything is as science fiction says, like Star Trek, there would be people literally controlling the resources from here that we're not aware of. You know, I mean, people battling over the interest of Earth, water rights, let's say, you know, and they only come for water and they split. They fuel up and split.
I would like the version of Stargate better, where the gods of the ancient times were actually people stealing from the resource of Earth.
Yeah.
You know, Stargate? Makes sense more. And you have portals, then you have Pac-Man Earth.
If they were just coming here to tank up on water, there's a lot more water available a lot of other places.
Gold.
Don't
was
know
gold.
why you'd say that. Plus, it could be electricity. It does not necessarily be water. There's tons of, you know, everything from heat to electricity to water. Either way, there's like it's a good fueling station, I'm sure, for most anything in terms of the varied resources here.
If you look
What
at the
about
various
females?
bodies of, if you look at the various bodies in the solar system, the Earth is actually very arid in comparison. There are Europa, Enceladus, comets. These are all far richer in water than the Earth is. I mean, I guess you could say that if you needed liquid water, then it would be easier to get it here than anywhere else. But as Shubil said, it's actually, there are way better sources if you are interested in getting it in bulk.
Well, don't you
Does
claim
Earth have
still,
the most beautiful females?
as
What?
astronomy, doesn't it still claim it doesn't know where all the water came from?
Doesn't know where the water came from on Earth is still very much an open question.
No, I find that hard to believe because I believed in the water cycle, of things, evaporating, coming back as rain and evaporating and going through the water cycle. But since then, I've learned about something called primary water that seems to be spoken of as pseudoscience, but it has to do with under pressure, with the rocks under pressure would produce gases. And under those pressures, the gases would merge and it comes up as spring water. That's new water. It's not part of the water cycle. It's called primary water. And if that's true, it would explain where water came from.
Yeah, spring water. Yeah.
I've never heard of that idea. So
Isn't that weird that it's like
couldn't
it's out
comment on it.
there? It's considered, it's not taught because we are taught the water cycle, but it's like it sounds legit, right? I mean, I'm not flat earth in this one.
Well,
It
you would.
sounds
The last star to explode that created the nebula, the Hour star formed in, that star created, when it died, it created an enormous amount of lighter elements. Plus, it created heavy elements, real heavy, all the way up, to the heaviest. But anyway, you would have a lot of oxygen and a lot of hydrogen in massive amounts. So as the solar system began to form, you have that stuff that creates the water. I mean, the solar system is loaded with water.
Yeah.
I
It's
wonder-
just in different forms and spread and dissolved and in other shit. I mean, but there is a lot of H2O out there.
But does
Yeah,
Earth
solar
have the
system,
most
yes.
beautiful females in the universe? Probably.
What?
But if you were looking to harvest, you'd pick the slower, predictable path of the planet compared to waiting for an asteroid to come whipping and trying to catch it.
So if I'm a spacefaring alien species, I would much rather go to an asteroid or to a comet than anything else, because if I have the ability to travel interstellar distances, I'm pretty sure I could catch up to a comet.
So if you have a Stargate to any Earth, you would look for gold, not water. The ancient alien theories is always about gold. I don't know if you saw those.
But also, if you're going to harvest water, you'd want to go someplace with a much lower gravitational weight.
And where people have less weapons.
That too. True.
Well, if I gathered oxygen, compressed oxygen, and then compressed hydrogen, could I go somewhere and open both valves and make water?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's called rocket fuel. Yeah.
Yeah, you can produce water.
Yeah,
Then
it also produces like a 2,000 degrees centigrade flame.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. When they tested the engines on the space shuttle, it creates an enormous cloud that rains regular water all over the ground when they're testing those engines, because they're just creating a big cloud of water. That's what comes out of those hydrogen and oxygen burning engines.
Yeah,
And it literally rains on the test
conditioner.
Yeah,
your
cryogenic
air conditioner creates water.
Yeah, cryogenic rockets that use liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. Yeah, their exhaust is as pure as distilled water.
So if you were some super race that found how to travel between planets, you will look for rare metals or rare materials, not the most abundant ones.
What makes gold so special?
Conductivity, for one.
Yeah.
There's better.
Soft, easy to work with. 2. Abundant.
Yeah, lower melting point.
Harvestable.
Jewelry. It looks good on you.
And it's pretty.
Yeah, it looks pretty.
I don't know. It's statistically insignificant.
People even
in
eat it
terms
now.
of the universe.
Now there's been this SETI project. We're trying to pan the skies looking for radio signal. Question is, if a SETI program on another planet, exoplanet, were scanning the skies, would they find Earth?
That's an excellent question, actually. So it depends on what technique they were using. So we, at this point, can find an Earth analog. Well, the only problem is the major hurdle is time, because
Well, we're looking. Yeah, but SETI's looking for radio signals. We haven't had radio signals that long, so our radio signal horizon isn't very far away, is it?
No, I think it's maybe 100 light years by now, maybe.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So effectively, though, what we're trying to do, NASA is actually getting into trying to find essentially evidence for life, biosignatures. And so the way they're doing it is by looking at chemical compositions of exoplanet atmospheres, which we are now just starting to be able to do. So presumably that's how aliens would do it.
But that's
that was the
That's what
news,
SETI
right? That was that exoplanet that just made the news. Like what, last month? They had some sulfur stuff there.
Yeah, that was fake news. It was a 3.6 sigma detection of sulfur I can't remember what it was, but it's a marginal detection of a possible biosignature gas.
Do you think
maybe?
Do you think NASA has enough budget for those stuff?
Not anymore, particularly not if the Trump budget passes.
Yeah, because I read there's a crisis even about funding SpaceX to do stuff for them. There is no budget.
SpaceX wants to go to Mars, so that's what they're trying to do.
So as I was saying before, if the Trump budget passes, actually, when it comes to lunar and Martian missions, the lunar program is getting, I think, 6 to 8 billion, and Mars is getting 1.4 billion.
So I'm saying missions of developing technology for humanity or just looking for other planets will cut down as well to non-existing, as far as I get
yes.
it.
So pure science, pure research is going to be basically cut in half. We are basically seeding that over to the Chinese as being the people who are sort of cutting edge in terms of that sort of science. So yes, pure research for NASA is going to be cut in half, effectively. But the budgets for the Moon and Mars projects are actually going to get increased. Again, assuming the Trump budget passes as written through the Senate.
Good luck.
Yeah. I would not want to be a grad student at this point, or a postdoc.
We had to cancel one of my undergraduate lab experiences because the national park would have been closed, or we had to move it up. Something like that happened during the last time. They couldn't agree on a budget.
Well, I mean, so this actually kind of affects you, in that if research gets cut in half, then yeah, the astronomy job field is going to become anemic. I mean, at this point,
very fast. It's already anemic. We're essentially just cutting it off.
Yeah, you guys are fucked. Like, basically, that's why I would not want to be an astronomy grad student at this point, or definitely not an astronomy postdoc.
We'll see. If I just go to not the U.S., I think that'll be like if I can land in the EU, I think.
Yep.
That'll be the best spot.
if the budget passes, that basically means there's going to be a large migration to either Europe or China, if I guess maybe, but definitely Europe, maybe Japan, maybe India. So
Excuse me
guesses.
Get them out of here.
for asking, but is there a field that Trump managed not to fuck up?
No.
The military.
No. No, he can't even manage that part either.
Well, yeah, I suppose fair. I was thinking of slashing the funding, but yes, no, he's pretty much fucked on that too.
No, we increased the funding to the army, but I mean the people in charge don't know how to keep sensitive information to themselves. So
I got a follow up. Is there a field that Elon didn't steal from?
Now, apparently, and of course, you can debate, the veracity of this, but Elon did or was prohibited from talking about the NASA budget. Whether or not that's actually the case, I doubt it. But
the guy in charge of NASA right now, Jaren something, the millionaire,
Isaacson, yeah.
came
Oh, yeah,
from.
he's a Tesla simp.
He's like a messenger of Elon.
Yeah,
Like
but
he
it's
came
funny.
from SpaceX.
But it's funny, during his Senate confirmation hearings, and I still don't know whether or not the dude's actually been confirmed yet, but Trump just cut him out at the legs or cut him out at the knees because during his confirmation, he was like, no, we're not cutting pure science. We're actually going to double down on pure science. We're going to, send all these space missions out there. And Trump was like, no, not so much.
That's a lot of communities that are going to dry up too. Like.
But
you got Ames in
Starship,
Baltimore.
Starship is very expensive fireworks so far.
Yeah, effectively.
Again.
Yeah, I think Ames might be on the chopping block. I heard Goddard might be, but I haven't heard anything since.
Yeah, and those are states that really can't afford to lose jobs. Like, and probably also voted for him.
Well, and also, the native Hawaiians will probably be happy because we won't be able to afford putting telescopes up there. Although the Europeans might still screw them over.
TNT wasn't going to get put up anyway. Like that was already it's been a dead scope for a while.
When you get a Starship blowing over you, do you get also alarm before? Like a twister alarm or something?
No, but it would be nice. Well, I'm sure the Puerto Ricans would have really loved it loved some kind of forewarning when 60 Starlink satellites deorbited and burnt up over them.
Well, that sounds terrifying, actually.
That sounds
it's actually pretty beautiful in a way.
That sounds something that you can predict the effective impacted area, and you can alarm them. By the way.
Well, actually, those particular satellites, they failed to fully deploy because of a geomagnetic storm that happened. Basically, it pushed them. The storm pushed them into more. Let's see. Hold on. Push that? No, I'm sorry. It basically the storm managed to make the atmosphere more dense, and so there was more drag on the satellites, which caused them to basically fall rather than to fully deploy. But when it comes to deorbiting satellites, it's actually very difficult to predict where they're going to land. That's actually very problematic.
But satellites are classified as a weapon in technology. And you have responsibilities for stuff like that if your equipment fails. Unless you're SpaceX.
Well, actually, that's one of the problems that astronomers have recognized and are trying to advocate for, is that the low Earth orbit is the Wild Wild West. There is no regulations. to give you an example, this had to be back in the 80s. The Soviet Union had a spacecraft deorbit, and it had quite a lot of radioactive material on board, which then got dumped all over Canada. Thankfully, Canada is mostly uninhabited, so it didn't really cause too much damage in terms of human lives, but the Soviet Union didn't actually have to do anything about it. There was no government agency that would force them to clean it up. They did graciously give Canada, I think, $100,000 for the cleanup effort, but
Right, but we
I mean, it's just
did
Canadians
we
anyway, so.
did we advance a bit since then, and we care about other people, or we just do random experiments in orbit?
right now, no significant legislation has been passed to govern accidents from space or who can deploy what. The closest thing is the FAA does regulate what wavelengths satellites can use to communicate, but that's only for U.S. Based satellites.
What was that last
So
year
what-
when that Chinese rocket exploded over top of that village and dropped all of that
Yeah,
hydrazine or whatever all over and poisoned everything?
But this is okay because it is China.
Yeah, I know. I was just bringing it up.
They're just killing their own people. So
Also,
no one
also,
cares.
also in the Middle East, sometimes the Houthis send a rocket and it falls on their own people, so it's also fine.
Yeah, if you kill your own people, no one has a problem with you. Like Stalin killed 10 million of his own people. We don't really talk about that. But yeah, it's actually it's a significant problem in that, but it's also a tricky one because how would you legislate it? It is a global concern, and so therefore it has to come from the UN, and the UN has absolutely no teeth at all.
But like, think about it. Not even satellites. Let's assume you send a ballistic rocket and the other country jams it from getting to the destination. It still fails somewhere on the way, and it still hurts some country. So what happens? Nobody knows.
No, yeah, because the person who launched it there is no legal responsibility to the launcher of said rocket. Like even if it were a Chinese satellite were to deorbit and plow into Manhattan, there is no recourse for the U.S. to force China to pay us or help us in any way. We basically just got to suck it up. And it's the same also. If one of our satellites deorbits and smashes into Beijing, the Chinese are screwed. So. Yeah,
is it true that there's also a finders keepers policy?
I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Can I ask a logical question? If capsules have been returning since the 60s through burning atmosphere, obviously any form of tumbling would be dramatic and death-defying because their only plan of action is to turn their ass towards the heat.
Yes.
That's why they're shaped like that, though, Dan. That design, that shape is so good at maintaining its orientation in that direction that they can flip a big model up in the air in front of a wind tunnel, and it'll actually catch the wind and orient itself in the proper direction. But it has to be almost exactly in the wrong direction to maintain that wrong direction. It'll always fix itself.
Position, or it can never work because it would clearly topple over.
No, you're wrong. You're totally wrong.
Then it's like a cat. When you drop him, it falls on his feet. If you design something,
you're talking about a cat in a hot wind now. Is what you're talking about now.
I'm talking about aerodynamic shape.
There's different dynamic force there's resistance as well as the gravity causing the friction.
I'm talking if I draw
the resistance to the friction, I wouldn't surprise me if it had any like steam, you know, when things want to movement, you know, it's shocking to me. So what you guys are going to tell me is this is why flat earthers exist, because you guys are going to tell me that there isn't even any attitude controls, there isn't even a steering column or little fins.
That's wrong too, Dan. You're wrong too.
That's wrong too. Yeah,
it's weighted towards one side. So what you do when you're when you're coming in, you roll the craft. If you want to go towards the right, you roll the craft to where the weighted is towards that side, and it'll pull that craft just a little bit off square from the wind that it's hitting, and it'll force it to go that way. You can make your landing shorter. They can make them longer. They had the ability just by rolling and having an offset weight in that reentry capsule to control that thing just by rolling it.
Now, they're not going straight up and down. Remember, they've got a trajectory to keep them at an angle. So it's not just dropping straight down the way you're describing.
No, I didn't say straight down. When you come down through the atmosphere, you come down at an angle. You can't come straight down. You'll burn up. That's why you have to come in. Hold on. Hold on. That's why you have to come in at such a slight angle, because if you get too steep, shut up, Dan. If you get too steep into the atmosphere too fast at too high of a speed, you will burn up. Okay, that's why they built that craft that way. That way, if you was coming in too steep, you can roll the craft and level it out a bit so you can sort of glide through the atmosphere and slow down a little bit more before you start coming down a little bit more.
So
you can't. They had the ability to look it up, man. This is common knowledge.
Not in relation to the Earth.
Okay, but how about this one? How about this one? Osiris Rex was the capsule that returned asteroid material, and it landed in a predicted area. So it did come in on a skip, and it had the ballistic shape and all that good crap, and it came down within 10, 20 miles of where they wanted it to land, and it was, you know, uncontrolled or had some minor like, I don't know, reaction wheels or whatever it took, and it landed where they wanted it to.
Yeah, but something decaying is going to go through different weight mass changes.
Yeah, if there's something uncontrolled, which is just deorbiting, something uncontrolled deorbiting is one thing. Like a satellite. Like satellites that deorbit quite often, they just tumble all around and burn up.
So
there is I want you to think before you ask something that there is a good reason. There is teams upon teams of engineers sitting and thinking about every situation that will be possible for every vehicle to experience, and then try to think if you found the hole that hundreds of people and years of knowledge and engineering didn't found before you.
Okay, so let's just pretend for a minute that it's dropped, and that it returns from a lower position, and that there is no burning, and it comes in on its little parachute, and they've been dropping them from airplanes historically. Let's just say that it was a production in terms of filming and in terms of selling it, and this is possible. Now, I'm not saying I know it is. I just want you to accept the possibility, because it did look very strange. The water in the last one, landing into the water,
right?
Haven't been in a long time. It looked strange. Now, granted, all high def looks strange, you know, so I can't just say, oh, it's fake because it looks fake to me. But I'm trying to understand why they've been lying to me about the Orion capsule all this time, and what is really going on. And it does lead to Musk and why things are undisclosed, because when
what's up with the Orion capsule, Dan? I haven't heard anything about it.
They shit-canned it with Gateway and SLI.
Oh yeah, I heard that. I thought you meant something else. Yeah.
Well, they were saying, you know, we're still talking about going somewhere, but there's still the radiation, the unanswered radiation problem. And I'm not saying that has anything to do with Apollo either, because if they go further, they're planning on spending more time exposed to radiation. So it's not even, you know, like whether or not that means something about the moon. But they told me for 8 years that it was an issue that people couldn't get out of low Earth orbit because of the radiation problem. And now they're
But you know,
ignoring it.
nobody told you that. So why
Okay,
are you
I'm
saying
sorry.
that?
It's called Orion Trial by Fire. Just fucking look it up. Don't pretend
Yeah,
that
we
I
talked
need to
about
pretend,
that. We
right?
talked
I
about
don't
it.
need to make shit up. You need to accuse me of that, but I don't need to make shit
How
up.
many days? How many
8
days
years.
you can save up memories back? So I will know.
Okay, just
for
wait.
the next time.
M Agent, can I speak for a second, please, M Agent?
About
Dan, you guys hear me?
35,000 days.
M Agent, so are you saying that Orion Trial by Fire did not say there was an issue of the Van Allen radiation belts?
And it's not just them. It's when you're out
I'm
away
saying
from Earth
I
first.
know about the cherry picking video that you are talking about, and you don't
Hey,
understand the
before you
full
poison the
picture.
well, asshole, before you poison the well, can you just simply answer my question or
No.
not?
No,
No?
because you
Okay,
choose
fine.
to call
Thank you.
me.
That shows your level of disingenuousness. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I've been watching the program the whole time.
The person that calls me asshole every time that I speak, even before I speak, talks
maybe
to
you
me
shouldn't
about
act
how
like
I
an
am
asshole.
being dishonest.
Maybe you shouldn't call
Dan,
people wrong. When they had us kill, they
you're
were killing
talking-
8 years while
my
the truth
God.
of the matter was they had no rocket. That was the real truth. They pretended
God.
it was about the capsule, but they had no fucking rocket. And you're saying, "Oh my God," and you're making a stand. So
No, I'm
gonna
saying,
be
"Oh my
quiet
God,"
so
because
you can make a statement that
you
makes
don't
sense.
you don't want to listen to the answer. You just want to talk through people. Even when I stopped, you were talking in the middle of Rob, and Rob was talking in the middle of you. So you need to organize yourself to discuss even.
You're right. That's why I
And
stopped and
therefore I'm
asked
done.
you to take a stance. That's exactly what I just did. Because shitting on me isn't a stance. You go away with, you know, needing to wipe your ass.
I wasn't shitting
But Dan,
on
you do come in here with arguments that are well understood, easy to find, easy to define why they would do it that way. And you come in here and try to say that how does this done? I've never heard of any of this. What's all of this information is easy to find.
That's not what happened. As a matter of fact, you told me about orientation up and being vertical, and I told you it's not traveling vertically.
And you tried to tell me I was talking about dropping it straight down and everything, Dan.
I brought up
you don't know what you're
everything of
talking
interest.
about.
I
But
brought
you
up
try to tell
everything of
people who
interest,
do,
and I can
they're
back
wrong.
up everything I say and when I just randomly say shit. They did shit can Orion because it was fucking a ruse to begin with. They never had a rocket. Do you understand why Musk even got involved? It's because of how helpless this whole thing has been.
Can you teach us?
We didn't have a
Teach us
rocket at
what-
the end of 2010 because we shut down the space shuttle program. Elon Musk started even before that, a couple years before that, getting SpaceX started. But
you understand anything
but the
about
entire
philosophy?
process of Artemis, I don't know if it was in 2010 it began, but it began not too many years after that. The talks, to getting it started, to trying to get funding for it, and then they started designing it and building it. It takes a while, but it has been in process for at least a decade or longer. Almost the whole time SpaceX has been doing their
is the
shit.
lawsuit in 2014 and the Antares problem. So you're forgetting, you know, everything that you feel like skipping and the real issues. NASA was spending money on old junk. They weren't manufacturing shit. They just kept changing the blowers on those same engines that they bought 26 of that were never going to work. They were fucking dangerous. The type of shuttle fuel being used today
what do you know
for
about
Artemis
fuel?
is very unreliable, very dangerous, somewhere under 99% successful.
What
so
did they put
will
those
blow
engines
up
on?
when they're used. They will blow up when they're used. They know it. Okay.
What did they put those
This is
27 engines on? What'd they go on?
not 27 engines, dude. That's not
Whatever you
what's
said.
on
You said
fucking-
NASA bought so many engines. I was
Oh
asking you
my
what they put
God.
them on. You
I was
just said
telling you-
NASA
I was-
bought so many
Dude,
engines
I was just
that were
fucking
junk.
telling you, get your fucking ears in order. Look it
I
up.
got my ears in
Lawsuit
order.
in 2014.
You
Just look
specifically
up
said
why
they
Musk
bought
was
20
involved.
some engines
Why?
that were junk.
Blue,
What did those
you're not
engines go
allowing me
on?
to speak. So you
I'm
can
asking you
continue
a question.
to be wrong all by yourself.
I'm asking you a
the screaming
question,
man.
Dan. You
I
specifically
gave you the
said
answer
that
twice.
NASA bought
Twice.
20 some
Twice.
engines and they
I'm
were
still
junk.
trying to tell
Where
you, you
did the
stupid ass.
engines get put
What a
on?
dick.
Where'd they get put on, Dan? Where'd those engines go? Because I don't think you know what you're talking about.
Antares
I think
is what I
you're.
said. Antares is what I said you forgot, and now you're forgetting I said it. This is how distant you are from an actual conversation.
No,
Why
I'm
do I
asking a simple
yell at
question.
people that are this fucking dumb?
Because you're stupid.
I'm repeating myself. Therefore, I'm frustrated. I apologize. I must.
It's a simple question. If
Fourth
I say something,
time,
somebody asks me a question, what I
Antares,
say.
Look up the lawsuit in 2014. Antares is the name of the rocket. You're still stunned the fourth time I give you the answer. And instead of apologizing that you didn't listen for 4 times, you're going to sit in some other space. Fuck me, right?
Did they put those engines on Atari,
lying,
or
yeah.
what'd they do with them?
Yeah, fuck you. You've
That's what I
been in
thought,
this
Dan. You don't know the,
conversation.
you don't know the story you're trying to tell
Just
to
not.
others.
I'll see you guys later.
Look what you did. M Agent said, "Fuck you." You made Dan leave.
He's fine.
Oh no.
I mean, if he's
Oh,
going to come
no.
in,
Yeah,
if he's
it
going
is
to come
oh,
in
no.
here
That's
and
not the
start
goal to run people
screaming
off.
when somebody asks a question, I
Well-
didn't run him off or anything else. I asked him a question.
He's clearly not like you guys don't make a welcoming environment. It is what it is. Keep running people off. There won't be anyone here anymore, and then you guys will run off. That's how it works.
Okay, bye.
Bye, Snowflake. Gatekeeper.
Look at that. Pure silence.
I know it's music to my ears. No yelling.
Yeah, it happens. Would you like to start a conversation?
No, he's too busy meta complaining about the lack of conversation.
Yeah, fair.
Because there's no real conversation here. It's just
There
bash
isn't.
flat earthers. That's what you guys do.
Yes.
That had nothing to do with flat Earth. That was us talking about rockets.
Yeah, and we were actually talking about rockets and NASA before he started to cry about how can it happen.
I could literally hear your little giggling under your voice, dude. You're in deep in some shit. M Agent.
Are you jealous?
And you guys only
Are you
act like
jealous,
this?
little
You guys
snowflake?
know I'm not jealous of you at all in any way, shape, or form. And you guys only act like this when Omnivore is not here. That's so interesting to me. When he's here, there's a whole different vibe. When he's not here, the cultists
Given-
like M Agent come out and abuse people.
Given there's a YouTube feed and you can never actually know who's listening or not, how does anybody know if Omnivore's not here?
I don't give a shit if he's here or not. I'm still me. I don't understand.
I'm
what
gonna
you
go
guys are
on
worried
mute.
about.
I'm gonna go on mute. Let's see how long it takes for you guys to start a fucking conversation.
No, wait. I think Dan abused himself at the last moment. Then he ran.
I don't think mute buttons exist.
So anything come up interesting in your neck of the astronomy woods, Professor Park?
Not really. I can say that Landell hasn't been canceled yet, so yay. So
That's good to
other than
hear.
that, yeah.
I got my rough draft done, mostly for AAS.
Remind me where AAS is? The summer meeting?
Anchorage.
Anchorage.
Can
That's
you-
right. Alaska. Yeah.
Can you provide a translate while you throw heavy
Oh,
astronomy?
sorry. That's the American Astronomical Society.
The mission that I was
Oh, you won't
talking
need
about
that
is a
anymore.
satellite mission.
A satellite mission.
Oh.
That sounds fun.
Yeah.
Hey, one of my
That
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying yes. It's it's definitely. I am definitely very excited about it.
Did you
it's a s-
saw
Yeah, go ahead.
Mark Roven's selfie mission?
No. What
He
was
launched a satellite that he built on his own, like his team and stuff. And you can go to his website and you can take selfie from space.
Yeah, so it takes you upload a picture of you like on a green screen, and then it takes a picture of your picture with Earth in the background.
That's awesome.
It's just a cute stat, but it is pretty awesome.
sounds pretty fun. Especially if it's like live where the satellite is getting an image of Earth. It's like a moment in time.
That is true. So is it full? Like I'm gonna have to see it because my questions are like, what's the field of view? How is it angled? That sort of thing. I can just look it up. So
Yeah, I did. But like, it's a cool thing, and he built it kind of himself. So
People are gonna take this.
no flat earther can say only NASA builds stuff in space.
Some people are gonna hate to hear this, but what Professor Parks just said is the quintessential difference between a flat earther and somebody not.
what did I say?
Oh, you could go
I was
Google
going to
that
look
real
it up.
quick.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I can actually Google it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we
by
went
the way,
right to bashing flat earthers. Told you.
I said some people weren't gonna like it.
You know what? You know what Rob's gonna do? That flat earthers always invite us to do, and Rob does all the time. He's gonna do his own
What's
research.
that?
He's gonna do his own research.
That's
He's gonna
right. I've
find
already done all
something.
my research all myself, and none of you ever like hearing it. That's cool.
So Rob, will you check Mark Roven to see if it's real, and you will say GI?
Yeah, sure. DM it to me, and I'll look at it after I'm done working.
Okay.
Water level.
The issue I have with the whole meta who is ganging up on who is it just the parable of the glass house just keeps running through my mind.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, so just don't throw stones, and we'd all be good, right?
I would, yeah. If Flat Earth would also hold to that, I would be very, very happy.
Wait, so if I throw evidence, it counts as stones?
Okay, just wait, Agent. Can I just respond to Mr. Parks before I get back to work here? How have I done anything to you, Mr. Parks?
Well, I mean,
Dr. Parks.
Yeah.
You haven't. I'm not talking about me specifically. I'm talking about overall. You know, I've seen vitriol from both sides.
I just try and stay. I agree with you, but I try to stay away from stereotyping people. I like to deal with individuals on their own account. Thank you.
Okay, I was just talking about in general. I wasn't stereotyping anyone.
I was the one that did that.
Will you do it again?
I do all sorts of shit over and over again. It's part of my life.
That's fair.
To be fair, I'm not judging anyone. I'm just saying that if you're going to complain about people trashing you, then you shouldn't trash anyone else.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's the same like
I
if you're gonna
agree.
complain about people interrupting you, you probably shouldn't interrupt other people. Oh no, I get it.
Exactly.
So we're all in agreement right now. That's strange.
Fun when that
Well, you can
happens.
only turn the cheek so many times.
Also, we're only in agreement in theory, not in practice. So
Yeah, like it's still hypothetical. Hypothetical agreement.
Exactly.
Any of you guys heard of the purple rain or the blue rain in Colorado or Texas? And you have anything on that, or is it just raining Kool-Aid? What's going on?
The only purple rain that I know of is the Prince, the great one.
The Prince song. I've heard of that one. We were talking about the blue beam earlier when I first tuned in. The blue beam came up, but I don't remember rain being mentioned as part of this beam.
So
I haven't heard of Kool-Aid rain, so I don't know.
There's supposedly blue rain in Texas and purple rain in Colorado. Posted a couple of videos in chat earlier. You could probably look it up.
Blue rain, Colorado.
Like
Purple rain
you
in
just Google that.
Colorado. So it's purple in Colorado and blue in Texas, I believe.
Is this a very recent phenomenon?
Yeah, this month.
Yeah. No, I'm not a robot. Fuck off.
Was like the droplet was blue.
Recent reports of blue rain in Texas, primarily. I'm not a robot. Fuck off. All right. Well, apparently this website doesn't want me to. Let me try to find another one.
All I can find is TikTok.
Well, all I gathered from that was that Professor Parks is a robot.
No, I am.
He is.
I found out what that is, the blue rain, guys. In case you're interested.
Apparently some kind of
Yeah.
7 major seeding programs, whether cloud seeding.
Oh, apparently
Of course, this is literally from Pravda.
Apparently, the ISS has been having plumbing issues. I thought that was funny, no? Damn, you guys are
Yeah,
rough
they
guys.
use the blue cleaning material, like you have in your toilet.
Yeah.
we-
Airplanes. Yeah.
We hear about the planes and everything. We've heard of that for years, but for blue rain to be everywhere, I mean, in Texas and different places, and then purple in Colorado, that's kind of strange, man.
I find everywhere in Texas to probably be untrue.
Okay, so I think this website's actually letting me stay. County local news, May 5th. In a striking incident that caught the attention of many, a Texan reported an astonishing occurrence of blue rain while at work. This phenomenon was captured on film, raising concerns about its potential toxicity and implications of the environment. As the footage spread across social media, it prompted discussions about the safety of the water and the broader implications for Texas weather system. So yeah, apparently this is very new.
Yeah, and it looks like exactly the toilet.
Yeah, and it's this month, and I've never experienced blue or purple rain or anything like that. So I don't know how old you guys are, but I've never experienced that in my life, and it's just really weird. You said the guy's seen it at work. I seen a few videos where people were at their homes, and it was in like a kiddie pool or a dog bowl or so on and so forth.
But you know what is actually interesting about that? Unlike chemtrails, you can take this water and test it. So we should be able to find someone that did spectroscopy or something.
Yeah, it
to
seems
find
like
out.
someone would have.
Did they have a container though?
Yeah, people had it in.
They
in
must
dishes
have a
and bowls.
container for the water.
For the
Yes.
spectroscopy, correct.
You're joking, but this is the way to test materials.
I know. I used an X-ray spectroscopy to test soil around our campus in my geology lab.
You had the gun?
No, we had to like get the sample, then prepare it by crushing it, and then make a little disc out of it, then load it into the machine.
Because there is the people that are searching for gold and silver to resell. They go to auctions and they test for the silver plates. If they are really silver plates, then they buy it and resell it. Because they
Man,
like found.
it's raining blue and purple. Like you just heard that, right? Like we should
in
be much more
two
interested
separate
in
places.
that than going to an auction and buying and selling precious metals. I mean,
Yeah, I'm just explaining.
What is wrong with the world today, man? It's raining blue
Again, because
and purple.
this isn't
That's weird,
everywhere.
right?
This isn't everywhere. We don't know what it
No
is
one
yet.
said it
There's no
was.
reason to get your
No
panties
one said it
twisted in a
was.
bunch north unless you know
Oh,
what's going
boy.
on.
Well,
So,
no
also-
duh. That's what I'm trying to figure out instead of talking about
Well-
auctions. And
Well,
just
congratulations! unless you're there and running the spectroscopy test, all you get to do is sit and wait.
Okay, let's calm down, guys. Let's not argue about this. Come on.
I understand you
arguing.
didn't like my story, but the point was that anyone can buy this tool and check out themselves if they really want to.
Yeah, I don't care if it's one town. I don't care if it's a 20-mile square. It doesn't
You
matter.
want to panic?
Me,
I got it. I understand, North. You're a little girl who wants to panic. I
just want to speak to people who are more intelligent than myself that have different information they can share with me, rather than some child.
You're a little girl
You know what
who
I'm
wants
saying?
to panic.
It's
I
just-
understand, North. You're a little girl.
It's kinda
That's gonna be
weird,
hard
man.
to do in here, North.
I don't know who's speaking to me, but I don't want to engage with you any longer.
That
So
sounds
just
like a
don't-
personal
don't even
problem.
engage
This
with
is
me.
exactly what we were talking about earlier, gentlemen.
Instead of
How about you
raining
guys get
blue
your
and
glober
purple,
in check and maybe we have a
blah,
real
blah, blah.
conversation?
Oh, yes, this is Rob.
Oh my gosh, dude. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, let's
I'm
calm
feeling
down,
it,
guys.
so.
This is not gems, huh? Or is this what you guys want to make it?
No,
gems?
there's certain individuals
are
like M Agent and a
intelligent
few
people,
others.
man.
They're
Are
just
these
here to
intelligent
abuse flat
people?
earthers.
Well,
They
no,
admit it,
I was
they
trying to
laugh
have an
about it.
intelligent conversation,
They
but
they
you and
verbally
North
say they
both
don't
want to
care
talk
about the
over me
community
like
and
you're
running
doing
flat
now.
earthers off. That's what they say when Omnivore is not here.
Okay, back
That's
on,
not what
back
anybody
on
says
track.
when Omnivore's
What's
not
the
here.
subject? Back on track.
Sorry, I brought it up. man.
I wasn't even talking when you said those
Apparently.
things,
The
and I
one on the-
was talking
the
about the
wood
rain and
handle
how
one.
to test it.
Apparently, there's
That's
some
right,
rain
bud.
in a couple
What
different
I
places.
mentioned, you weren't doing in the present moment, but in the regular, that's what you do. Okay, don't be so
no, that's not what I
short-sighted in
do.
your own self-awareness,
That's
moron.
not what I do. I don't know why you're yelling
I'm not
when
talking
nobody's
to you,
yelling.
Melodic. Talking to M Agent.
Sure you are, buddy.
Okay, what
so,
about this blue
Take the
rain?
one with
What
the-
is
oh,
it?
sorry, I'll
What
take
do
the
you
one
guys
with
think
the,
it is?
About the
wooden
blue
handle.
rain, did it happen more than once?
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Because, I think it's kind of important for the story. North, do you know? Because I didn't find anything about it happening more than once.
Yeah, man, I don't really know. I'm sorry I brought it up, but if it only happens once, I really don't care if it only happens once, if it only happens for 20 minutes in the day and then it clears up. Something obviously happened that I'm not aware of, and I want to know what it is. You can change the dye, you can change the color. Different things can be done with different chemicals, so there's all kind of aspects to consider, and I want to speak with intelligent people who actually want to analyze something and try to come to a conclusion. I'm sorry I brought it up. Man.
So if people want to analyze that, they want information about the occurrence. Or if the internet doesn't have information about that, and you only find it mostly on TikToks, who said it was even real? Find us an evidence that we can analyze.
I mean, yeah,
Or I
with
can
the. Sorry, go ahead. And with the blue rain, I mean, I looked into it. I didn't really find much. There's some ideas of it possibly having something to do with cloud seeding, but yeah,
Can't
I
even.
don't know really
I'm
what to
not
say about it.
finding. I'm not finding any news outlets talking about it
Yeah,
like at all.
imagine if this was real, people would be running to test it and running to talk about it. Because people are looking for those conspiracies
know,
and
man.
hot topics.
They might talk about auctions. They might just forget all about you said it 5 seconds ago and start talking about something totally ridiculous. I don't know.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry that
thanks
you
for
think
the disrespect.
people. I'm sorry that you think people who have a different opinion than you are idiots, but that's definitely not generally not the case.
Let's not do the idiot thing. I just checked, and it said this is a
Nobody
recent
got called one.
phenomenon. It just happened like recently. This hasn't
Yeah,
happened
at the beginning of the month. We already had a date for it. But again, I'm looking over the past months in the news, and it's not coming up anywhere.
Yeah,
it
I
says
couldn't really.
Louisiana and Texas.
Yeah, I got what TikTok and everything else is saying. I'm not looking for TikToks and what everything else is saying. I'm looking for what other people are saying so that I can independently confirm it. And what I'm telling you is I can't independently confirm it outside of social media.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, with the blue rain, I found a random local county news site that really wanted to tell me I was a robot, which I'm not, by the way, and Pravda of all things. The only two news sources that I found about the blue water, which was weird. Anybody do astrophotography in this group?
When I'm up on the mountain and I have the telescope from the school, I try to.
Okay. Because right now what I'm doing is just moving files off of my C Star onto a drive so I can play with them. I love my C Star. It is fantastic.
Yeah, I want to get one. As soon as I start my REU later this summer, like I'm putting money away specifically for it.
That's right. Yeah, we had that. We had a chat about that.
We did, yeah.
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
Which the project that I was interested in got picked by another person, so then I had to rank project. But hopefully I'll still get the project I wanted.
Well, see, it's interesting that you say that. So I had a internship at IPAC, Infrared Processing and Analysis Center at Caltech, and my first choice did not get picked, but my second one did, and that actually led to my going into young stellar objects or looking into research into protostars. So it actually opened a door I wasn't even expecting. So.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it'll still like be fun and interesting. I don't think it's gonna be the worst. They're all kind of dark matter and computer programming based. So
nice.
There's one instrumentation one for LIGO, but I don't want to be an instrumentation person.
And the LIGO people are kind of, I don't know, they're kind of weird.
Well, you got to be a little bit weird, right? You're working with gravitational waves.
Yeah, true. But, I don't tend to be conspiratorial, but their suite within the LSU department was locked. So the only people who could go into the offices were the grad students and the professors. Like, you couldn't even get to their offices. There was a locked door in front of you. And
yeah, that's protecting your Nobel Prize investment.
Yeah, well, I mean, this was before Gabby won the Nobel Prize, so it was just kind of like, okay, you guys are really friendly. So,
well, no, I get that, right? Because like I don't understand the people who go into like supernova research because it feels like you're just constantly like, ooh, there's one, and now I've got to hurry up and put out all my information before somebody else scoops me. That sounds tiring.
Well, that's how exoplanet science was for a long time. May still be that way. Like particularly back when there was basically Harvard versus Berkeley. Yeah, let's just say some shenanigans were happening behind the scenes.
Well, there's always shenanigans afoot.
True.
Did you read about the shenanigans or were you inside the shenanigans?
So I was talking with people who were inside the shenanigans. They were bitching about it. Basically, so you have peer review. Now, the way that peer review works very basically is that once you put out a paper, the journal will then try to find an expert in that field to review your paper and basically determine if the science is good and make comments about how it can be improved. The problem is when you start getting into a brand new science like exoplanets, there are very few experts. And when you get into a field that is not only new, but is highly competitive in terms of funding, yeah. So effectively, Harvard would put out a paper. It would then go to a Berkeley reviewer. Now, if the Berkeley reviewer noticed that the paper was on a exoplanet that one of his colleagues was going to publish on, there was accusations that he slow-rolled his review in order for his colleague to publish first. And apparently the same thing happened with Harvard. So it's one of the problems with peer review is that once you get into it becomes less of a problem when the expertise becomes more broad across universities. But when you have basically only two fields or two basically schools of experts and they are both competing for the same amount of money, yeah, that's when the bias really starts becoming a problem.
But isn't it like normal competition like in any company?
Yeah, the issue is, we've particularly in talking with flat earthers and all that sort of stuff, we talk about that science is supposed to be impartial. It's supposed to have a high degree of integrity so that you can trust it. And so in this case, there was not a lot of there were, like I said, there were shenanigans in the sense that the integrity of the process was not as good as it normally is in other fields or other subject areas. I at this point, I would imagine that sort of same culture is now in the dark matter arena, particularly in particle dark matter, but that's just a supposition on my part.
Yeah,
I
science
just
might be
posted a
impartial,
visual
but
of
humans.
what they claim an exoplanet is.
Yeah, I've been to the telescope that took that.
Yeah, that's HR something. Yeah, I used to know the designation. That is a directly imaged planetary system using a coronagraph. Although there is
Gemini.
Is it Gemini? Okay.
I believe it's from Gemini. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's an important astronomy image, so it's either Mauna Kea or one of the space telescopes, right?
Yeah. If it's a coronagraph, it's got to or it be Keck or Gemini. So, although I think there was something came out recently that was calling these basically in question that they were in fact not exoplanets but brown dwarfs. But I haven't really looked into it. Yeah,
I could see that being the case.
And it's really all about the age. If the star is older than they think it is, then those have to be brown dwarfs. But if it's young enough, then the planets would still be warm enough to be that luminous. So
interesting. Imagining a stellar system with like 4 brown dwarfs just swinging around it.
Yeah, I mean, it's an odd system anyway, because you wouldn't like the Nice theory or our current theory of solar system formation. There's, these are massive planets. If they are, even if they aren't brown dwarfs, they're like tens of, 5 to 10 Jupiter masses. And these are kind of, well, at least the one way out the side is like 100 AU out. These are way, way beyond the orbit of Pluto. So, how they actually formed there or how they got there is, well, weird.
It could be on its way out, If we only get a snapshot.
All 4 of them?
No, all 4 of them. I think like the one closest is probably, I don't know. Well, I was thinking the furthest one might be on its way out, but if those are brown dwarfs, that gravitation,
No, I remember now. It wasn't these. It was Fomalhaut. Fomalhaut's discovery was determined to be a brown dwarf rather than a planet.
Oh, well, that would change the calculus a bit.
A bit.
But no, see, that's the problem with being, in my opinion, being an exoplanet astronomer. Is that's the best you get. At least I get blobs and a spectrograph with galaxies.
Yeah, but your error bars are ridiculous.
That's true. The error bars do start getting ridiculous.
Yeah.
But in my defense, it's kind of dusty out there.
Fair. But when you're trying to look at correlations and you have to do log in order for your errors to not be astronomical, then I think that's cheating.
Well, that, and then like every time you try to go out and write a paper, right, you have to put the little block with like, this is the model I'm assuming.
Yes.
It's like, phenomenal. Hopefully that never changes.
Well, it's going to change because you guys aren't going to be able to afford to do science anymore, so no more papers.
That's true. If we don't do science, then it doesn't change, and then if it doesn't change, then all the papers stay fine.
Yeah.
Trump is actually playing 5D chess.
You're going to get to experience cosmology like it was back in the 90s, or it was basically just circle jerk. They didn't have any data, so they just kept writing papers about what could possibly be. Like, oh, okay, awesome.
Yeah, but see, I'm just gonna be happy as long as I can get an equation, right? If I can get an equation, then I think I've done what I could.
Yeah, fair. So, what do you code in?
Mostly Python.
Yeah.
Right now it's all Python because all the libraries I've used for astronomy so far have been Python. I haven't had to dig into the nitty gritty. I might want to later because like my data, my process, my pipeline for pulling out the information from the Bolshoi simulation takes some time, and it'd be nice if it didn't take as much time. But I don't know. I think it might be hitting the limits on Python.
Is GPU still a thing? Because when I was creating models, we were using IDL, and we were starting to use packages that incorporated the GPU in order to speed up processing time.
I think they're including, because it's all just matrix math. Like at the end of the day, so if you can break it down to a matrix math form, then a GPU is just suited to do it.
Okay.
Melodic, is MATLAB still a thing?
I don't use MATLAB. I use Desmos when I want to graph stuff, or I just use Matplotlib in Python if I'm really desperate.
I know MATLAB
is like NumPy, and I can do miracles.
MATLAB is still used in physics labs. I know that for certain.
Depends on the physics labs, because my physics labs in Washington at the community college didn't have any.
Ours here at George Mason and LSU did.
Okay.
Still use them.
Because I used it in my degree, but never used it since. And yeah, Python. But do
No,
you
my
visualize your data somehow, or?
Well, I use Python, right? I can just use matplotlib, and like here I can drop a few graphs into the chat real quick.
Do you want people to get a stroke?
Certain. Well, wait, hold on. I don't want people to get a stroke. That is the correct thing to say. So that's what I'm saying.
Beware of the math and the equation you spoke before. Don't copy paste it by mistake.
So
there we
like
go.
this is a graph that I could put together of the simulated data, real quick and easy. So it's just taking the XY positions and plotting them,
Well,
and
you
then
got this
it's just
nice
the
Dude, I
color
would do
gradient
it
is
in
the
MATLAB.
density. The color gradient is the density of the dark matter halo at that radius.
Yeah.
It looks so much MATLAB.
Dark
Sure is
matter
pretty.
halo, huh? Yeah.
Mhm.
Interesting.
From a simulation, yeah. The tree files are much worse because they're just like blocks and lines that go all the way down to describing one Milky Way mass halo, and like they can have.
What are you trying to
Is
model
this
here?
is this
So
another way to say you're plotting your observations?
no, these are all simulations. This is plotting data from a simulation so that we can. So in simulations, you only have so much computing processing power, so you can't simulate mass ranges all the way down to like just a gram. And what ends up happening is some halos will get so small in the simulation that it's no longer economical to track them. So they just get merged, and we call that an artificial disruption. So what I'm trying to do in my research is take look at what the simulation pops out as the annihilation signal at z equals 0, and then go back and look at everything that fell in to make that Milky Way sized object, and see what the annihilation signal is if we assume that everything survived to z equals 0, and just try to mitigate the effects of artificial disruption, and see how much difference that is.
Are you trying to simulate galactic births from the beginning? After the big, I don't know. What exactly are you doing?
It's a simulation from the, I don't know what Z they started at, like probably
I
Z
have
1500 or something. But it's the 250 megaparsec cube.
Can you find aliens or not?
I don't think aliens are findable. I think that's one of those unanswerable questions.
So you're useless.
No, I think the spaces are too big, and I'm not sure if the laws of physics actually allow us to conquer those spaces.
So can you simulate blue beam?
I have no idea what that is.
See, exoplanet scientists, we're getting to the point where we can possibly maybe sort of kind of image aliens. We're definitely getting to the point where we can identify planets that are possibly actually habitable or actually, have life on them.
What are the odds I get what are the odds I get a visible light Earth-like planet at Earth distance?
You talking about an image or spectrum?
Yes, I'm talking about an image, Professor.
Oh, wow.
So I think in this context, you first need to define what you count as an alien.
Well, so I guess if we get like an image of their homeworld, then technically their images are in the light from the homeworld at a technical sense.
Now you're talking about it. Yeah.
But keep privacy rules. Don't look into apartments and stuff. Like.
Yes, we definitely, want to make sure that their data is okay and that we're not peeping through windows or anything like that. Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm
Don't
sure they've heard
open
of
a
NordVPN
Reddit.
before we got there.
Yeah, I'm
Don't
pretty sure
open
that's.
it.
Go ahead.
Please don't dox any people. Don't make a wiki about it.
Yeah, it's definitely part of the NASA TOS that we can't dox anybody. So they're very concerned about that sort of thing. But kind of a funny story along with what you were just saying, Melodic. So I worked with the Chara array, and there is the rivalry between Chara and the VLTI. We have a larger baseline; they have the aperture, and so they can do AGN science. And all we can say is we've seen AGN photons. We have technically seen them, but yeah.
So did you had like a gig fight?
Effectively, yes.
Like a glass slapping or what?
Well, see, here's another kind of thing that, at least in astronomy, we don't really talk about is, you have these instruments that are similar but not exact. So the instrument that I was using had a much higher angular resolution, whereas the European instrument could see deeper objects, could see dimmer objects. And they're very, so yeah, there is a little bit of joshing as to, our telescope is better than your telescope. But there's also kind of this rivalry in that when I was a grad student, there was a European scientist, Christian, can't remember his last name. Guy's name was Christian, and he came to me and was like, "Hey, I hear you're working on active stars, magnetically active stars." And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Oh, well, I've got one. Do you want to collaborate?" And I was like, "I'm a grad student. This dude is well established." And I was like, "Fuck yeah, I definitely want to collaborate." And so I put in an observing proposal. Christian Hummel, put in an observing proposal to look at his star, and I got a talking to because Christian Hummel had already proposed to look at that object, and the proposal was rejected. And so Hummel was using me as a basically end around to get his proposal into it because I was a grad student, my proposals had priority. So yeah, there was a little bit of, we don't like the Europeans really don't like us, and so yeah.
It's a fun little field. We have fun.
Yeah. We're humans. We can be catty and bitchy about
Nobody
things.
likes Zwicky, and look how he turned out.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Zwicky liked to actually threaten to shoot somebody, so.
It sounds like my kind of astronomer,
Oh, yeah. You should read some of his old abstracts. They're fucking hilarious.
That's what I live for. Like, did I tell you what the title of my poster at AAS is?
Oh, what was it?
It's Halo. Is it me you're looking for? Investigating the effects of numerical artifacts on dark matter annihilation signals.
Very nice.
So geeky. So geeky.
Oh,
you gotta have fun.
Yeah. So I can top that. So again, when I was a grad student, the AAS meeting was in Atlanta. And so we were able to, I don't know how we were able to get them to accept it, but we put together a poster that was the Astronomical Society of the South. And we used the super huge interferometric telescope to study gaseous phenomenon, black holes, and that sort of thing. For those of you who aren't keeping up, that would be the ASS Association using the shit telescope to study brown dwarfs and black holes. So we got that accepted, and it was up for about half a day, and then apparently somebody who was high enough up, heard about it. He just made a beeline to the poster and just literally ripped it down and left.
That's gonna be hard now that they do the online, all the virtual
true.
posters. Well, I guess they can just turn it off now, right? They can turn your TV off. Go home, quick.
I'm like, man, you guys don't have any sense of humor. Although I do want someone to build the super huge interferometric telescope.
That's a great name for a telescope.
It is. And it's in line with all other telescopes, like the Very Long Baseline Array, the Very Long telescope or very large telescope interferometer. So it's not like astronomers don't do that anyway.
Yeah, have you noticed the bimodal distribution of telescope and acronyms in general?
No.
Like we're either very not creative, i.e., the very large baseline, the small or the sub-millimeter array, or we're just extremely out there and stretching
doing the
acronyms to the
acronyms?
limit. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you get to some guy's survey, and you're like, "Why did you capitalize these random 2 letters?"
Like they really had to go out of their way for the exoplanet survey assassin. Like really?
Oh, have you
you had to go that
used
way?
have you used Batman, the Python library?
No.
Oh, they had to go for that one too.
Nice.
Let me grab it. But it's a Python library for transit models, and it is the badass transit model calculation, and the first A and the last N are capitalized in calculation. So they could grab the Batman.
Of course.
Do you get high on only telescopes, or you also get high on microscopes?
Microscopes
Just
can be
telescopes.
fun.
It's my high my kink is telescopes.
I just like looking at things.
Because his story, your park story from before about people fighting over resources, let's call it, remind me a story when you need to use in the university the same microscope. Let's assume you want to research a failure. You need to book hours and you need to fight with other departments over the time because the running time is so expensive. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah. That's basically how telescopes work, particularly the big ones, is that you have to put in time and you compete with other people to be able to use it. So that's interesting. I didn't know that also worked with or microscopes, but it makes sense.
Yeah, because imagine you're doing material engineering and you need access to the scanning electron microscope, and it's like the most expensive thing in your university. Of course, you will have battles over it.
Mm-hmm. Because there's like what, only one or only probably there are not a lot of.
Usually there is one. Like I can check prices, but I'm sure you can find yourself. It's not a very common device even.
Well, I know theoretical astronomers have their own sort of battle getting time on supercomputers.
Funnily enough, the supercomputer time here at my university is pretty easy to get to.
Is it because you're a part of the department that owns it?
No, I just don't think there's much being used for it because, like, what's captivated computer science is large language models.
Okay. Weird.
If I had to guess why, but like one of the other people in my research group has been doing it, and he can just get time on the supercomputer. Like there was no problem getting it at all.
Wow. I had a friend at LSU, guy named Manos, and he, what was he doing? He was doing black hole mergers, supermassive black hole mergers, and yeah, he constantly was complaining about not being able to get time. I mean, this was probably at this point 5-6 years ago, so I don't know.
What a gig if you can get it, huh? You get like $100,000 to study black hole mergers. What a gig, no? And I'm not making fun. I'm saying I would love to do that. Like I'll take that gig.
I don't know. It's like the math that you have to learn just to get to that point. It's so much.
That's definitely not one of my strong suits. Yeah.
Like they're getting paid that because they spent like nearly a decade in school.
You know how much the cost time of the SEM microscope?
No.
It can be between $50,000 up to $500,000 for 1 hour of use.
Ah. Okay. Yeah. You got astronomy beat. I mean, we have to.
Well, I don't know. What's the cost for 1 hour of JWST?
I wouldn't think it's 50 grand.
It's gonna be like if you like figure the whole cost of the whole program. It's got to be up there because the whole program's like.
Want to study something? Study void.
NASA's lifetime cost says $9.7 billion.
There. A buddy of mine got Hubble time, and I think it was in the thousands, but he got with for like 2 or 3 orbits. I have no idea what it is for JWST.
But JWST is also like, I think the last number was 20 times oversubscribed right now.
Yeah.
The SMA sitting at like 2 or 3. Feels bad to be a radio telescope.
No. Well, radio astronomers cheat, so I don't feel bad for them at all.
Radio astronomy, I think, more interesting than optical astronomy, but I may
If you
be
can
biased.
if you can observe in the rain, you're not an astronomer. Sorry. No.
Yeah, you're better than an astronomer. You have ascended past being an astronomer. You've done what every astronomer on the face of the Earth wishes they could do, which is to just say the Earth's atmosphere doesn't exist.
But you don't feel the pain and suffering of being clouded out.
But if you have a SEM microscope, you can arrange atoms in any structure that you want.
Oh, I've seen that where they make smiley faces and stuff.
Yeah.
That is just ridiculously cool.
Well, yeah, I think I brought that up when somebody was asking if I've ever seen a perfect sphere or something.
And therefore, they use it on like fabs and like where they create the chips and the research. And so we can see atoms and we can arrange them.
Mm-hmm.
We can manipulate atoms, which I believe is the entire criteria to establish something as real, according to certain schools of thought.
That's true.
You would think so.
Be careful now. You're going into God territory. Be careful.
I've been looking into this guy, Dr. Stephen Young, who got his PhD in theoretical physics from Surrey, University of Surrey, I think.
Yeah,
he doesn't think that atoms.
Yeah, I've heard a couple people bring him up.
Yeah, he doesn't think atoms are a thing anymore. Yet I think we discussed it. Yeah, he doesn't think atoms are a thing anymore. But his dissertation involved atomic physics, like lithium and something else.
Yes, and then somebody else has brought them up to me, but you did the stream that I caught some of, and then we talked about it later.
Yeah, that's right.
Dissertation. Which, I mean, sometimes you just crack. Like the pressure's big.
He's got to be a grifter. Like I just cannot believe that he honestly thinks that alchemy is the way to go and that atoms aren't a thing.
Oh no, I agree with you. I agree with you there. He could very well probably. Oh,
What's
like
his
the money.
argument? Why doesn't he think atoms are a thing?
He doesn't really say. He just he claims that atomic and nuclear physics don't produce anything practical, and so therefore they are basic. I think his rationale goes they do not produce anything practical, so therefore they're theoretical sciences. Therefore they don't exist or they are not right.
But then what's the nuclear reactor? Is that not a practical application of nuclear physics?
Apparently not. No, not according to him.
People are weird.
Yeah. I've seen a couple things by him, but they haven't really been all that in depth in terms of his rationale of why he believes the way he does, or backing up the claims that he makes. Because when it comes to flat Earth, he is so 2018. His arguments are basically just the same kind of arguments that I heard when I first got into this space. Like, I think he even talked about airplanes their nose needing to dip on a globe. I'll be doing another video on him soon.
He sounds very
I thought
confused.
you were talking about a scientist. You guys are talking about a flat earther?
No, we're talking about so Dr. Stephen Young, who believes that the Earth is flat, does not believe that atoms exist. He got his PhD from the University of Surrey in atomic physics.
No way.
Yep.
What's his name again?
Dr. Stephen Young.
Dr. Stephen Young. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hope you're ready to hear much more about him.
Yeah, he seems legit. Like I don't think he's I don't think his degree is fake. I mean, he's definitely coming from a I mean, I don't know how high ranked Surrey is, but it's definitely an accredited university.
I mean, I don't know at all the physics that he was writing his dissertation on, but they seem to like physics. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it seemed to work.
But you can usually tell the difference between I am reading something thrown together and I am reading something more rigorous.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff, new stuff is going on. You guys heard of the new state of matter they discovered?
Oh, no, I don't think so. What's it called?
Let me see if I can find it. I forget exactly what they just read about it a few days ago.
I just fairly recently found out that ice apparently has like phase 10, which I have no idea what that means. But it's postulated as being what the phase state of ice is at the bottom of Enceladus and Europa and possibly other exoplanets.
Oh yeah, I had to do a little bit of research on that in my computational physics class. We did a thermodynamic model of like the crust being heated, so we could, and I picked one of the moons and had to figure out how to like model the thermal.
Oh, okay.
It was interesting and fun. I don't think I got anything useful out of it, other than transition zones are a pain in the butt to model.
Yes.
Are you
Okay.
talking about the quasi crystals? Something like that?
Glassy
They say
liquid.
it's between solid and liquid, and I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. As a new state of matter, they call it quasi crystal.
Like I said, there's a whole bunch of new stuff going on.
Unique symmetries.
Yeah, this looks like solid state physics, and that bores the
Yeah.
hell out of me.
Same, but one of my friends is making a really good living doing chip stuff. So.
Oh yeah, they make bank. Like if you want to make money in physics, solid state is pretty much where to go. That in quantum computing at this point.
I might be more interested in quantum computing than solid state stuff.
Fair.
Have you seen how they make those chips? It's like if anything is close to magic, it's that.
Well, I have a friend who does that magic.
You see those
They actually
machines?
got.
Yeah, they're like it's amazing. Yeah.
I think they got
Yeah.
interviewed by Business Insider earlier this year.
I think the real magic is the machines behind the process.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's like light.
Of
They
it,
actually print. They actually print the circuits, man. It's insane.
yeah, like
Well,
a
yeah, you're assembling the crystal. You have to assemble it, and they're not particularly thick. So, and we've reached the point where we're like playing against the fact that quantum tunneling is a thing,
like
which
yeah,
blows my mind.
we fight physics all the time to make it work. Like the tolerance on those machines are like crazy.
Well, there's only two companies in the world that have those machines, right? One is the Dutch, I believe, and I forget the other one. Like they're very rare, those machines, right?
Yeah, yes and no, because you have fabs on different levels, and you have machines that also make the machines, which is no, there are more companies. There's like 20 or 40 companies which deals with that.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I had friends in one. You may know it, Applied Materials.
Okay, because then I got my
It's a
news wrong
public
because I
company.
heard there was only two companies that have those sophisticated machines that could make those chips.
Yes, as ASML can get you up to a certain size, let's say 4 nanometers, and TSM can get you up to 7, but you have also machines for another scales and different types of CPUs and GPUs that you don't need that bad of a technology to get there, and you still make chips. Also,
Taiwan. Taiwan is one of the countries, no?
Taiwan has the most fabs, yes.
Yeah.
Fabs is a factory where they
Well,
make
that's where
the chips.
TSMC is at, right? Taiwan.
Yeah.
So, isn't that like the largest chip producer too in the world by like a huge margin?
Taiwan is supposed to be
Yeah, but again, it depends how do you look at the industry, because you have the makers of the chips and you have the companies that makes the machines, which is the 40 that I said.
Oh, is Eden here? No, guess not.
No, thank God. That's part of why it's been so nice recently.
Well, the reason why I say that is because I'm reading through the thing that Bull Knight posted, and at the very end or near the end, where is it? Darn it! Oh yeah, his quote is, has totally retarded the progress of nations, as it not only complete lies, but a satanic inversion of the truth or nature of truth, and the theory itself is pure gobbledygook that serves no useful purpose. The theory in question is relativity. So I think Eden would really love this dude.
Like, well, maybe, but then you have to put all the other parts together, because with Eden and a couple others, I guess, I don't want to make it sound like I'm just picking on Eden. If all parts don't match up with his particular theory, then
Oh, well, it's definitely. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say he can at least cherry pick this dude.
That is true. That's what I was going to segue into. Like the whole Darwin, he uses Darwin for the sexism, but anybody else that listens to Darwin is a Satanist, right? He uses AIG to show what he wants to show and says how much he loves them and everything. But then when somebody reminds him that AIG are not flat earthers, then he goes after AIG. So yeah,
They're only a
would
little
cherry
bit
pick
satanic, just a pinch.
just a tiny bit, just a tiny bit.
They're only
But yeah,
misleading a few people.
it might be fun to stick the Satanist part of this guy in front of Eden and see what he runs with.
Yeah, I mean, he's just Young likes the word scientism. He also likes to discredit scientists' work by talking about their personal lives. So character assassination is right up this dude's alley.
Looks like he doubts atomism as well.
Oh yeah, atoms are not a thing.
But he wrote his dissertation on them. So
Yeah.
like I'm just confused. I am just confused on that position that he's taken.
Is there
Unless
a
his position
rebellion
is
going
like-
on in science? Is there like because a lot of
No.
scientists are, I don't know.
Not that
At
I'm
least
aware
not
of.
in astronomy. Like everybody seems to get along pretty well in astronomy, but I'm a student, so that could just be because I'm a student.
Well, Sabina doesn't really isn't playing nice with people, but
she comes to mind.
yeah,
Yes.
No physicist takes Sabina serious. So.
Oh come on now! You're not being nice.
Well, that's because she's not publishing work.
he's not being nice either, to be honest with you.
He's just jealous. Look, one day you might be like her.
No, I will never turn around and use my credentials on YouTube to grift like that.
Yeah. I would hope
I don't know,
that.
man. I think the more you study your field, the more you're gonna get. Like you're gonna. I think you're gonna have an interesting future. Let's put it that way.
I hope I'm not that bitter.
Wait,
Me too.
Why do you say she grifts? What does she do?
Because if you look and you watch her channel numbers, then the only things that actually get views are the stuff that critiques the modern science view, and that's because it critiques the modern science view. And so she's incentivized to do that, and this incentivization has caused her to increase it, and has generally caused her to come to this this general. I'm sorry, I know I'm being a little long-winded, but I promise I'm getting to where I'm going. There's this general group of dissatisfied, like physicists and just dissatisfied scientists that are just there to be dissatisfied scientists. There's no point to them beyond that. Like Brian Keating comes to mind.
I watch her content. I know what she does, but my issue here is that by definition, if you call her grifter just because she misinforms and uses specific topics, then you need to call almost every YouTuber a grifter. You understand?
Well, no, I don't care if you're doing. No, you're not understanding. Like, it's not because she is like just spreading misinformation and whatever that I call her a grifter. I call her a grifter for the obvious profit-seeking motive. Like, if you're just fucking speaking to speak, I don't care. But when I can look at your channel and watch the progression from trying to communicate science to communicating misinformation, I will feel free to judge.
Right, but
Which part is
let's say.
misinformation? Well, I'm
Wait,
curious.
wait.
What do you?
Can I?
And
Let's say.
plus, I just generally disagree with her stance on superdeterminism.
Okay, but let's say in any point she decided she doesn't do enough research and she can just suck on YouTube. but it still doesn't make it a grift. In order to be a grift, you need a financial scheme behind it. YouTube isn't a financial scheme.
Is YouTube. The financial scheme is YouTube. Like you can just watch the pipeline, right? I gave you other names.
Right.
There's Brian Keating. There's a whole little mini group of them that are all doing the same thing.
I know.
And they're fighting with each other. Yeah.
Every victim of Professor Dave is a grifter, according to you. But you just
No, not every victim
also...
of Professor Dave is a grifter, according to me. Like, you're a grifter because you're grifting, and I'm watching you go to the profit-seeking motive.
So, M Agent, the thing that was galling to me is I see where you're going with it, and I do think you have a point. But the thing to me that where I called her a grifter once was he put out a video claiming that pretty much the entire high energy physics community was simply in it for the money. She was not subtle about it. She outwardly called them people motivated by money. And at the very end of the video, it goes into her hawking incognito. Like it's a sponsored video. It was so just the hypocrisy of it really just was too much for me to take.
Right, but I also don't like her and what she does. And I also think she's acting like a complete fraud. But again, I don't think if we are talking about the cases of so-called grifting, it doesn't fit our description. I think there should be like another name or something.
It doesn't fit your definition of grifting. That's fine. I will still use the word that I've chosen to describe it.
I to play or to go into that. So to me, a grifter is someone who not only is in it for the money, but is knowingly putting out false information for the sole purpose of gaining money. Like, does Sabina actually I think Sabina actually believes everything that she's saying, but she's also doing it for money. Like, I think that's her primary motivator, is to get money, because her views have basically got her run out of the academic community, and really this is the best way for her to make money. But
right,
yeah,
but
why
I'm
do
sure
you think
there is.
that they drove her out, though? Could it be because she's saying?
Well, I
like,
mean,
some
when you
truths
call
about what
everybody in your field as profit seeking, like what do you expect to happen?
Yeah.
I don't think she calls everybody. Like, I heard a lot of her stuff, right?
She did. Like Professor Parks was just talking about the point where she did. She's very clearly stated her opinion on high energy physics.
Yeah.
Okay, name me one thing that she said that doesn't go with current current science.
See the episode when she talks about the crisis in physics and uses her own experience to attack people, which is not necessarily true, because she doesn't represent all of her peers or whatever.
Okay,
she
like
also
attacking people, like we all do that, right? I mean, it's not right, but I mean, in the science, what do you disagree? Like I heard her say a lot of things, and to me, it sounds like she's just shedding light on her field.
So
like when she talks about a larger collider, right? What are they going to find when they build a larger collider? They're going to be wasting money to find what and stuff like that. I don't see that as bad.
The thing is with Sabina, I think she has a kernel of a point. She just blows it out of proportion. Do I think that there is an overemphasis on the particle nature of dark matter? Yes. Do I think there needs to be more money spent on alternative ideas? Yes. But to say that building the collider is basically a complete waste of money is, I think, going a bit too far. The problem I have with the science is that when she starts to go outside of her own field, such as with climate science, that's when she becomes wrong and dangerous, because she has made a couple of videos where she is casting doubt on that climate change is actually happening. The one that was most egregious was that she was talking about a paper that was put out about the LA fires, and she completely got the science wrong. It was bewildering to me how she managed to misinterpret that paper the way she did.
I agree with
didn't
you.
see
There is people that should stay in their lane and then not try to branch out to fields they can't understand, even if she has like a team supporting her. But still, if we think about it in general, besides her, there are like many YouTubers like her that speak science and communicate science, and they also make mistakes. But it is not
If they make them
always
intentionally, or as a way to miscredit whatever they're doing, then I will also call them grifters. Like, it's really
right.
simple.
I agree.
You're making money by leading people down the wrong way. That is my definition of a grift.
Right, but I'm asking. Let's say I don't understand physics enough, and or for example, you that you know this field. How can you know if she didn't really felt like she was doing a good job when she presented the information? Maybe she did. Maybe she thought she was doing a good job and it wasn't like intentional. Because when you're a creator, you need to continue making videos and topics and.
The problem is that I know that she is a scientist and has presumably gone through much of the same training as I've gone through, and then presumably also knows how to properly source or reach out to an expert and not just talk out of your ass.
Okay, here I posted something about her, right? And she says here, this particular one, supersymmetry, not found. Proton decay, dark matter, WIMPs, axions, sterile neutrinos. Is she wrong about any of that?
So
I
it's
would
curious.
say that none of those have been ruled out yet.
That's true, but I'm curious why dark matter is there, because all of the other things are examples of dark matter. So, to say that dark matter doesn't exist, again, she's right. We have not found the best candidate, or even really a good candidate for dark matter. But to basically say that it's all bullshit, we should be looking elsewhere, is a step too far.
Okay,
and I think she's saying it.
Yeah.
And the thing is, this goes along with the climate science papers, is that I think she is overstating these because she knows that if she's provocative, she'll get views and she will get money. Now, isn't that the way of science communication? Yes, and I don't like it even when the science communicator is doing it in good faith.
Yeah, I don't like it when PBS Spacetime does that. Why would I like it even more when somebody giving wrong information does it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like, for example, if you take Professor Dave, do you think he doesn't have mistakes?
I know he has mistakes. I know he has mistakes.
So he
also corrects them. He also corrects the mistakes when you point them out to him.
But he's working in the same template she is, but she's explaining stuff.
The correct themselves when pointed out to be wrong is kind of a really very important step.
For me, again, it's whether or not they know what they're saying is bullshit. Like, when Professor Dave talks about, or does his debates, does his videos, I am confident that Professor Dave thinks that when he is presenting his material, he is doing so in a honest manner. that he believes in the integrity of what he's talking about. Now, does Sabina? I don't know. But she definitely seems to be, she's definitely profit driven, seems to be, to me, to be profit driven, and she is provocative in order to gain those profits.
To be honest, in her stage, I don't believe she even picks the topic. She has a team and she only reads what she needs to read.
I mean, laziness is not a great excuse.
Right. No, I'm saying laziness is a sign of grifting, by the way. Because, like, when you go too big in this stage, in order to stay on track, you must have teams of people researching the topics for you and looking for the topics that will be provocative for everyone. Because it is clearly she doesn't know about the climate change, for example, what she was talking about, and she only approved the script or something.
Okay, but you don't think that when she pre-reads it or when she looks at it for the first time that she can't see that there's something off about it?
I'm saying when people have speciality on a certain field and then they need to talk about another field and they already have a bias for their team to trust them, she can fall in traps and not be malicious towards her viewers, even if she doesn't understand it.
Okay, but what you're saying is that a normally or way above normally intelligent person, based on her knowledge, is getting information from her trusted team and she's reading it and maybe even doing a run through or something, but then she's all of a sudden not intelligent enough to read that and see that there's issues with it, or that it maybe seems a little hyperbolic, or that it, like, that just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, if she's reading it and if it's provocative, she may not look into it. She might say, all right, yeah, this serves my purpose, so therefore I'm not going to put any
For example, I'm sure she never wrote code in her life, and she talks a lot about AI. And a person that knows something about it, it bugs me what she says. But I understand that YouTube is entertainment, and I cannot call somebody a grifter just because he chose the topic that is way over.
And that's, let me just wrap up what I was saying and then I'll shut up. That was my question on it, Professor Parks. Is M Agent was saying that she's not meaning any of this to be grifting because she's trusting her team and just reading this stuff and doesn't realize there's something wrong with it. I don't see any way that somebody of her intelligence could read that and not see that there's something wrong with it.
I mean, so I don't know if she's a grifter. Like, my definition of grifter is someone who is not only making money, but is actively knows what they are saying or what they're putting out is bullshit. Like Dearth, Dave Weiss. I think that he's a grifter. One, because he is always pushing merchandise and his app and all that. And two, I honestly think that he no longer thinks the earth is flat. But for Sabina, I don't know. I don't know whether or not she understands that what she is putting out there is wrong or is highly sensationalized. So I don't know if I would call her a grifter. But
Exactly.
I don't like her methodology. I don't like what she does. But it's in general my main problem with science communication as a whole.
Exactly. What I'm saying is, in her case, we cannot know the motive. It is
No,
just.
I get what you're saying. What you're saying is, to you, it doesn't seem like she's grifting. that's fine. To me, it does.
Does she have
Which
a
is
book?
fine. We
Exactly. We can
we
both
can
disagree with this.
Yeah. I'm just bringing ideas about the topic.
No, it's an interesting topic. I think it's an interesting topic as to, because there was, back in the day, there was this discussion of, people like Whitsitt and so forth. Are they lying? Like, can we call them liars? Because obviously what they're saying is wrong, but to me, you have to know it's wrong in order to be a liar. I mean, if you believe that the Earth is flat and that is a general belief of yours, and you say information that is consistent with flat earthers, I don't think you're lying. I just think you're wrong.
So I had this problem with Jaren. Someone sent him a clip of me saying about him that he is a grifter, and he told me, "No, I was convinced that the Earth is flat and the E map is real and there is no South Pole." And I still don't believe him, and I don't know. Can you believe him?
This is why one of the reasons why I really don't like Jaren is that I think he is I think he's full of shit. Yes, I think he is a grifter. And the way that he recognized that, I think he made a fairly calculated decision. He realized that flat Earth was kind of stalling or stagnating. He went on this trip. He saw the 24-hour sun, and now he is using that as a new way to grift. He is attacking flat earthers, and he is getting more views, I think, from people watching him and encouraging him to attack the flat earthers. So, I have no respect for Jaren at all. And yes, and I don't understand why anyone does.
So what I think is, if in 2018 you had a failure doing experiment and you care so much about flat Earth, why didn't you ever try to repeat the experiment? And we know it behind the curve. Why he never tried? Because he knew. This was my claim.
Well, the thing is, I know that he has done other experiments. There was one where he was doing some kind of long distance sightline in California, and Ollie, I can't remember his last name, or can't pronounce his last name, Haas something, starts on H. Anyway, Ollie and I helped him with it, helped him plan it, mainly Ollie, and it basically refuted flat Earth. He stopped. He just didn't talk about it. So, yeah, I can't. He has basically proven the globe too many times for him not to have serious reservations as to whether or not the Earth is flat. Very much prior to TFE. TFE just gave him the out he needed to switch his tactics.
So it is kind of weird that we know this history and everyone is like choosing to ignore it and suddenly become his buddies and talk with him. Like, even, I don't know, McKeegan, they used to trash each other all the time, and now they are buddies doing streams together. I can't understand how it works. I would call McKeegan grifter as well after that.
So yeah, I have that. I've been kind of railing against that. My particular enemy is Will Duffy. Is that Will Duffy believes in some really stupid shit, and also, in my opinion, vile shit. And yet, Katz had him on his had him on his stream. He actually had a theme song for him, and I called him out on it. And so, yeah, I think it's. The tribalism has gotten to the point where I am going to ignore everything else you have to say if you're on my side of this particular argument. And it's bullshit. Yeah, I don't think Jaren should be platformed as a credible source. I don't think Duffy should be platformed for anything. Yeah, that's basically my 2 cents.
Yeah, no, I don't think we should. I agree with you in that the platforming of young Earth creationists as somehow able to offer any sort of accurate rebuttal on other non-scientific beliefs irks the shit out of me.
Well, and also I could be wrong about this, but Jaren still doesn't think we went to the moon. He still believes that a certain health kerfuffle wasn't what it was. I believe he's a 9/11 denier. Like all of his other batshit theories, he still believes. He is just now, he believes the Earth is a globe, so apparently that's okay, and people are now becoming friends with him, which I find to be problematic at best.
Yeah, I got kicked out of a server for pretty much the same thing. It's not Jaren, but it's some other flat earther that became a globe earther. But same thing. All their other, they believe in like every other freaking conspiracy theory. And I got into the server and they started going off about stuff and I started questioning them on it. And I was told that I was not allowed to question them because of them switching over to Globe Earth, that I just had to let them spout off whatever nonsense they wanted to. And I refused, so I got kicked from a Globe server for that.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
Damn. I
But I've
never
had my
heard of
roast.
this one.
I've had my roast with like Sean G. He was over physics, because that's usually what it comes down to. Is somebody's doing things in physics that I know to be incorrect, and then it escalates from there.
Yeah.
I don't see why you wouldn't question 9/11. That seems a bit dumb to me. What's wrong with that?
Like, what do you mean by question it?
Well, there's what about Architects for Truth? There's over 3,500 architects that have obviously questioned it. What's wrong with questioning 9/11?
How many architects are there?
So
how many architects are what?
How many architects are there? Like, period.
I don't know. I'm sure there's a lot.
Yeah,
Well,
so why should I take a small sample size into consideration?
Wait. By questioning, you mean... Wait. By questioning, he means they made the reports explaining exactly how it happened, and it is backed up with reality, and so we can check and read what happened structure-wise, which is
Well, there's a lot of
perfectly
firsts
okay.
on that day, though, right? There's a lot of firsts, like a plane just completely disappearing into a hole. I mean, that's never happened before or since. Never will again either.
It didn't happen then either, so that's a weird thing to say.
There's
Well, that's
whole
what they said
planes
on
that
the
just
day.
disappear. They still haven't found Amelia Earhart.
That's what they said on the day, right? I mean, I listened to the news that day, and that's what they said. They said there was no wreckage bigger than a cigarette carton. That's what they said.
That's fine. They can say that.
Yeah, they were also initially
ridiculous.
saying that there was like 30,000 casualties.
No,
The
but
news
you
was
understand that when a plane crashes, I don't care how hard it hits the ground, there's going to be fuselage, there's going to be wings, there's going to be
Not
lots of
necessarily.
pieces.
Incorrect.
Not necessarily. What?
Incorrect. Yes, correct. Go
Yeah,
read some
if you're a
Go
maniac.
read some NTSB reports about actual plane crashes.
They don't disintegrate, dude. There's always pieces left. Big pieces.
They can. Yeah, if they high enough speeds, yeah, you have no idea what kinetic energy will do.
Energy is energy
Can
is
I-
energy.
Can I
Energy is
just,
energy is energy.
make
That's
a
the
quick...
answer. Fuck it up.
Wait, Andy. I just
Yeah.
want to bring a point about guys like Jaren, because you said 9/11 conspiracies and stuff. This is not interesting. What's interesting is that he made video claiming that people didn't die in the Colombian disaster and people didn't die in that thing, and people... This was the problem, the disrespect towards people that never changed. And he maybe removed the videos, but he used to make crazy claims about astronauts and their families, very disgusting claims.
Well, yeah, there's
Yes.
a picture, isn't there, of all the I think all of them except one. There's a picture of them, and there's all kinds of excuses I've heard, like, oh, it's the twin brother, or one of them I think didn't even change the name, so that is a bit suspicious. But yeah, there's a lot of truth of shit. But there's also psychological operations that happen on the reg, right? They happen. They're happening all the
I
time.
think you missed my whole point.
No, but
So-
the thing is, it's fine to question something. I mean, take a look at the evidence at least. I mean,
So-
9/11's fucking. Or you go look at 9/11. Go look at Building 7 just with your own two eyes. You can. That
Did you
looks
look
like
at the
a
other
controlled
side of the building?
demolition to me.
Did you look at the other side of the building like you've been told to multiple times?
Yeah, I've seen it. But it still looks like a controlled demolition, doesn't it?
Not to me, no.
Not at all.
Are you being dishonest then?
No, I'm not.
Now, the more I look
Well, yeah,
at it,
you are.
the more it looks
No,
legit.
I'm not.
And it covered 6 fucking city blocks, and it still stood like 20 stories high on some of the spires that remained standing after it fell. I mean, y'all talk like it just fell straight down in its footprint. It fell just like it should.
Yeah, like a controlled demolition. That's what I said, yeah. And by the way, this building's been on fire for 24, 36 hours. Fine. Or every
way,
floor.
Andy. By the way, Andy.
Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting
Now,
me?
don't interrupt, man. Don't interrupt.
This building's been burning for 36 hours, every floor. And they stay standing. Steel and concrete, reinforced steel, concrete buildings don't fall down like that.
Controlled demolitions stay in their footprint. So if the building didn't stay in its footprint, not a controlled demolition.
It fell into the
No,
path of most resistance. What are you on about?
Yeah, no windows blew out. It didn't look anything like a controlled demolition.
Well, you've been dishonest as well, then I'm afraid.
No, I can
Yeah,
show
but
you a
everybody who
controlled
disagrees with
demolition.
Andy is dishonest.
I've
Hold
seen a
on, man.
controlled demolition for fuck's sake.
Hold on. Yeah, I could show you a controlled demolition of a large building compared to the Twin Towers. They look nothing alike.
Yeah, I'm also concerned. I'm also curious. You're saying that we can question, but when we challenge anything that you say, we are being dishonest. How is that questioning? Aren't we allowed to also express opinions? I mean,
Sure.
if we're seeking truth, then how is it that you can judge us as being dishonest?
Let's have a look.
Because
at it.
Andy has the truth.
Okay.
I mean,
well, that's like that one.
If you don't think
one of the
something weird happened
I'm
on
talking,
that
Andy.
day.
Why'd you interrupt me? The one of the cold fusion guys. One of those guys ended up being a 9/11 truther, right? The guy at Brigham Young, I think.
I don't know.
That was one of the physicists.
See how it buckles in the middle first? That's because when they take those central beams out first at the bottom with shape charges, boom, it just hops off. See, right in the middle, it buckles.
Okay.
Watch. Boom.
Yeah,
See
I've
how
been watching it. I don't know what your point is.
I'm
Yeah, when the
saying it's a
lower
controlled
structure
demolition.
fails,
Hello?
all of those massive, many tons that are sitting on top of those lower failing structures comes down.
No, you see how the middle goes first? It's because when you shape charge at the bottom, it hops on the side. Boom. That's how they control demolition of building. By the way,
You realize it's twisting,
And
right?
So,
Yeah.
did you ever look at how the towers were constructed and how they were specifically made in regards to the elevator systems?
yeah.
Okay, so the planes that just left the airport, so had a full load of fuel, went into the building, and the fuel probably dumped right down the middle of the building with the elevator shafts, which could cause what you're talking about.
Well, yeah. I mean, fairy farts could do all sorts of things too. What's your point? Just look. Use your own eyes. Use the intelligence God gave you. There it is.
Yeah,
So what about the other angles? This is the only angle that's ever shown in support of this controlled demolition. What does it look like from the other side of that building?
What? How does that negate this side?
The
What
whole
fuck
damn
does that
face
mean?
is ripped off of it, Andy. The whole face is ripped off of it.
And why is that going to
Hey,
affect the beams?
can I say
The
something?
central core of the building, left lane.
Why is the physics of the building gonna affect the physics of the building? Yeah, I guess. Good point.
Why is some
Good point.
damage to the outside going to do anything to the central core?
Yeah, you ought to see the front of the building, though.
Yeah, that makes the difference. Fucking hell, dishonest.
Yeah,
you lot.
do you not know how? Do you not know how forces travel?
Can I try? Can I for a second? Andy, remember how you told me you were architect?
Say what?
Remember you
architect?
told me your prophet?
I don't know what you're trying to say, dude. Say again.
Are you an architect?
No, I'm not an architect. No.
I think that's risky.
No, you didn't tell me you're an architect?
No,
Did
I
you
said
work in building design?
no. I said 3,500 architects signed a petition saying that they thought something dodgy was going on.
No,
that
no,
day.
no, 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 no,
They
no.
thought it was a
Don't
controlled
back up
demolition.
right now.
Yeah, now it's time to poison the well.
You might be You might be Agent. You might be confusing him with Rixie. Rixie's the one that really.
I was talking to him about buildings and strength and why engineers don't like architects. Then he told me he's an architect, but he doesn't like math or something like that. It wasn't you?
No, that wasn't me.
No, that was Ritsky. That was definitely Ritsky.
So you didn't study physics?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Now I get it. Why 9/11? Okay. No,
Well, I mean,
never mind.
I
So,
do have
Andy,
reasoning faculties, though, I'm agent, right? I mean, I'm allowed to have an opinion, even if it's wrong.
So, Andy, real quick, are you saying that no one died in 9/11?
Oh no, no, I think people died for sure.
Okay.
Are you saying there were no planes?
I mean, that would take some explaining, but it might take away from the obvious thing, right? I mean, the no planes idea is an interesting one, but I suppose there's a lot of. I've seen it from a million angles, so.
But you keep giving us the one angle.
I mean, if I was
So-
planning it myself, then I would certainly do it with no planes. If I could get away with it, if I could convince people that they were planes, but there actually wasn't, then that would be.
But I'm
just
sorry,
think about
it's
it.
a kind of
But there were
direct
planes. We have
question.
video.
No, right, but I'm just saying, if you could convince somebody, because you got to get out of the, you got to put yourself into the mindset. Let's just pretend that you're doing it, right? That you're trying to do this thing. If you can convince people that they were planes when they weren't, that would be the easiest way to do it, and just cut a hole,
Well,
a
the easiest way would
plane-shaped
be-
hole in the side of the building.
Jesus, I'm
Video
just
of the
asking
planes
for
hitting the building.
Right. But I'm just saying, look, think of it as from a. You've got to first entertain the idea that it wasn't Arabs in caves with box cutters. Okay, can you do that?
Still be easier
Why
to
do you,
use.
Well, I
wait,
mean,
wait.
they obviously wouldn't be in caves, right? They're in a plane.
What
You know
does
what I
that
mean,
have
though.
to
The
do
official
with
narrative is
anything?
ridiculous. So you've got to first get away from that, right?
That second plane hit the building live on TV
Yeah, I
live, so
know.
it
But you
wasn't
think about
CGI. It wasn't
right.
made up. It
I know.
was fucking live. So
Right,
what
but
do you
think
mean
about it.
caves and
Think
box
about it.
cutters and shit?
Right. Just think about it logistically in terms of we're doing. You and me are doing it, Coco. Right? We're trying to do this terrible thing and convince a lot of people. Right? Logistically, it's a fucking nightmare to fly a plane into a building. What if we miss?
No, it's not. No, it's
What if we
not.
miss?
I'm sorry. I asked a simple question to understand your claim about the controlled demolition that was needed because I don't know there were no planes or were planes. I need you to set boundaries for the conspiracy, and the first boundary is if there were planes.
Yeah, the thing is, we have one plane that disappeared into a hole, right? Which has never happened before or since. There's always
That's
wreckage.
untrue. Would you like me to show you how that's untrue?
Yeah, they do it in
Please,
tests.
if
They
you can
test it.
demonstrate a plane that crashes on the ground and there's no fuselage or wings or cockpit
Yeah.
or anything left over, that'd be great.
Sorry, I'm asking about
Well, wait a
the
minute,
twin
man. I mean,
towers.
people are asking stuff, and Andy kind of responds, and then somebody's asking something else. Could we please get on a track? God dang
Oh
it.
yeah, can this guy demonstrate a plane crash where there's no wreckage? That'd be great. I'd love to see that. Well, you could show the Shanksville hole, I suppose. Can you show a different one?
Yeah, they've done. I'm sure somebody's going to get it where they put a jet on a rail and railed it into the concrete. There
I'm
was
gonna bet there was something
nothing,
left of it,
nothing
though.
left the size of the palm of your hand was left of it.
I'd like to see that.
And that plane that hit the ground up there, I would guess, and I'm probably underestimating, hit the ground nose down at like 700 miles an hour.
And don't forget, about 30 years ago, Value Jet crashed in a swamp. They didn't find it for a week.
And then we got the one in the Pentagon, which they shown. I love it when they brought that footage out and they're like, "This is conclusive." To me, it just made it look even worse. I was like, "Where's the plane?"
So, what evidence will you accept?
For
that the current narrative, if you will, is correct.
That's a tough one. I mean,
Because I mean,
it's not just the fact that the obvious evidence that I use with my own eyes, and I can see that it's all nonsense. But it's also the after effect, right? What it was actually used for, to destabilize the Middle East, to bring in the Patriot Act, to take away people's freedoms, it just goes on and on and on and on.
Yeah, just all kinds of conspiracies, right?
No, it's not conspiracy, Left Lane. It actually happened.
No, it is. You're
I mean,
saying you're quoting conspiracies. Yes, sir.
I mean, go look at the guy my favorite guy from the whole thing, where he's like, so I mean, he's clearly an actor, right? And he's got his controller, his little handler behind him. Well, he's a big fucking dude, big black dude, and he's just saying things that no bystander's ever said in his entire life. He's going, well, the buildings clearly fell back because of structural fate. But basically, the official story that you all believe. And no bystander in the world ever would speak like he did, right? It's hilarious.
I'm just
Somebody pull
curious
that
how
clip
you.
up.
I'm
Somebody
curious
pull
what the
that clip up
methodology.
and
I'm curious what the
post it.
methodology. I'm curious what the
Post it
methodology
for
is that you
Melody.
use. I'm curious about the
Post
methodology
it for
that you
Dick
use
here, who
to
doesn't understand
decide.
anything.
I'm
Post it
interested
for
in the
Dickhead.
methodology.
Who likes to interrupt
I'm
people.
interested in the methodology that you used in order to determine how every eyewitness to every event has ever acted.
The building clearly fell to structural integrity. No bystander talks like that, dude. It's just ridiculous. It's so
Yeah, and
staged.
you know exactly how every bystander ever talks.
Well, go watch it. But the problem
I
is,
don't have to watch
I
it to point
I
out
did watch
the
it. I
problem with
watched
your
it.
logic, Andy. Your logic is faulty. You can't
Well,
say that
you ain't
you
got any
know
discernment,
that
mate.
no
You ain't got any
bystander.
discernment.
You can't say that no that there will be never any bystander that acts like that. You cannot.
Well,
That's fallacious thinking.
Well, the thing is, Dick, you think the only way to truth is science, which is
No,
logically
incorrect.
incoherent for a start. But that you see,
No,
discernment
you're
comes from
wrong.
God.
You're just wrong about what my views are,
You're just
as
wrong.
usual. Yeah, correct. As
You
per
talk to your
usual,
boyfriend with that
you
mouth?
have built a straw man to go after me. So maybe you should stop.
Maybe
we could talk about the points and not get into the psychological and logic
Yeah,
part.
stop whining,
It kind
Dick.
of tends to ruin the conversation.
So
I
it sounds
think
like
Andy,
your answer to this question.
I was just saying from my perspective, Andy, everything looked just like it would. I don't see anything wrong with anything I saw that day. I watched
Yeah.
it from start to end. All of it that happened on camera, I watched it, every bit of it. Nothing
Well, you say that about every
occurred
official narrative, though, left lane, don't you?
well, no, I'm just telling you from my opinion and what I would expect from a plane flying into a building at full throttle, things like
Didn't he have
that. And
Didn't he have a
it
training
just all looked
exercise
right.
that day as well, left lane?
See,
Now
more
remember,
conspiracy, more
Andy.
conspiracy.
No, didn't he have a training exercise?
Andy
that day,
doesn't
left
like
lane,
being
as well?
interrupted, but he
Dick,
feels
Dick,
no problem
Dick,
interrupting left lane.
Excuse me, Dick. Didn't he
Yeah,
have
don't
a
interrupt left
training
lane.
exercise
Good job.
that day, left lane? Left lane. Hello. Did they have a training exercise that day?
I'm not talking about if they had a training exercise or somebody was washing their ass at the time it happened. I'm just talking about what I saw and what it appeared to me as though everything looked just like it should.
But they did they? I mean, they did, right? That's why they said they got confused on the
Conspiracy.
day.
Yeah, conspiracy. I don't know.
Don't they have training exercises like every 2 weeks or something and stuff like that?
Well, apparently this is why they got confused. The air traffic control and all this sort of shit. But it's funny how they had a training exercise on the 7/7 bombings as well. Did you know that?
Don't they have those like every 2 weeks or something?
Training exercise again. I mean, what are they doing?
Well,
Can he hear
Andy
me?
apparently can't
Didn't they
answer.
exhaust
He
that
can't answer the
narrative?
question. Apparently, there's a serious wave of cognitus here, so Andy just doesn't hear your question.
I'm sorry, I've got you turned down quite low, Dick. I didn't hear what you said.
Well, see, it's not me. It's not me. So it's your cognitus.
So the question,
quite low.
Well,
the question that you were ignoring was, do you know the frequency of training exercises? Because if the frequency is very high, then the coincidental nature of having a training exercise on that date is not all that coincidental.
Okay.
so if I understood you correctly, your answer to the other guy's question was that no amount of evidence would convince you. Like that was a long way to say that.
Well, I didn't say that, but
He did
it's
in so many words.
well,
Well,
I've
I
got
mean, the
good pattern
but also
recognition.
just invalidates everything that comes after it. So, like when you say "I did but" or "I didn't but," then that means that you ignore everything after the comma or before the
Well,
but.
anything these fucking liars will say, you will believe, obviously. And so,
Incorrect. But I'm glad that you believe in that straw man for me. I'm glad that that straw man brings you comfort.
I don't know why. It's amazing to me that I talk to. I mean,
So
can any
is
of
it
you make a true statement? I don't think you can.
okay?
Because all you have is degrees of certainty. I don't even know why I'm bothering, to be honest.
I don't either. But I have a question for you, Andy. Is it possible that 9/11 is exactly how they tell us it is, and yet the government did use it as a way of overreach? They did use it to destabilize the region. They did use it to enrich themselves with oil. They did use it to institute the Patriot Act. How is it that they had to manufacture it in order to do that, rather than just simply capitalize on a tragic event?
Yeah, I mean, never let a good tragedy go to waste. That is very possible. I could entertain that notion.
So you can entertain the notion that 9/11 happened as they said it happened. They just simply capitalized on the event.
Absolutely. But I do see these problem, reaction, solution things happen quite a lot with these people. So I think they caused the problem, just as I think Israel created Hamas, for instance. I see them creating the problem, so then they can produce the solution that was already planned. So,
See, according to what Professor Park said, my view of it, yes, the government probably there was something nefarious going on. Some factual information indicates that something was up, right? But if I was going to do something like this, rather than create all this fucking CGI and do all this demolition, I would have 2 planes flown into the fucking buildings. That's what I would do.
I also just note that like this is prior. I hate to like point out the obvious, right? But this is prior to 9/11, and intelligence agencies did not communicate the same way prior to September 11th, 2001 than they did post September 11th, 2001. So like it's entirely possible that they had the facts at hand, and I think the post facto we realized that some people did have the various pieces on hand, and then nobody just talked to each other.
Yeah, I think the 9/11 report did
posted,
say
guys?
that.
You guys
Yep.
actually think a jet aeroliner flew into that building?
Correct.
Honestly?
I have no reason to doubt it.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I watched it happen.
SC, the reason why I have no reason to doubt it is because I've never seen a plane smash into a building like that before.
I knew people when I was in the army who were in the Pentagon when that happened. So, correct. I do in fact believe that it occurred.
Yeah, my family had firefighters in the New York City area that got called in to help, and I was small but watched the second plane hit on live TV, so it was not CGI or made up or anything. It was live.
Yep, I saw it. I saw the second plane too.
Same here. I was in 3rd grade.
Man, I'm old.
Yeah, it's just thinking.
No, you're not.
It's gonna make you feel worse, but I'm like the second oldest in my undergraduate class.
There were like 30 or something, maybe more than that, other videos. There wasn't just one video. There were like 30 something videos of the second plane hitting. So I don't know. It's kind of weird, isn't it?
I'm so sorry, Left Lane. I didn't mean to cut you off. Didn't they go back? Didn't they find the video of the first plane actually that somebody didn't realize they caught? Yeah. So I mean,
Yeah, they
it happened. It happened.
Where's the plane in those 2 pictures that I posted, guys?
Well,
Can you
if
show me
you've
any
been paying
plane parts?
attention, SE, if you've been paying attention to the chat, you'll know that planes, when they hit something hard, like the ground, can just no longer be a single unit of material.
They
Come
just
on, man. You
disintegrate,
can't be
SC.
that gullible, man.
I believe
seriously, in front of your eyes, man. You can't be that
again,
gullible.
You've seen photos of planes that have just disintegrated upon impact that are not this particular plane. So once again, I find it very plausible that it could have been going fast enough to
Yeah, like
catastrophically disassemble.
the one in Pennsylvania, nobody calls that one out. But melodic, weren't there ones like in what's the one I'm thinking of? Turkey or something, where the plane
Up in the chat, there's one from China. Up in the chat, there's one in China where plane nothing left of the plane.
Yeah, that's normal. Very normal.
Yeah, see, I don't know enough about plane crashes. I don't know enough about that building to look at that and say, obviously fake. Like, and I don't know why anyone would look at that and say, oh, obviously fake.
Well, I don't know about
Unless
anybody.
they
I
know
can
about
speak for myself, though.
True.
I'll tell you why I think I remember back then I used to watch, was this family, I think it was an Italian family, and they used to do demolition. And you know, they have those docudramas, whatever you want to call them, and they were showing, and I was watching it. You know, it was like a series, and I'd watch it over, like, you know, every week. And they were showing the painstaking thing, what they had to do in order to fall a building. They had to, you know, put caps, and it had to be like within milliseconds of accuracy, and this and that, and they can fall the building straight down, they can fall it to the left, they can fall it to the right, like all these details. And I remember, as soon as I saw that building, in my head, it's free fall. Right away, I knew. I wasn't thinking skullduggery, right? Because I didn't really know what was going on in the beginning. But I remember watching it on TV and saying free fall. Like, it's so freaking obvious. Like, I don't get it.
But it's obviously not obvious because you don't seem to have looked into the architecture of the Twin Towers and what was ultimately responsible for the way that they fell like they did. I mean,
I have looked at it. It was a unique design exoskeleton. The walls.
Yeah.
Did you know that the walls were all steel, like whatever?
Number
aluminum?
one, you're showing that you haven't by what you're saying. You're thinking that it could only come down this way if it was a set demolition. When they build these tall buildings in the middle of cities, there are features that they design with disasters in mind. They don't want these buildings just falling all over the rest of the buildings if something happens. But remember, there had already been they had already looked into this structure and what had happened, and a lot of it has to do with the amount of jet fuel, the way that the jet fuel dispersed because of the size of the plane and how far it went into the building, and the fact that the jet fuel got into the central elevator shafts. So it's pretty
Obviously, you
obvious
didn't
that
hear a
you
word I
already
said, right?
Yeah, I did hear what you said. You said you spoke with a family of demolition experts, so you're biased towards buildings can only come down if demolitions are set in a specific way.
Yeah, that's correct. In order for a building to fall, in demolition terms, yes, it has to be capped. They have to drill. First of all, they gut the building, right? Number one. Then they take the primary pillars, the support pillars, right? And they put explosives on them. I'll repeat again. Maybe you didn't hear the first time. And they have to be.
Here, but Essie,
You heard what I said, then maybe you didn't understand what I said.
I understand what you said. I'm
I
familiar.
like how
with
there's no
demolition.
possibility that Essie is wrong.
I
It's not
understand
me, man. There's
demolition.
no way to fall the building otherwise. It's not possible. Like,
Yes, it is.
That's all there is to it.
Oh my god.
That's so stupid.
So, Essie, what you are describing is, like you said, they have to empty the building. They have to look at how all the structures are. Then they have to make sure they set the demolition. You're talking about a completely different situation than a full-on building in use. But you're also seeming to negate the fact that the Twin Towers were designed in a specific way because of the size of them.
Yeah, they were
Yeah,
designed to take
do you know
airplanes.
the way?
straight
Okay,
into
let
them.
me test you. What way were they designed? Because I can tell you how they were. Do you know how? What's the difference, since you're correcting me? Tell us, how were they designed specifically? Go ahead, Coco.
Well, I've said like 3 times now that they have determined that the central elevator design did play a big factor in what happened to the Twin Towers.
How so? You don't know. You're just talking. I know. I know. I know the. I know the jig, Coco.
I mean,
Please.
you know the
You
jig
know-
because that's what you do. Essie, correct.
No, that's not what I do. I explained to you specifically how they have to fall a building. Now, if you don't understand that, that's not my problem.
I understand how they have to follow the building, but I also understand that none of these buildings fell in their own footprint. So, like, it doesn't matter. How they fell a building doesn't matter because when you demo a building, you make it fall in its own footprint.
Yeah, it fell
Not
into the
with
path
jet
of the
fuel. No,
most
that
resistance.
is not possible to happen. No, the building disintegrating like that is not possible with jet fuel. What can I tell
The
you, man?
building didn't
You've been
disintegrate.
fooled.
I don't know what to tell you. You
have
don't know
been
what you're
fooled.
looking at. You
Not
don't know
only
what
have
you're
you
looking
been
at. I
fooled,
don't know what to
excuse
tell
me.
you. Essie.
Yeah, try to keep calm, one at a
I
time.
am
You wanna
calm.
go,
I'm tired
go.
of you telling
I'll
me the
let you
same thing and
I'll
yelling
let
at
you
me.
spew your
So
shit, and then I'll go. Go ahead.
yeah, no, I'm just tired of you yelling at me and repeating yourself. So if you could say it one time,
No,
and
you're
in a
the one
calm manner, that
interrupting
would
me,
be
bro.
great.
Just stay calm.
You just
Stay
I didn't
calm
say interruption.
and try
Did I
to
say
absorb
interruption?
new
I said
information.
repetition. I did say repetition and not interruption. Wow.
You
Listening
know
is
what,
really
man?
hard.
I really don't give a shit about. I don't want to talk to you. How's that? You're not
That's nice.
important enough.
That's cool.
So, Essie, what I'm hearing from you is that there is, maybe I'm actually blanking on it. There's no other way for the towers to have come down other than a controlled demolition. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, those buildings, the way they were designed, and the way they fell, there's no way a plane with fuel could get stuff hot enough to melt it to do that. That is physically impossible. Yes, there's many reports you can read. What I suggest you do, because you guys maybe you don't know, is just look at some controlled demolition videos, how they do it, what they have to do, what it takes to fall a building. And then after that, if you think a plane can do that, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Yeah, you know, like you said,
now that you're done.
Hang on, guys.
One note
Hang
is
on,
that I
guys.
would like for you to show us the physics that you did to determine the jet fuel point. Go ahead.
I told you, bro, I couldn't care less what you think, man. I gave you my info. You take it or you leave it.
Okay, you said
I don't want to
you said that they would have to
you.
clear.
I'm not your daddy. I'm not your mommy.
You
I just want
said
to point out a couple of things.
yeah, you said in prep they would have to clear out the building. Did they forget to clear out the 20,000 people that were in the building? And when the planes hit, you know, the plane stood for like an hour before failure. So what sort of controlled demolition, you know, has an impact and then an hour later? And again, the central elevator core and the outer skin was all that was the primary structures, and the floor rafters, the trusses, they failed under heat. So I don't know what your fucking deal is when 20,000 people have to come pouring out of the building. Oh, they have to clear the building and do all this prep work. What prep work? What prep work was done that left the people in there?
I'll tell you, they were doing elevator. I thought of that, right? Because they would have to prep the building in order for it to fall like that, right? Absolutely. So now there was reports that they were doing elevator work months before this happened. So maybe that's how they did it. I'm not saying that I know, but I'm telling you one thing. I'm telling you one thing. In order for a building to fall like that, it has to be controlled demolition. That's all there is to it.
I want you to do something, Essie. I want you to find me a building that falls that you don't see and hear the mini dynamite off. Structural steel above 400 degrees loses its strength. It starts sagging, losing its integrity. If you look at the building, imagine the forces of the building above where the airplane hit. It's like many tons of force sitting on those beams. And all they got to do is just lose just a smidgen of their integrity, and they're going to fail, and that building's coming down.
Sure, you can believe whatever you want. Now we can go to building 5, right? You think, now listen to, like this is like comical that I have to say this, right? You think that a 40, 50-story building fell in a free-form manner because of the other 2 buildings, some material started a fire on them? Do you actually believe that? And you can repeat that with a straight face?
No, you're deflecting now. I asked you to show me a building being demolished that you don't see and hear the dynamite going off. That's one. And then address the fire weakening the structure above 400 degrees.
And then thirdly, none of those buildings. Thirdly, none of those buildings. Now I'm being overtalked by a mod while trying to get into the conversation.
I guess he can respond instead of me. Go ahead.
So as I was trying to say in the conversation, another point that you would need to address is that none of these buildings fell in free fall.
Look, man, you can believe whatever you want, right?
I don't have to
I don't care.
believe.
I'm
I
not here
can
to
look at the
convince you.
video.
I want to get my points out to the people. I could care less what you think, because I know no matter
It's
what
not
I
about what
say,
I
you're
think.
going to believe what you believe. That's fine. Now, we go to building number 5. You think a 50-story building fell in almost free fall speed because some debris started a fire? You
I don't
believe
think
that?
any of those buildings fell anywhere near free fall.
Do you believe
already
that
stated.
building fell the way it fell because a fire caught, because a debris hit from the
I
other
believe
building?
that that's
Yes, you believe
consistent
that,
with the
right?
damage to the building. Yeah, I believe
you
that's
believe
consistent
that?
with the damage to the building. I believe that's
believe
consistent
that?
with the damage to the building.
Okay, then, my friend, you are in fantasy land. There's
Yeah, I know.
there's
You
nothing
are.
else.
You don't have to tell me.
There's nothing
You don't
else
have to
that I
tell me
can
that
tell
you're
you
in
because
fantasy
you are
land.
not operating
don't
from
have-
a logical point
You
of
don't
view.
have to tell me. You
I
don't have
could
to tell
care
me
less what you think,
that
bro.
you're in fantasy land. But I would ask that a moderator in this channel actually show some decorum and respect and not say that to people on a discussion server. But
I will
you
say
do.
whatever I want. If I think you're in fantasy land, it doesn't matter if I'm a mod. If that's the angle you want to go to win a fight, I'm
Got
not
it.
going to
You
win
have
as
no
well.
professionalism.
If I
I understand that, Essie.
Before we go too far into the meta, does anybody know what kind of fire shielding was used in those buildings?
You have a 40-story building falling in near free fall. Just try to
Not
think that
even
in your
close to
mind.
free fall.
Try to imagine a building
Nobody? Okay.
falling in near free fall because of fire caught. It's
Not
like,
even close to free fall.
it's definitely fantasy land.
I don't know
Not
what
even
kind
close
of
to free fall.
fireproofing they used, but I did watch a show where they said the explosion knocked a lot of the fireproofing off of the beams when the plane hit. A lot of the fireproofing that sprayed on those steel beams that's supposed to be there for a fire got blown off from the explosion. That hurt it a lot too.
So
Right.
typically, there's two kinds
Tell
of ways
yourself
you can
whatever you need to
protect
tell
from
yourself to
heating.
convince yourself.
There's two
Essie
types
doesn't
of
like
ways
being
you can-
interrupted.
There's two ways you can protect from heating. You either dissipate the heat away from the thing with like a heat sink, if you've ever like built a computer or something, or you can shield it from ever getting hot in the first place. If you cake something, a piece of steel in fire shielding, and it's the kind of ceramic refractive whatever the fuck it is, if any of that gets chipped off and you heat that material that's inside it, that heat is still going to travel along the inside material, and it's not going to be able to dissipate because it's being held in by the fireproofing. So if anything, that's going to exacerbate it and get it to heat super. You've basically caked it into its own forge. I've built a couple of forges, so I know a little bit about this stuff.
It says it's a, according to this, it says it's a sprayed on fireproofing material.
Yeah.
But who just said that the explosion knocked some of it off? Was it Cole? Was that you? Because that's what ChatGPT says also, that the impact of the airplanes dislodged significant amounts of fireproofing in the impacted zones. So, what happened to Building 7? Cole.
They just can't see it. They will not see it, man. It's fascinating. Like,
yeah, we are
it's
not
so
as dumb as
obvious,
either of you,
right?
and this
Like,
makes
you're
it
gonna
really hard
interrupt
for us
again,
to
right?
understand what
You
you're
just
saying.
You're not
can't help yourself.
contributing much, SC. Like you keep saying
Like,
that.
can we
Every
get some
conversation-
moderation, please? Can we get these guys to stop interrupting while other people talk?
I
Is
don't,
there any mods in the room?
I don't know.
Do I have to do all the modding?
Everybody's doing it, and you are too, SE. So yeah, everybody
but
needs to chill.
try to mod. Let me see you once mod left lane, please.
could even
When
let
they
left lane
interrupt me,
finish.
let me see one of you guys. Just mod
SE?
once.
Yeah,
I'm
Let's
happy
get
to back out of the
fuck's sake,
conversation.
man.
Not.
Get the
I'm
fuck off
happy
of it and go on with the conversation.
I'm happy to back out of this conversation and just mod, but SC, I don't think you want me to do that because you've been interrupting the most.
Of course I have, man. Of course, yeah. Yeah, it was me, man.
Yeah, don't you be doing that, SC. That's wrong. Left lane mods a lot when I'm here. So
I
that's
never heard
wrong.
any one of them mod when these guys do what they're doing to me now. Never, not one time.
What
But
is
it's okay. I'm used to it.
doing?
I'm used to 6-on-1s. Don't worry about it. Bring it on. Don't worry about it.
What is anyone doing though but not agreeing with you and just posting proof in, well, posting
Well, if
information.
you didn't see the
in text
interruptions, what can I tell you, Coco? You weren't listening.
So, SE, on building 7, can you show me where the dynamite is going off to bring the building down?
Show you? Listen, man. Let me repeat what I said, okay? You guys believe that building 5, the 40-story building, fell in near free fall speed because a piece of amber or whatever hit it. Now, if you believe that, I am going out of this conversation because I don't think you have the scruples to logically decipher this, and I'm just gonna get upset, right? So if you think that a building can fall free fall because of that, good on you, bro. Good on you. God bless you.
Nobody believes the building fell in free fall. Once again, SE, you have tilted against the windmill of your own creation.
Yeah, God bless you, man. God bless you. You're right. God bless you.
Do demolished buildings actually fall in free fall? Or is that one of those slogans people just hear and
I think it's really close to free fall because all the supports get blown out at the same time, or near as such.
My recollection of the NIST report, I think for like one of the Twin Towers, maybe both, I don't know. It gave 3 different speeds. Both were close to free fall, and the middle one was like almost exactly free fall. That's my
Like, how could you not see it, man? Yeah.
Was there a
Like,
faster one than free fall?
astonishing.
Because it didn't
Oh, yeah,
happen.
good
SE.
point.
That's
No.
how you cannot see it.
How would there be faster?
Just that statement is like a delusional statement. You see a building falling. There's pictures of it, and near free fall speed because an amber hit it. But
It wasn't
you
at
say,
free
no,
fall.
it didn't happen.
You keep saying free
That's
fall.
delusion right there.
It wasn't at free fall. It wasn't
Sheer
in free fall.
Fucking delusion.
Do you not understand what free fall is, SE?
No, he doesn't.
Sheer delusion, man. Like,
Did you say
like,
because an
you know,
ember
like,
hit it?
You know, like Mickey Mouse.
Like he's
sheer
enjoying
delusion.
insulting everybody
What
and
is-
being
what
really
is-
butthurt that people interrupted him.
I'm
but,
not
like,
insulting you. I'm
yeah.
saying if you can't see a building that fell in near free fall right in front of your eyes, then that's delusion. Like either
Yeah,
you're
you're not
blind,
insulting anybody. You're just
either
insulting
you're blind
people.
or
That's
you
fine.
just can't
That's
see it.
hilarious.
It's one of those two things.
Didn't the basement of that
And
building
it's like-
burn for like many hours,
Yes,
sitting
it
there
did.
with nobody doing anything with it before it finally
It
fell?
burned for days. Burnt for days.
Okay,
Yes, it
well
did.
that's a pretty good answer to
visual
the
problems.
problem.
That's what it is.
And so, I don't think that your eyes are good measurements of the speed of something.
Oh yeah, Brenda's gonna solve the day now.
I did. I just did.
I would agree with Brenda that eyes are really bad at measuring speed.
This is the measuring tool that most flat earthers use. Is it looks like it, therefore it is.
Just keep in mind now, this is on tape, and you guys are questioning the building almost falling in free fall. The
But not
building that
quite. But not
everybody has
actually.
seen, and we showed it and we posted it before.
But
That
not
is
actually
either
free fall.
you can't see good, or you're delusional. One of those.
No,
two
it's
things.
close. It's close to free fall, but it's not. It's set about a
Thank you,
couple of
Left Lane.
seconds out.
Finally,
It's, yeah.
thank you.
So not
Yeah,
actually
but-
free fall then, right?
So
Right, Essie?
we had to pull teeth, right? I had to pull teeth to get that one out of you guys.
So not
right? Thank
actually
you, Left Lane.
Not
Holy
actually
shit,
free
I
fall,
see.
right, Essie? Not actually free fall.
I'd rather talk to my cat than you, Brenda.
Not actually free fall, right?
Yeah. Here, baby, come on, get some treats. There you
See, he runs away.
He just likes to insult people and then complain about being stupid. It's hilarious. I'm still waiting for him to show me one demolition that doesn't have the building falling in its footprint.
Brother, you can ask whatever you want. You ain't gonna get I don't
I know,
even
you're
want to
stupid.
talk to
It's
you.
fine. I got it.
You think building 5 didn't fall in near free fall speeds? You're either blind.
Also not what
or
I said. So
delusional.
once again,
Which one are you,
you've
blind or
tilted.
delusional?
You've tilted at a windmill that you've constructed in your own head because that's not what I said. I said it wasn't in
Right,
free
so
fall.
blind or delusional or a troll, but you're not gonna win this argument
Oh,
because
man.
everybody knows that building fell.
You're correct. I can't win. I can't win.
Are
You're
you
correct,
gonna mod
SE.
him, Left
I'm
Lane,
gonna
now
tell
that
you.
he's interrupting me? Is
I'm
anybody
gonna
gonna
tell you
mod
why
him?
you're correct. SE, you're
Is
correct.
anybody gonna mod him?
Because I cannot win a conversation that
Mods,
I've
is
already
there any
won.
mods?
Give me mods and I'll mod him.
Okay. We're absolutely not going to do that shit.
People
Now
should
everyone's
give,
gonna
people should
hold
give
on.
me mods.
Hang on.
Absolutely.
Hold on. So everyone's gonna calm down a little, but specifically, SE, you're gonna stop doing that shit. All right.
I'm out of the conversation.
But somebody should give me mods.
If
Somebody
you're
should
gonna
give me
tell
mods.
me after what you just saw, the fuck with you, man. I'm out of the conversation.
Okay,
I
I,
wanna
think
be-
we should
I wanna
change
be
topic to
moderated.
evolution. I think we should change topic.
I want to, yes, the topic should be give Brenda mods.
You should ask
I
Omni.
agree. That's a great
The topic should
Give
be
Brenda mod.
when a mod needs to mod, do your job.
Yeah, he
We
did.
need-
He did.
That's
we
exactly
need-
what happened.
Yeah, indeed, and you complaining about it, which is hilarious.
Yeah. Womp womp.
Yeah. Remember gems? Remember gems?
SE,
If you're
I'm
gonna
sorry,
turn-
you
if
were
you're
out of
gonna turn
line.
this into
You were
gems-
holding everything up. You were just cry
All right,
bullying.
all right.
It was
Just
not
remember my
productive
words.
at
Remember
all.
my words.
I had a nice
I think we should
conversation.
change topics.
I had a nice conversation with Fakatzoid today.
That sounds almost
Yeah.
impossible.
Yeah, well, yes, it does. I agree with you. I was sort of surprised. I had a short conversation about an hour earlier with Dell. Also a nice, respectful conversation.
You think you would understand what free fall is, Brenda, or near free fall speed? If you saw it?
I thought we changed the topic.
Well,
Are-
FC
are
said he
you-
was out of the conversation, but apparently
he-
we're back in and on the same
apparently.
topic.
Yeah, so it was an interesting conversation with Fakatzoid. I thought I wrecked him. And I think we had a respectful conversation with Dell, and I think we came to a mutual understanding. So I had at least 2 conversations that went well today. And then I
But
talked
you-
to Danny. Then I talked to Danny, who had destroyed Jordan Peterson the other day. All in all, a great day.
Danny from
Danny Philtalk. Jubilee had a thing with Jordan Peterson and 20 atheists. And Danny
I saw that.
Philtalk-
I didn't click on it.
Oh, you should. It's really good. He just waffles the whole time.
Imagine a
what
room
they all
of
do, isn't it?
ballers that can't tell when a building free falls.
He doesn't want to let
funny,
the
man.
subject change or
That's
stay out of
funny.
the conversation, does he?
Yeah.
You can't tell when a building free falls. You're gonna argue.
God.
No, I'm not gonna
Oh
let
my
this go,
God.
man. I'm gonna be
You
on
said
you
you were
all
going
night.
to.
Well, can
You
someone
can't-
go
you
get the
don't know-
analysis?
Left lane. Please tell
Can we
me.
go get the analysis of watch an analysis video of it, and they count it down and do it frame by frame, and they come to a conclusion there.
Yeah, that it's near free fall, right?
Yeah, it was a couple of seconds off, but it's
Okay,
about
yeah,
what,
give or
what
take.
you would
guys
imagine
hear
it being.
that? Thank you, left lane, for being honest.
Yeah, but controlled demolitions would be free fall because that's
And
how
I
they
know
design
this guy's gonna
controlled
come in and
demolitions.
say something because he just
Man,
can't
he
help
cannot not interrupt me, can he? So anyway, in controlled demolitions, it's free fall speed because that's how they design controlled demolitions.
it. So you were wrong, right? And
I was not.
what
I
Left Lane
never. I
was
never
right.
said it
did
wasn't.
fall in near free fall speed, right? You were wrong, right?
SD. All I said was it didn't fall at free fall speed. If you need this win so bad, I'm sorry, but all I said was it did not fall at free fall speed.
Yeah, but it fell at near free fall speed, right?
I
Almost
didn't say it didn't do
indistinguishable,
that,
right?
SE. No, it is indistinguishable. That's the or it's not. It is distinguishable, and
That's
that is
what
the
I love
point.
about these guys. They'll fight till the end, like even though they're wrong.
Man,
they'll
he
fight
couldn't
till
even
the
let
end.
me. He couldn't even let me get over a verbal tick. Anyway, they're distinguishable, which is the entire point. SE is that it's not free fall. Controlled demolitions are at free fall because that's how controlled demolitions are designed. Controlled demolitions are also designed to fall within their own footprint, something that didn't happen here either.
Yeah, he has to get the last word. He just can't. You're wrong, bro. The building 5, it's
the person
physically
who
impossible
interrupted-
for building 5 to fall near free fall speed because a piece of amber hit it. You understand that?
So
That's not what anybody says, but remember that you're the person who came into a completely different conversation and brought it back to this. So
Yeah,
don't
the
talk to
one
me
who-
about needing the last word.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you know it. Because I'm not gonna let a room of ballers get the last word and not get my. I'm gonna make my point whether you like it
So
or
you're
not.
just a
Right. So,
contrarian, aren't you?
so you're just here to get the last word, Essie. That's what you
No,
just said.
I'm here to prove you wrong. You specifically, you were wrong.
You
Can I
picked a really terrible wood
Wow.
note.
It's just wow.
Can I
Not
ask
wow.
what 9/11
You're
has to
not
do
gonna
with
get.
globe Earth?
You're not. It's not gonna work. What you're trying to do is not gonna work. When something is impossible and somebody points it out, you guys are not gonna get the last word on it. That building, the way it fall with an amber at near free fall speed, that's
What's it?
physically impossible.
Impossible?
And no matter what you guys say, it's not gonna change that.
It's impossible to fall at close to free fall? That's impossible.
He apparently thinks that it's some amber. I think what he means to say is ember, but he's not smart enough to realize that. But
It
that's
was
also not what the actual story is. And
It was an
once
I-beam,
again,
wasn't it? Wasn't it an I-beam from
you know, I'm
one
not
of the
entirely
towers?
sure. I'm not
One of-
entirely sure.
When one of
But
the,
what I do
Whatever
know,
it was, it's
what I do know
physically
is that I'm being
impossible
interrupted
for
by
that to
SE
happen.
again.
Whatever it was, an
What I do know is I'm being
a
interrupted by
rod,
SE again.
not
Amber.
What I
possible
do
to fall
know
at free fall speed.
is I can't get my
Amber.
thoughts out because SE doesn't want to hear it. But also, controlled demolitions fall in their footprint, and they fall at free fall. Two things that didn't occur here.
No, impossible. Once again, that building could not have fallen the way it had with a little fire. Not
what hit it?
possible. No,
What-
physically not possible.
Do you think
The
a
whole
chunk
back of
of
that building
amber?
was ripped
Do you think
open.
a chunk of amber hit it, Essie? Is that what you're
Whatever
saying?
hit it, something came
You
from
don't-
those two buildings, Brenda.
Like
That's the story. And went
amber.
in that
You think-
building, and that's caused the fire.
You think it was
That
amber?
is physically impossible.
How does amber cause a fire?
How does amber cause a fire?
Yeah, I want to know.
Does anyone have the that footage of, I think it's a BBC newscaster, like walking behind the building before it collapsed?
Well, there's
How about
one
the
where
reporting? How about the reporting
Yeah.
that happened? The BBC
The reporter
reporting.
says
They
it
reported the
falls
building before it fell.
Yeah.
No,
that
I'm
was-
asking about I'm asking about the guy who's walking around in the rubble behind Building 7. I know you want to switch to something else, but
I
that's
know.
what
I
I'm
thought
asking.
that's
I don't know.
meant
What about
too.
him?
We
I thought you
did
meant the
switch.
one. I thought you meant the one manufactotum where the reporter
No, not
reports
where they
it fallen
report it
before it's
early.
actually fallen.
No, not where they
Which is
report it
another good-
early.
By- by-
I'm asking
well,
about
by the
the
way,
people that
I've
are walking around and you
actually-
can
by
see
the
the
way-
massive damage to the back of the building.
Yeah, but think about it though. I mean, they steel columns through the middle of the building, so it doesn't matter what is the edge of it, right?
It does. The steel columns
No, it
in the
doesn't.
middle were rerouted around something that was already there to begin with, so they weren't actually straight into the ground. So no one has that footage?
I've just found some footage. I've took me ages to find it. This is a crisis actor. Go, just watch him. He's great.
There's no such
I've
thing
just
as
posted
crisis
it. So
actors.
the guy
yeah, you've-
says
you've
he's
already-
like nobody's ever spoken before. I mean, don't forget, there's a lot of carnage around him. There's a lot of shit going down, and basically he's saying, look, the buildings fell down due to structural integrity and because the fires were too intense. I mean, and he's got a
Look what I
handler.
posted, Andy.
He's got a handler
Oh,
stood
man.
right behind him. You
I
can
love
see
how
Check
it.
out the
Andy.
free fall,
I love
guys.
how I'm getting
Squirm. I
interrupted
want to
by
hear
SE
you
again.
squirm. Look at that.
But I
Tell
love
me those
how
buildings are
how
not
Andy.
similar.
I love how Andy is an expert in how every bystander ever reacts to every situation ever. I mean,
You're
it's
the
such
freaking
wonder.
expert. You
It's
pipe
such
up
wonder
after
that I'm being
everybody
interrupted by SE again. But it's such wonder that we have such a distinguished psychological professor here among us.
Well, that's the thing. I've had to become quite the expert, as the pseudo expert, I should say.
Yeah,
in
I'm sure you're very
sociology,
expert.
in psychology. I had to for lots of different reasons, and that skills can become very useful in spotting the grabble that happens around us constantly.
I'm sure you're very expert.
Don't believe
Yeah,
your
I mean-
eyes. Those two buildings are not falling at free fall speeds at all. Don't believe your eyes.
Yeah,
Whatever you do,
yeah,
ballers.
you can't post a GIF and expect that to be evidence.
Oh, I mean, he
I
posts
fucking love it.
ChatGPT. He posts ChatGPT and expect that to be evidence. So we already know.
I
SE's
love it.
standard
But
of
don't
evidence.
believe your eyes.
It's terrible
Don't believe
because he's
your
back
eyes,
here
man.
and
Believe-
already
believe
interrupting me before I
it.
could get out a sentence. I couldn't even
Get
get out
out,
a
you
sentence,
clown.
SE. I couldn't get out a sentence, and you couldn't interrupt me. Do you have any self-control?
Bro, you're just a troll, bro. Your games ain't gonna work. Trust me. Just try it. Keep trying.
I'm not playing any games with you, SE.
You're a troll, bro. I can smell it.
Also, how do you measure time with your eyes? You say trust your eyes.
That's a good question.
Well,
I
that's
don't know how
another
you measure time
brilliant
with your eyes.
statement. That's like you guys
I don't
are
even know how you measure
desperate, man.
distance with your eyes.
Desperate.
To be honest. Like
I show
usually
you
I
two
grab a
buildings.
ruler.
You see two buildings falling in front of your eyes, but yet
Yeah, two buildings
you
of
choose not to
videos
see
I
it.
have no
It's like
control over.
beautiful, man. Don't forget,
Yes,
this is
a
taped,
GIF,
right?
a GIF,
This
a
is
GIF
being
of two
recorded.
buildings, a GIF of two buildings whose provenance I know nothing about, whose being sped up or sped down I have no idea about. There are 1,000,001 reasons why I'm just gonna look at this and go, okay, you brought a GIF to a, I don't know what kind of fight, but it's the wrong fight to bring a GIF to.
This is one bit I'd actually agree with the NPCs on this one. I'm afraid, SE, and using your eyesight is no good measure for time for measuring something like that. Well,
What
for
are you
measuring
talking
anything.
about, man? We have buildings falling in free fall after an amber thing hit them. Like you have
Why
to
do you
be
keep saying amber?
delusional
What's
to
an
even
amber thing?
consider that if you know like the least thing about how buildings fall, right? Like you either got to be lying to yourself or you got to be blind. That's
Why do
the
you keep saying
only
an
two
amber
options
thing?
you have.
I don't know what this amber thing you keep referring to is.
Neither does
What's
me.
that?
How
It's
did
what?
how did building the 40-story building fall? What is it? Building
I don't
7
know.
or building 5? How did the building next to the two towers? How did they say that one fell, Andy? Do you know?
I thought some some rubble hit it or something from one of the other buildings. Some
Exactly. That's what we've been talking for the past half an hour. Yeah.
Found it.
So call it rubble, call it amber, call it a beam, whatever the fuck it was. It flew out of that building, those two buildings, and hit the other building, and that is what caused the building to go to near free fall speed. Do you understand that? That is a physical impossibility.
So this is the footage I was looking for, and it's I don't know who this guy is, but he wasn't told that he couldn't be there, and he's just walking around behind building 7, and you can see some of the damage that was there before it fell. If anybody gives a shit.
Did you not hear a word I said, bro? Not a
You
word,
didn't
right?
say
Just
anything. All
went
you're
in
saying
one
was,
ear
how
and
could
out
you
the other,
possibly
right?
fall for this
The
bullshit
building
over and over and
cannot
over
fall
again?
like that, bro, because
He also
it's
asked
on
you a
fire.
question
You're not
and then doesn't
It
even
is
let you answer.
impossible, man.
SC, you keep repeating yourself for the past 15 minutes. All you've said is, how can you be so stupid to believe this shit over and over and over again? Do you have anything
And
else?
remember, he's
I
telling you
explained to
this
you
while
why.
not knowing.
I
He's telling you
explained
this.
to you painstakingly. It has
He's
to
telling you
be.
this while not
Okay,
understanding
you
that
know
you
what?
pronounce
You're just not
the
worth
word
it,
that
man.
starts
Yeah,
with an
okay.
E different than the
I'm
one that
out.
starts with
I'm
an
out.
A.
I said
It's
what
an
I had to say.
ember, not an
Believe
amber.
whatever the fuck you want.
I will. Thank you for your permission.
The other thing I remember on the day as well was you see the firemen, right? I mean, I don't know how easy that would be to find. You probably find that as well, I'm sure. Where they talk in they sort of they were away from the building. They sort of, I think they're in another building, and they're just talking about how they thought they heard explosions like boom, 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 like that. You know, they do that quite a bit. And so I know the explanation for that was something to do with the elevator shafts, right? That's what I've heard people say. Well, it's because it's the elevator shafts, but I think that's quite significant as well, don't you?
I mean, there's weird things, sure, but like the guy on the plane who uses his first and last name to talk to his mom. Nobody denies that there's weird stuff, but like you gotta weigh that against everything else. Like you can't just every little weird thing, he's a crisis actor, or this is clearly a conspiracy, this is clearly staged. Like
Why
you
not?
gotta take these things in context.
Well, I know a crisis actor when I see one.
I
Bloody
don't think
hell.
you do.
Well, now you're just
I
gaslighting
don't
me. I
trust
mean,
your
I think I do.
assessment on that. I know you do, but I just don't trust your assessment on that.
Well, again,
And I'm
I'm
allowed to
talking to
not trust your
someone
assessment on that.
who
You
literally
don't
can't make a true statement because he doesn't understand that truth comes from God. In fact,
You
God
don't
and
agree with
truth
me,
is
therefore you are
synonymous.
wrong, and now you get the bonus
Two
of being a
people
heretic,
who
along with being
can't make a
wrong
true
because you
statement.
disagree with Andy. Right? Like it's
He
just
can't help
hilarious
himself,
that Andy
Andy. He's
actually
gotta
thinks
answer
he's a
everybody.
dick.
that
Just
it's
can't help himself.
amazing
living up
that
to his
a
name.
mod interrupts me too while I'm trying to have a conversation. But you have to remember that Andy thinks he could judge you for just simply not
believed or not agreeing with him, which
Yeah,
is
not
why
believing
nobody should
God.
take
Yeah,
Andy.
the
Nobody
Godless
should take Andy.
Stevens.
No, we weren't even talking about God. We've been talking about something completely different this entire time. And
Yeah,
you
he does
still
that.
felt the need. You still felt the need to call us liars, untruthful, and then talk about our morals. So just because we disagreed with you, and like if you think that is an appropriate and respectful manner of conversation, Andy, you need to grow the fuck up.
Okay, I'll let you clench your pearls some more. You fucking, do you want any cheese with that wine? Fucking hell.
And now we got his slogans and catchphrases. I absolutely can say,
Oh, that's so funny.
true
Listen to
statements,
Dick.
by the way.
Come on, folks. Listen to Dick whine some more. Oh, how dare you say such things?
Oh, the
slogan. Well, that
he's
picture I
hilarious.
just posted shows the building 7 prior to its collapse. It showed the window frames of the building were actually distorting, showing that the building was failing, during the fires.
I mean, that doesn't show the building's failing. It doesn't show the steel beams are failing, does it?
Who cares, dude?
I mean, it shows there were fires in there.
Who cares that America just
Free
did this
fall.
whole?
If you don't understand free fall, bendy space, don't even be in this.
We've been talking about this for a fucking hour
Out
and
of
a
your
half.
league.
Who gives a shit?
How many
Conversation's
times
done.
is SC gonna say he's done with it and then come back to continue it? Is my question.
Who's the PhD traditional dude? What the fuck are you talking about? Are you American? You sound American. Are you American?
There's some.
No,
There's
I'm not
another.
American myself.
Are you Canadian?
There's another image,
Why would I tell
building
you?
7 prior to collapse that
Because you
shows
sound
some
American.
distortion in all the fire.
Oh, what does that have to do with anything?
Because obviously, if you're
What does it
American,
matter?
then you should. Because they killed
Then
a lot
what?
of Americans on that day, right?
Yeah, and you've been
Don't you care
arguing
about your
back and
fellow
forth
man?
for like 2 hours.
That it
Not,
didn't happen.
Oh, dude, no, that has nothing to do with anything. You've been arguing back and
I
forth
love
about this
Dick's little.
shit, whether it matters or
Didn't
not. Who
happen.
You're
cares?
talking meta shit, and we're
Aren't you
trying. I
tired of going
posted
back
some
and forth
Yeah,
about
because
the
there's a
same
lot
thing?
of fake Americans in here.
I posted some evidence that y'all could look at, and we could talk about that instead of this shit.
Fuck you, dude. Okay?
Can I? Can I
Fuck you,
swap?
dude. Who was that?
You can live here. I'll live in America. I don't think you deserve to live in America.
I don't think you deserve to where you live where you
Where
live,
you're
but
living
I
is
mean,
so shitty that you want to swap.
It's not. I mean, you fake Americans. Come on, guys. Freedom's supposed to be.
fake
you know,
Americans. Let me know when you pick up. Andy,
This is going
Andy,
nowhere, guys. Y'all stop.
Andy, let me know when you pick up a weapon for America, and then you can come talk about how American I am.
I was waiting for him to call people gay again.
I mean, you picked up weapons for Jews. Let's be honest.
Oh, he went the Jew route.
Yeah, we got
Well,
the
it's true, though.
anti-Semitism. Woo!
I mean,
Woo!
it's true,
Are you
though, right?
Can I get Big Go?
Kill the conversation. Stop it. Let's get back on the building 7 stuff.
Oh no, I want to hear more
No,
about
it's
how
not.
I want to
Fuck
hear more
that.
about how I grabbed a gun. I want to hear more about how I
hear
grabbed a
anymore.
gun for the Middle East.
I
No, I want him
don't
to go
wanna
on.
hear that. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. I don't think anybody else wants to hear that.
I don't.
Oh,
I
you-
do.
You should ask me about World War II as well. I think you'd like it.
Let's not.
Let's do.
I want to hear more about fake Americans.
I think you should go watch David Irving if you want to learn about World War II, Dick.
Let's go
He's the
see how
greatest
bad of a
living-
source this is.
Greatest living historian.
I already have several issues with you, but
And Melodic, look up his court cases when you've done that.
no. The little blurb, the last two words of his little blurb when I went to Wikipedia tells me all I need to know. We're good.
And he's
More
Terrible
Bill
source.
Cutchin. More
greatest
Bill
living
Cutchin.
historian, he called him.
Indeed,
Yeah,
he did.
He is.
Like,
Because he actually
man,
went and did the
I can't-
research. You see,
I can't
He went and did
imagine
the
actually
research.
telling people who lived through something like that it was fake. Like, that's fucking maniacal.
Well, yeah, that's what the evidence says. I mean, for
No,
me,
the evidence
I'd
says it
rather-
happened, right? The evidence
Well,
says
I'd
it
rather-
happened. You know, I
rather than listening to people's
I have. You could let me finish. I have family members who liberated some of those camps. So again, you can tell me that you think they're fake, and I'm going to tell you you can kiss my ass, and I'm going to give you a punch in the face when I see you.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, right. Oh dear.
Demons.
No, I think they were work.
And remember,
camps.
he talked about how Christian he is. Wow, that's just fucking mind blowing.
No, that's not
Yeah,
Christian
well,
at
it
all.
is. What the
Not
fuck's that
Christian
got
at
to do with
all.
anything?
Tell people that what they lived through is not true.
Yeah,
What's
fuck you,
wrong with
buddy.
that if it's not true? If the evidence says otherwise?
Well, the evidence doesn't say that, so good thing
Well,
it
perhaps you
doesn't.
haven't looked
Right?
into it.
You know, perhaps I have. You know, I know you want to say that I haven't, and I know you want to say that I'm evil because I disagree with you. But again, there is just
No,
the
you're
slightest
just
bit of chance
you're
that
just wrong.
Andy is in fact wrong.
Oh, I'll beat you to it. Do you want to see some official documentation?
No.
I mean, if you want to post it and get banned, you're more than welcome to. I could use the laugh.
I mean, that's surely a red flag. The fact that you're not allowed to speak, even speak about it, right?
Well,
You're not
again,
even allowed to
it's not a
question
red
it.
flag. It's not a
I
red
think it
flag.
is.
This isn't the government telling you to do anything. This is a private corporation whose service you're using telling you to do
No,
things.
no. I'm
So
saying you
again,
can
I
get
believe
locked
you're a
up.
capitalist. So you should enjoy what happens when you're a capitalist. This is
But
what
you can get
happens when you're a
locked up
capitalist.
in lots of different countries for denying that, right?
Correct.
So
Correct. And
that's
in
wrong.
fact, you
That's
probably should be. Germany
you
does have
probably
the
should
right
be.
idea. In fact,
You are a fake American. Look it up.
no. I also don't think you should yell fire in a crowded theater.
Dude,
Bro,
move
you
to
want to be
South
American
Korea,
so
North
bad.
Korea. Go move to
He
North
does
Korea.
want to be an
America,
American
man.
so bad.
No, dude.
Just
Honestly,
move to
go move to North
America
Korea.
and leave
Yeah.
whatever.
Why would I
shithole
move
you're
to
in,
North
you know?
Korea? They're not. I don't
That's
like
your fake
authoritarian places.
American, Dick. I keep
No, I'm
telling
not.
you.
Again, just because I don't think you should be able to yell fire in the theater doesn't make me a fake American. In fact, that is a limit on your freedom of speech that has been upheld for many, many decades.
Yeah, you stupid. How's
Oh,
it feel to
Dick.
be dumb? Huh?
What? What's that guy saying? What's this white knight
With
saying?
poor genetics
Is that other fake
and
American?
chromosomal deficiency and
Yeah,
Down
it's
syndrome.
Better than being some British criminal, I guess.
it's pretty funny the people that feel free to go on and on about free speech when they have no fucking idea what free speech means.
Did your husband know you're on the internet, Coco?
Or barely even picked up a rifle to defend their rights.
And come on.
That's a little sexist, you asshole.
So anti-Semitism, misogyny. How about racism? Have we ticked that off the box too?
Not yet. We still have racism to go.
Well,
Have you never watched
forget
the
the fact.
Owen Benjamin stream? You're like, Jesus, you ought to
Autism,
watch
about
it just to see how many psyops you
Down
bought into.
syndrome.
As soon as you get
Don't forget-
triggered, you can
don't forget
realize,
Andy.
oh, I've bought into nonsense.
You're British, so I'm assuming your teeth are bad.
Don't forget Andy is also of the opinion that if you're fat, it's because you're not a Christian. So
Yeah,
Well,
At least he's not like
obesity.
Yasuke, where he thinks like straight sex is gay. That's crazy.
Well, it's more about the promiscuous behavior, isn't it?
It's not gay.
It's kind of gay.
Promiscuous behavior of women, not of men. Of course, men are allowed to be promiscuous.
But how's that gay? I don't get it. Like, what's the gay part? Is it promiscuous gay sex or straight sex?
If you're not married and having
Seriously, have
doing
you,
it for
none of you
baby,
watched Owen Benjamin
gay.
stream? What's happening? I'll post an Owen Benjamin stream. You should watch him. He's great.
No, I'm not watching that stupid bullshit.
No, I'm not watching him. I'll get triggered. See, that's why you should watch him, right? Offers a balance.
Oh.
No, we don't have to watch complete shit to get balance. We just look at all the facts, and that
You're
gives
just going
us
to be
balance.
afraid of words, like Al Trucker when he comes in. He's like, Arsler and Ensler
you
and
don't need to eat-
Elsler.
you don't need to eat
He's
shit
afraid
to
of
have a balanced
words.
diet.
Don't be afraid of words. Jeez.
Well, see, now I'm a Christian, so as a Christian, my faith and church informs me that it is not very Christian to use slurs against people that are different than me. That's the difference between us.
Christianity is not a
Why
being;
would
it's
you
a
give
belief
power,
system.
such
No
power
one
to
is
a
a
word?
Christian.
That's dumb.
It's humans with belief systems. No one is a Christian. Everyone is a human being. So it's not as a Christian. No, it's as a human being with the belief of Christianity. If we don't speak specifically and precisely like this, we will dehumanize each other via our language.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you start taking away. This is why Owen Benjamin leaned into certain words, because, as all good comedians should, by the way, because they start taking away words, and that's it. I mean, but this is the funny thing. What you're actually saying is that, for instance, black people, they're so bloody fragile, they can't deal with these words. Well, I mean, how insulting is it? You're
What's
making
amusing is
victims
that
out of them.
what's
Don't do
amusing is
that. That's just
Andy
stupid. Dick,
Andy somehow
Dick,
thinks
did you see what you're doing, Dick?
thinks
Yeah, and you're
I don't
interrupting
care,
me,
Andy.
Dick.
I really
Dick,
don't care. You're
interrupting
going
me.
on a preach, and it was time for you to stop your preach. Like it happens. But as we were saying, Andy, you're just words and social consequences for saying words, words,
Well done,
and
Dick.
the social consequences for
Dick.
saying words, Andy, are not any government coming to
Come on,
limit
Dick,
your
you
speech.
can do it.
So it's not
Use
your
your
speech
words like
being
a big
limited.
boy.
I am, and you apparently don't know how to hear me, so that sucks for you.
Oh my god.
Let's
What
be
does your boyfriend
respectful.
think
We
of
don't
you,
need to
Dick?
be. We don't need to be condescending.
What does your boyfriend think of you?
All we
Andy,
need
why
is
do you
Al
hate gay
Trucker to
people?
come in and start saying "arslur." That'll be hilarious.
Yes, because it's hilarious to hurt people and make them think about and
Bro,
feel
you,
good about people in their own family that were born with a disease. Yes. So saying the R slur is so nice and so Christian and so funny. Yep.
I mean, George
more
Collins said curse
victim
words, but he didn't have to
mentality.
say the N word to be
More,
funny.
more
dude,
victim mentality.
Andy
This is what you've got to offer. I mean, do you realize what you're doing to yourself? At least, I mean, this is
Andy, are you
terrible.
Christian or no? Are you Christian?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Do you consider yourself Christian?
I'd tick the box if there was a form.
Nah, I don't think you tick the box, bro.
No,
I think
he
you think you
doesn't
do,
take
but
the
you
box
don't.
at all. He is so anti any kind of Christian that I am aware of. It's pretty bad.
No, see,
If
Andy
there's a
just
box,
doesn't realize
you don't
that
take it.
social kickback from his words is not anybody limiting him or anybody triggering him or being triggered. It's just social kickback from his words. And if he doesn't want that, he can change or he cannot. But none of this is government enforced and none of it's tyranny.
Nope, it certainly is not. Has nothing to do with free speech.
Yeah, but
Has
it's hard
to do with
to
Discord. Discord wanting
it's hard
to
to
keep
change your
their
behavior when
business.
you're
Wasn't it? Isn't it? Yeah,
intellectually
it's like we have free speech to criticize your free speech. It's like it goes both ways.
Yeah.
Yes, and quite frankly, with Discord now looking to sell to get this on the stock market and stuff like this, they're going to be cracking down on TOS a lot harder. Again, not government free speech in the Constitution. Private business, capitalism decides the rules.
When does the Omni coin come out?
That would be hilarious.
Yeah, fuck you, Andy.
I should start like a pump and dump scheme, and I'll call it like Flat Earth Coin, and like I'll get all the flat earthers to buy it.
Hey, if you have a good enough picture and quote on there, that'd probably work.
I'm sure there's already a Flat Earth Coin, to be honest.
Just make sure you're absolutely
David Weiss already have? Doesn't David Weiss already have that?
Yeah, he had domes.
Yes, and it's leaking data.
Well, his app is leaking data. That's not the same thing.
His app is
But-
leaking like a fucking sieve and has been for the last like several years.
Well, I mean, it just goes to show you, if it's a flat Earth product, you should not approach it without your 10-foot pole.
That's a
D-Mock told us
nothing
this.
burger though, right?
That was a deep cut. Maybe not everybody was here for D-Mock's 10-foot pole.
Right.
So, seriously, how can a person see
CSFD
something
back
and
to
not
bring us
see
back
it.
to the conversation we all tried
See,
to.
right away you
Bro,
interrupted.
come on.
Right, you see
Stop.
the
I want
trigger
to
right
hear
away.
over.
I
Right
said 3
away.
words. Look at them.
No.
Can we have the convo?
Yeah, we're.
We already had the
No.
convo.
No, I just wanted to
I
prove a
wasn't
point.
here.
Tired of the
I just
convo.
wanted to
It's
prove a
done.
point. Look at them.
I wasn't
like
here.
animals.
Auto spiral.
Auto
Yeah.
spiral, bro. I
That's
just
the
didn't
guy
even
who said
say
he's
3
done with this
words.
Dance for
conversation
me.
3 times.
Dance
He
for me.
didn't even mention what he's gonna talk about. You guys just spiraled from his voice.
Yeah, he did. You didn't even hear him. Oh my god.
No, I didn't.
And
Wow.
that's the biggest bitch right there. Yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah, I know you're a bitch, bud.
Bro,
have
you're
fun.
my bitch, bro. You're my bitch.
No,
Every time I
you'd be the
talk,
one
you
bent
talk.
over for
It's
me.
like it's like a little pooch.
Yeah, you'd be the one bent over for me. That's why I'm in your
How
ass
can
so much.
someone
this is why
see
the
something and
moderation is
not
bad.
see it?
I just wanted to
Moderation
prove
here
a
is
point. I
atrocious.
said 3 words. I'm going on mute now. I proved
Okay,
my
let's stop the meta. Let's stop the meta conversation and get to an actual topic.
We can't because
No,
there's
that's
auto
fine.
spiral.
I got up in his ass again and I set my bitch straight. He's leaving.
Yeah, dude. I love flat Earth and stuff, you know.
I'm not so sure flat Earth is a big topic around here anymore, though.
Well, no, it is in a meta sort of manner. Is that you can almost be assured. You can almost be assured that the dumbest take you're gonna hear today.
Oh my God, Mel, were you here earlier when we actually had gotten the topic onto aliens for once, and fucking one of the religious fucking Eden, that religious nut, had to turn it around to sex again by saying, well, doesn't Earth have the most beautiful women that they would want to come for? Are you kidding me? Even with aliens, the religious freaks have to bring it back to misogyny and
Well,
sex.
he's not wrong. He's not wrong, I guess. Like aliens would have ducked women probably.
Right?
Why do you think that? They're aliens.
Yeah, they wouldn't even have our same value, aesthetic values. You're not making sense.
They don't know. They might have an
They
outside
wouldn't even have a
organ. You
concept
don't
of
know
men
that.
or
You don't
women. They
know.
would just see like organisms
Working
and
floors.
baby.
He was just being his religious freak self and having to bring up the sexualization of women because it's his only outlet.
Well,
Well,
do you think Satan,
Bro,
do
what's
you
up
think Satan
with
told him to say
talking
that?
religious people and
I
being?
understand, guys. He's not here. We don't need to be talking about him like that when he's not here.
I can
We
agree
can do
with
whatever we
Leslie.
want.
I was
More
just
broadly speaking.
about the meta of the conversation.
Yeah, you were talking, calling him a
What's up with-
religious freak and a nut too.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
not
you
talk
know
about
what's weird?
somebody
When
who's
people
not here
are
to defend
extremely
themselves.
religious
Like,
and then
you know,
they're
be a little nice.
like super sexually repressed. Why is that? Why does that happen with religious people? Say
Yeah,
someone
I
starts
always
talking about
think
a
of that,
conversation about
too.
aliens, and the first thing that comes up is the aliens are abducting women for
Only because they're gay.
yeah, or they're into children.
Gay.
I don't know. It's almost kind of like I don't want to say it's an art, but it does require skill to be able to communicate with people that have such vastly different views than you without turning into a shit show or breaking that into insults and arguments. You just have to. It's almost on both sides. Both sides have to be considerate of the gap, the cavern, the fucking canyon that's between your two opinions, and figure out a way to talk about it.
And Left Lane, I 100% agree with that. And I love when that happens. What I don't like is when somebody starts it off like that. Like when I come in and they immediately start going off on, like who just said earlier, does my husband know I'm on Discord? Right? When that happens, and I push back, I don't want to be told that I'm the one in the wrong. Like, I'm not going to just let that go.
I do.
Coco,
I let
I
it
should just
roll
say-
right off.
just one
I let
sec,
it
one
roll.
sec.
Wait, no, this is important. Let it roll is what you do.
Yeah, you should definitely let it roll. You should also know that's an Owen Benjamin joke. It's quite a famous Owen Benjamin joke, and it's just I was just being silly, Coco. I didn't mean it. Okay.
It's only funny if people
Nah,
laugh.
don't let it roll. Fight
Well, I
back.
mean, the problem
I'm
is
sure people did
that
laugh. I mean,
the
the
problem.
people who
I was in the middle of talking, but
well,
the
I
problem
finished
that
talking.
arises, the problem that arises is that you say shit that you mean completely seriously, like where you just sent me to get more information about history, which makes it really hard to parse what's a joke and what is not a joke, Andy.
Andy, did you get your whole thought out?
Not really, but that's okay. I don't expect to with these lot.
Wait, Andy
But
has
yeah,
thoughts.
I'll post you an Owen Benjamin video, Coco. He's great. You should watch him, but realize that he's a comedian at first. That's what you should realize, because this is actually good, because if you go watch him first, you should just take easy. He's a comedian, right? That's important before you anything else. And so he'll always go for the joke. But the good thing is you can see how many sort of societal influences you've bought into when you get triggered when he says things that you don't like, right? Like the N word, for instance, or you hear this word and you go, "Oh shit!"
Is that what's funny? Is that what's funny? Triggering people.
I
It's not
don't.
about
Is that
triggering
the
people.
Well, it's not even that,
about,
right?
It's
not even that.
It's
The
about
issue is
it's
the issue
about the
is that when you
psychological
do
operation that you've been subject to, and you're clearly
the
not
issue
aware of.
is
So I'm trying to
when you
help you
watch
with that.
something. The issue is when you watch something like what Andy has just watched, and you know it's a comedian, then you can laugh because you know it's a joke. And I once again would point out that there are several things that Andy has said that means that sometimes when Andy says shit like that, it comes off as not a joke, and that's Andy's fault,
The
not mine.
condescension with this guy. He's
Wait a
literally
minute.
saying like,
We're not allowed to talk
"Oh,
jokes. What the fuck?
That's not what I said, Andy. Did you not listen to what I said?
But what if you're
But
just a
don't you see
racist
that
and you're telling
this
jokes?
opens the
Then
door
what's
to
the difference?
cancel culture, doesn't it? This is a
No,
dangerous
there was nothing
thing
about canceling there
where
either.
comedians aren't allowed to say things. And
Nobody
you can't
said
be
that,
taken as a
Andy.
joke anymore.
Holy
Because you're
fuck! That's
clutching
not
at your
what was said,
pearls,
Andy.
and you're
Andy,
like, I'm
listen
so
to me.
offended.
Andy,
This is
Andy,
a dangerous precedent that you set in,
Andy,
Dick.
Andy, I need you to hold on to your head and concentrate with all your might on what I'm about to say so that you don't run into another straw man. So here's what I said. Once again, when you're in the environment like that Owen, whatever, Benjamin Owen or whoever's video you just watched, and you know
Owen
it's
Benjamin.
a comedy, whatever his name is, and you know it's a comedy, then you can laugh along because you know it's a joke. When you say stuff here, there is other stuff you've said. That means it's hard to tell if it's a joke or not, and that's probably why you get the reactions that you do, Andy.
I
But
mean,
what if the
I
joke?
think,
What if
I
like the
think it's
joke
pretty
is
clear
just like
when I'm joking.
disparaging? What if the joke is just disparaging people for no reason? Is that funny? Is that like a funny joke?
I mean, I
What
don't
if-
find that joke funny,
What does that
but
even
you
mean?
know,
What?
there's no account for people's taste.
Yeah, I don't find that kind of comedy funny
You shouldn't be
either.
like kicking down. You shouldn't be like punching down. You know.
So we should cancel them, right?
Not what anybody said
Because
either.
like even Dave Chappelle like he said he quit because he when he quit Comedy Central because he realized they were you know, he didn't like the way these white people were laughing about the black joke about his comedy basically, and now that it's on the shoes on the other foot, he's all mad. He's like, oh, I can't joke about what I want to joke about.
No, I think he ran off to Africa because he realized he was being used like a prostitute. Hello?
Yeah, Andy doesn't get it because mentally deficient. In my
What
opinion.
the fuck?
That's okay though. They're trying to explain to you how your jokes can be
What kind of
important, so
statement
why
is
people
that?
don't get it, don't like those jokes, and you're like, oh, I don't get it. You're trying to cancel. Like you can't tell jokes anymore. You don't like comedy. Oh, like some bumbling idiot.
Yeah, like
What's
I
it
was
like to wake up in the
expecting-
morning and know you're stupid?
Yeah, like I was
Wake up-
expected
okay.
to have ESP and understand that that was a joke when I constantly get really sexist shit thrown at me all day. Yeah,
That's because you bought
Sorry,
into
I
the
don't have
feminist
ES
mind rot. I mean, feminist
Sorry, I don't
ideology is
have-
pretty
Let me
awful.
finish.
So
Sorry, I
So
don't
when you-
have
when you-
ESP
when
for
you
your
talk-
kind of comedy, Andy. Sorry,
Yeah,
my
when you talk like
ESP
that,
used to
then
be there.
when you talk like that, it's hard to tell whether you're joking or not because you seriously believe those things.
no, I'm definitely not joking about the feminist mind rot. that's opened the
So why
door
would
to
we
this
think you were
transgenderism
joking when you
too.
were talking about,
That's
oh,
a
where's your
terrible thing
husband?
for society, really. I mean, there's no good side to it at all. So
Thank you, because that's exactly the point. Andy, you are constantly sexist and talking sexist things.
well, it's not about
But yet
sexism.
you think,
I think
but
women should be celebrated. I love women. What are you on about?
let me finish. But yet you think I should have understood that what you said about my husband was a joke and shouldn't have said anything about it.
Yeah, it was a joke.
How does
I was
that
only
even
joking,
work?
Coco. Chill out.
How does
But
that
it's
even work?
but it's funny. I was watching some. You should watch some Rachel Wilson. She could actually inform you about what the origin of feminism and where it actually came from. It
I
came from
don't
these
need to
occult
watch
people
anybody
who
that you
practiced
want.
seances. They were pretty fucking evil cunts, actually. And
I live my own life, dude. I do not have to watch anybody that you watch to inform me. Thank you.
well, maybe you should. I mean,
Yo,
I'd
Andy,
watch
how
people that
disappointed are your
you
parents?
watch. I don't mind.
I imagine they're pretty disappointed, huh? You grew up into an adult who argues with people over Discord, over nothing, and insults women online. I feel like they'd
What's
be
this
pretty
guy
disappointed,
saying?
honestly.
I don't even know what this dude's
If it was
doing.
my
What are you
kid, I'd be
doing, dude?
disappointed.
Is he
Also, you know,
not
like,
Do nothing.
also, you know, comedy,
Wants
like,
to be
you
in
have to have a
America, but is
familiarity
not.
with the person you're making jokes with. Like, you wouldn't make the same jokes with a stranger that you would make with a friend, right? Like, isn't there's a difference?
Are you two blowing each other right now?
I'm saying you need to have social awareness.
Right, which because he meant it and only fell back on it being a joke when I opened my mouth and spoke up.
Let's hear some more from the gay guys. That was funny.
You seem like a dude that doesn't get laid, bro. You should go
No
out
one else
there,
is
touch
laughing.
grass,
No one else is
meet
laughing,
some
so I don't
people.
know what's so funny.
Oh, there's a few laughing. Don't worry.
Nah, I don't think anybody was laughing except you.
Let's hear from the guy who's so intelligent. I want to hear from traditional mongoose. Let's hear from you. You make me laugh. Teach me about formal logic or informal logic or the
He's
scientific method.
already,
Why don't
he's
you teach me?
already
So,
told you.
Coco, don't interrupt, love. What are you doing?
You interrupt me
I
all
want
the
to hear
time.
from
Deal with
traditional
it.
mongoose. No, listen. I
Listen,
told you, you've bought into the feminist mind rot, and it's
I
really
didn't
affecting
buy
you,
into
Coco.
anything, you fucking misogynist.
I don't think you know what that word means, to be honest.
You don't even
But
know
let's
if he
ask
is feminist. You just
traditional
doing that,
mongoose.
but
Traditional mongoose, what does misogynist mean?
Why are you asking me stupid questions, bro?
Because you said I'm dumb. I want to hear you. Let's hear you a
You
bit.
sound dumb.
Well,
Your
that's I
points
need
are
to learn
dumb.
then.
You
So
sound
you
dumb.
can teach me. Why don't you teach me? I
You
don't
act
know
pretty
something.
stupid.
What are you interested in? You know what science is? What's the scientific method?
No, none of us here know what science is, just you weird people.
I mean, you seem like the
Nice.
kind of person
Thanks for
that
that,
got
Coco.
left back a few grades in school.
You make a
So
great wife,
having
I'm
any
sure.
sort of conversation with you is
What
fruitless.
what do you know? What are you interested in? Traditional.
Andy, are you still in here trolling?
Laugh my ass off. Did you really just say I'd make a great wife? You're sure? So you really can't get away from the
just a joke,
misogyny?
bro.
That was a
It's
joke because
a joke.
before that
Oh, it's
I
just a
said you
joke.
bought into
A
the
joke.
feminist ideology, which is
Talk down to the
mind rot.
women. Just a
Terrible thing.
joke. Let's
You can't like
dismiss
talk
the
that. You
women.
can't like talk down to people and then be like, "Oh, it's just a joke."
Yeah, let's kill our kids in the womb. Imagine convincing a whole group of people to kill their own children. It's a terrible thing.
Right.
But
Could
anyway,
you imagine having no idea how biology works and then
Kind of
saying
deranged,
something
Andy.
like that?
I love how you take like a complex topic and you just pinpoint the stuff that you personally don't like, Andy, and then you use that as weaponry.
I've got you
against
turned
individuals
way
that
down,
disagree with
Warren.
you.
I can barely hear you.
So yeah, because you know I'm gonna wreck you, whatever you say.
Well, no, it's because
You. JL, go for it. I'm muting. You go for it.
I want
Whatever you've
I
got,
want to
Andy,
hear
you know you can't-
traditional
you know you
goose
can't
because
stand up,
he made some statement earlier. I can barely hear him as well, but I'd like to hear him because he wants to teach me something. So why don't you educate me, traditional goose? No?
Bro, you have like 4 people trying to talk to you, and you're asking me dumbass questions.
Well, I mean, look, look. You said I was dumb, and you're probably right.
Yeah,
I
you're
want you to
stupid.
teach me
Probably very
something.
stupid.
So
I
You're
don't
one of
think
the
you're
dumbest
dumb.
people
I
I've
think
ever
help
you're.
me.
interacted with.
I don't think
I
you're
need you
dumb.
to
I
help
think
me.
you're a troll.
Why don't you tell
You're
me
a
something
troll
you're
who's wasting
interested in,
everybody's time.
and then you
You're,
can teach
you're
me
just
about
an
it, can't
Andy.
you?
You're
Dude,
just a
someone's trying to
troll.
talk to you just now.
Andy,
How
you're
about you
just a
have a
troll.
I know,
conversation with
but
them?
I want to learn about you, traditional goose.
Andy, you're
Why?
just a
What are you
troll who
so
wastes
obsessed with?
everybody's time.
Yeah, see? Warren says you're a troll. How do you respond to that? You just gonna let that slide?
Do you believe in God, traditional goose?
See, that
Dude,
traditional is
someone's
why
trying to talk to you.
traditional. That's why he won't talk with me
You're just
because
gonna
I've
let that
wrecked,
go?
I've wrecked him. I've wrecked him like the last 5
Yeah,
Yeah, he
times.
because
said
you
he's
can't
gonna
make a
wreck
true
you.
claim,
So have
can you? You
that
can't make
conversation.
any true claim, Warren. We've already been over that.
No, I explained how you could, but you ignored it and you turned me down so you wouldn't have to hear my rebuttal because you're a dumbass.
Don't turn you down because you're annoying.
Yeah, see?
See, there you
Dumbass.
go.
Ignoring the rebuttal. Not replying, not
You turned me
responding
down
because
so
of
you
fear.
wouldn't have to like respond to how I rebutted that and proved you wrong. So
And you're a sophist.
Yeah.
Remember when I asked you if rape always
Yo,
wrong,
people
and then you
say-
did the
that's the
sophist
thing you do.
dance?
That's the thing you do,
You did the
Andy.
sophist
When someone
dance.
comes along who knows more than you or has established themselves in a particular field better than you have, you automatically, and then they school you, you automatically call them a sophist because they are speaking in terms that you don't get, and they've demonstrated that they have acumen that you don't have. And that's on you. That's not on
Yeah,
the other
see?
person.
Is rape always wrong?
Are you asking me if the act of rape is
I'm asking you
object-
again. I'm asking you again, since you
Andy,
fucked it up last time I
Andy,
asked you. I'm going to ask you again.
I didn't.
Oh, you
I'm
did. Big
getting
time.
clarification. I'm getting clarification. Are you asking me if rape, the act of rape, is objectively wrong?
Yes, is it always wrong?
No, it is not objectively wrong. It's subjectively, relativistically wrong. Would you like me to explain why?
Go on then. Let's hear this. This will be fun.
Okay,
Listen to
so
the sophist.
it's not sophistry. It's literally just moral relativism, which is actually supported by, which actually is accepted by the Christian worldview, if you understood that. So it's not sophistry. It's literally just education. It's
Come on, then,
basic, like
let's
philosophy
hear your
101. Dude.
explanation.
So do you
Yeah,
understand
you
what moral,
dumbass.
you understand
Fuck
how
you,
like
Andy.
so Andy, you understand how moral distinctions are subjectively derived and they are relativistically applied?
Yeah, why don't you
understand that,
explain to
right?
me why rape isn't always wrong?
You're so fucking smart. You understand how moral distinctions, individual moral distinctions, are subjectively derived and they are relativistically applied, correct?
Well, I think morals are objective. So
Okay,
you
so
think
you
this
think that
subjective?
so you think
He
that
doesn't understand your words. You got to use smaller
so
words.
Andy, you think that moral distinctions are mind independently true?
Wait a minute. You're going to explain to me why
Andy,
rape
answer
isn't
the question.
always
Stop
wrong.
dodging. Stop dodging.
I'm not dodging. I want to hear your explanation for why it isn't always wrong.
Or do you think that moral distinctions are mind independently true?
I think so. Just to
Yes
be
or no?
clear,
it's a yes or no question, Andy. Do you
I thought you
think
turned right
moral
down.
distinctions? Do you think moral distinctions are mind independently true?
Yes.
Okay. What is the source for these
God,
mind independent
obviously.
distinctions? What is it?
God.
Okay. How can a mind for which nothing exists external of it to act as a referent for mental content simultaneously be a source for mind independent distinctions?
Well, I think God's probably inside and outside. So I think it's a bit of a paradox.
How about
think
you?
that's unescapable.
If it's illogical, then why would you appeal to it?
Well, because as I've already told you, I think morals are objective.
Okay, I'm asking you how.
Well, let me
how
finish,
are they
Warren. This is
objective?
why I don't want to
Andy,
engage with you
Andy,
because you
no,
won't let
because
me
you're
talk.
going
No,
in a
dude,
circle.
you got to
You're
let
going
me
in a
talk.
circle. I asked
This is
you
how it works.
how.
I talk.
How are
you
they
talk,
objective?
right?
I asked you how are they objective?
Because
how are they mind independently true?
That's why I asked you a question like, is rape always wrong?
Okay, and I had an answer. It is subjectively true. It is subjectively true, relativistically true that rape is wrong. It is not mind independently true.
Well, it's
That our
independent of
culture,
an
that our
individual,
culture,
right?
that how's that, Andy? That our culture, that human culture, the majority, not all, it's not universal, but the majority agree at a societal level that rape is wrong is relativistic, because it's relative. The immorality of that is relative to the society that is establishing it and the goals of the society. But just because it is subjectively wrong and determined by the majority, but not universally by humans, that it is wrong, that it is immoral to do, does not make it mind independently immoral.
So I can't point to something that people everyone agrees is wrong, regardless of culture, regardless of how they are. Like torturing babies, we all know that's wrong, don't we? So it's independent.
It's subjectively. It's not objectively true.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not, because there is no mind. There is no reference.
Yes,
there is
God
no
is the
mind-independent reference for these things. No, it's not, because if God is the thing, okay, does God say a thing is wrong? What was I saying? Does God say a thing is wrong because it's wrong, or is the thing wrong because God? Andy, stop it. Andy, shut up. I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. Does God say a thing is wrong because it's wrong, or is a thing wrong because God says it's wrong?
Well, I mean, to me, that would be the standard. Yeah. In other words, we need something to measure it by.
Answer the question.
Let him finish answering your question.
He didn't. He wasn't. I asked him.
Because that's where
He's in the middle of answering it. You're telling him no when he's in the middle of answering it.
Because he wasn't answering it. I've had this conversation at least 1,000 times. I know what the answer is.
And you're wrong 1,000 times, Warren. How is
I'm
that
not,
possible?
because that's why
you've
you
also
won't answer
told
the
us you're a
question,
degenerate,
Andy.
Warren. You're a degenerate.
Andy, is
you
a
think
thing
it's okay
wrong?
to rape?
Andy, is a thing wrong because God says it's wrong, or is a thing wrong because God says it's wrong, or does God say it's wrong because it's wrong?
Well, I'd say, from my point of view, I'd say it's wrong because it's intrinsic, it's written on your heart. But I can also do some Christian apologetics and step into
It's not
that
an answer to the
worldview if
question.
you like.
You dodged.
I did not dodge. Of course I didn't
I'm
dodge.
asking you a variation of the Euthyphro dilemma, and you are not answering it. The Euthyphro dilemma is very, very simple. Is a thing good because God says it's good, or does God say it's good because it is good?
Is a thing
I'm
good
asking
because
you a
it's
variation of that. The
universally
variation of
everyone
that
knows it's bad?
is a
I
thing
mean-
wrong? Is a thing wrong? Does God say a thing is wrong because it's wrong, or is it wrong because God says it's wrong? Okay, because there's only two answers here. It's a true dichotomy. It's one or the other.
You understand from the Christian paradigm, God couldn't be accused of murder, right? Because he is the standard.
Oh, okay. So you won't answer the question because you know you're cooked. So, like I
you
said,
know I'm
you're a
cooked. You're
troll.
trying to justify rape.
Like I said,
are you
you're
mental?
no, I'm
Well, of
not.
course
I'm
you're
not
mental.
trying to justify a rape. You fucking idiot.
I'm talking
Stop.
to an insane
Demons,
person right now who's trying to justify rape.
Andy, stop gaslighting. You know that's not what I'm doing. You are a troll who is wasting people's time. I've already cooked you by asking you one very simple question that you refuse to answer. Okay? If you can't even reconcile this one question, your worldview doesn't hold a fucking candle. Now, you either are doing it deliberately because you are a troll, or you literally lack the philosophical acumen to have this conversation with anyone, because this is basic philosophy 101 shit.
Great.
This is
okay.
entry level.
Can I ask you a question then, Warren?
I want you to answer mine, the one you
no,
keep
I want
dodging.
to ask you a question. How do you justify your morals?
How do I justify my morals? My moral justification is actually multi-layered. So
It's personal preferences.
hang on.
isn't
So
it?
my empathy. So all the humans have a natural capacity. Our species has a natural capacity for empathy.
Get ready for the sophistry. Here we go.
This is not sophistry. This is okay. If you're just going to try and insult and not even use the correct words to do it, like how is anyone going to take you seriously, dude?
Well, you're just going to dance around until we
I'm
realize
not dancing
it just
around. I'm
boils down
walking
to
through it because
preferences.
Andy, I'm not dancing around it. I'm answering.
Yeah,
it.
you are, dude. Come on.
I'm answering it. The problem
You
is
sound
that
like
the
a
answer.
maniac.
The problem is the answer is more complex than you would like.
Well,
Warren,
I'll tell you what,
you didn't really
simplify it for us silly people. Simplify it for us dumb idiots.
Yeah, Warren,
you gotta
didn't
let
really
him get
give
it
Andy
out
much
though, Andy.
choice to expound upon his point. You just jumped on him instantly. But now all of a sudden you get the talking stick to finally answer your question. And all of a sudden, it's more elaborate than just one sentence. Can you do what you say, man? Or your expectations, please? Just be consistent.
Are you
Don't worry,
talking to
it'll
him
just
or
boil
me?
down to preferences.
I'm talking to you, Warren.
I'm doing it. I do the exact same thing every time. I have not changed.
I've heard you talk so much, man, compared to Andy. You just running roughshod over
Ricky,
it.
shut your fucking mouth. You got nothing. You got nothing to contribute.
Andy was
Anyway,
avoiding
so,
his question, though.
Andy, really, really simple.
Me,
Human beings have a naturally evolved capacity for empathy. That empathy is literally a survival mechanism that our species has evolved. It doesn't just exist in us. It exists in multiple species, particularly social species throughout the planet. Okay. Now, your empathy, your natural capacity for it. Okay, there's a genetic predisposition for it, and you can get into like you can get into like epigenetics and genetics stuff like this. But nonetheless, that's where it begins. Your ability to internalize the emotional experiences of other agents. All right, that's a natural feature, a natural evolved trait of humans. Your moral intuitions are informed by your capacity for empathy and the influences of your parents and your peers as you are developing in life. Okay? You get those intuitions, that you intuit what you feel is good or bad. Okay? Depending upon your empathetic experience and how you interact with other people. And then, of course, from those intuitions, over time in society, you develop your moral distinctions. How you distinguish between what is good and what is bad. But there is always an external referent to those distinctions. It's bad in the society. Okay, it's bad because other people don't like it. That's bad because I don't like seeing it happen. There's always an external referent. All right, there is no mind independent source for these things. These are mind dependent, meaning that these are subjectively derived and they are relativistically applied. There have been cultures in the world who have literally valued strength over anything else. And so if you had sex, if you could just take sex, if you were strong enough to do it, then you were allowed to do it because that was an example of strength, and strength was something people wanted to be around because those strong people could keep them alive. Okay,
so
but it also leads. It damages society.
Are you done?
Now, overall, we agree on certain things, but the vast majority of like literally humanity does not agree on these things universally. Some things fail, some things don't, but nonetheless, that's where I derive them from. Shut up. Hang on a sec.
Warren, we need a pause for a second. I understand that you're on the right path and you've got this down pat. Ricksky is going to find a way to mute you if you can't find a way to break and let him.
I was already on
try to direct with you a little bit.
I don't need to. I'm the conversations with Andy.
Yeah, dude, but you just run roughshod over everyone. So, I mean, it's pretty poor conversation just listening into it.
Yeah,
it's mostly on your responsibility, okay?
I hate when somebody's going on a good point and then I hate when somebody goes on a good point. I hate when somebody goes on a good point and then people just launch in to interrupt him. It's really frustrating when you're trying to listen and understand the conversation that's being made to have somebody jump in the middle of a point.
It was going a little long. Try to be more concise. Please continue.
Thank you. You cheerleaders, back off.
Ricky, shut the fuck up.
So
what do you guys
that
want
is
to do
how I
about this?
justify it. I appeal to my natural capacity for empathy and the relative to the society that I want to live in. Okay,
So
that's how it's
you obviously
justified.
know a lot. You obviously know a lot more about philosophy than I do, and kudos to you for that. So you'll know David Hume, right?
Yes, I'm familiar with Hume.
And he pointed out you can't logically derive an ought, meaning moral claim. From
Yes, you can't derive an ought from
a
an
fact
is.
about the world, right?
Yeah, you cannot
So
derive
why
an
don't
ought
you
from
just
an
do
is.
it?
Yes, that's not what I'm. That's
Why
not
don't
what
you
I'm
just do
doing.
it then?
That's not what I'm doing.
That's
not what I'm doing.
That sounds
And you
like what you're
literally
doing.
And what's funny is that you literally just said that I know more about philosophy than you, which I obviously do, and then you tried to use philosophy against me, thinking that you had something. That's what's phenomenally hilarious about this. I would damn near say objectively hilarious.
Also, didn't Richard Dawkins write a book called The Selfish Gene?
Why would I give a fuck about Richard Dawkins? You're talking to me.
No, but I mean, it's just hilarious that you think you can get morals from this shit.
You can. Okay,
No,
do you know?
can't.
Okay. Philosophically, morality is just the capacity to distinguish between what is subjectively determined to be right and wrong. It's literally just the capacity to make a distinguish, to literally distinguish. This is good. This is bad. That is what morality is. All right. Yeah. Moral intuitions are what you feel to be good and bad. Moral distinctions are the choices that you make when you distinguish. That is a good thing. That is a bad thing. Okay, based upon other evidence. I can feel that something is bad But with other evidence, I can see that it's not as bad as I felt it was. That's why there's a difference between intuitions and distinctions. And those distinctions are subjectively derived by you based on your empathy, your intuitions, and the influence of the society, your peers, your parents, all the stuff around you. All influences that throughout your entire life, which is why you'll find that people when they're like in their 70s and their 80s have different moral frameworks than when they did when they were like 15, 20, 25, 30. Because these things change the more they see. Okay?
Well,
they
they'll
are
certainly
subjectively
change with
determined.
secular humanism.
Now, going beyond this, without you trying to dodge off into secular humanism, with understanding this, I go back to my original question to you. Is a thing bad just because God says it's bad? Or does God say it's bad because it is bad?
Now, from my perspective, you know what's right and wrong.
Okay, can you just answer the question?
I just didn't answer the question.
You
What
didn't
do
answer the question.
It's a
You did
true
not.
dichotomous question. Answer it.
Yeah, I'll answer it. It's intuitive.
It's not.
You know.
Okay, Andy.
Yes, it is.
Okay, you did know okay, when you said intuitive, you're appealing to empathy. Your natural capacity for empathy. That's what you're talking about. I'm asking you a question about the God that you believe in. Is a thing bad because God says it's bad?
Because
or
it's
does
built
God say,
in, Warren.
Or does
Because
God
it's built
say it's
in.
bad because Andy, stop dodging. Because you're making yourself look like a complete fool here, dude. Is a thing bad?
When did I
does God
claim I
say a
was some
thing is bad?
genius?
Does God say a thing is bad because it's bad, or is the thing bad because God says it's bad?
I think
One
it's
or the
bad
other.
because it's built in, and you know it's interesting.
Okay,
Andy,
just
answer the question. It's A or B. A or B, Andy. Was it A or was it B? There is no C. Answer the goddamn question.
Okay, a thing's bad because you know it's bad. It's intrinsic. It's built in.
Okay, that doesn't answer the question.
Not a valid
You're
answer.
The conversation is not about me. The conversation is about the God.
It's
Okay?
B, Andy. If you're a Christian, it's B.
All right, so is a thing bad because God says it's bad, or does God say it's bad because it is bad?
Oh, he switched it. It's A.
Yeah, I saw too. So
this is what
so
will
which
happen
one
when
is it?
you're a secular
Which one is it,
humanist.
Andy?
It
Andy,
just
which
is
one is
whatever
it?
you want it to be. But the thing is, as I've
You
just
can't answer the
discussed with
question.
you-
I figured as much. So
No,
yeah,
no.
you are a
You
waste of
tried
time.
to justify your morals through an evolutionary position, did you not?
I have evidence for that. These things
No,
exist.
I've just told you can't do that.
Yes, I can.
So David Hume's a fucking idiot then.
No, because I'm not deriving a not from an is.
You just did.
No, you are literally. No, I'm not. Okay, and you. Why do you insist on talking about things that you do not fucking understand? Seriously. That's what makes me think you're a troll. You're just a troll. You know you don't know this shit, and you're just here to like rile people up.
Because you're hilarious. That's why.
Okay, so you're a waste of fucking time and a waste of space. So get educated, then you can step to me. Okay.
Jail Warren.
Hang on a minute. Evolution
destroying
works through
tonight.
natural selection, which is a non-moral process, right?
So I'll wait for him to get educated, then one day he can step to me.
Who's touching now?
You should wait for him to answer your question before you answer any of his questions. Like that's just a common courtesy thing, you know.
Okay, bring on the
Yeah,
next
I just find my
competitor.
morals from
Andy's
God.
done.
Because
Yeah.
God makes the
I love the
rules,
smell
baby.
of cooked theist in the evening.
Andy's
Then
done.
it's
Andy
A.
lost.
I trust in God, not people.
Andy, you just answered the question. If God makes the rules, then it's the first one. Then something's wrong because God says it is.
Well,
Why
I
do you
mean,
refuse to answer that question? Should be the easiest bullet you ever had to bite.
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
the thing is, I've never heard God talking to me. So when you say it like
Irrelevant.
that, I don't.
No,
That
that's
doesn't make any
irrelevant.
sense to me.
Completely
because-
irrelevant.
Well, it's not
It's
irrelevant.
completely irrelevant because it's literally.
Because you're saying
it's,
because God says, but it's.
It's
I've
not
never
a
heard God
question
saying
about what
anything.
you've heard, Andy. It's a question about what you believe.
I've
Yeah.
never. I've listened all. Whoa. How many
okay,
guys
you're
am I
either
talking to here?
you either
I thought it
know
was
you're
just Warren.
trapped. You either know you're trapped and that's why you're not answering, or you were the worst Christian ever.
Well, I'm not a very
It
good
is
Christian. I
about the
will
best
grant you that.
dichotomy you got at that.
Right. I mean, so Andy, the problem with this, the problem with this, where I'm going with this,
Christian
is
light
that
is what
if
I
you're
call
if you're
myself,
not
Warren.
familiar with the
Christian
Euthyphro,
light.
yeah, Andy, if you're not familiar with the Euthyphro dilemma, okay, which is what I'm asking you is a variation of that. I'm just
Who
instead
gives
of
a
like,
fuck, Warren? Jesus.
okay, well,
Listen
here's
to
the
yourself,
problem.
man.
This is the expiration of the logical entailments of your fucking worldview. Okay, it's really simple. You should be doing this on your own. If you are intellectually honest, just to be fair, if
Yeah,
you're
I get
being
it.
intellectually honest about your own worldview, you should be willing to explore it and to ensure that it holds up. Now, the problem here is this: if a thing is only bad because God says it's bad, then the determination of that thing being bad is entirely subjective to the God. There is nothing that it references external of itself. The God set doesn't reference anything external of itself to make that distinction or even provide that mental content, because nothing exists for it to reference. It's literally just saying it's bad. But if God is saying a thing is bad because it is bad, and it's not the God determining, it's literally just like, this thing is objectively bad, then it can't be dependent upon the God's mind. It has to be God referencing and mind independent source for what is bad, which means God is not all powerful. It's not the ultimate thing in the universe. It's literally just referencing mind independent truth and then passing that on to human being. So it's either one or the other. Either morals are relative. It's moral relativism is true, or your God is not the ultimate thing in the universe. So it's one or the other.
I
Dude.
mean, you sound terribly angry, dude. I mean, you're angry at God, aren't
no,
you?
stop
Really?
gaslighting. Stop gaslighting
Angry
and
at God.
stop gaslighting and deal with what I told you. Can
I
you
find
deal
it
with
really
it?
difficult to listen to you, Warren. Because you
Okay,
just go,
you've checked out.
My thing's true.
You've completely crashed out and checked out.
That's
You're not
all I
worth
hear when
talking
you
to. So
speak.
I've explained before him.
I can't even tell
He
you.
didn't
Call
want to deal with it. So yeah.
Call the crash cart. He's done. He's crashed
Here's the
out.
I
thing.
explained it
Here's
to
what
him,
I
he's
know
done.
to be true.
He knows he's
You
cooked,
can't make a
so-
true statement. You can't justify your morals. We've already seen that, right?
Neither can you. You couldn't when you were asked to.
Wait,
No,
why don't you
but
why don't you
no,
reply
I
to
trust
what
in God.
Warren said?
That's another true claim I can make. You see,
You didn't reply to anything you said, Warren.
I don't come from degrees of certainty. There's certain things I absolutely know for sure.
No, you don't.
You know nothing.
I don't think you do. Because
Andy,
you haven't thought them through.
It's hilarious that you think that there are things that you know that to be absolutely true, which is just fucking hilarious to me. Please demonstrate one thing you know to be absolutely true.
Yeah, okay. A creator made this place, and me,
Okay.
and you.
Demonstrate.
everyone.
No, wait.
Declare.
No, this is
Demonstrate.
good. This is fantastic. We can actually. Okay, this is fine. So Andy, you say you absolutely know that there's a creator, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so you know it. It's a fact, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so there are two.
And this is the bit that's you're gonna hate, and you're gonna say, "Well, that's convenient." It's beyond words. It's ineffable. That's a good
It
word.
doesn't
for
matter.
it, actually.
It doesn't matter. So the problem is that there's two entailments. There's two logical entailments to the claim that you just made. Okay. So there's things there that by you making that claim that there is a God that you know exists. Okay. As a real thing in external reality. Okay. So I would ask you, can you demonstrate that this God exists independently of mind and context, meaning it's meaning as a concrete thing, without begging the question?
I'd say it's internal too. It's not just
Andy.
It's
Listen to the
internal as
question
well.
I asked you. Can you demonstrate this God exists independently of mind and context without begging the question?
I can't empirically. I'm not going to science God if that's what you're asking.
Well, but that's literally entailed by what you just claimed. You claimed that it was a real thing that exists externally of your mind. That's an empirical
wait a
claim.
minute.
It's a thing that exists external of conception. It's literally, if all humans died tomorrow, the God would still exist. It is a thing that is concretely there. Okay, if it is there, and in your worldview, you're theistic, so you believe that this thing interacts with the universe or interacts directly with the universe, then it can be detected either directly or indirectly. If you think it can't be detected directly, then it can definitely be detected indirectly because it's interacting with the world, and there should be a way to distinguish between its interactions with the world and natural processes that are not its interactions. That's the law of identity. Okay, so we can determine that this is a God act, this is not a God act. All right, that's one way we would know that this thing at least potentially exists, right? So can you demonstrate that this thing exists independently of mind and context without begging the question?
I mean, I doubt it. Not to you, anyway.
Okay, so why would you claim that you know it exists if you can't demonstrate your knowledge?
Well, I mean, is obviously the only way to truth isn't through science, right?
It's a non-answer.
It's completely non-answer. What if
Another one
you,
for that.
Andy? I would have no problem if you said you believe this thing exists, because what you're describing comports with you holding a belief. You may believe that it exists, and the set of information that you're working with may provide a justification for that belief. I can guarantee you, I can break it down, and it's not rational. But I will accept that you believe it does.
What?
But you can't
It's not
say
rational
that you
from an
know
insane
it does.
person.
But
That's funny.
Andy, you can't say that you know it does, because that has implications to it. Knowledge is different than belief.
Mm-hmm.
You can be convinced a thing is true and it not be true. But if
Right,
you
but-
know a thing to be true, that's because it has been demonstrated to be the case. That's the difference between knowledge and belief. The difference between knowledge and faith. Gnosis
And how am I
and
going to
pistis.
demonstrate God to you, brother?
Okay, so just say that you believe it exists, but you don't know that to be a fact.
How could I possibly demonstrate God to you?
Easy. You can. The best way would be for you to provide a predictive model of a predictive model that uses the God information, like whatever the God category itself, and makes better and more accurate and further reaching predictions about reality than any of the ones we have established currently.
I mean, the thing is, you're
best way.
using logic, Warren, right? Which is
So?
independent of an individual.
No, it's
Another
not.
proof of God.
No, it's not.
By the way.
No. Okay, so here's another issue. I asked you if you could do it without begging the question. You immediately just appealed to a philosophical position that at its core begs the question. That's the difference between regulatory theory and necessitarianism. Because you just talked about logic being prescriptive of the universe. Okay? You have no evidence of that, and your justification of that is circular. All right? You literally, it's circular reasoning to think, to hold to necessitarianism, which is what you're holding to. I hold the regulatory theory because, one, it doesn't beg the question. It literally, laws of physics, laws of logic, these things are descriptive of the universe, not prescriptive. They're descriptive, and I hold to that because it's the most parsimonious. It doesn't make any more, it doesn't multiply entities unnecessarily. It doesn't make any more assumptions than is necessary to come to a conclusion. So, you're still begging the question.
If Christianity were true, would you become a Christian, Warren?
No, because even though I would know that God, no, Andy, it's an important question. If the God of the Bible were like the Christian God were demonstrated to actually exist, I would no longer be able to be an atheist. But that doesn't mean that the God is automatically worthy of worship or even basic respect. Okay.
So you just demonstrated a couple of things. One,
no,
you're
existence
incredibly
doesn't
dishonest.
entail. Existence
you
doesn't
just
entail.
demonstrated two things.
Existence
for us,
doesn't
Warren.
entail.
Warren,
existence does not logically entail worthiness of worship.
Listen, we've got to have a back and forth, right? You just can't just speak all the time. But you just demonstrated with that question two things. One, you're incredibly dishonest.
No, I'm not. I would.
Two,
okay, no,
you're
Andy,
not
I'm not dishonest. You literally didn't listen to what I was saying because you interrupted me. You interrupted me when I was trying to finish my statement.
Warren,
it's
just
very
chill,
simple,
dude.
Andy, and I'm just gonna.
You got impulse
so it's really
control problems. I get that. But here's the simple question I asked you: if Christianity were true, would you become a Christian? The answer's obvious. And by the way,
no, it's not. The
yes,
fact that
it
you think
is.
it is obvious, it just shows the weakness of your position.
No,
and
no,
the thoughtless,
no,
and
no.
how
I'll tell you
little
what, look,
thought.
I'll tell you what,
and
listen.
how little thought. Can you sit and let me speak? Yeah. Okay. The fact that you think that shows how little thought that you have put into your position.
Well, look, if somebody says no, is that a rational position?
Yes.
Depends on the God, actually.
reason. Yeah, he was about to give you the reason.
Yes, Andy, it is a rational position because if the God is demonstrated to exist, it is obvious, logically entailed, that I could no longer be an atheist because a God has been demonstrated to exist. I know it exists. I can no longer be an atheist. I am now technically a theist because the God exists. There it is, and I know it. So therefore, it like supersedes belief. I know it's there. So technically, I'm a theist by definition. The question then becomes: is the God worthy of worship or following or even basic respect? Because it could be a God and exist and be an evil and malevolent God. If it was a good God, and if I was even able to determine what that is, okay? See, it opens up the door to new questions. One does not logically entail the other. So yeah, the God exists. Ooh, it exists. I'm now a theist. Now I have to determine, am I going to follow this thing? Is it worthy of worship? That requires more exploration, and probably the God answering some pretty tough questions. Okay, so
again, you just exposed
I'd have to go on to decide
again,
that. It would
Warren,
automatically
you just
entail me
exposed
being a
yourself
Christian.
again. Is the thing, right? If the
so
again, if the
weird that
Christian
you do
God
this,
is
Andy.
real,
You've
right?
been
incredibly,
Wait, geez,
incredibly
I'm a
honest with you the
Dr.
entire
Becker.
Why
time.
don't you
Dr.
stop
Becker,
interrupting,
can I-
man? Like, just shut
Hey,
up
you
and
gotta
let
let
the guy
Andy
finish, man.
finish. Let Andy finish.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, Warren, right? If Yahweh's real, then he is the standard for morality. You can't just suddenly judge him from your Hallmark standard.
No,
Can you?
sure I can. No, sure I can.
No, you
If
can't.
if the God exists, and there's nothing external of it that it acts as a referent, if the God exists and there's nothing external that acts as a referent, then I know whatever moral distinctions it's making is completely subjective to it. But it does, just because it has more power doesn't mean its moral distinctions are valid or even that I should agree with it. That's just tyranny.
You completely lost, dude. Honestly, I thought
I'm
here's the
not.
thing: some people are so clever, they go all the way back around to being completely stupid. You can't see the
Hey,
woods for the
Andy.
trees, Warren.
Andy, I have a question. I have a question.
yourself.
I have a question for Andy.
Is
real
he like
quick.
not even following?
No, he's not. I have a question for. I have a
Not
question for Andy, real quick. If you suddenly found out that Zeus was real, does that mean you would automatically start worshiping Zeus?
I mean, sure. I mean, I don't know. The thing is, I use the example of Christianity. What's the
Correct.
point?
That's why I'm using a different example, just so I can make sure I understand your position.
He wants to see if your logic is consistent.
Of course.
So if Zeus was real, you would worship Zeus.
Yeah, sure.
Zeus is pretty much down with the you know that Zeus is pretty much down with the rape, right?
Several famous stories, in fact.
But again,
Yes.
This is what I'm trying to.
So
explain
wait.
to you.
So Andy, you're saying if
Warren,
Zeus was demonstrated to
seem to be
exist and you would
missing
worship
this
Zeus,
point,
and Zeus is down with
Warren,
the rape,
Warren, you seem
would you
to be
suddenly
missing this point. You
change
missed
your
it last
position on
time,
rape being
and
bad?
I really want to get you to understand that if the Christian God is real, then that is the standard. He
No,
cannot
it's
be
not.
accused
No,
of
it is
murder.
it is
you
not
idiot.
the standard, Andy.
No,
it is not
listen,
the standard
listen,
because
you
no,
can't
Andy,
accuse
you
God
are
of
not
murder,
listening.
'cause he can
You are
take
not
life
listening.
or give
You are
life
not
whenever
listening
he
as you were not
chooses.
listening before.
Wait,
So I'm
everybody stop. Okay, I've got to moderate. Okay. So
Thank you.
For clarity, Andy, how do you convince somebody who is not convinced of the Christian God that God would be the standard for morality by definition?
What? How is it? This is so obvious. God would be the standard.
Okay,
right?
so
oh fuck, just repeat the claim. Yeah, that's smart.
by definition, okay, you can say that by definition, God is the arbiter of all morality. But does that assume that once we become Christians, we give up our own morality for whatever it is God says? Is that what you're implying there?
Sorry, Omni, your own. We have already established you don't have any morality. You have no justification for it, right?
Okay, that's easy. Omni, you've got to call him. You got to call him on that. He is going back to stuff he's already been cooked on.
Look. The problem, Andy, is that you guys are talking past each other, and it's not.
No, we're not. We actually aren't, Omni. Andy keeps going back and repeating the same shit over and over again that's already been explained to him ad nauseum. He literally is not listening. Okay? He makes comments designed deliberately just to try and get a rise out of people because he knows this.
All right.
Yeah, I've already explained that God is morally perfect.
It's not morally perfect.
He cannot be judged. He cannot be judged from your goofy Walmart.
Yes, he can yes, it can, Andy, and I've already explained how.
You idiot.
If the God, Andy, be quiet. If the God exists and nothing exists external of it to act as a referent for mental content or context, then any moral distinction it makes is subjective to its mind. Okay, which means it is not the standard; it is a standard.
So wait,
it's the standard, you idiot.
That's my question,
Andy.
Andy, as a Christian, can I say I find God's actions to have been immoral in some situation?
No.
Why not?
Because what standard are you judging God from?
Well, I'm judging him from my own standard.
Bingo.
So
Okay.
Andy, so I'll just
wait, no,
hopefully you'll go
I'm
away
trying-
and realize
I'm
how
trying to
silly
get
that
through-
is.
Look, I'm not. So I'm trying to. The reason why I'm trying to get through here is because you say you're not talking past each other, but you absolutely are. Andy is either saying one of two things. Either one, you literally could not find God to be immoral. That would just be a physical impossibility. Or two, you could, but you would be wrong to do so. Right? Those are the two possibilities. Yeah? You agree with me, Andy? Andy.
Sorry, I was doing something. What did you say, Omni?
Okay, so there's two possibilities. Either one, I could find God. Either I could not. I literally would be physically incapable of finding God to be immoral. That's proposition one. Or proposition two, I could find God to be immoral, but I would be wrong to do so.
Yeah, obviously.
Okay.
How would you know he's immoral?
Well, hang on a second.
How would you know he's immoral?
Is this who is it? Who's
Rob.
saying that?
It's Rob.
Rob.
Yeah, I should have known from the angry screaming.
Wait,
All right.
so
I'm not screaming.
Why is he? Well, why is he asking a question that's already been answered?
So
Maybe I wasn't here for the answer. I just got in about 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
And all you guys have done is talk past each other.
All right. So you could find God to be immoral. You just be wrong. You're saying you'd be wrong to do so, right?
Well, how would you know?
Yeah, I'm saying what standard are you using to judge
So-
God? Because
so
he's the
I don't know.
source.
So do you have to have a source for your morality?
Well,
if
yeah,
you
of
don't-
course.
What if you don't have a source for your morality? Then what happens?
Well, then you'll end up like Warren, a degenerate.
Yeah. Okay. So you're not making me think that he's wrong about you, Andy, and that you are.
Earlier on, he said rape isn't always wrong.
No,
so what am I
no,
supposed to think?
he said you're not listening, Andy.
No,
Yeah.
earlier he said rape isn't
hang on a
always
sec.
wrong.
I want to ask Andy one question. Andy, if God asked you to murder a baby, and you knew
You're
it
hilarious.
was coming from your God, you knew that it was coming. The request is coming from your God. Your God said you need to do this. You need to murder this baby. Would you do it?
I would say no. It's fake news. That's
Andy, would you do?
that's a
Andy, would you do it?
demiurge.
Shut
Yes,
up.
of course.
Shut up. So Andy,
Hell no, you wouldn't.
Stupid question.
That's the only thing I needed to know.
Yeah, because
I believe you are talking past each other because what we're trying
Well,
to
no,
get
no,
at.
that's a fair question. He's just there's nothing wrong with the hypothetical to test someone's logic, and he's right. That's a good one. The fact is, if I know this is God and not some weird trick,
you're fucked up,
like
Andy.
like
You're
in
fucked up.
Satan or
You're either a
something
troll
like
or
that,
you're fucked up.
The
so.
simple fact is, if I know that it's God, just as he said in his hypothetical, then God has the power to give life or take it whenever he wants.
We're gonna make
So,
it like
yeah,
a mindless puppet.
Okay, all right. Well, quick question then, Andy. Just a follow up. Do you have children?
not yet.
No. Okay, but so what happens if I have if I don't have a basis for my morality? What is that? What befalls me if that's the case? Is it just that I could become a degenerate? Is it
Probably.
that I am definitionally a degenerate? I mean, what exactly? Seriously, what happens if I say my morality is grounded in moral intuitions?
Well, I say that's God.
intuitions?
I say that intuition's God. So that is already grounded in God.
Yes, I
If you
don't
want to say-
disagree with you, but if I say my morality is grounded in my moral intuitions, what am I wrong about?
That's what they are. That's God. God put it there on me.
Okay, so in that case, I can't. In that case, if God created my moral intuitions, then God will not take any action that I will find morally wrong, right?
What? Wait, what?
If God created my moral intuitions, then any action that God takes will be congruent with my moral intuitions, right?
So what you're saying is you might get really confused and murder someone. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm saying that if I don't see how morally God could kill innumerable babies with the flood. Okay. Now,
because he's the source.
because you can say he's automatically right to do so, and I
No,
don't.
no. He has the power to give or take life whenever he chooses, dude.
So he has the power to. Does that make it correct too?
Because he's the source. He's the
It's literally
standard.
tyranny.
How do you
It's
not see
tyranny
this?
is what it is.
So I'm trying to explain to you what you're not getting. Okay.
Yeah, it's tyranny.
If God does something,
I guess it is a kind
say-
of tyranny. Sure.
It's
so
tyrannical.
Can I say I don't get it? Can I legitimately say I don't understand it?
I mean, sure.
Okay. So how is that different? I don't understand the morality of it. Right? I can legitimately say that. I would hope.
Yeah, I mean, you can say you don't get it, but it's
Okay. So if I say I don't get how this could be a moral action because it seems to contradict my moral intuitions. Do you understand what I mean by those statements? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. It seems to contradict my moral intuitions. If God put my moral intuitions there, then why is it that God takes actions that seem to contradict my moral intuitions?
well because I mean you're limited for a start, right?
Sure. Yeah. So what's going on there?
You can't see that there's some you might be limited and the Almighty God knows a bit more than you, right?
Well, what
The
if
infallible God gave you fallible moral intuitions? Seems like a perfect
it could
creator.
be that God gave me fallible moral intuitions. That's correct. What if that's the case? What if God gave me fallible moral intuitions and it's really okay to drown the babies in the flood?
But you know it isn't.
Well,
that's the thing, though.
If I know it
are you
isn't,
saying
I know God did it, then what am I left with?
Oh, right. If God's doing it, yeah, that's fine. If you're doing it, that's clearly wrong.
Well,
And you know it's wrong.
I won't say it's a problem. I will say that I don't think you've thought carefully about this. It's a pat answer. It's saying no matter how much an action God takes disagrees with your moral intuitions, you cannot say that disagrees with my moral intuitions.
Yeah, I'm saying that he's the source. He made life. He has the power to take it.
Right.
I don't know
And
what
if,
you don't understand about
yeah,
that.
but does he have the power to? He has the power to take it? That's different from the right to take it, right?
Yeah, he has, dude. He gave you the life in the first place.
So yeah, so in a sense, my parents gave me life. That doesn't mean they can kill me anytime they want.
Who gave you parents the life?
Their
And so on
parents.
and so on and so on.
I know what you're. I understand your
move this
point,
along?
but I don't think you've thought about it.
Painfully bad.
All right. So the question here is, what do I do as a Christian if God takes actions according to the Bible that disagree with my moral intuitions? If I hold that God gave me those intuitions, your answer is don't think too hard about it. You'll just hurt yourself. You can't do it. You just have to assume that your moral intuitions are wrong. That's
Can I
your
move
answer.
things along?
Huh?
Can I switch things up?
Your answer is don't grapple with the problem.
Yeah, okay.
Just assume your moral intuitions are incorrect.
This all just
Oh,
feels
sorry, I
wrong.
got a
No
question
one's
for
agreeing
Warren.
with any of this. No, this isn't getting anywhere.
Yeah, it's just trash. It's just a waste of time talking with him. So, what's up?
Hey Warren, how you doing? We've spoken a few times on politics. I think we had an argument about serial killers once, and I think I was trolling you at that point, but that's because I'm a dickhead. So, T-Jump's moral theory. You've spoken to him plenty of times. I've seen you on Discord doing that. So I have something similar where I take the idea of there being an objective morality out there. It's just not something that gives you ought. It's just a description of what best corresponds to a perfect world. But mine is based in the physical structure of a human brain without any sort of influence upon it. Does that sound like it could be?
No, what you just described, that very first sentence right there is relativism. Because you have an external reference.
Sort of. So the way I describe it is the perfect world is just an unencumbered brain capable of making a moral decision without some influence.
Well, then that's just moral distinction. It is like then typically if that was the case, then any distinction you make, if it was just like what depends upon like one person, like if you have one person, no other people, no anything else, just one person making distinctions, then those distinctions are going to be amoral by definition because there's no reference to determine whether or not an action is good or bad. And so, other than themselves, they could just arbitrarily describe it as being those things. But the minute they say a thing is good, like what is being referenced that is not good to give good its context and content. So
Yeah, I that makes sense to me. I think the differentiating factor for me is the idea of like, if you put enough hydrogen together, it'll create a fusion reaction and the sun will happen and all the deterministic factors happen from that. I think that brains, in order to express intelligence, to make these determinations, it's fully deterministic and it necessitates a certain structure to the brain. So I think that a brain unencumbered will always make the same moral choice. So I think it's a fully determined action necessary by the physical structure of a brain capable of making intelligence.
oh, so yeah, you just have to provide evidence. I mean, I don't know like what an unencumbered brain would be. Given that what brains do is that they interpret stimuli, both internal and external, and then they process it, and then they respond to that stimuli with both determined, like genetically determined and learned, cognitively or behaviorally conditioned responses. So like involuntary and voluntary responses, but I don't even know how you demonstrate that. I know what T-Jump does is he basically says that there's mind independent standards for morality out there for what is moral and what is immoral, and that these things are like there's not a mind because they can't simultaneously be a mind that determines what they are and that thing be mind independent. That's a logical contradiction. So he says that it's like a function. It's kind of like a law of reality, kind of like the law, like the second law of thermodynamics, or like the law of universal gravitation. There's like the law of universal morality, but the problem is it's not a thing he can demonstrate, which is why he and I kind of like I understand what he's trying to do, but we depart severely on that because all the evidence and the argumentation indicates that moral relativism is the case. So he just I've never understood, and we got into an argument one time about that when I was trying to get him to I was trying to get him to explain how he came to that, and it almost sounded like he was doing it as kind of like a justification to try and justify how he doesn't like how in the natural world that things have to eat other things to survive. Like he doesn't like that, and so that's why he will say that a lion taking a gazelle is an immoral action. So, which is weird to me. So, but T-Jump's got his own thoughts.
But the way I came to it, and some of this is stolen from T-Jump, is that there seems to be a consensus that's reached over a certain period by humans when you take away some pressure on the decision making for those humans. So if you take away hunger from people, they make the decision to not steal food more often. And as a broader society, they make the decision to punish people who steal food if you take away the necessity of hunger or the force of hunger on people's decision making. So
Yeah,
I
that's
think
relativism.
that indicates.
It's relativism. Yeah. What you're describing.
Yeah, but I think that
things,
indicates that there's
there isn't
there's
because
some
the
actual choice that people would make.
Because the moral distinction made by the person is relative to the thing that's being imposed. So like you've got the society itself, you've got the things within the society, you've got the punishment that you just invoked, and you've got like the benefit that you just invoked. Like if we ensure that all human beings are all properly fed and always have access to healthy, nutritious food, okay, then obviously we will see a decline. You probably won't eliminate, but a decline in people stealing food. Okay, so yeah, we could say that draconian punishments, cutting off people's hands or just executing them in Times Square and sending the cost of the bullet to their families. Draconian punishments could reduce crime, or it could just drive crime further underground to make it harder to catch. So it's one or the other, but nonetheless, these will have effects on people's behaviors and what people feel are moral and immoral. They can have these adjustments, but like I said, these things are relative. When a person is starving, their morals are far different from when their needs are being met. It's because there is an external referent for how they're making their distinctions. It is okay for me to do this under these circumstances. But when these circumstances don't exist and it's these set of circumstances over here, then this is what is morally acceptable.
I get that, but I think that it goes further. If you plot it out to the very end, you end up with something like an objective moral truth about whether it's okay to steal food, and that comes from the structure of our intelligence. It's just that the structure of our intelligence is being pushed against by hunger in the same way, and T-Jump's used this argument a few times. Gravity will tend to push things in a certain direction, which is just a broad way of saying that gravity creates a vector of acceleration, but you can have counter forces that stop you accelerating in that vector. If you remove all those counter forces, then it's fully determined by gravity alone, the vector that you're moving in. In the same way that morality, if you remove all these forces like hunger or sexual desire or all the other things that make us make decisions that people will consider bad once that's removed, if you remove all those, you should get to objective decision making. And that, I think, all is just an emergent property of the necessary structure of intelligence in brains, or it could be computers or whatever.
How would you account for people that are incapable or who are incapable of or process empathy atypically? Because they're a natural
That is the one question I can't answer. I got no answer for that. So
Yeah,
that's why it's just sort of like a vague theory.
Seeing where you're going on that, I think you could boil that down to just like basic empathy, like basic human empathy. That enough members of the population have this naturally evolved capacity as a social species to basically keep our species alive and working together, and basically working in conjunction with one another, keeping our numbers large and keeping us alive enough. But we know that because genetics, is not something that plays with cookie cutters. Genetics is not a cookie cutter thing. That the capacities for empathy can be altered by a number of things, either genetic predisposition or physical damage or whatever. There's a ton of things that can affect the capacity for empathy and the ability for the individual to process their empathy. And so if these things occur there, and they're naturally occurring, they can occur by no act of another individual, they just occur in nature, then you'd have to account for that, because now you have people naturally being born who either process empathy atypically and become very, very dangerous to either others or themselves, or they simply they can't process it at all. Okay? And, then you have to account for those. So, because they exist.
I think that's
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the only way to deal with that, like in this scenario of trying to come up with an objective moral theory based on decision making, would be to say that maybe there's some factor in their conception all the way up to their birth, and then their learned experiences that cause the brain to be altered to no longer feel empathy. But again, I don't know if that's a really good answer. That's kind of like, we don't know. I'm just forcing it in there to try to justify a belief that I don't really hold that strongly.
Well, could you not also argue that there's an issue with the plasticity of the brain being what allows the evolution of empathy, because small children do not in and of themselves really have much in the way of empathy?
No, I think it's been shown they've got empathy.
Very, very, very rudimentary. A lot of it comes from the influence of their parents and the stimuli that they experience when they're young, as their brain is still developing. Because the brain in that state is very, very. It deals with things very simplistically because those structures aren't as well defined, and they won't finish developing until somewhere in between the ages of 20 and 25. So depending upon a number of factors, but their empathy, like a child, like a toddler, okay, will hurt an animal, okay, with no conceptualization of what they're doing. It's not because they're evil. It's because they don't understand like the external entity and how the external entity feels until they have learned these things. So like a child left to run on its own can appear. A child left to run on its own that has been provided no kind of like moral or social guidance can appear to act in a very unempathetic or very cruel way, when in actuality you see that its actions are just reinforcing its own survival. So now survival mindedness outweighs empathy almost all the time. But not all the time, because evolutionary game theory does take account and does provide an explanation for altruistic actions in nature. So we understand that, but survival typically outweighs it you know, the maintenance of one's life, you know, will generally outweigh an empathetic reaction, especially to a stranger, which is why empathy typically encompasses those in your immediate vicinity and not like everyone on the planet, which is emphasized by the trolley problem.
Even a child knows right from wrong, Warren. So
No, they don't. No, they actually don't.
Yes, they do.
They actually don't. No, this
No,
is
they do.
okay. You're talking to someone who like I did my courses in child psychology and behavioral psychology. No,
I don't care.
Children,
Even a child knows right from wrong.
Toddlers
They may
do not
push
innately know
they
the
may
difference.
push the boundary.
Toddlers do
but they
not innately know the difference between
Warren,
right and
you gotta
wrong
let
because
somebody else
toddlers.
talk, brother.
Andy, be
Brother.
quiet.
You gotta
Toddlers
let
are
someone else talk,
concerned.
mate.
Toddlers are concerned predominantly
All right,
with,
all right.
with
You're right.
themselves.
Fucking you just
okay?
talk to yourself. You shut up, then.
Toddlers are concerned predominantly with themselves because that's what their brains do. Okay, they don't know right from wrong. They know what they like and what they don't like. What they don't like and they like. That's what they want and what they don't want. If they get something they don't want, they react. If they get something they want, they react. They don't know the difference between right and wrong. Like I said, a child, that's why it's a basic rule that if you have a baby or if you have a small toddler or like a child and you have a dog in the house, supervise the two of them together. Because the child doesn't understand, doesn't have the capacity to understand that it can harm the dog and not realize it. And then the dog can harm the child as just a reaction. Because children don't understand these things. Don't hit the dog.
Oh my God.
Okay?
Because it's pushing the boundaries, right?
It's not pushing the boundaries.
Yes,
it's
it is.
basic child development.
No, it's just feeling out the world, you fucking idiot.
It's called child development. They don't understand the difference
In
between
other
right and wrong.
words, the child will step on a bug and it'll be like, oh, so it's not that it won't step on the bug. Yeah, sure, it'll step on the bug, but after it knows. It knows it's
No,
done
it does
something
not
wrong.
always.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. This is
Yes,
not
it
a
does.
universal thing. And even then, they won't understand exactly the implications of what they've done. Not all children understand the concept of death innately. And
That's
I
even
wouldn't even say
more
that. I wouldn't even say
proving
that
my
any of them.
point. That's
I
even
wouldn't
more proving my
they
point.
have to be taught and conditioned on these things.
That's even more proving my point, dude. They don't
No, it's
fully
not.
understand
If
it.
they have to be conditioned,
But yet they know it.
if they have
How
to
is
be
that?
conditioned by their parents and the society, then it is not inherent.
Dude, listen to what you're saying. They don't fully understand it, and yet somehow they know it. That's weird.
They don't
That
know
is
it.
weird.
I just said that they don't.
No, it's pretty clear they do know.
No, they
Andy,
don't.
Andy, you're not listening. You have just completely taken what he said and turned it on its head because you didn't actually listen to a single fucking word he said.
All right, Dr. Packer, thanks.
And it's entirely true that young children have next to zero empathy and they don't have any understanding because they have not formed have not formed in that way, and they must be conditioned. This is a normal process of human development. In the same way that young children, if they do something and it hurts someone else and you try to explain to them, why did you do that? That hurt that person. Their response is, but it didn't hurt me. They don't have that understanding of what it is because they weren't harmed. And if they're not harmed, how could anyone else be harmed? And harming that person is not bad because they're not hurt.
So wait, are we saying this as like something that happens after children gain like a sort of a theory of self? In that like there's an understanding that children don't actually understand that other people exist at a certain point?
They
Self-actualization
understand they exist. They understand that they exist, but up until a certain point, they can't understand the hypothetical that their actions could harm somebody.
Yeah, but like there's a certain point where they don't understand that like other people actually like are essentially separate from them.
Yeah, self-actualization plays a major role in it, but the child through experience and through the information gained and the reinforcements that are applied by their parents and of course in their peers, their social settings, also play into it to develop the neural pathways. And to develop the neural pathways so that their limbic system communicates, so that the limbic system communicates in a way that we would prefer. So yes, in a way, children are behaviorally conditioned to behave in a way within society, but then again, like I said, not everybody's capable of like the same capacity of natural capacity for empathy. Their limbic system, depending upon how it's developed, doesn't function in 100% universally across the board. So you can have children who have very low empathetic response, but you can behaviorally condition them to act a certain way. Okay. So, and of course, I mean, just because you have a low empathetic response doesn't mean you have a low impulse control. Sometimes it does. So it depends upon the child. It's because these things are behaviorally conditioned within them, how to behave around others, and when they self-actualize, it helps us. When they understand, it helps when they understand that thing is different from myself, instead of viewing the entire world through the lens of just me, what I am, me, and what I want, and what I don't want.
So, Warren, a
Yeah.
child has no instincts, about zero instincts
not what
about
anybody
right from
said.
wrong.
It's not what yeah, I don't know where you're
No,
going.
no, no, no.
It's-
My clarification would just be that, like, there's a certain point to where they don't have a theory of mind and they don't understand that other people really exist in the same way, like that sort of self-actualization.
Yeah.
And definitionally, you can't have empathy at that point because you can't understand somebody else, which is what empathy is, if you don't even understand that other people exist. So, or like, which, I mean, that would obviously make sense. And then so the question would be, is this something to where children are not naturally empathetic even after they gain the sort of theory of self, theory of mind?
I would think that that genetics and epigenetics plays a major role in these things. And so, yes, a lot of the stuff has to be learned. Now, the limbic system is going to operate the way it operates, but those neural pathways have to be developed. So we see in observationally, in children who have extremely underdeveloped neural pathways, or like neural pathways in a particularly like a typical fashion, that they typically wire themselves in a survival-driven facet. So anything that facilitates their survival is prioritized over anything that doesn't, and that can obviously make them extremely antisocial when put around others, because everything else is they view everything else as competition. And so, but even then, they still don't do things like they still have the ability to do things or to act in a way that they internalize themselves. They can still internalize the experiences of others, which is why you see in isolated individuals that things like torture or like unnecessary harm, they don't want to do that to other individuals or other entities or even other animals, because they feel is like they would understand what it feels like themselves. They can internalize that. But even that's not universal. But that takes time, because they have to be able to see it and experience it. They have to like see something in pain, or they have to feel extreme pain themselves. And they have to connect the dots. If they never see another entity, like an animal or a person, in extreme pain, and they have never felt extreme pain themselves, then they can't their mirror neurons will not activate, and so they won't be able to make that connection. So, but
Finally,
that's why
some folks who speak English.
do what?
Finally, some folks on here who speak English.
It's great, isn't it?
So again, I mean, I'm not even sure I believe in evolution. By the way, I believe that the true evolution is from spirit to matter. I think that's the real evolution. But anyway,
What is
I,
what do you
I would
what is
I
your
would
definition
grant
of
you that it
evolution?
could show why caring and cooperation helps groups survive and reproduce, for instance. But
It's called
evolution,
evolutionary game theory.
yeah, but it doesn't explain why these the behaviors are morally good, or what
No, no, no.
or why
Evolution
they
doesn't.
have them,
No, of course,
or
no.
why
It
it's
does. No, it
advantageous
does.
for him.
Wait,
It,
let Andy get this one out. I would love to hear whatever strawman he's about to construct.
No, it's not.
okay, go for it.
I thought. Look, I've already told you. We went through the evolutionary argument before. It's nothing to do with morals.
You're right. Evolution does not dictate morals. Individuals do. I've already walked you through the evidentiary back line that supports how these things are subjectively derived by the individual and
Let him,
relativistically
jail. Let him get his words out. Come on, man.
Well, look, evolution doesn't explain why behaviors are morally good, right?
It's
Or,
not
or
meant
why
to.
why we should do them. Only
It's
that.
not meant to. That's not what it does. That's a completely different field.
Yep.
But actually,
you're making an argument for
in a way it
morality
does.
through
No, but actually,
evolutionary processes,
Andy,
right?
Evolution doesn't dictate what is and is not moral. It dictates what, but it does have an effect on what behaviors one should and should not act on, or what impulses, what behaviors that an individual entity should do. That's called evolutionary game theory. Evolutionary game theory does explain, by virtue of evolution, why we see selfish, and altruistic actions in nature. These things are explained by virtue of evolution in social species. And it's not just humans. Humans, primates, corvids, cetaceans.
Yeah, but you understand, like, so you see self-sacrifice for strangers. I don't understand how that could work in some sort of evolutionary framework.
Because it's sad, because it can keep it depends upon why an individual is sacrificing their life. A mother bear will fight to the death to protect 2 cubs. Okay, but the problem is those cubs, if the mother dies, those cubs are probably going to die as well because they need their mother. But the mother will still fight to the death to protect them. A mountain lion will do the same. All right? The altruistic actions do occur in nature, and it is explained. It is an evolutionary advantage for these things to occur.
I mean,
It's
even
kind of a side point. No, you go.
So I'm blanking on which species it is. It's not meerkats. It's not groundhogs. What the hell are they called? So they're one of the last. They're one of the last natural reservoirs for plague. They're in the Midwest. What the hell are they?
Prairie dogs.
Prairie dogs, yeah. Prairie dogs also exhibit altruism in the form of the elders in the tribe being the ones that put themselves on lookout, and they will put themselves out there longer to ensure that they're the ones caught by hawks.
Yeah. I mean, I would just argue, like, definitionally, altruism doesn't exist, and it cannot exist. It's altruism being defined as, like, doing something without getting any benefit in return.
There's nothing truly altruistic. There's always a secondary gain, even if it's personal.
I'd agree. Yeah, I'd agree with that. That's why the evolutionary game theory makes a reference to what we would consider to be altruistic actions, which means that no personal individual gain, but it's solely for the sacrifice for the gain of others, but while getting no gain for oneself, like giving up one's life. Even then, that's good because the death of one can be a distraction so that the others can continue to survive, which is technically not altruistic in the strictest definition. I don't like that it uses the term, but there's, we understand why it happens.
Yeah, because I mean, even in the sense of, like, sacrificing yourself in war to protect your tribe, like, every man wants to die a warrior's death, and that's like a cool thing that we all want to do.
Like laying down on a wire, like in Vietnam, laying down on a wire so that the other guys can crawl over you. These things are what we do. And but I mean, it's explained. It's the very simplistic idea, very oversimplified, that selfish actions short term may benefit the individual, but long term are detrimental to the entire group. Cooperative actions, while not always necessarily beneficial to the individual, or fully beneficial to the individual, are always beneficial in the long term for the group. And that social species come to understand these things. Okay? They do. Like, humans are not the only ones. We see this in, like I said, cetaceans. We see it in corvids. We see it in pachyderms. We see it in virtually all, I think, all primates, because they all live in social structures. So whether the hierarchies are different or not doesn't matter. They understand that selfishness is ultimately harmful long term, which is why you see animals react to this. Even dogs, even packs have that, okay? Because they understand the concepts of fairness, okay? Like they can comprehend it, that individual got more than me, okay? And they get upset about this, and they look to get the balance. Well, why? What are they justifying that on? Well, do they feel that individual didn't do as much work? Well, if they're lower in the total pool society wise, they didn't have the responsibility, so that they act that way. Primates are vicious when it comes to fairness. Will tear each other apart if they think that someone is being treated unfairly. Both other individuals treated unfairly, and themselves. It works both ways.
I just feel, it's a contradiction. I mean, I realize I'm in a room full of people who believe in evolution. I get it. It's fine.
It's a demonstrable fact.
But even if I don't think so. But even if I granted it to
Andy,
you,
that's why I asked you, what is the definition of evolution that you're operating with?
Chill.
That's why I asked you, what is the definition of evolution that you're operating with? Because if you're operating with the wrong definition, that would explain why you don't understand it.
It's like half three here, dude. I'm
okay, so Andy, what definition of
JL, stop just interrupting him, and that wasn't worth interrupting him for.
Yeah, thanks,
Okay?
Omni.
He doesn't believe
All I'm
in
going to say is,
Got it. That's
all I'm going
fine.
to say is the two seem to contradict each other. One's about survival, and I get that you'd say no, communities can work together and all this kind of stuff, but to me, it seems it's based on something deeper. While I grant you, if I just grant you evolution, which I shouldn't, but I will anyway. To me, it's pretty clear that there must be a standard outside of ourselves to measure from.
Well, we can investigate that, but there's a question you would need to answer that you have gone out of your way to ignore and to give an answer that is nonsense to the dilemma you were offered.
I'm not interested in your little games and philosophical
It's not a
wank.
game, dude.
Yeah,
It's a very,
I'm not
it's a
interested
very
in your
basic question.
dude.
It's not a game.
Listen to me.
It's a
I'm not
very
interested
basic
in your
question.
mind wank. All right.
It's not. It's not. The fact
Yeah,
that you
'cause it
think
is.
it
You're
is, the fact that
justifying
you
all
think it is,
sorts
no,
of fucking
Andy,
horror.
the fact that you're concluding that it is tells me that you know you're fucked on this.
No,
you
no,
know
no,
you
dude.
are cooked.
Listen to
which
what I'm
is
going
why
to say to
you
now.
won't
I
answer
studied
it.
philosophy for many, many years until I
Okay,
realized
then
I want to do
then
some
answer
thinking
then
on,
answer the
on my
Euthyphro
own.
dilemma, dude.
Warren, let it. Warren, come on, man.
No, don't worry, Omni. I can't
Omni,
talk with
he's
this
not saying anything.
You may not think so,
He's just not saying what you want him to say.
If he understands philosophy, I want him to answer the Euthyphro dilemma.
So
there you go. You see, you just want to play games.
It's not
I
going
get
to
it.
happen. He's not going to answer the dilemma, or maybe he will. But
If he's not gonna engage, then fucking server mute his ass.
No. Look, the person who's constantly over talking right now isn't Andy. Okay.
In this moment, Omni, come on, dude.
Can I ask a clarifying question of Andy?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm done talking tonight. Thanks.
All right.
Prioritize intellectual dishonesty. The shit is that?
Well, the next time you're around, Andy, if you could tell me a story, that would be phenomenal.
It's like Andy
Yeah,
watched
no.
half the Darth. It's like Andy watched half the Darth Dawkins video, opened the first page of the Van Til's book, fell asleep, and then fucking forgot what he was saying.
Yeah, no, just one thing
I
on
told
the
you, I
idea
met that
of like,
Darth Dawkins guy, and I thought I was getting on with him quite well. But then he muted me because he asked me about the Earth. You know, he's like, "Are you a flat earther?" And I'm like, "I've never been far enough away from the Earth to see if it's flat or globe or whatever it is." And he just,
I'm
he
surprised
just
that was
muted
you
me.
on that video. That was
He
you on
muted
that
me before I
video.
got to even, finish my
Yeah.
sentence.
Do you know why he does that?
No.
Because young Earth creationists really don't like flat earthers.
Yeah, that's fine. Do you think?
Apply to religion, apply on a religious basis for the flat earther belief.
I mean, to me, I mean, I could definitely see why people think it's dumb as shit. I did. The first time I heard it, I was like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So if that initial prejudice, I think it's probably the right reaction. But the Bible is clearly a flat earth book. That cannot be debated. In my opinion, it's clearly doesn't mention any globe, right?
Well, it turns out that there is no.
Andy, I'd have to push back on that. I wouldn't really say that it's a flat
Omni
Earth
was
book.
speaking.
Well, I mean, it talks about
It
pillars and
doesn't
corners,
specify.
right?
It actually says you can't know the dimension, the
Right.
extent of the Earth.
But it says pillars and corners, and globes don't have either of those, right? So
Concave does. It's like a wheel spoke with the central element. You have your spokes, your pillars, your corner. You have everything with concave. Carry on.
So if Andy's not leaving the conversation, is going to stay here for a while, can I ask that question there, Andy?
I don't really want to talk to you, Dick.
yeah. So I have a point to
that's
sort
fine.
of get back on topic. Is just that
Yes, please,
weren't
let's
such
move
talk to
away
you.
from Andy's. Let's move away from Andy's bullshit and get to something
Or
actually
Warren,
productive.
to listen to Warren Blovier. Oh my God.
Yeah. Let's.
So are you leaving or not, Andy? I'm really
No, so I would actually like to go through a point. So, an understanding for like, looking at social creatures as an individual would be kind of it's a very like modernist thought in a lot of ways. I'm not going to be saying this as eloquently as I could be, but in the same way that like there's bacteria inside of you, but all of these things are sort of part of the same symbiotic organism. it's more useful to understand social creatures, as in, a wolf pack or chimpanzees or this thing or that thing, as like a singular entity that can be split up. Like there is the individual that is part of it, but
Well,
there
especially
is a
because they
great.
have a pack leader. Like in the case of the wolves, they all play a role.
Yeah, like they're all
So they
synergistic
are
to each other to sort of
individuals. Yep.
effectively
following.
operate. Yeah, to effectively operate as a singular unit. And
Yes.
certain like when you have frostbite, right? Your fingers will die off in order to protect the more important organs. And you see the exact same behavior that your body does in that sense with these greater social creatures and groups.
You ever see how wolves march? They have the elderly
in the same
front.
line.
Yeah. It's like a structured thing, man. They have the elderly in front. They're the first ones to be sacrificed in the pack. And then I believe it's the youngsters. And then the fighters are in the back. It's like a controlled thing. Like it's a very structured, it's amazing. Wolves are amazing.
Yeah, this is also just why social creatures like fail so hard alone. And like even when humans are sort of socially isolated, they go kind of crazy and can get kind of delusional and just don't operate very well. Like, the whole I am legend thing is a really good example of what a human would be like with that sort of social isolation. So in that sense is that, humans and other pack animals essentially are not healthy. They do not exist very well unless they are part of a greater organism.
I think we should go more to, because now like our society is gone in the weeds, right? At least animals, they know that a structure has to, like a society has to have structure, right? You have the alpha male, the beta, everything has its place. Now society, we have a bunch of like soy boys running around thinking they're this and they're that, without any life experience. It's very sad. And a lot of people, they hide behind computers now. So it's not like the old days, like if you would if you would say something wrong in the group, you'd get your ass whooped, So yeah, I know it sounds cruel, but yeah.
I mean, something I would say to that is like a common line that's talked about is, oh, the person who did the original study looking at like alphas and betas and wolf packs, oh, it was actually a misunderstanding, and even he rebukes the idea. Like the reason that idea of alphas, betas, gammas, et cetera, why it is used is not because of that study, or not because of some wolf study showing it, is that it does have it does speak to something true about social dynamics in groups. And like, it doesn't matter if that one particular study isn't exactly accurate, or if the author of that study rebukes it, because it was never about that study in the first place. It's just when you see groups, you do see certain social dynamics unfold, and this is a useful tool in the same way that, not all tools are, no tools are correct, but some are useful. I believe it was models. No models are correct, but some are useful. So in the sense, the alpha, beta, et cetera, is a very useful tool, even if it's not 100% accurate.
Well, it's pretty accurate. I mean, look at society, right? Look at a group of men. When a group of men get together, right? There's definitely that aspect in it. Now, today's like you can't even tell. Everyone's like soy boy-sized, But in the traditional, when I was growing up and we grew up on the street, you better believe it. There's an alpha, there's a beta. You have to watch your mouth. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just like preempting the common retort to that idea.
Well, I mean, it's there. It's in the social structure. There has to be order in society. That's just the way it is. I mean, maybe we don't like it, but there has to be order in society. That's just the way it is. You can't have people running around.
But,
You know,
but order
yeah,
in a but order in a society that is composed of individuals like we have with so many possible avenues for it to diversify, with the access to technology that we have, doesn't necessarily have to remain static within the confines of your preconceived notion of a wolf pack.
Well, I know. If you put a group of people together, they can all be strangers. You put them in a room together long enough, they will naturally form a pecking order. The guy that's the most leader will naturally become the leader, all the way down to the guy that gets picked on by everybody. It happens in kids, group of kids together in kindergarten. Watch them. It don't take very long to realize who's the leader and who's the one at the bottom, and everybody in between. Girls and boys both do it. It's ingrained in us.
Yo, real quick, speaking on getting picked on, the convo we had earlier with Andy right before we ended it nicely. You guys remember I made a comment. It was really short, like 10 seconds. It was about the topic biblical cosmology, and I made a really quick comment about how it would work in concave Earth. I posted a supporting diagram in the chat because these things are hard to visualize, and I have Bendy Space literally micromanaging and harassing me in the chat, telling me he's doing this game that demonic mods play where they make up shit and lie about users doing something that they're not doing in order to either get rid of them or silence them. It's really maddening.
Yeah,
Me
you know what?
personally-
I'll back you up on
good
that.
conversation.
Doing the same thing to me today, as a matter of
Bro,
fact.
this
I
is
wasn't gonna say
maddening.
anything, but yeah. Ben,
I remember
I
when we
can't
had
have
a
I
conversation.
can't I
It wasn't
can't have
about
this, man.
modding.
This is maddening. Like it's not a good environment to be in.
I agree with
Goodbye.
you. Yeah.
And I can't be sitting here tagging Omnivore, trying to get him and tell him his story and my story. We can't have these fucking games in here, man.
Yeah. Do
Yeah,
you
so
ever
this
not?
is-
Do you want some cheese? Would you like some cheese? And get you
So
some cheese. for
this
your
is
wine.
this is the thing is that like
Yeah, listen to what the people are saying. Listen to what the people are saying. Yeah.
not on one point, it is very difficult to get productive conversations out of people here, but it is possible. It just requires like a very particular tact, very particular strategies, very particular ways of saying things. And if you're not that, and you're not even making an attempt to strategically think about the way that you're handling discussions, then you are never going to get productive conversations here.
Well said, sir. Well said.
Like this is something that we were talking about last night with eggshells. Is there's this really interesting concept that we all should understand is the concept of E prime. And E prime is essentially sort of a language tool that eliminates all forms of the verb to be. So like is, am, are, was, were, been, being, things like that. So the simplest way of saying it is that instead of saying abortion is murder, right? Abortion is killing a fetus, right? You would say, it seems to me that abortion is killing a fetus. Now, with the first one, you can get really, it's really easy to attack and say, no, you're wrong. But if I just say, it seems to me to be the case that this is happening, then you can't say that I'm wrong because it's just
an opinion.
like, yeah, it's just my perspective.
You
A
can.
simpler,
You're wrong.
a simpler
Super
one
easy.
would. I mean, I can't be wrong about my opinion. So like
Sure you can.
a very simple one would be like the grass is green versus the grass looks green to me.
Yeah, and you could be wrong.
I'm not wrong about my opinion. Because the claim
You can't be wrong about your own
You could be.
yeah, the
Like,
claim
you
that
very
I'm
well
making,
could be.
the claim that I'm making has nothing to do with the factual accuracy of the thing
didn't
that
say
I'm
it
having an
did.
opinion on.
No, it didn't say it didn't.
Yes, so there's no way that I can be wrong about my
Yes,
opinion.
there is. There very truly are.
Only
Many
if
ways
I'm
in which you
lying.
can be wrong about your opinion.
then you just don't understand the concept, and you're just willfully being.
So you've already stated one of the many reasons that you could be wrong about your opinion.
Yeah,
You
he's
could
just
be
willfully
lying.
misunderstanding
That's
the point.
very correct. You could be lying.
An intentional misstatement is not necessarily being wrong about one's opinion. It's not stating one's opinion and instead substituting it with something that is known to be false.
You're really quiet. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not going to get much better. I'll shut up.
That was a lot
That was
better.
better, but I heard that.
Yeah, so like if somebody recommends a movie to me and I say, you know, this movie is boring, that's going to be so much more inflammatory to the person who recommended the movie to me than if I say, I find this movie boring. So in this sense, if you use the other way of describing things to where you're not making those absolute statements, it's so much easier to have more productive conversations because the natural outflow of that is, oh, hey, that's your opinion that the movie is boring to you? Like, oh, okay. Like, why? Why is that the case? When if you say the movie is boring,
to you?
I'm
Yeah,
glad
when you
that the
say-
C prime. I'm glad that the C prime is your opinion, and I would like for you to tell me a story before you ever want me to take any advice you give.
I don't care if you take my advice.
Cool.
What kind of story do you want?
Oh, that's really easy. I've already asked somebody today for my story.
Your story.
A story. A chicken crossed a road. They got to
it's
the other side.
That's
Boom.
not the story. It's
Got
a
'em.
particular story. It's a story about two named people with each having at least one line, telling a story about two named people with each having at least one line.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and thank you. Both of those answers inform me so much.
Wait, say that again?
I'd like a story about two named people with each having at least one line that are in turn telling a story about two named people with each having at least one line.
It just seems to me that it's a little weird to be demanding things from other people.
Well, I mean, this whole server is weird anyway, so this is my weird thing.
He's essentially saying, "Will you respond to? Will you respond to him with at least one word?" And I think it's clever.
The server is not weird. People like you are weird.
Yeah.
Tell me if I got that wrong, Melodic, but that's what I got out of that.
Well, no, it's a test on like recursive thinking.
The server is very weird. I'm sorry. I had to interject that.
It's a test on recursive thinking, so like, you know, some people have issues with it, and it's helpful to find those people and realize that I don't have to get mad at them.
Okay. Anybody got a topic? What's the topic?
Does anybody want to hear an interesting story about two characters telling a story with one line about two other characters that tell a story with one line?
No, not really. I think we already played that one out.
I have a clarifying question. When you say each with telling a story of two people with one line, so is that four other people or just two people? Are they both talking about the same two people?
They could be, right? I think that would be fine.
Okay.
Because I think somebody gave it to me where they used the same couple people, and I was like, yeah, no, that's fine. That makes sense. But you know, it's a real quick test because like if somebody gives me a story with two named people, then I already just know
You're my
we're fine.
savior.
We're cool.
We'll replace him. We're gonna replace Christ with whoever muted that guy.
Are there any
was about funny
biblical
for 5
Glovers in the room?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by, what do you mean by that?
That's what he was waiting for.
Is an Omni a Bible believer?
And I'll roll on to the next place.
People who believe in scripture in one capacity or another and also believe in the globe. That's his question.
Yes.
I would say that's most Christians, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I
the
have
question is
something-
if there's one in this room that he can ask a question to.
Yeah, I have something it's been quite interesting to me for a while. when the scripture speaks about the creation of the earth and the words deep are used, right? And the face of the deep. And there's a circle carved into the face of the deep. And that face of the deep is frozen solid. That to me is very interesting. Where do you think that is? And why do you
Where
think
does it say the deep is frozen solid?
Okay. It says that in Job 38:30. But here's the question. It's kind of like a two or three part question, and this is the question. So you'll find the verses in Job 38:30 and also in Proverbs 8 verse 27, speaking about creation, even to the fountains of the deep, to the highest parts of the mountains, the dust of the earth, speaking about the heavens, speaking about all of creation in great detail in Proverbs. So when these things are spoken about, I've asked Globers before and flat earthers, can you carve a circle in the face of a ball, or where is this circle carved? And what do you think the deep is? Is it not the abyss of water? Is it not the deepest depths you could go into the ocean or water? So what do you think that circle is?
I would have to believe the Bible first.
Yeah, I thought somebody did. So the question is the deep really frozen like the scripture says, if you believe in the scripture? Is there a circle carved in it? And why is there a circle carved in it? I'll go on mute if anyone wants to answer.
Yep. I do find it interesting that you've gone to Job and specifically 38, because that implies that you fully believe that there are storehouses in heaven for which the snow is kept.
That sounds kind of base.
No, it doesn't imply that. But my main,
And actually, you are correct. It explicitly states that. It doesn't just imply it. You are correct.
So my main focus was on the circle that's carved into the face of the deep. We can get into what the face of the deep is, and we can be very specific about what the deep is and what the face of something is. However, I was in Proverbs 8, right? And it's speaking of creation, very detailed, from the fountains of the deep to the highest parts of the dust of the earth, to the mountains, to the hills, to the heavens, and to this circle that's carved on the face of the deep. Now, this is wisdom speaking, saying wisdom was there when he did all of these things being creating the fountains of the deep, creating the highest parts of the dust of the world, like the mountains, the hills, and so on and so forth. Very specific and detailed explanation of what the creation looked like.